You are now listening to CTR Media Network.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above all, never lasting. Motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health, and see if we
The podcast on CTR Media Network. That's me. I'm so happy to be here. Thanks to her, my podcast is doing great.
to 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence, all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are. The media network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Sweet conversation, hey, outrageous, hey, you smile, yeah, smile, and I say, hey, come on, say, it's getting personal. We say what? Let's stay for a while, and babe, come on, such a beautiful woman, come on, oh. You the best of me, come on, hey, come on, amazing, hey, outrageous, what's up, y'all? Hey, come on, how are you close to me? How are you close to me? Amazing, you the best of me. Say, good morning, here's breakfast, hey, lost track of time, no. We can fall. Let's get moving. And clean up the bed. Tonight, girl. We gonna sing and pray. Let me go sing. Come on, say. Let's get first one. All right now. Come on. Let's feel for a while and pray.
All right. It's time for you to wake up. Wake up. It's a beautiful Friday. All right. For those of you who do not know the sound of the Southern Twang, this is Dr. Tina J. Ramsey right here in Columbia, South Carolina with CTR Media Network live stream. This is a special programming that we do every single day, 24/7, 7 days a week, baby. Yes, we show you and all of our amazing podcasters that are currently on our platform, along with different business owners and entrepreneurs and influencers who have businesses and they want us to promote and advertise on their behalf. And it's our complete joy to do that. For those of you who do not know what CTR Media Network is, do you want me to tell you? Yes, you do. CTR Media Network is a business. Yes. And we help podcasters, companies, and entrepreneurs grow their businesses by diversifying their visibility through innovative podcasting techniques and media. We help you. Yes, we help you expand and leverage. Get this, your market share through social media, television, and podcasting. So, to put it in a nutshell, we help you be more visible. And we have an amazing family of podcasters from all over the world and also all ages here to inspire you, encourage you to go and walk into your best life. Listen, if you want to elevate your presence by becoming a featured guest on any of our podcasts and shows, you can simply go book your guest slot today by going to ctrmedianetwork.com and click on the link. Click on the podcast, I should say, the podcast show that you would like to be featured on, and go ahead and register to be a guest. Yes, register to be a guest. That's how simple it is. And if you would like to go on the virtual CTR Media Network tour, we can help you get you booked on a plethora of podcast shows so that you can amplify your voice and share your products and services to make a positive impact. On that note, we want to also, before we get started, give a shout out because we have three. Yes, I said uno, dos, tres. Three new podcasters that are coming your way very, very soon on CTR Media Network. One of which you can listen to right now, and the other two is in the interim. That will be coming very, very soon, and you can listen to them along with our other podcasters. So shout out from Dubai. Yes, Professor Shirley Louis. She's going to have her show, Conversations with Shirley. She's all the way in Dubai. So make sure to support once that first episode drop. She is an amazing educator. She helps you with she helps educational professionals as well as homeschoolers de-stress the educational process and help educators turn or flip, I should say, from she helped them if you want to become an entrepreneur, right? If you're an educator and you want to also start your own business centered around your degree or whatever it is that you do in the school system, to have another stream of income, she actually help you with that, along with providing assistance for your children in regards to education. So make sure to tune in to her show and follow her on all social media platforms. Next up, we have Samaya Woodruff. Yes, she's in the building. Miss Rapid Release. Yes, Miss Rapid Release podcast is coming your way. She's right here in Columbia, South Carolina as well. And she specializes in a plethora of different things that help you, such as notary. And one thing that I love that she does that is not quite common, she is a woman bails bondsman. So if you ever in a fix, Miss Rapid can get you released. Okay, and she has a whole lot of other things that she can speak to you, because she is really an advocate for our young people and helping them get back on the right path. We also have in the building a new podcaster. Well, I should say she's a podcaster that decided that she wanted to come on over and do it the CTR Media Network Podcasters way. Yes, we have KB herself, KB Michelle Green from Kingdom Builders Business University, an amazing university here based in Columbia, South Carolina, where you can get everything in one spot, from building your business from the ground up all the way up the kingdom way. So make sure that you check out her podcast. You'll also be able to meet graduates and different businesses that I know that you want to connect with. So on that note, make sure to check them out and all of our other amazing podcasters. And what we're going to do. Oh, I don't want to leave you without a thought of the day. So this is the thought of the day. Make sure to like, follow, share, and subscribe. That's not the thought, but that's what I want you to do. Okay, so this is a thought of the day. Don't rush the process. Allow yourself to grow at your own pace. Stop comparing your life to what other people are doing. Let me say this again for the people in the back of the room that may not heard me, that you may still be a little sleepy, didn't have your coffee or your tea. So honey, let me say it again, because we have been caught up in this rat race, looking and seeing what everyone else is doing. And then you're feeling like you're inadequate or you're not good enough. But I'm here to tell you, you are good enough. Okay. You just have to stop comparing yourself with others. I learned this a long time ago. The only person that you need to be in competition with is yourself. That's it, yourself. So let me give you that thought of the day again. Don't rush the process, because someone's trying to rush it. Allow yourself to grow at your own pace and stop comparing your life to what other people are doing. On that note, we're going to have another commercial break from our sponsors, and we're going to come back. Yes, we're going to come back with the show at hand. We're going to come back with Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast with J Bean and T Swin. And you may get a little bit of Sweet Blessings with the Anna L. Brothers show. And make sure today to tune in. We have the Michael Finkley show coming your way. We have She Trucking podcast. We have, oh my goodness, let me see. Let me go through the lineup. We have She Trucking podcast. We have Thoughtful Thursday with Alicia Tucker. We also have the Tina Ramsey show, another episode of Sweet Blessings. We have Wisdom Tips with Dr. Connie, and she's amazing. We also going to have some other shows coming your way. So make sure to tune in and pop in throughout the day. You will see some of our commercial sponsors as well as our business sponsors and some amazing shows. So make sure to opt in and connect with our viewing audience, or I should say our guests that's on our shows, because they came in order to make a positive impact for all of you. So thank you so much for giving us some of your time today. And thank you so much for taking the time to hit that notification bell, also to hit that like or that heart or that wow face. Okay. On that note, I am Dr. T&J Ramsey, the host of the CTR Media Network live stream, bringing you inspirational entertainment and education. Why? Because we care at CTR Media Network, and we want to help you grow. If you would like to learn more and you are a podcaster or a content creator on YouTube, and you would like to start or join our thriving network, just simply go to ctrmedianetwork.com. We play 24/7, 7 days a week. You will find us all over social media, the radio, podcasting, Roku TV. By the way, you can download it for free and watch our podcast, some of our podcasting shows. And you can check us out on blogs, and we are in about 4 to 5, 6, 7, whole lot of magazines. Just go check us out. On that note, you guys are going to take this commercial break, and we'll be back with Men Can Always Be Wrong podcast. Now, can they be wrong? I say yeah, but they're not wrong all the time. So we'll see what they're talking about with the amazing J Bean and T Swin, which is the voice behind the CTR Media Network theme song. Thank you so much for supporting, and make sure to hit that button to book your slot on our shows, as well as if you're a content creator or you have a desire to start a podcast, come on over to CTR Media Net. Join the She Trucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities.
Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, She Trucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
Aluva G-Burn is an all-in-one weight loss supplement. If you're looking at a weight loss supplement as a whole, in my opinion, you have to target 5 or 6 different areas. And Aluva G-Burn does that. And it's the highest quality ingredients with the best absorption technologies with the highest bioavailability in each and every ingredient.
Hi, my name is Jen. I'm 47 years old. I teach musical theater classes to children, and I've been using Aluva G-Burn for a couple months now. I have 4 kids, and it seems like with each pregnancy, I gained a little more weight, a little more weight, a little more weight, and it's so frustrating to try to get that weight off. You know, I'm just hungry all the time. I crave stuff that I shouldn't be eating. I've tried everything, and nothing has worked. But as soon as I started Aluva G-Burn, I was finally able to lose the weight. It suppressed my appetite. I wasn't having to snack all day. The cravings were gone. I felt great. I now have the energy to do the things I want to do throughout the day.
Spring growing, and I can just go and pull it off and make me a salad. That is the good part of those. It's an indoor garden, and it is great. They come large, small. Mine is about this size, and it's about this high, but then it has a little apparatus that comes up that goes over that gives that little ultraviolet light for them, for the plants as well. Okay, so we are going to move on here. Let's see. Now, I don't have this, but there are people who have farms and stuff like that, because farmers, they're growing plants, okay, whether it's corn, peas, or whatever it might be. They have a specific thing that they're going to be growing. So winterized irrigation. If you have an irrigation system, you want to drain it and winterize it to prevent the pipes from freezing up on you. So you take all of those type of things into consideration for those people who have a big area where they need to do irrigations. And I know that I'm from the Midwest, and there are farmers here that have large areas. They do corn, they do all kinds of things, and you do need some type of irrigation system for that, because you just can't get out there with a hose and water it. And another point that I want to let you know is that a lot of times people water their plants from the top, and I'm going to ask everyone to get out of that. You want to water your plants from the bottom, because that moisture on those leaves gets them wet, and it just somehow or another, it inhibits them from growing or whatever. But you want to always water from the bottom if you can. Sometimes it's not possible, but then other times it is. So the next thing that I want to talk to you about is plan for the spring, y'all. You need to plan for the spring. You want to use those winter months to plan and research the upcoming garden season, including selecting plants and seeds. Even though you cannot see that, it says seeds. Because, and that's when I do my planning. I get my seed books come in, and a good company is there's many out here, you can research it. But my mother introduced me to this company called the Seed Saver Exchange. And it's a catalog, and you can order seeds out of there. They have everything, flowers, trees, everything. And the purpose of it is they try to preserve the seeds, and everything. I can tell you that there has been some things that I have grown that I found that they were very difficult to grow because they were like babies. So garlic is one of those. And I'm going to tell you, you plant garlic in the fall. And it is something that you have to nurture. And I was very successful with it. But once it comes up, once you take it up, then you got to hang it in a dark place. I'm telling you, it was, as you learn, that was something that I learned along the way. I am very good at harvesting seeds. So my perennials, I pull the seeds or go out and take the seeds off once it has stopped blooming and all of that. And I store them in a container and I store them and label them in a container for the spring. Now, I do my seeds several ways. Some of them I actually plant in the ground, and then some of them I start in little containers. And then once they reach a certain length, then or height or whatever, then I'll put them out in the garden. I find that because I have squirrels and I have rabbits and birds, all those type of things. But I've learned over the years that those are you can do things to that. So they told me to get coyote urine, and I spray the perimeter of my yard with that, and that kind of keeps the squirrels out. And the rabbits, they like my greens and those type of things. And so my friend told me to take plastic silverware, like plastic forks, and place them around that green when it's a baby. I don't take them out. I'm going to tell you that my greens outside are like this. I've harvested once, and I'm going to harvest it again because I like to store stuff in my freezer for the winter. It's nothing like having fresh greens in the winter, you know. I prefer mine as opposed to going to the store because, you know, the store is a process. You know, they put things on it to preserve it, to get it to the store. And whereas I can just go out in my yard and pick mine up. So I got some cooking to do. I'm not going to lie, because I have about 4 or 5 stalks of those greens that are, you know, I'm going to tell you that they're up like this high. And they're collards. Normally, I do collards and mustard and turnip greens, and sometimes I do kale and lettuce. But this year I was a little late in planting, so I only did the collards. I did beans, string beans. I did string beans. I did peppers. I did ghost peppers. Also California Reaper peppers. I did jalapeno peppers. I like peppers, y'all. I'm a spicy girl. I did tomatoes. I had cherry tomatoes, regular tomatoes. This is just my my vegetable garden. I got horseradish, I got cilantro out there, and my pride and joy with this year was my watermelons. You know, I had never planted watermelons, and you know, when I was down south, they always planted watermelons, and you would go out there and pick you a watermelon and everything. So I planted some watermelon. I didn't know if they were going to grow, but I've been very successful. I had about 5 out there. I haven't picked them yet because, you know, like I told you, I was late in planting them. Also, I like I told you, I harvest. So I harvest all those seeds that I can. I have morning glories along my fence, and I take all of those seeds from there and put them in a bag so that next year when I plant, I don't have to buy those. Okay, I don't have to buy. I even got catnip because I got cats, you know. So I have catnip. Let me see, what else do I have out there? I have hibiscus, and I have several types. These are several type of hibiscus. I got red, pink, white, and I have sage, where I take the sage and I let it dry out and I give these things away to my friends. You know, I put them in little containers and give them some seasonings for the winter, so they have those. I just enjoy it. I come from the South, like I said, and they did canning. I just have not gotten into canning. I've been retired now for a while, but I do so many other things. But I would love to can. My mother and my aunts and uncles and all of them, they can. I could always go down south and come back with jellies, and those jellies last me. I miss that. Those jellies and vegetables, they would can vegetables and all of those things, and I would come back up back home back up north, and I would have those things. So keep that in mind. Make gardening easy. It's getting easier for me because I do the perennials. Now I do want to talk to you. You need to research your flowers, because sometimes you can plant something and it can be invasive, an invasive species. It can be beautiful as all get up. Now, because I did not know, I love sweet peas, y'all. So I planted sweet peas, and those sweet peas have taken over my garden. I mean, I planted them in the front of my house. They're all around the side of this house. They're all around on this side, and I have even seen them in the back. So every year I have to pull those up. I really want to pull them up, but I'm going to try to pull most of it up in the in the winter this time, and see what can be, see if I can, because I want to plant something else too with that. And they will take over the garden. I have peonies. Let's see what else do I have. I have sunflowers. I mean, those big ones. I have variations in the sunflowers, and it's so once the flower dies, you just open up. You have all those sunflower seeds, so you don't have to buy it again. You just save your seeds. I put mine in a plastic bag. I'm not gonna lie. I put it in a plastic bag, and I just save it. I give away to other people. I plant milkweed because I like butterflies, and so that attracts the butterflies and the birds. I've had hummingbirds, all kind of birds, y'all, in my garden. So I just want to let you know that following these steps, you can help your garden survive the winter and also thrive when spring comes. So we are going to take another break, and then I'm going to come back and wish you well. Here we go.
The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today on Amazon.com by simply searching the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy from Amazon today.
All righty. All right. So as I close this evening, I hope that I have inspired you. I hope that I have encouraged you, and I hope that I have empowered you to live a healthier lifestyle. Believe it or not, garden relaxes you, and you have your own food. It's nothing like your own food to help you live a healthier lifestyle. So with that being said, I always close my program with the 3 L's. The first L is to live. Make sure that you are living your life to the fullest. Do those things that you enjoy to do. Be happy. Don't let anyone rain on your parade. The second thing is to laugh. Make sure you laugh. Find somewhere in your day where you can laugh. Laughter is so good for the soul. And then the third thing is to love. Make sure you try. I know it's hard sometimes. My grandmother said it's hard, but she always told me that those people who you have a hard time loving are the ones that you need to love the most. You don't know what people are going through in their lives. And so don't be irritated. Just take a deep breath, count to 10. Okay? Because you can always love them, she said, with a long wooden spoon. Okay? But the most important person that you need to love is yourself. Self-love is very important. Don't you ever forget about that. And so with that being said, I am going to wish you farewell. And I come on every Wednesday. Every Wednesday, you will see sweet blessings. Have a great one. Be kind to everyone. Talk to you later.
Hello, my name is Alethea Tucker, and I am the CEO of Jolie's Enterprises. I'm also the host of a show entitled Reinvent and Rise, and the host of a podcast entitled Leveling Up the Podcast with Alethea Tucker. I recently had the distinct pleasure of working with Tina Ramsey and CTR Media Network in one of her programs where she taught me how to get exposure for my podcast. She increased my visibility tremendously, and she showed me how to monetize both of my shows to make them revenue-generating products. I am so ecstatic and so happy with the service that she and her staff provided to me. She went above and beyond what I expected, and I certainly got far more than I ever dreamed I would get with her. So I highly recommend her for any of her programs. I highly recommend her as someone to go to if you are looking to increase what you do with your podcast, make it better. If you're looking to get visibility, definitely speak with her. You will not go wrong with her or anyone on her staff.
And leave to your children. It doesn't create assets that can help you in retirement. It doesn't allow you to build a legacy. One of the things I began doing about 10 years ago is estate planning for families. Let's plan when you're not here, right? Who gets what? Who gets the house? Who gets the car? Who gets this? The problem with all those assets is that they go down in value, right? If you look at your car right now that you bought 10 years, I have a 20-year-old car, by the way, so I'll be the first to tell you. I've got a 2003 Infinity, no, 2004 Infinity, FX35. They don't even make them anymore, but everybody wants my car for parts. See that? Right? They don't make it, but they want my car. People stop me. I take it to the mechanic. They're like, we want to buy the car. I'm like, why? Well, we need parts for this. They don't make it like this anymore. I'm like, thank you. I'll keep it. But I want you to begin to shift our minds into more of a money flow mindset. That money comes to us. So therefore, what is really money? It's not the dollar. That all around you in the news, you figured out. What is it really? It's what President Nixon disconnected us from. That's the gold and silver that was in Fort Knox. Now we have access to it through a company that Dr. Tina and I have joined up with to say we can change our community, we can change our family, we can change our legacy, because we're going to focus on showing people how to reconnect to God's money again, how to get gold and silver. And you can buy it for as little as $1. You can buy $1. They call it fractional purchase. You don't have to buy a whole gold bullion that's as big as a table or something, right? You can buy enough that it's like, you can buy enough that it's as big as, here's my little, the little chip that goes in the computer so you can move your mouse. You can buy this much. A mic, this much. You can buy it for as little as $1. And what does that mean? It means it makes it affordable for everyday people. The value remains the same. The quantity, the amount of it, you can buy it in small pieces every week. Remember the layaway plan I talked to you about my mom used to do? We used to go visit her stuff. Right? You don't have to go visit things. The layaway plan, they send it to you. Federal Express, sealed, vacuum sealed, insured. So that begins to build out for your retirement, that you have a real asset that is recognized across the globe. No one says, is that real gold? They'll test it and they'll see this is pure, 0.999% purity. No one, and it's vacuum sealed with the certificates that says what it is. So that becomes for us something that was never available for our community before, of being able to access affordable, pure gold and silver to use in buying savings to use in our retirement, to use as creating a legacy for our children that they have access to it. And you're probably thinking, Dr. Liddy, I can't walk around with a whole bunch of gold. Okay, I want to buy some milk, right? Put this little gold piece. You're right, which is why they've created the first ever digital debit gold back card. So all that gold that you're buying is loaded on into its value on your debit gold back card. Now, it's not a gold card, which is, well, I should say it's the true gold card, right? By real gold. You know, most of us have a credit card that's gold, but it has the color gold. There's no real gold behind it. Again, the trickery, right? Because we know that spiritually gold has a connection. They're not going to give you real gold. They're going to give you that fake gold, that dollar, that fake gold looking credit card that doesn't have any real gold in it. This is the ability for our families to access, save, and allow others to inherit real gold and silver for as little as $1, if that's what every week, that layaway plan, right? Every week. So it makes it so affordable. What I love all of that. That means my assets are now secure. That means so much more. Oh, I forgot to tell you, if you're a small business owner like Dr. Tina and I are, and I'm sure many, many, many of you are, healthcare, because they're so big, healthcare, as remember, American Express says that memberships has its privileges. Welcome to this company, because what they do is, because they're so big, they're in 8 different countries. They can offer healthcare to its members, right? The cheapest, bestest healthcare available, because they're a huge conglomerate and they got gold to back it up, right? So healthcare companies want to work with them, and that means better pricing for our healthcare. They also have available to us, not only on the healthcare side, which is super important, but for those of us that have an IRA or want to get an IRA, which is your individual retirement account for when you retire, all of their accounts are what? Gold backed. So it's not the dollar behind it, it's gold that's behind it. Another beautiful thing that I love about them, if you don't have an IRA, you're a small business owner, you want to create a 401k, usually it's really, really hard to do that because they're a huge company. They're able to offer it as part of the membership, that if you want to start a 401k or move your existing 401k into a gold-backed 401k, part of the membership, right? And I'm like, why would they do this? People of faith, people of God. We do things for our community. In addition to all of those memberships, and they have traveling discounts. We're on the air, so I'll say I'm getting married in December. Dr. Tina and her family are coming. And I'm like, I need to get a hotel in Miami, group of rooms. Otherwise, those rates are cray-cray, right? I call them, and I consider myself having a good relationship with a lot of these hotels because I travel so much. I said, hey, I need about 20 rooms, blah, 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 group rate, what we're getting the group rate. They were quoting me something like $280 a night. I'm like, what? People are coming for at least 3 days, right? For a wedding, $280 a night. So I said, wait a minute, let me try this company's travel portal. The same rooms at the same hotels. I'm talking Marriott, Margaritaville, Hyatt. Okay, these are big hotels on the beach, right? I mean, you come out the hotel, you got sand in your toes. Okay, the same. So they starting.
If anybody's interested in getting into podcasting, grab this book. Go on Amazon, grab this book. It goes with me almost everywhere. This book has like a workbook. It has places you can fill it in. It tells you how to monetize your podcast. It tells you how to set it up. It tells you about sponsorships. It even, listen, Go on Amazon, get this book. And this is the Bible for podcasters. Listen, it was ranked #1 in podcasting books. Look right here. Best new podcasting book by Book Authority. Right there. Boom. And a little secret. Y'all, when you grab this book, I think it's page 43, there is a code on there. Listen, you can get access to her class, her course. Get her course. It's worth hundreds of dollars. But this book is less than $50.
The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today on Amazon.com by simply searching the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy from Amazon today.
They're out of your control. But the question is, what do you do? Do you give up or do you keep going? Do you keep a positive attitude, find the positive, and keep going? Or do you stop? Do you give up? Because one thing I know for sure is if you stop and you quit, you'll never reach your goals. It's just like running a mile, right? If my goal is to get to a mile and I stop running, I'm not going to get there. I can walk there. There's other ways to get there. Yeah, it's going to take me longer. But if my goal is to get to a mile and if I walk or run it, if I still get there, that's all that matters, right? But if I stop and don't do anything, I'm not going to reach my goals. And so if you're that person who has said you wanted to reach some goals and you haven't been doing it, what do you need to do different today? If you're that person that knows that there's so much in store for you and that you are not using your gifts, it's time to stop. Because that's one thing that I've listened to a lot of coaches, and they've all said the same thing. The richest place here on earth, so much knowledge, so much that has been done that people did not take action, is in the grave. It's in the grave because there's so many people who have died that did not take action, that did not take the lead. And so don't let that be you. Don't let that be yourself, okay? And so when it comes to thinking about elements of self-care and the art of self-care, I want you to break it down because there's 7 pillars. You have your mental, you have your emotional, your physical, environmental, spiritual, recreational, and social. And when you think about this, it's important we have to be well balanced. I know people say all the time, well, there's no such thing as work-life balance. It is if we're intentional. So yes, some days are going to be longer than others, especially if you're working and you're working on your business. Some days are going to be longer than others. But we have to be intentional to say, okay, this day is for myself, self-care. This day or these 2 days is come home, boom, time with family. But you wouldn't feel guilty because you're getting up earlier to get those things that you need to get done for your business or, whatever that might be. So it's important for you to make sure that you are specific in what you are doing for yourself. Okay. So choose your specific areas that you want to focus on. And then as you focus on those specific areas, they will all begin to fall in alignment. But the key is sometimes we try to do too much at one time. We all been there, done that, right? So today we talked about the art of self-care. If you are an action taker, the time is now. Don't say I'm going to do it next month or the month after that. Go ahead and take action now. Dream big, do what you got to do. Don't let anyone tell you that something's dumb or stupid, because if it's dumb or stupid to them, chances are that means you need to be doing it, right? It's amazing how God would give us ideas and, allow us to navigate life and do different things. But it sounds crazy to other people, but to God, it's not. And so the thing is, at the end of the day, do what you got to do, do what you have to do. Think about, for example, Tyler Perry. If you have followed him and listened to his journey, his story, people like him, T.D. Jakes. I mean, so many people. If you think about different actors and actresses who said that, hey, they went on the set, people told them, you're horrible. And then they didn't give up. And boom, look at where they are now. You know, there's just, if you think about Taraji P. Henson, who she said, like, literally, she was like later on in life, I want to say in her 30s, you know, she had a child and everything. She tells her story about how she still made it. And so a lot of times in life, we tell ourselves, oh, you know, I can't do this, or I passed the age limit. No, you're never too old. You're never too old to be great and do what you are destined to do. You know, so the question is, stop holding yourself back. So are you holding yourself back? And if you are, take action today. I want you to write down, you know, look at these 7 pillars: the mental, emotional, physical, environmental, spiritual, recreational, and social. And start doing something different. Not tomorrow, but today. So again, thank you guys for tuning in to IMW Ingeniously Made Whole. If you're not following me, make sure you follow me. I want you to also go to focusyoursuccess.com and download 11 ways to overcome mental health challenges. Again, that's focusyoursuccess.com and download 11 ways to overcome mental health challenges. Stay tuned. Make sure you listen in. And if you would love to be a guest on my podcast, also reach out to me. I'd love to have you as a guest if you feel like you have something to offer for our teens, our parents, and just to help people who are struggling from day to day overcome different challenges that they are dealing with. So in life, we know we have to keep going. And life can be really hard and challenging at times, but that's why we need a good support system. And I've talked to many clients who don't have that. And so if you have that, be grateful. Don't take the little things for granted. But I want you guys to live life, be your best. Remember, through Empower You, this is where we empower minds so you can have an empowered life.
All right, so
hello, everybody. Thanks for tuning in.
Author, podcast, businesswoman, coach, podcast influencer, Coach Tina Ramsey.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par. Never lasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health is here. We got it, reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are. The Media Network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. Your health is here, we got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are. The Media Network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network.
for building and maintaining relationships, whether they are personal or professional. So now I'm gonna hit you with this, Dan, and I'm gonna let you talk about this. So my point, the reason why I wanted to read the definition, because see, we so busy focusing on one aspect of trustworthiness. We just say, now this is what it said: honesty, reliable, dependable, and transparent. So you lying, you ain't trustworthy if you not transparent about who you are. What do you think about that? Huh? What you think, man?
Well, I'm gonna say, hey, you know, the people, they like to make their own definition for words. As long as I'm a benefit to you, as long as you can gain off of me, as long as I'm being a yes person, they consider you to be a trustworthy person. Once you begin to question things that a person's doing, or you talk to somebody else about, it's like, yo, I don't understand this and this, then you're no longer a trustworthy person, because now they can't have rule over you anymore.
Right.
When a person can't take advantage of you, benefit from you freely, and you not give them any kind of pushback, no kind of objection, then they consider you to be a trustworthy person, as long as you being passive and letting them do what they want to do. But the minute you begin to like question their motives and why, it's like, nah, you know what, I don't think I want to do this anymore. Or you tell them no, they're like, oh, who in your ear? Who telling you things?
Yeah.
You actually different. You being real funny. You're no longer trustworthy. And then the real them was already showing themselves all before, but it was something about, yo, you just being a kind person. You thinking that, I don't know, sometimes you stay in friendships because you're thinking that you're going to rub off on a person. Same thing with romantic relationships. You think that if you stay around the person long enough, that your good values and morals are going to rub off on them. And it doesn't happen. You just keep getting taken advantage of.
And think about this. You said something powerful. When you have other people in your life that have influence, there's going to be a lack of trustworthiness on both sides, because really that spirit influence really influences how well you trust another person. And that's terrible, because, you know, I asked a question the other day, asked this person, what do you consider a friend? Now, I did it on purpose because I had to self-evaluate myself. When we say so-and-so is my friend, so-and-so is my friend, and they have a spirit of influence. So, for instance, if I turn around and I tell a person, hey, man, I used to be an alcoholic, and I used to binge drink, and I don't want to do that no more. So, as my friend, if you're my friend, and I trust you, please don't influence me with that stuff. Or if I'm trying to do godly things and you're ungodly, then we're going to have some problems, because where's the trust in that? Like, God trying to trust me to do the right thing, and I'm hanging around people that's doing the wrong thing. And then where's that trust? And so even in our relationships, that is a killer, man. And I think we don't think about that. Like, you're asking for transparency, dependability, reliability, honesty, and then we hang around people that don't have those attributes. The Bible talks about how that it affects our content and character. And that's crazy. So are we really honest with each other when we're hanging around dishonest people when it comes to their relationship with God? Now, what you think about that?
Say it again.
So think about it. I'm hanging around in relationships, we have so-called friends, or people that have spirit influence in our life. Now, we say that we love God and we're supposed to be godly people. And the people that are in our spirit influence are not subscribing to God, or have attributes or things that do not bring trustworthiness to God. Because that's what it's all about. If I say I'm a Christian, say I love God,
okay, I follow you.
and I'm supposed to be trusting him. Now, here's the point. But I'm hanging around people that don't trust him, and I'm hanging around people that don't really subscribe, right? So now, how am I going to do better at anything? And I use an example. if I was an alcoholic and I don't want to be an alcoholic anymore, why am I hanging around people that do alcohol? If I'm trying not to lie, I can hang around people that every time around they lie. Or if I'm trying to see things that don't line up with the Bible, and you hang around people that don't subscribe to that, you're not trustworthy to God, and you're really not trustworthy to yourself, because those things don't line up. And that's my point. It's like those are the things that hurt relationships. And I don't think we really take a look at that, Daniel, like the spirit influence, or let's go a step further, or the spirits that we are introducing ourselves to when we hang around people like that. It's hard to be trustworthy to God, or God even trust us, when we hang around untrustworthy people when it comes to God. That's my point.
I think the biggest thing that we need to slow down and look at when we start interacting with others is to first and foremost define the purpose of this relationship. When you define the purpose of this relationship, if you knowingly know that this person is a dishonest person, or they don't subscribe to God, or whatsoever, and that goes to the whole thing. Because see, it's not just a romantic thing, it's just about light and dark, holy and wickedness. Two can't walk in the same direction unless they agree.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm godly and you're ungodly, what are we agreeing on? So there it goes. You need to define. So then we have to define the purpose of this relationship. So now the purpose of my relationship with this person should be I don't want to say it the wrong way. I mean, you want them to convert, but the purpose of the relationship is to show them not that they are in the wrong direction, but not to try and show them that they're wrong, but to show them God, show them the godliness and show them the benefit of it. That should be the purpose of the relationship. We can't hang out and be boys if we live two separate lifestyles. There's no way we can be boys and we can hang out and we can be good friends like that. We can have an acquaintance and we could be cordial and all of that, but there's no way we can be boys. There's no way we can enter into a romantic relationship when we walk two different paths. We got two different lifestyles. I'm about God, and you still about whatever it is that pleases you. Whenever you get the notion or the compulsion to do something, that's what you do. Yeah. So I think it's about defining the purpose of relationships, and that would keep us out of danger as far as, because how can you trust a snake? Not that the person is a snake or sneaky, but because they have spirits. I operate with the Holy Spirit. I just one spirit. And if you don't have God, you're operating under the influence of several spirits at any given time. How can you trust that?
And I'm gonna take it a step further. Ulterior motives in relationships, even outside of your marriage. So a lot of times, the motive behind these external relationships, we gotta be careful. Because I've been there, right? And I'm gonna hit something very hard, right? So if something I quote unquote think is missing in my relationship, and I will find it somewhere else. That is untrustworthiness, because I'm trusting that what I'm missing is over here, when that don't line up. That dog don't hunt. So the Bible talks about, again, but God knows the heart of man and woman. So God knows your heart. He knows if you really, truly, purely are in relationships for the right reasons. And we don't take credence to that. So then this is what we'll do. We'll blame the other person in a relationship and say that it's them. I've done it. I've heard people do that. No, it's them. It's them. So I had to tell somebody recently, I'm getting away from that. Like, I don't want to blame people. Like, I'm in a profession where we teach, don't blame people. Look at the process. Look at the products that you produce. Look at the stuff, the inputs produces a process that produces a product. So what comes in us, we process, and you get a product. When we start looking at our relationships like that, what are we allowing to come in? Then that defines the process. And then that's the product you're going to get. And that affects a relationship. And I think, and then if I don't know your heart, you don't know mine, I don't know what you think unless you tell me. And I'm telling you right now, that's a recipe for disaster. There would never be no trust in a relationship like that. And I'm now finally figuring that out. Like, I don't even want to waste my time sitting up here trying to figure out who done what and who was wrong and all that. No. I tell you what, here's the bottom line. It ain't got nothing to do with it. It's just really the dishonesty comes in, that untrustworthiness is in the heart, it's in the mind. That's why the Bible says, be transformed by renewing your mind in Christ Jesus. Or that's why Jesus talks about these heart matters. He ain't talking about just the letter of the law. He said, basically, the letter of the law is there, but he just come to make it better and effective. When do we be honest about what are we allowing to come in us spiritually, naturally, body, soul, and spirit? What are we consuming? That's my point there. That's what I was trying to bring up.
Yeah. I'm gonna say, scripture says that the heart is the most deceitful among all things, right? Yeah. And who can really know it? So we don't. So and once again, it goes. The Bible says for us, see, we're supposed to acknowledge God in all things. That means we can't even trust ourselves. So therefore, that ought to take out everything. If I can't trust myself without God, without God, I can't trust myself. I can't even trust myself. I still not trusting myself when I'm with God. I'm trusting God. I'm trusting the Spirit to do the right thing, to do the correct thing, to do the appropriate thing. It's not me that's doing it. It's the Spirit that's doing it, because the flesh is always warring against the Spirit, right? So therefore, that means you're not supposed to put any trust in a person at all. If you can't trust yourself at all, then you can't trust another person at all. They're made of the same flesh and iniquity that we're made of. So therefore, you can't put any trust in them. All the trust is supposed to go to God. I'm trusting you, God, that this is the person that you have divinely assigned to be in my life. This is where we mess up with all of these different disappointments and heartbreaks and things that go on in our lives, because you know what? We go walking without acknowledging God in everything. If he's supposed to be the lamp unto my feet and he directs my path, then that means I can trust what he has set for me. He, just like he said, I know the plans that I have for you. Matter of fact, another version says, I alone know the plans that I have for you. If he alone knows the plans, how can we trust? We can't trust ourselves to know what's best for us, because every time we trust ourselves to know what's best for us, we end up going back to the source, being like, why, Lord? How did I get it? I'm sorry that I did my own thing, which means to go, I can't trust me. So that takes it off the table right there about trust. I mean, trusting other people in the sense of, not that we walk around paranoid about everybody's going to be out to get me, but you can't put that type of trust that everybody's just going to have your well-being, your benefit, your well-being as their first priority, because we don't put our well-being as first priority with ourselves. So how are we going to trust somebody else to do that for us?
Right.
Or to have that for us, rather.
Right. And I think it just comes down to acknowledging the fact that you said that if you can't trust yourself, then you definitely gonna have problems even trusting other people. And that's true. Even God. And I thought about that. Like it's just crazy. It's like, God, I mean, why am I having a problem with even you? And sometimes I don't even want to allow that. Like, he's supposed to be the source.
Yeah. And
I don't trust him. But
because we be messing up, man. Where we mess up at is we put, because God says to just come and talk to him. Just talk to him. For some reason, we go to the feeling like we're that comfortable that we can just handle God like how me and you are talking. Mm-hmm. We go to start handling God as if he's just a person. I mean, God is the only faithful thing, the only truthful thing that we can have a relationship with and interaction with. So it's not, ain't no need. That's just when we get mad with God, that's nothing but your flesh, your iniquity. That's nothing but Satan speaking to your mind to say, see, he said he was going to do this and that for you, and look what he did. He didn't do anything, because you know what? You cause consequences from the decisions you make. Just like you get rewards from the decisions you make, you get consequences and repercussions off of decisions. God is just. He said, hey, I give you free will. And he says at the beginning of every day, you got the choice of choosing death or choosing life. You got the choice of choosing curses or choosing blessings. So it's our decisions that we constantly either bring life into us or we're bringing death to us. We're always bringing blessings to us by the decisions that we make, or we're bringing curses to us by the decisions we make. Sometimes they don't happen immediately. Sometimes it comes further down the line. You be like, where did this come from? It may have came from something that you did, a decision that was made 2 weeks ago, 2 months ago, could be 2 years ago. But there's always going to be, it's always on us. And that's why we always got to be mindful. I guess that's why it says that we're supposed to begin our day with him. So that way we're in tune with him. We're in agreement with him. We're in collaboration with him for what he wants to transpire in our lives throughout the day. So that I'm talking to the right person. So that I turn my ear to the wrong person. All of that. But we like to go about and do our thing the way we do our thing, especially when we've gotten comfortable in a routine and comfortable with a circle of people. Because if I know I got a circle of people that's dishonest, you know what? I'm dishonest too. Because why would I have a circle of dishonest people around me if I wasn't dishonest too? In some way, somewhere, in some way, you look around your circle. If your circle, however you see your circle, whatever it is in it, that's you. Because otherwise you wouldn't be in it. Birds of a feather flock together, like they say.
Yeah. And I was reading this. It was talking about it was talking about this 1 Corinthians 1:9. God is faithful, reliable, trustworthy, and therefore ever true to his promise, and he can be depended on. By him, you were called into companionship and participation with his son, Jesus Christ our Lord. Now, I was reading that, and I started thinking, in any relationship, like we're supposed to be true to our word and follow through with our actions. And I thought about God was true to his word, he followed through with his actions. Jesus, true to his word, followed through with his actions. You said last time we're supposed to do greater works than Christ did. Now, this is the trustworthiness aspect of that. Even in our relationships as men and our families, are we true to our word and we follow through with our actions? That is, I mean, what did Jesus say? I'm about to follow this. He said basically, I'm gonna follow through with my word, the word, and my action is gonna line up with what I'm supposed to be here for. If we did that in our relationships with people, wow, what a wonderful world it would be. But see, now I'm gonna hit this, and this is crazy. Why? Why is it that we have problems following through with our word and be true to our word and our actions? I'm gonna tell you why. Now you tell me what you think. I'm speaking for myself. The reason why I struggle with that, because if you ain't got no word, then there is no word to follow through with. That's how important reading your word is, or getting the word, or knowing who the word is. Who is God? Who is Christ? What is the Holy Spirit about? If I don't know, you sure not gonna know, because I'm not gonna follow through with what. And you just said it. And if you hang around nefarious people, you won't get nefarious actions. If you turn around and don't trust God, then he definitely can't trust you. If you turn around and you get in relationships, like you keep saying, before you get married, you should be preparing yourself before you get married. But if you can't trust yourself, then why are you getting in a relationship? Because you don't trust them either. So trust was already jacked up because there's no foundation as to what trust really looks like. And the point, that's what I'm trying to say. If that makes sense to you, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, I follow you. Yeah. I like, man, how do you I think, man, it really, I know we've gotten so far away from just using a biblical standard to do things and having God be implementing God in our lives and having God being in everything. We've gotten so far away from it because truly all of the trust is you're just trusting God. That's it. There's no trust in a person. There's no trust in what a person says or what a person does. You're trusting God, and in trusting God in all things, you trust that this is the person that you brought in my and then it's contingent on this. We know that we can trust God, but this is the strong contingency right here. If you go to Deuteronomy 28, when he says, these are my commands. If you obey all my commands and you keep my word and you live by this, you'll be blessed all your days. You'll be just like Abraham. He says, I'll bless who blesses you and I'll curse who curses you. And you will be a blessing. So nothing would be able to come up against you if you're all in trusting God. Don't worry about trusting the things we see with our human optics, because that's imagery. That's an illusion. It'll fool us. It's trickery because Satan is the God of this world. So therefore, everything is masqueraded in this world. You can't trust it. Don't try and put your trust in it. You put your trust in God and God alone. You'll have the type of friendships that you're supposed to have with people who are looking out for your best interest. You'll end up running into the type of wife that you're supposed to have, the type of girlfriend that you're supposed to have that's meant for you when you're trusting God. Say, God, you deliver into my life the things that you want me to have. I'm not going to trust myself to think that I know what would be the right choice for me to make. I'm leaving the choices to you, and I'm going to follow your direction. But it's too hard to let go of thinking that we need to be in control and let God have the control. And things would be so much more in tune if we just went into collaboration and agreement with God. I know it sounds like it's far-fetched, but that just goes to show how far removed we are from God when it seems like it's too hard of a thing to do. That just goes to show how far away we are from God when it seems like that's just too difficult to do. It means you really need to get closer and closer and closer to God. The closer you get to him, the easier it becomes. The more his track record, you'll see. All you got to do is think back to when you trusted him for that job, and he gave you a job that exceeded what you needed and whatnot. You trusted him, and he gave you the good thing, and it was better than what you needed. When you finally trusted him to get out of that bad relationship, he brought somebody along that actually really cared for you. But you had to trust God, and then he provided it. Well, that's what I say. Trust God, and he'll provide it.
Well, this is another note I had. What is God's view of trust? Not my view, his view. Trust in the Lord is a faith that lets us boldly serve. This confidence should infuse our whole being. All of our knowledge, listen, all of our knowledge, wisdom, and will should be saturated in the action-producing assurance of the Lord, not of myself. And this is crazy. That just goes along with how do we effectively communicate with others that, like letting people know, look, man, I'm saturated with the fact and infatuated with the fact that I need God. I'm nothing. Filthy rags, man. I don't have it. I can't handle this somehow. I just do. It's just not working. And how much more are we willing to sell out to make that happen? And church people say, I'm gonna sell out for God. Are you a sellout or are you selling out? That's two different things. A lot of us sell out, right? We'll compromise for people, things, stuff. I'll give you an example. You just hit it. Sellout is when it comes to a relationship with God, or you'll sell your fan out when you're compromising. And we do this with God, like we fleece him in a sense. God, if you give me a job, I'm gonna do your will and way. I'm gonna tithe, and I'm gonna church, and I'm going to do all this stuff for you. And you will just
Trying to strike a bargain.
Yeah. And then he do it. See, he trusted us. Okay, go ahead. Now he already knows what you're gonna do. And then what we do? Get the job, and then we get stupid. Now, the earth is the Lord's foot there. So none of this stuff belongs to you. None of this is for you. This ain't run a center, man. So we turn around and we get the stuff, then we have the food. Now you can't trust us.
You know, hey, like you said, God already knows what he was going to do. It made me, when you said that, it made me think about the children of Israel. And when God was talking to Moses and he was telling them, he's like, man, that's a real stubborn, stiff-necked bunch of people. I already know when they go over into Canaan, when I allow them to go over into the promised land, they already know they're going to turn their back on me once they go in there and they get comfortable. They're going to get fat. Life is going to be good and they're going to forget all about me. God already knows, but he still is compassionate enough and caring enough to say, you know what, but I'm going to make a way out for them. Once they get themselves in trouble, I'm going to be faithful because, hey, he has to honor, he's going to always honor his word. This is the thing. This is another thing about trustworthiness I think that we get is we get upset with each other. We get upset with people. We get upset with each other. So God says, all right, these are the guidelines. This is how it's going to work with me. You do these things and we good. I'm going to give you this. But if you do these things that I'm not with, I'm not liking it, these things are going to happen to you. He ain't said, I'm going to do these things to you. He said that these things are what's going to happen to you.
Yeah.
Because it ain't God that's putting the bad things on anybody. He says you're choosing them. If you choose me, this is what I'm going to deliver to you. If you choose that, then this is what's going to happen to you. Because now you either turning yourself over to him or you turning yourself over to Satan. That's the choice when he says choose life or choose death, choose blessings or choose curses. He says either I'm your father or Satan's your father. It's not him that's doing anything to you. You chose the road of, hey, I'd rather deal with the tribulations and all types of problems, my life being problematic, chaotic, and whatnot, because I get to enjoy the benefit of a good time and pleasure in myself and getting some self-gratification. So I'll endure, just going through some headache and trouble and whatnot for that, as opposed to having joy and peace, having absolute peace in your life and having better than self-gratification, because self-gratification is just like the first high. You get that first high, you're always trying to chase it, trying to get it again. So you got to keep trying heavier drugs and different doses of drug and combining different things, trying to search for that. But in God, it's an ongoing peace. And you don't have to keep going back and finding something to find the joy. It's just there.
Yeah. And when as you was talking, I had to think about something, finding it. And it kind of reminded me that it takes time to build and earn trust in anything you do, even with God. Like it takes time. We don't want to give up no time to learn who he is, to learn why Christ did what he did, learn about the Holy Spirit, learn how to be I was thinking about learning how to be a good father, good husband, good friend, good companion to somebody you might be dating or whoever. That's time. We don't take the time to have concrete poured where we got a solid foundation and then we doing right. But what we do, and I was reading this in Proverbs 28:20-28, but this is what it was saying. 20 said, the trustworthy person will get a rich reward, but a person who wants quick riches will get into trouble. See, that's the difference, right? You become rich and rewarded when you trustworthy. which is time honored. That's a daily commitment. But then if you want to chase quick riches, you're gonna get in trouble. And 21 said, showing partially is never good. Yet some will do wrong for a mere piece of bread, man. And think about what that.
Hey, you know what? Getting it quickly. Why things have to be done over time is because you develop your character.
Yep.
You develop your character in time. And I learned myself, there's no need to get mad with God and say God's not hearing you, he's not listening to you when you get yourself into trouble. Now you ain't even thinking about God at all. Then you get yourself into trouble and he's like, he ain't moving. He ain't nothing happening. You think about it like this. You got a homeboy that, you only hear from him or see him whenever he coming to get something up out of you. He in a bind. You ain't seen this dude 3-4 months, a year, 2 years. Only time he pops up on your radar is when he wants something from you. How apt are you going to be to move on his behalf real fast? Not very fast at all. Yeah. So why you expect for God to move on your behalf real fast when you don't pay him no attention at all, except for when you want something? You got to start thinking about it. So there it goes with the having a relationship. If you got a relationship with somebody, you good, you talk to them on a regular basis and whatnot, you can hit them up and be like, and they'd be like, bet, I got you. Ain't no problem. When your relationship is right with God, it's like, I got you. But you only run to him when you in trouble because you tried everything that you could do to fix it and it didn't work. And that's why you only chose God as an option anyway.
Right.
He wasn't your first choice. He was an option because you already done tried everybody that you could ask, and no person could do anything for you, and you couldn't do it. So you'd be like, I guess I have to ask God. So now you want to give him acknowledgement. Just like, now you want to give me acknowledgement after you done went and tried everybody else, and everybody else told you, no, I'm not giving you any money. Nah, I can't do it for you. Everybody else, I'm your last resort. Nah, I don't want to do nothing for you. I'm your last resort. And and God's not wrong in that, because he said that, you know what? He's a jealous God. He says me and me alone, no other gods. So he even said it in scripture. He told him, go back to your deaf and dumb and blind gods. Let them answer for you.
Look, that's funny, because I was thinking about God being the last resort a lot of times. It's because we don't take our time before we make decisions, life decisions. Like we'll panic, then we call on God. Now, even in relationships, we do the same thing. It's kind of like I've heard, and I've done this in my relationships. Well, I'll say, or get asked, "What's the plan? What we doing?" I don't know, but I'm gonna come up with something. And that's dangerous. First thing that came from my mouth is, if I was subscribing to God, I would have said, listen, let me talk to God. That should be the first thing. If you subscribe, that should be the first thing coming out your mouth. It should not be, I'm gonna come up with something. Are you really serious? What you gonna?
I'm gonna make it worse.
Yes, back big time. And I'm reading this, man. I was reading John 17:17. It basically was just saying that God can also be trusted because his word is true and he keeps all his promises. And I got thinking about that. I don't even know. We don't even study his promises in the Bible. We don't even know. We sit in here, okay, what are the promises of God? Which there for every promise, there's something I need to do to meet that promise. We don't think about that in relationships either. For every promise that I give my kids or anybody else, there's a cause and effect. There's something to go along with it. Something that has to be given up. Like I gotta decrease that. God may increase. And even in relationships, there's some things I gotta just let go. And part of that is, I think as men, we're afraid to just say that. Guess what, family? I ain't got no answer, but I'm gonna go to God. Now I know when I was coming up, the older men and women in church would do that. They'll tell you in a heartbeat. I remember that. Like, hey, you know, I hear my parents, they'd be like, what we gonna do about this? And my grandmother and all them old saints be like, well, we're gonna have to ask God for this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have it. I don't know. Baby, we gotta pray. Now they say that too. I used to hear that a lot. Grandma, what we doing? Pray.
Right.
Yeah, you need to pray. See? That means you trust in God. Prayer hurts. See, that's
You know what? And once the culture started changing and we got to start being so busy, and it's like now I don't have, because before it wasn't so busy during that time.
no.
And whatnot. You ain't have so many deadlines. You didn't have access to so much stuff at a time. Stores didn't used to be open 24 hours. You didn't have the internet the way you could shop in 24 hours. Now you got so many 24-hour things, and people have access to stuff 24. Like I think remember maybe it was the last podcast or maybe it wasn't. At that certain time when the television, you saw the flag and you saw the music, and then all you had was the colors on the screen for the rest of the morning, for the rest of the night, until in the morning at a certain time. But something's always going on, always have our attention. And that's why nobody prays anymore. And then they start getting away from the fact of saying pray, because so busy is something else that can occupy our time all the time. Hey, I'll say this. Man, listen. It's like, let me see. It's two things I would say. Leviticus 26 and Deuteronomy 28. Those two chapters. If you go to those two chapters and look at them, it's about like 14, 15 verses at the beginning of both of them that's loaded with all of the benefits that God will give you, all of the promises that he'll give you if you just obey him and you choose him. Simple. 14 to 15 verses. It's simple. A simple thing is obeying him, and the things that you will get is short, but it covers so much. Now you go to the second half of the chapter, and it's like from 16 to 60. It's a lot of complications that comes behind not choosing God and being disobedient and doing things your way. There's a lot of different complications that comes by it. I say that to say this. If you're wondering why your life is so complicated, why you've got so many complications, sit down and think about, who are you choosing? Are you choosing you, or are you choosing God? Are you choosing her, or are you choosing God? Did you choose them, or were you choosing God? And that'll explain how you have benefits and how you got complications.
Yep. And you know, I was reading this, man. This is crazy because I read a lot, but it was like having faith is having trust. I said, what? So when we say, you know, we quote scripture, faith is substance, hope for evidence of things, substance, word, right? So I have to trust it. I have to trust the word. I have to trust that okay, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, that's word. Everything is word, man. I gotta trust it. Now, here's the thing. So if I say that I trust God, my entire being, everything about me should be about trust. And here's where the trick is. And this is why I believe the enemy got us.
Back ticket to faith. It need to even go past trust and go to faith, because the only thing that pleases God is faith.
Yeah, and it's a skill set you gotta have. Now this is crazy. I thought about this. I said, just like anything else on my job, for me to have qualified for my job, there's a skill set that I had to have, qualification. They asked me, resume, do you fit the qualifications, right? So it's no more different in a relationship. For me to be trustworthy to God, I got to meet qualifications. Now it's funny, spiritually, I don't want to do that, but naturally I do it. But I'm sorry. He owns my job. He owns me. He owns my talent. He owns my thoughts. He owns everything. But I'm so stupid. I'm thinking, I won't trust you, but I'm going to trust this job that you allow me to have. And this money I'm making, but it ain't my money. So you trusting stuff, but I won't trust the stuff maker. That is crazy. So in relationships, even in marriages and relationships, here's my point I want to throw out here, man, because I think as men, we got to really get this right. If you don't trust the same God who made this mate that you have, you're in trouble. Think about that. That notice how we don't think about this. Like, we don't think. If you don't trust the God that made that person that you swore by and say, oh, God brought us together. Yeah, I know God. You lying. Because did you seek ye first kingdom God and the righteous things God first, and then ask God, is that even the person I'm supposed to be with? Now, just say you slip up. I'm gonna give you a out. I'm gonna give you a way out. Say if you did slip up, did you go back and say, same God that you didn't trust in getting in untrustworthiness? Did you go back and say, hey man, I'm sorry, I ain't trust you. Now, what we gonna do about this? No, we don't do that. Silence, my brother. That's see, I want to just go with this. When you know you ain't trusting God and you can't trust yourself, you ain't gonna trust nobody else. This is how we get around it. We'll just be silent. We act like we just play games. Oh, I'm just not gonna say to anybody. So you just stay miserable because you're lying the whole time. You're lying in your relationship with the person, you're lying in your relationship with God, you're lying in your relationship with people that you interact with, and you're lying to yourself. And then the lies we tell. Then we just keep lying. I just want to throw that out there because, man, I mean, it's crazy. Anything we do, we still, God got the last say. You know. Yeah, man, he got the last say. You can trust that.
I'm gonna go in. You know what is? You got to take it beyond the level of trust and go to faith, because faith is the only thing that moves God, and it's the only thing that pleases God.
Wow.
Putting your absolute faith in God, you got your absolute faith in God, then you know that you know assuredly that everything will be yes and amen. You don't have to worry about it. Because if you're faithful to God and you have all your faith in him, he's not gonna give you. Because what did he do with the three? So you think about the master who had the three servants that he gave the talents to. Why did he give them the talents? The scripture says he gave them the talents according to their ability, what they were trustworthy to work with. He gave according to their ability. I trust them with this much because they have shown through their faithfulness that they can do this with this much. They'll be a good steward over this much. So it goes to say with anything in your life, if you're showing God that you have your absolute faith in him, that no matter what, he's going to give you the best thing for your life, then he won't give you a wife for you to tear down and destroy. He's not going to give you God's not going to give you something precious and he knows that you're going to destroy it. So anything that you get that's giving you a problem, it ain't come from God and you did it bad. You chose something. Satan sent you something that looked like it was similar to what God would give you, but it wasn't from him.
Yeah.
In your faithfulness with God, that means, you're in constant relationship and conversation and dialogue with him. So you're going to be able to know what's for you and what's not for you, who's for you and who's not for you. That goes to faith. No more trust in me. I can't trust me. If I can't trust me, how am I gonna trust a person? How am I gonna trust another person? If my heart is most deceitful amongst all things, and I'll run myself, I'll deceive myself, what do I think another person is going to do?
Yeah.
All your faith, all your trust and faithfulness needs to go to God. Trust him. He says, I know the plans that I have for you. plans to prosper you, not bring you disaster, not to harm you. So if you're suffering harm, if you're suffering disaster, it ain't come from God.
Nope.
Because he says his plans is to prosper you, to give you a future and a hope, to give you an expected outcome that's good.
Well, I was reading this, and then I'm gonna throw this at you, then we're gonna wrap it up. But check this out. Trust in the Lord with all your heart. It said your heart, not your head. All your heart. And do not lean unto your own understanding. In all your ways, acknowledge him.
Can I add on to that one?
Huh?
Can I add on to that one?
Add it, my brother.
And then Jesus came back, and what he said, love the Lord God with all your heart, all your soul, all your mind, and all your strength. Your heart, your soul, your mind, and your strength. Because in the Old Testament, it left out the mind part. Because it's the mind where Satan plays and he does battle. In the Old Testament, it said, love the Lord with all your heart, with all your soul, and all your strength. Jesus came back in and he added your mind, because if you notice, the children of Israel, they left Egypt physically, but mentally, they were still back there. God needs your mind. That's why he's always saying, being renewed in the spirit of your mind. Concentrate and focus on things that are pure, that are righteous, that are good report. All of those things. He needs because your mind is without him having your mind, it doesn't matter whether you give him your lip service. Yeah. He said, you say your heart is mine. You give me lip service, but your heart is far from me.
Yeah.
I just wanted to boom on that. He's like, man, then he threw the mind in there that, hey, I need your mind above all things.
Wow. Well, people, I'm not going to try to trump that one because, if you really think about it, man, your mind, right? How's your mind? That right there, just that talks to your mind. See, if Jesus added the mind, then that tells you something, because he just said, isn't that beautiful? Daniel said, I didn't think of it this way. The children left. He gave, I'm going to take you to a better place. And what did he do? Their mind was still, no, I want to go back. I want to eat the leeks and onions and all. See that? And go back into slavery. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. He'll go back to slavery so they can have meat. You brought us out here to starve and to die in the desert. At least we had enough food. At the end of being beaten all day, we had enough food that we could be full. So you'd rather go back to that just so you could be full.
Oh man, boy, you crazy. See that it took that. I had to think one day. I done that so many times. I'll tell you what, I'd rather go back. That at least had some strawberry cake and some ice cream and this chitlins and ham pops. I'd rather go back to that.
But then she had you fighting a different man all the time. Just because she could cook. Just because she could cook, but then you got to be fighting a different dude all the time.
Then young man, ain't that something? See that man? We thought we weren't gonna go to the man thing. That's what we do. We be sitting there fighting. I'll go back to her. Because man, she sure can iron some clothes and hand pots and cornbread and all that. And pie is crazy.
Yeah.
We go back to that stuff, man. Even sex, well, I didn't try about 3 other women, but boy, she sure can do some wondrous things. I ain't get specific, see? And then we'll go back. We'll put her with all of that. Huh?
Just for a small thing. Here it is, God done took the people, yo, I'm taking you out of slavery. Then he had the Egyptians to give them all of their wealth. They ain't just leave slavery, they left slavery wealthy.
Yes. Did you say wealthy?
They left there wealthy. Yo, think about it. How wealthy could they have been when Moses went up to the mountain, he talking with Jesus, they're going to take their earrings and whatnot, and they can make a golden calf. They must have had a whole bunch of gold, man.
Man, I didn't even realize that, man. See what I'm saying?
Because that's not they ain't say that couldn't have been a little calf. That joint had to be big.
Yeah.
Think about how much gold they had to melt down to make a golden calf.
Man, I didn't think about that, man. That show you, Danny. I gotta hang around you. Because, man, all these days, I ain't lying, man. And I'm gonna preach too. I just thought, the gold was probably out there in the desert somewhere or something. You just said they left with it and they melt down stuff and they got golden calves and they talking crazy. And I want to go back. Man, how many times I'm telling you, man, you done blessed my soul. That's what we do. I want to go back.
Yeah. You can't even appreciate the bountiful blessing that he's giving you in the moment because you got a little inconvenience in traveling to the better destination that he has. It's a little inconvenience traveling to the better destination, but you're better than you were in that previous thing.
Oh man. Well, I'm in with this. Yeah, listen, man.
I'm done.
I'm done too, man. You know what, Daniel, I said, now listen, this here is sponsored by. I'm gonna start giving credence and reverence with you. Now, y'all see Constance Williams. She's a brilliant, Fulbright, Mensa. She's just off the chart. I'm telling you.
Shout out.
Yeah. She the one. This her.
Shout out to Miss Constance Woolard. Woolard. Can't say Woolard. Woolard.
I dated ghetto person. I said Woolard. Constance Woolard. And then you hear Dan say Woolard. Dan, thank you for putting that royalty on there like Woolard. And she just got another award for podcast. She's getting awards everywhere. I think she just got another award for what do you call it? Honorary doctorate and all that stuff. So,
yeah, I think it was something with mentorship, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, man, she getting all this stuff. But listen, I'm shout out for now. Every time we do Constance, thanks for giving this opportunity. And
definitely
presidential award this year. She got all that stuff. Now I'm gonna let y'all know right now. I got a certificate of training that was required by my job. I got that this year. I did. It was a requirement for my job. That's the only certificates I got this year. I ain't want. Now I'm gonna shout out to Daniel before we leave. Daniel he's sneaky, man. Daniel's the same way. Daniel, he got all this stuff going on, man. Shirts, t-shirts, and hats, and all. He got a apparel store and all that stuff, and he all on all these channels and all this stuff. And Daniel, man, is hot. And then again, it's me. I'm just glad to be in their presence, and I'm just letting y'all both know.
And we make this. It's the dynamic between us, bro. The dynamic between us. I couldn't do it alone, and you couldn't do it alone. It takes both of us to make this thing.
I just want to let you know that peasant over there on the left, he's a good guy. Thank you, Daniel, man. Thank you. I thank you, Daniel, for just having me. And Constance Woolard.
Constance Woolard. Appreciate. Thank you, really. Thank you for allowing us to have a platform along with you.
Yes. And Daniel J. I don't know what it is. It John or Jesse? I don't know what the J for, but
the J is just the J is. I told y'all the J is for Juggernaut.
Now, the next time we start off, I'm going to spell it for you. I'm going to spell it, and then we're going to start. Okay, Daddy? Now, we're going to sign out with that. Juggernaut. I got it. Nod. Love, peace, and happiness. Every 1975. I do know that one.
I remember that.
All right, man. We're going to sign off. God bless your hearts. Heaven's going to play.
Hello, everybody. I am Elle Cole from the blog cleverlychanging.com. I am a mom of twins, and I homeschooled my children for 7 years. For us, it was more than just the academics. It was really teaching our children about life and taking them through a lifestyle of homeschooling. So that's what we're going to talk about today. Reimagining education within the home.
So homeschooling, I mentioned that is a lifestyle. It's where you go beyond just book learning and you begin to integrate life in those academic lessons. So when you're teaching your children and you're homeschooling, the very first thing you need to know is that you are capable. Why are you capable? When you give birth to these children, you teach them how to walk. All of their first milestones are done within your present. So you are their first teachers. So to take it a step further and provide books and academic education is just to keep going and to continue what you've been doing this entire time. So, one thing that really stood out about reimagining homeschooling is to parallel that experience with teaching life skills. So, what do we mean? So, we have main subjects like social studies. So, when you're out with your friends and different types of people, you're teaching children about life, about social skills, about histories, because hopefully you have friends who are all different types of people. And when you invite them over for dinner and you spend time and you interact with them, your children are learning. They're learning about what life is. And so for me and my family, some of the life lessons that really stood out were just giving our kids an opportunity to learn home economics. I wasn't a kid that long ago, but when I was a kid, they had started to phase out home economics. And so by the time I went to college, I had some friends in school, roommates, who did not know how to wash clothes, who did not know how to cook food. They didn't know how to do a lot of things for themselves. And so one of the things that homeschooling allows you to do is to parallel the academic lessons and chores with home economics. And so that could be adding in sewing, adding in mechanical skills, adding in anything that we would typically do around the house that are considered like different domestic jobs, but teaching them, because you actually have to learn how to clean to do it properly. It's not something that just comes innately to everybody. And so homeschooling, it gives you an opportunity to really build and develop a well-rounded person. So that's what we love about teaching life skills. The next thing is personal finance. Now, all of us have bills. We may not all have a lot of bills, but all of us have bills. And homeschooling gives you an opportunity to allow those lessons about paying bills, about getting invoices, and if you're an entrepreneur as well, sending invoices. It really helps when you show your kids how those different things are taken care of. It gives your kids an opportunity to see real life personal finance in action, especially if you are a family that has a family budget, because a lot of homeschoolers often live on one income. And so the family has to learn how to budget properly so that all of the needs get met. So what are some personal finance lessons that have stood out in my house? So one of those lessons is budgeting. So we had a food budget, and so it was our job for our children to sit together and come up with the weekly food menu. So you can call it meal planning. You can just call it making your grocery list and finding out what you all are going to eat. But incorporating the children in that process, it helps to make sure that they get the types of food that they want and also learn nutrition. So when you're doing different lessons like feeding and meal planning, that you can incorporate health and also meal planning. With meal planning, you can also incorporate nutrition. And so those are lessons that will stay with your children for a lifetime, because the way that we are raised often is how we grow up, and it kind of sets the foundation for what our children's children will learn. And so we want to make sure that they have a good, solid foundation so that they know what well-rounded meals are, what a complete meal is, what a balanced meal is. And so it gives you an opportunity to kind of set that foundation in motion. Another thing that our children really had an opportunity to learn when it comes to personal finance is paying off your bills. For us, I think of our cars. My husband and I, we didn't want a car note, so we ended up saving our money and paying for our cars outright. And so that taught our kids that, hey, you don't have to pay month to month to kind of, have this car. You can buy it outright. And so it really taught our kids about saving, about just having that discipline, because a lot of learning and a lot of different lessons are all related to discipline. And so that's one of the personal finance lessons that we taught them. During the pandemic, my husband began to teach them different lessons about the stock market and how to grow your money and how to invest. And so we don't only want our kids to know how to pay their debts, we also want them to learn how to expand their money. So I think about the parable of the talents. And, I remember in the Bible, it talks about don't bury your talents. And so when we teach our kids about investing, that's teaching them how to develop a skill and have a talent so that they can grow. And when our children started to put money into the stock market with my husband's direction, they were able to pick stocks. They looked at what was going on in the world and what was going on. Which stocks should you contribute to because they are not affected by a global pandemic? And so it caused them to have opportunities to learn critical thinking and problem solving and to look at the world as a whole. And that's where you start to put application with academics. And those lessons, because you're using different parts of your brain to reinforce the lessons, they tend to stay with the children. And so teaching life skills through personal finance is something that homeschool really helps children learn. I don't know about you, but when I was young, I did not have personal finance classes with my family. I grew up in a single family home, and my mother often lived from paycheck to paycheck. So we didn't usually have a surplus each month. And so when I saw her habits and, all the things that we had to buy, and often we didn't have enough at the end of the month, I began to realize that when I became a mom or when I grew older, those aren't lessons that I wanted to keep myself. And so whether you're really good with personal finance or you're struggling along the way, your children will learn. And so in my case, I was able to learn, not necessarily in the best way, but I did take those lessons in seeing what not to do in a way that I was able to do better when I became a mom. And so one of the things that, you can do within homeschooling, and really you can do it even if you're not homeschooling, and that's give your kids an opportunity to grow the money that you give them with a bank account. You can make this an integral part of their lessons and of their academic experience in teaching. So you don't just have to talk about, paying your bills on time or balancing a checkbook. You can actually, in a homeschool setting, take your kids down to the bank, open up an account, and have them put real money into the account, watch it grow, and develop practical methods of learning and application that will stay with them into the future. The next lesson that I've noticed that we've really been able to teach our children is the lessons about negotiation. So my husband and I, we own a couple properties, and one of the things that we've been able to learn is when you have contractors come in to do work, you can negotiate with them. So that is something that our children have been able to learn firsthand. And what a wonderful skill to have, negotiation skills. And I gotta be honest with you, when my husband and I first bought our home, I was 24, he was 25. We were very young and we did not have those negotiation skills. They have had to develop over time. And as we learned, our children learned right alongside of us. And so we've had to bring in different contractors to fix different things. And so our kids were able to learn different questions to ask to really validate and make sure that that person, was insured, that they had a good understanding of what the scope of the work is and how to complete it, and that the deadlines were real and they were understood beforehand. And the amounts that needed to be paid were understood prior to the job being done. And these are critical lessons that can be shared with your child in a homeschool setting. That really makes the learning practical, and it's teaching life skills. That's what we want our children to have. The next thing about reimagining homeschool is that you can instill your personal values into your kids as you're teaching them. So when we think about homeschooling, we think about parents being right there alongside of their children every step of the way. But that's really not how it is for everyone. Homeschooling can look many different ways. There is no one way to homeschool. But regardless of whatever method that you choose, because there are different methods, some that come to mind are the classical method. Charlotte Mason comes to mind, Waldorf, and there are definitely others. I've considered myself an eclectic homeschooler because I like to take different lessons from different places and put them into our daily lesson to teach my children. So I consider myself an eclectic homeschooler. So in giving my kids those values, some of my values have been to make sure that I'm teaching my children to be kind to other people, to be compassionate. A lot of the work that I do as an entrepreneur involves advocating for others and advocacy. And it's something that I'm truly passionate about. So naturally, I share my passions with my children. And so in homeschooling, you are in the way that you interact with other people. That's one way to show your children your values. You can definitely talk to them about your values. And often we think about homeschooling. You may or may not be a Christian person, but sometimes there are homeschool curriculums that do have Christian concepts and books and things like that. And you can easily integrate those lessons in your homeschool. You can have your children learn verses and find different verses that may coincide and teach lessons outside of just those main memory verses. You can really go beyond just the memorization of it all and really make it more practical by providing ways that it comes up in daily life. So that's just one way to share your values. And another way is through faith. So some homeschoolers really believe in music and music education. So if you are a person who goes to church, you may have your children attend a church choir, participate in the choir and sing, and that may be one way that you allow your children to learn more about your faith by going to church. It could be through books. The beauty of homeschool, that really it's one of my favorite things about homeschooling, and that's the ability to be able to read what you want. I think reading is really just a skill that everybody should have. And while not all of us are readers, now we have different things like audiobooks that will allow us to read even though somebody else is reading to us. And so that gives us an opportunity to expand what we want to know. So for me as a homeschooler, I'm often busy and we have housework and different things that need to be done. So as a family, we can put on an audio book, and while we are doing the different chores and doing things around the house, we can still learn at the exact same time. And so it's really a way to help teach our kids how to multitask in a way that is feasible. Because in some ways, you literally can't do a whole lot of things all at once, but there are some things that you can do. And so that's one of the ways that you can incorporate faith. Another thing is integrity. Depending on where you live, your homeschooling experience will be a little bit different. I'm in the Maryland area, and they require us to keep a portfolio. And I think keeping that portfolio is a way of challenging yourself and a way of really incorporating integrity. Why do I say that? Because in our portfolio, we have to date the material, we have to grade the material, and so our children are watching us. So how are we being accountable to our state, accountable to ourselves, and accountable to each other? And it really, by keeping that portfolio, we're able to show that we have been true to our word, and we've been able to kind of have an outline. If you are, depending whether or not you're the mother or the father doing the primary part of educating the children, you can share that portfolio with your spouse or with your loved ones. You can show other people what your children are learning, how they've grown. And so for me, keeping a portfolio has been a way of validating our experience, because I'm able to look into the book and see tangible ways of how my children have matriculated. And so everybody's experience with that is going to be a little bit different. But for me, it was an experience of joy. Even though, I'm saying it was an experience of joy, but there were times when it was hard to get everything ready in time. I'm not saying that you're going to be perfect at it, but it does encourage you to plan beforehand, to have everything ready. So when it comes time to be accountable, you can be. The next thing is homeschooling allows you to teach your children about having a work ethic. Now, I'm mentioning work ethic because it's super important, especially for our youth today. Many homeschooling families often are entrepreneurs, but even when we are entrepreneurs, we're still accountable. We still have deadlines. And so often we are working around the clock. And so we have to learn how to have defined work hours, our work hours where we're also able to put our work life aside and also take care of our home life. So we're teaching children how to work and live at the same time. And for those of us who believe that self-care is important, I don't necessarily believe that we can really balance it all. So I'm not saying that within that work ethic and really trying to make money while homeschooling, trying to teach all of those different aspects, that we're able to do that and just move on without accountability, without balance. Because here's the thing, balance is kind of tricky. It's going to be different for every household. Now, for me and the way that I homeschooled in my house, we did not replicate what I was doing in public school when I was young, because that concept became entirely too overwhelming. to have everything done at a certain time and to move on as if I had a full classroom of kids and follow the curriculum to the T. We had to be a little bit more flexible with that. And so by learning how my children learn best and learning what types of information excites them that they are able to do on their own, it teaches self-sufficiency. And when you can really kind of go beyond the academic lesson and teach children more about self-sufficiency, where they're able to see you learning alongside of them and also working and teaching others, that's another way where you're really instilling different lessons about work ethic in your children. And so I think that's a very important part of homeschooling and really understanding the value of homeschooling. The next thing I want to talk about is self-directed learning. Self-directed learning is something that is very important in the homeschool because for many of us, we don't just want to throw information out there at our children. We want them to receive the information that they desire to learn. So what am I saying? I'm saying we want to know what our children's natural talents are. What are their skills? When we see that our children maybe is a great singer, we want to put them in singing lessons and help them expand that gift because they truly have gifts. Every child has a gift. And as homeschoolers, it is our job to unlock what those gifts are. And so homeschooling through self-directed learning gives your children an opportunity to do that. And you want to create personal learning goals. So teach your children how to have their own goals so that they can motivate themselves and be more self-sufficient. As your children grow, especially when they've been homeschooled for many years, as a parent, it shouldn't be getting harder. You know, you got to teach your kids self-sufficiency. And so I think that's just one of the lessons that you want to instill. The next thing is give your children an opportunity to provide feedback about their education and receive feedback about their education. Just like for us when we were on jobs, we want to be able to extend that same line of communication to our children so they have an input in what they're learning. Because what happens is when they have a say, often they take it more seriously and they're able to appreciate the experience more. The next thing is it will allow them the opportunity to take initiative. We are homeschooling parents, but we won't always be there right with our children. This year, for the first time, I sent my children to school, and it's been a great lesson of learning all of those lessons that I've instilled in them. I've been able to see how they're able to motivate themselves, how they're able to take initiative and go beyond just what the assignment is and learn more. And so even if you are looking to put your kid into school one day, remember that all of the lessons that you have been teaching them, and if you have been reimagining their education and getting them ready to love learning, then you are setting a foundation that will stay with them for a lifetime. So that is all. Remember to stay engaged, stay aware, stay in tune, and continue to grow alongside your kids.
How are you this evening? I hope you had a wonderful day. I am so glad that you're here. Welcome to Wisdom Tips. I'm your host, Dr. Connie Green, here today to give you some wisdom tips. Thank you so much for being here. Why don't you just share this broadcast right now to someone that I know they're going to want to hear this broadcast, because today, again, we're going to be talking, this is part 2. We're going to be talking about how to overcome offense. Have you been offended before? Yes, of course you have, because everybody has. But the Bible tells us that, if we live in this world, we're going to be offended. So get used to it. You're going to be offended, but we're going to give you some tips today to help you with getting over the shock and the fear and the frustration when you are offended, and not be embarrassed about everything. I've got a friend of mine that often always talk about she's embarrassed when somebody say something to her that she doesn't like, and she be feeling some kind of way. So that's nothing but offense. When you feel like that you have been, offended in those type of ways, that's exactly what you're feeling. So let's just jump on in, and we're going to talk about that today. This is going to be part 2, how to overcome offense. So again, I thank you so much for joining Wisdom Tips. You're in the right place. We're here to dive into profound transformational power of wisdom. And today we're going to be embarking on another subject that we talked about on last week. Again, we're going to be talking about how to overcome offense. And we're going to be talking about how to recognize Satan's tricks and to reveal his entrapments that he gives us. He has those entrapments that he set up for us, that we've been tricked, and before we know it, we've been offended. So we're going to look at some of those things again. We talked about it in part 1, but I want to kind of talk about it a little bit more so you can understand that when you get offended, a lot of times it's just a trap. Sometimes you don't even realize that you have been offended until you've gotten offended, and all of a sudden you wonder, how in the world did I get in this trap? Where did this come from? So we're going to talk a little bit about that. So stay with us here while I drop pearls of true wisdom, giving you the tools that you need to live a victorious life. Are you ready? Okay, let's go. All right, let's talk about the word offense. A word offense that I looked at, I looked at really one definition. I had several, but it was one that I really want to talk about, and that's the one that's in the Bible. If you look in Matthew chapter 18:7, it talks about offense. It talks about how offense would trigger us or trigger us about getting tricked, because all of a sudden, before we know it, you got trapped up. Just like when you're trying to kill an animal, maybe you're doing some hunting and you know how to do, know how to hunt. If you're hunting deer or a coon or whatever you're hunting, you've got to set a trap. And when you set that trap, a lot of times you have to be quiet. Sometimes you got to do it so the animal won't see what you're doing. And before you know it, bam, you're trapped. What Satan does is the same way. He gives us a bait. He puts a bait in front of us, just like an animal, and he waits for us to touch it, and then it triggers the trap. And the next thing you know, bam, we're in the trap. We're in the trap. We've gotten offended, and the devil is probably laughing at us because he did it before we even could stop to even think about what was happening to us. So beware of offense, because it can produce a lot of things in you emotionally that make you feel really upset, like hurt, anger, bitter, rage, jealousy, and even resentment. And sometimes it can break relationships up as well. You can have envy, hatred, bitterness toward people. And when you get those bad seeds that have come into us and we allow them to grow up, they become oak trees. And once they become oak trees, it's hard to get delivered from offense. So the best thing to do when you are offended, or somebody has offended you or did something to you to embarrass you, as my friend often say, I'm embarrassed. Basically, she was just offended. Then when you get like that, realize that, hey, I've got caught again. So in order, how can we stop from being caught by offense? Well, you can't stop it. I mean, it's life. The Bible said we was going to be offended, so you might as well get used to it. And when you get a trap, when you get in that trap and you get offended, just shake it off. Somebody ought to put in the comments, just shake it off, and don't get mad and don't stay there. And if you do get mad or angry, upset, don't stay there. Get yourself together, get your whole self together, and realize that, okay, that's just one thing that happened to me today that I got offended by, and I'm not going to lose the victory on. I'm going to keep on going. I'm going to lift up my head. So ye gates, be ye ever lifted up, you everlasting doors, and let what come in? Let the King of glory come in. to calm your spirit. All right. So when we allow those traps to come into our lives and we've been offended, there it can be a lot of consequences if we allow that seed to grow into that oak tree. You know, when you stay there and you get angry and you mad and you're always thinking about what the person did to you, then you know you will begin to be insulted about everything the person says. The person could come in and give you a compliment, but because you were offended by that person some time ago, could have been a week ago, several years ago, it doesn't matter. You would take offense to what she said if she said you had a nice outfit on. What she mean by that? You know, why she coming over here telling me I got a good outfit? She know what she did to me. So you would begin to be insulted about everything that person says. That's a bad seed. And then all of a sudden, then you're going to lash out and attack the person that has offended you for no reason at all. The person probably perhaps have even apologized to you, but you're so mad and you're so angry, you keep holding on to it. So then you begin to get a wound inside your spirit and your body. You get headaches. You know, you start having anxiety attacks and mad, and you know, you just don't even know why your stomach is hurting or you're having a headache. A lot of times we hold on to a lot of stuff that can cause those type of situations in our life, those emotional things that we get sometimes that we shouldn't even stay there as long as we do most of the time. So what I have learned to do when I have those emotional upsets or if I've been offended or anything somebody's done for me, you know, I just sometimes remove myself from the environment, go pray, get a scripture, shake it off and come back in. So that's what you need to do. Somebody need to say, I need to shake it off and then come back in and be present in the moment. Also, it can cause division in the church. It can cause division in your home. It can cause division among very close friends, even if they were your best friends. Or even if you got a relationship, it can cause those divisions and separation, even in a marriage, if you've been offended. You know, it causes broken relationships, basically. That's what I'm trying to say. And if you're, even if you have you been betrayed or anything like that, to stay there that long or for years and years and years, it's not hurting you because the other person has moved on with their life. And you're the one sick and got a headache and blood pressure is all up, right? So get over it. And if we stay there too, according to scriptures, we can backslide, you know, because what you're doing, you're holding on to bitterness. And the Bible said that we shouldn't hold on to bitterness. We should love, we should forgive. So if you're holding on to holding on to that, then you can cause yourself to backslide, I would say, at first emotionally. And then when you start listening to your heart and your mind, then you're going to start tipping out doing stuff you know you don't have no business doing. Okay. So we're talking about how to get over, to be overcome, how to overcome when we're offended. So if you know somebody that needs to hear this, please share this broadcast, because we got some powerful wisdom tips that we're going to share with you in just a few minutes. Oftentimes when we get offended, we are blind by the trap. Blind bad. Blind can put in the trap. You blind bad. You don't even realize that you trapped. So sometimes we just be mad and we upset about something. You get up on the wrong side of the bed and you don't even know why you're mad. That's what I'm talking about. If you look back in a few weeks or a few days ago or a month ago and realize and think about what's going on in your spirit, and you realize some things that's been happening and going on and you've been holding it in, 9 times out of 10, you've been offended. So when we hold on to stuff, whether it's offense or betrayal, or somebody didn't give me a raise on my job, you know, I've been working here a long time, you know, you're getting offended about every little thing. You know, if somebody say, you know, girl, you're getting a little fat, or I can tell you gaining weight, then you upset, you probably upset for a long time, right? So, but we got to learn how to forgive that, because we don't want to be caught in the trap and don't even know why you have been offended. Getting up on the wrong side of the bed, don't even know why. Have you ever been with somebody and they come to work, whether it's your work or a family member, and they just get up in the morning just hollering and screaming and just acting crazy? 9 times out of 10, they've been offended or they got something that they're worried about. And so don't get in the trap. The best way to avoid offense is to go to a scripture that I always go to when I feel like I'm getting ready to get offended. And because sometimes you can kind of tell when you're getting ready to be offended, because they say little things to you, a little bit here, a little bit there, but they don't just come out all the way and say what they got to say. That's when you know it's something that's on that person's mind that they want to tell you, but they haven't told you. And if they did tell you, they think you're going to get offended. So when you get in that situation right now, and the way to avoid that is to go to a scripture that I want to share with you, which is one of the reasons why I'm having this series, and I wanted to talk about it. There's many scriptures in about being offended, but this one really helps me when I get into a situation where I feel like I'm been offended, and I need to get myself together, all the way together. Then I'll go back to this scripture, and it's in Psalms chapter 119. Verse 165. Again, that's Psalms 119, division of Psalms, 165. I'm sorry, getting ready to count some money on these scriptures. But yeah, go back to that, because it says, great peace have they which love thy law, and nothing should offend them. Great peace have they that love thy law, which means the word of God, and nothing should offend them. In other words, this verse highlights the profound peace that comes to those who have a deep love for God's word and the teaching of God. When you really love God's word and you know his word, you'll remember scriptures like that when you get offended. Great peace have there. You have peace. You won't let somebody just mess your mindset up because they said something you didn't like. Because you can go back into the word of God where it says forgive, it says love, it tells us not to be offended and all of those type of things, because you know the word of God, because you love the word of God. So people that love the word of God, that's easily forgive easily, are those that has deep love for God and his word and his teaching and the word of God, and has a wonderful relationship with God. So that's where we all need to be. Are you ready to be there? I don't know about you, but I am. And oh my goodness, it's break time. So when we come back and we return from this program that we're going to see, or should I say advertisements that are going to be coming in, and we got a little clip we're going to show you as well. We're going to share with you the wisdom tips that's going to really help you. So, please stay with us. If you're with us, don't leave us. Share this broadcast with someone. Tell a friend. Get on the phone. Share. It's going to be a blessing. And when we come back, we're going to share with you the wisdom tips for this evening. God bless you. I'll see you.
Hello, everybody. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, and I want to share with you about CTR Media Network. Have you heard? CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting with over 30 plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 plus countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms. We have featured over 1,000 guests. What we specialize in is helping business owners, entrepreneurs, coaches, and fellow podcasters expand their visibility on our platform. We're all about positioning with visibility, connections, and teaching you how to monetize what you do. Let me tell you something. If you're a business owner, we have sponsorships opportunities. We have commercial slots. We also have opportunities for you to be a featured guest on any of our shows. So what are you waiting for? CTR Media Network is who we are, and this is where you need to be. So go to ctrmedianetwork.com and click our store feature so that you can see which opportunity fits your life and your budget so that we can get started working with you today.
Welcome back, everyone. We have been discussing how to have wisdom to overcome offense. If you're just joining us, welcome back. We're going to give you 7 steps on how to avoid being offended based on scripture. So you might need to take some notes. There are going to be some very great wisdom tips that's going to really help you when you get offended. Okay, let's go. Tip number 1, embrace God's word. Embrace God's word. Begin to build yourself up in the word of God. It develops you. It gives you genuine love for God's word and teaching. When you start studying the word of God, you begin to love God's word, and you begin to love people that teach the word of God. It's like eating food, healthy food, not junk food, but healthy food to keep you going, to keep you strong, to keep you to bounce back from setbacks. And when somebody offends you, to forgive them immediately, and just go ahead and do that, and be happy about doing it. And if you have never done that before, try to dive into the Bible and study it and let its principles guide your life. And then when you do that, it gives you a strong foundation of God's word, and it's essential to maintaining peace. So when we get into the word of God, that's why if I get offended, like the first thing I do is remove myself and I go pray and I read a scripture, and it calms me down and it gives me peace, because I know that the battle is not mine. It belongs to the Lord. And once you realize that, you won't be worrying about some of the stuff that you're worrying about. Okay. Tip number 2, cultivate a spirit of love. Cultivate it. Build it upon it. Keep trying to do it. Love, do things, do good works for people, and begin to ask God to help you love. And he will certainly help you love. Love is a central theme in the Bible. And it is through love that we can avoid being easily offended. Because when you love somebody, people that we really, really love, they can say anything to us and we won't get offended. We might laugh about it and we just shake it off and we just keep on going because we love that person. We know that that person loves us. So once you begin to love people truly, it would help you to avoid from being offended. When you love and you say, well, she must be having a bad day. I know she really didn't mean that. When you really love it, you'll let it go. And then you'll be able to extend your love and to understand others. And even when their words cut you, even when their words and their actions hurt you, you'll still love them. Isn't that amazing? Tip number 3, forgive freely. We talked about that earlier. I can't say that enough. Forgive freely. Why? Because forgiveness is powerful. It's a powerful tool for avoiding offense. Because when you get offended, like I said earlier, just bounce back from that setback. Remove yourself. Don't stand there and argue with the person, be mad and upset. Don't act ugly. Just remove yourself. Avoid the offense. When somebody wrongs you, choose to forgive them immediately. And remember that forgiveness is not condoning the behavior, the wrong that was done to you. But forgiveness releases the person. It releases the person from, it releases them from holding stuff over their head. And so if you do it quick and easy and not let it grow up like an oak tree, then it'll happen really easy and quick. But if you keep it in your spirit and you refuse to forgive, then that thing is going to be hard to break. And you don't want to get in that predicament because you're going to be a better person. Tip number 4, practice patience. Sometimes, dear hearts, we just got to be patient with people. You know, some people, you know, they're not going to never change. So you're going to have to just be patient with them and love them anyway. Patience can help you navigate through situations that might otherwise provoke offense. Because, you know, if somebody offend you, you want to offend, you want to what? They may provoke you to offend them in a harder way. Because, you know, you got some people out here that, you know, they just good at offending people. What can I say? They'll just cut you up. You know, so if you ain't the kind that know how to do that, how to cut folk up, it's best that you don't say nothing at all. So give people the benefit of the doubt and allow room for misunderstanding to be clarified. Because sometimes when we misunderstand people, when they offend us, we may have misunderstood them. If somebody say, well, you know, it looked like you gained a little weight, they might have not meant nothing about it. But in your mind, that was terrible. How could she say that? She fat herself. And then you just going on and on and on. Then you start digging up her life and what she looked like and what you don't think she should be doing. So, you know, don't do that. Because once you do that, all that stuff we talked about earlier, it's going to pop up in your spirit. And it's going to be hard to close those doors. Tip number 5, maintain humility. Be humble. Have a humble heart. Be less prone to offense. Recognize that you too have faults and you too have done things to people. So be a type of person that forgives. God forgave us. And if he forgave us and some of the stuff we did, you should have no problem with forgetting anybody. Now, you may be saying, I don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what they did to me. No, I don't know what they did to you. I don't know what mama and dad and brother and sister and auntie this did to you. But one thing I do know, you can't hold on to that for the rest of your life. You got to let it go, because if you don't, you're going to be a sick person mentally, physically, and psychologically. So let it go. Okay. This perspective can help you respond to offense with grace and mercy, just like God gave us, and humility. Well, dear hearts, thank you so much for joining us here on Wisdom Tips. I'm so excited that you joined us, and I hope you got something out of us. Join us every Thursday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on this channel, YouTube, CTR Media Network, Facebook, Spotify, and other platforms. And be sure to like and subscribe this channel and click the notification button so you will know when we have new content coming in. And tell a friend. And always remember, we ain't got no time for tears and fears, because we're too blessed to be stressed. And also because wisdom is a principal thing, and all that get an understanding so you can live a victorious life. Love you guys. I'll see you next week.
Let's talk about it. Talk about it. Pour up a cup and vibe. And I don't hear the sound.
3, 2, 1.
Talk about it. Let's talk about it. Talk about it. Pour up a cup and vibe on. Boss Lady Star is on. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
You are now tuned in to Boss Lady Star.
So that's my intro. Like I said, you guys will see the intro on YouTube. You will see the intro on Twitter, and you will see the intro on Facebook. I'm really not a Facebook person, but hey, we on there doing our stream, and our live from there. So welcome to season 2, episode 3. And I'm gonna have some people in today coming to share their opinions about wants and needs in a relationship. So hello, people. Thank you guys for joining. Everybody that's on Twitter and Facebook and YouTube, welcome. We are streaming live from TikTok. So if you do not have a TikTok account, I suggest you get one. But we are going to be moving over to StreamYard eventually because it's just a more functional stream for everybody else. So, and then TikTok will like to play nice, so I can't get their code onto that system so that they can stream from all at one time. And that's what I was trying to do originally. But hey, it is what it is. Hey, what's going on? Make sure you drive safe. Thank you guys, everybody that's joining in. So we're going to get started. And if you guys want to join in the conversation, you can either comment or you can just you don't have to raise your hand. You can just do the invite. As long as I see you're coming in, to have a conversation with us about relationships. And today's topic is wants versus needs. If you're able to come in and talk about that topic, then feel free to go ahead and come in for that. Other than that, we're not talking about nothing else. We're not doing no battles or anything like that. Everybody wants to come on and battle. I'm like, no, this is not the time. That's not what we're doing right now. So today we're talking about wants and needs. And basically what people want out of a relationship and what they need out of a relationship. And that's something that you communicate with your partner. And a lot of people don't do that. They just think that, we've been in relationships before, you've dealt with somebody, but everybody's different. So you have to figure out what your partner wants and what they need. And at the same time, you have to figure out their wants and needs. And it's not always equal. And it could change on a day-to-day basis. Not saying that somebody, because if they flip like that, well, you might want to consider that relationship. But not on a daily change. But at the same time, if there's something that they're needing from you, whether it's emotions, whether it's, a hug, a kiss on the cheek, or, telling them they did a great job that day, whatever it is they're looking for, either spouse, girlfriend, a live-in, whatever. If it's a relationship that you have with somebody, you need to find out exactly what it is they're looking for. And I think that's important. Knowing what your partner wants, that can be something that can go on forever as far as trying to figure out their day-to-day or trying to figure out their long-term, what they're looking for. So it's important, very important, that you find out. And you do that how? By communicating. So I want people to come in and tell me what you think is important as far as a want or a need in a relationship. Some people like holding hands. I think it's too hot to hold hands for most part. Especially outside, not being inside. Okay, we can hold hands or cuddle or whatever. PDA, that was something that somebody said last week. They were saying public display of affection. Some people like that, some people don't. I definitely like PDA, but don't be sitting around, walking around squeezing on my booty. I mean, my booty ain't that this big, but still, I don't want you all rubbing on my butt. Like, you can do that at the house. You know what I'm saying? So we ain't got to do that out and about. You don't have to do it like that. But like I said, you have to figure out what your partner wants and what they need. Another thing that's talked about a lot is the topic of sex. So people say, oh, well, I want it every single day. Some people just want it once a week. Some people want it once a month. That might be the case too. You have to have that conversation with your mate. Me, I can go 7 days, hey, but it's not about what I want. They might be like, hey, I can't do 7 days. And I have to respect that. So you have to talk to your partner and find out what they want and what they need, what they're looking for. And that's very important, very important to have that discussion, because you don't want to be the person that is, thank you for sharing the live. I appreciate it, Kat. And whenever you're ready to jump in, let me know. Like I said, if you guys want to chime in on the conversation, I want to just be talking about myself. I prefer to have more people discussing wants and needs in relationships. So feel free just to do the invite. Anybody that's in the comments, if you guys want to come in and talk about it and have your own opinion about wants and needs in relationships, make sure you guys just jump in and we can talk about it. We can definitely talk about it. So let me know some of the wants and the needs in your relationships. What are you guys looking for? That's cool. If you can't, that's fine. You can join us next time. I'll be here every Saturday at 6. I'm going to start doing one Saturday a month because I'm going to be doing events. But thank you, Patra. I appreciate it. But other than that, we're definitely going to be focusing on the topic today. So tell me, guys, some of your wants and some of your needs in our relationship. Some of the things that you want. So A want and a need is different. Of course, everybody knows that. We're all adults. We understand that you can't get everything you want, and you might not get everything you need half the time, but you just kind of make it work. You know, you kind of go with the flow. Communication, yes, that's a big one. Everybody likes that one. Everybody likes communication in a relationship. That's very important, to have open dialogue with your partner, and being clear about it. Don't lie about stuff. You know, like last week we were talking about friends and exes. So if you have new, like Drake said, no new friends, no new friends. If you have new friends, let your partner know, hey, I have a new friend. You know, I want you to know who this person is, so they're not sidetracked or sideswiped, and you're having this friendship with somebody that your spouse or relationship or friend or lover or whatever, they don't know nothing about this other person, and you have a full friendship with them, they have no clue who that person is. That can ruin a relationship, because you're actually having a secret relationship. You know, even though it's a friendship, why can't you just tell your friend who that person is, your loved one or whoever it is, who that person is? You know, so I think that's very important. Communication is definitely a big thing. What's up? We got Cash in the building. Hey, Cash. Okay, no problem, no problem. But yeah, so communication is definitely important when it comes to a want, and I think that's definitely a need. So it's definitely needed in a relationship to have a communication. I feel being friends with your ex when you're in a whole relationship is wild. It could be wild. I mean, it depends on what kind of friendship you have. You know, what kind of friendship you started with and how it ended. So it really depends on your friendship. Hey, what's going on, Brown Eyes? How are you? So yeah, we talked about friends and exes last week. That was actually a really good episode. You know, some people are like, I totally disagree. I can't be friends with my exes. They're exes for a reason. And then there's people that have, you know, friendships with their ex because of it was a good breakup. And I don't know if people understand there are such things as good breakups. So it doesn't have to be negative, like, oh, I don't like this person, I don't want to have nothing to do with this person. You can break up and still be cordial. Especially if the kids are involved. If kids are involved, it's best to stay friends at least be cordial. You know, you gotta be like best of friends. Hey, girl, hey. You ain't gotta be best of friends, but I think it is important to have some type of friendship, because you don't want to just throw it out the window, especially if it was, you know, a decent relationship. So welcome in, and we're gonna welcome in Miss Cash. How are you today? Thank you. Good, lucky for you, bro. I need sleep. I'm running on fumes right now. I promise you. Up all night last night, and then up first thing this morning. You know, I do not do mornings. I'm like, oh, what am I doing? I tried to take a power nap. I almost couldn't wake up for the live. it's just. I was like, kept pushing the snooze, but I was like, okay, let me go ahead and get up so I can get started. So you tell me some of your wants and needs. What do you think is important as far as wants and needs in relationships?
So I want to go back just a second, because you were talking about the relationship with exes and everything.
Yeah, that was last week's. Yeah, last week's. It was good. It was good.
I missed that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
Thank you, very nice. But I think it's also like it's very critical that you had good relationship with your ex. Now, like for my ex, it was so many years, double-digit years, right?
Okay.
So we have a really good relationship. And I'm gonna bring it to today is because we're talking about wants and needs.
Right.
So now I know what I needed in the marriage, in the relationship. You know?
Speak on it.
But yes, I know what I need versus the things that I want. You know, a need is something. See, this is the thing. A lot of people say, "No, I need them to want me."
Right.
But I can want you, but you can disappear from me.
Absolutely.
You know? I need is like I need you in my life. This is like for eternity type of thing.
Right.
And, you know, people get scared when you start talking about relationships and things like that. But that's exactly the reason why I have not tied in all the way with somebody because of that. You know?
Wait, you haven't tied in because of the fear? Or you haven't tied? Well, you haven't. Wait, cut on. You made a statement, but I'm trying to get clarity.
I have not tied in all the way because people don't understand the difference between that. The need and the want.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I need, and for me, I need to be friends.
Right.
Oh my God.
Right.
I'm talking about best friends. I'm talking about I can talk to them about anything.
Everything. Yeah.
All of that gotta be there.
Right.
And so many like people try to talk to me, right?
Right.
It's okay. I'm good with that because I don't jump out there with them.
Right.
They jump up there with me. I want to be friends first.
Right, absolutely.
I always talk about this. I think I talk about this probably in every life. So don't try to jump underneath of me, you know, before you can even get to know the essence of it.
Okay. Yes, honey. Yes. I like what you said too, Christian. You said you could want somebody but not need them. Absolutely. Absolutely. You can want somebody but not need them. And that is true. That's a good point that you made too, Cash, because you know, it's so quick. People are so quick to make that move and want to, you know, slide in. Especially like, you know, people nowadays, they just feel so bold. I think that during that time of COVID, when everybody was locked in and they had nowhere else to go and they was like, you know, sheltered and they couldn't really get out, and then they started going more to social media. There's so many people that are either in unhappy relationships or whatever with their spouse or their significant other, and then they're still reaching out to these online people because they get a good feeling of being wanted from them, you know. So, and it's not real, but you know, they be living on it though. They be living on it. So yeah, it's very important. Hey, Roberta Anthony, how are you? It's very important to have the realistic side of things and know that, okay, this is the relationship that I want and this is what I'm looking for. And like I said, it goes back to communication. You have to be able to sit down with that person and say, hey, this is what I'm looking for from you. And sometimes it's a difficult conversation.
I think, Kristen, you might be right in the generation. They don't want to really commit. They
Right.
want to do them inside of a relationship. That's
Right.
not the
Right.
say.
It is that.
I say it.
Right.
I ain't judging them. I'm at the point where if you want to be in a multiple relationship with someone, do what you do.
Right. Right.
I just want the one
For you. Right.
One.
Yeah, people need to be honest about what they want. Absolutely. And they, you know, so that's the thing when I was going back to the COVID time frame, because they can be very honest with you, especially these online relationships. They can be very honest with you, but they honest to a certain extent because they ain't telling you everything, you know. So, and that's where it gets confusing because they're telling you what you want to hear or what you think. They're telling you what they think you want to hear, but it might not be something that you need to hear. Right.
I need you to be straightforward with me. Give it to me, bro, because I'm gonna give it back to you like that. Like,
right.
I'm gonna let you know. If you're not ready for the answer, don't ask the question.
Absolutely.
And respectfully, I'm not
right.
really disrespectful in my delivery, but at the same time, you gotta communicate with me.
Right.
Ask questions if you're curious about something. Ask.
Absolutely. Yeah. Somebody said, he said the thing. Christian said, that's the thing. Tough people. Oh, that's the thing though. Tough people aren't playing skinny games. I guess for people play skinny games, got it. Don't give your representative exactly. That's exactly what it boils down to. And like I said, it happens a lot, especially with online. You know, I'm a people person. I like to get out. I like to mix. I like to mingle. I speak to pretty much everybody. I don't care what they look like, what they don't. You know, if they purple, blue, green, whatever, it doesn't matter to me. I can speak to pretty much any person and say, hey, how you doing? You know, and I'm not trying to flirt with them or talk to them. I'm just having a conversation. However, you know, when it's online, that's why I usually keep my DMs off because it's like they're sliding in for the wrong reasons. You know, oh, I seen that video you did. Okay, I do a lot of stuff. I do a lot of comedy. I do a lot of joking. I do a lot of playing. And I do a lot of stuff that's real too. But you're not going to get to know that off the rip. You know, you have to be able to communicate with me and talk to me. And then you'll get to know the other side of Boss Lady. But and then that representative, they're across the board, huh?
Online dating for words. You know, a lot of people person date online. Like I have never been on a dating site. Let me say that.
Right.
You know, I've met people on TikTok. You know, so to speak. But no.
Right. Omission is lying. People are leaving things out that you need to know before. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that becomes that whole want and need thing. It's like, okay. You know, I want the truth. And like Cash said, she said it very clearly, like speak on it, like tell me exactly what's what. If I'm asking a question, I want the honest answer. Don't keep telling me no. If I'm asking if you're married and you like, nah, I'm not, but you really are, come on now. And then I find out later, then I really can't trust you going forward because you lied. And I'm gonna remember that. So yeah, and then you don't have to, that's the thing, you don't have to lie about things. Like I want the honest truth. You know, I might still decide to mess with you. That's just my decision. But at the same time, I want the truth. Don't sugarcoat it for me. But yeah, it's like the one thing. I want to be able to communicate, like you said, openly with my partner and be like, hey, I had a great day, or I had a horrible day, or hey, this is what I would like to try, something new, some new food spot, whatever it may be. It could be something small, or it could be something major, but at the same time, I want to be able to be open enough to have that relationship and talk to whoever I'm with. People these days be lying about the most. Exactly. And see, that's the problem too in relationships is if I find out that my spouse or my boyfriend or whomever I'm with, or whoever I'm dating at the time, could be a fly on the wall, whoever I'm dating, and if they lie about the littlest thing, then I'm constantly thinking like, what they lying about is bigger.
Something serious, they definitely gonna lie about it. They lie about something small that you don't even have to lie about.
Right. And like, why did you say such and such? And it was such and such. Oh, well, what I meant to. Okay, don't even worry about it. I'll be like, check, right? I'll be like, yes.
That's not what you said when we talked about 2 weeks ago.
Right.
You still didn't get there because you told me something different.
Right. Yeah. So don't get caught up in what you're saying and doing, because that's two different things too. People want to say one thing and do something totally different. That just makes me look at you sideways. I don't care who it is, especially if I'm dating you. But if it's like, even if it's what comes to friends, I'll be looking like, oh, they moving different. Oh, okay. Wait.
You have no reason to lie.
Right. Absolutely none. So I was like, when I check them, I'll be like, okay. Because that's another type of friendship, another type of relationship is a friendship, For me to tell everything up front so there won't be no surprises later. Absolutely. That's true too. Yeah, if you tell everything up front. But it doesn't always come out like that, You can sit down and give a full interview, and then there's like, okay, there's stuff you just didn't say. And there's stuff you didn't.
I want you to gradually learn me, because if I give you too much of me,
overload.
It's gonna fizzle. You ain't gonna remember.
Right.
We need to gradually get into this thing.
Right.
And that's part of the problem. You don't want to do that no more.
They just want to throw everything out here. Throw it at you. Here's everything. You be like, okay. Right. You're like, okay, let me start with this appetizer. We're gonna get to that course. Right. But okay, so that's like more of the needing side, is like needing that commitment. And then what are some specific wants, like on your side? What are some things that you think about as far as relationships that you want out of a relationship?
And I want that. Okay, so
not necessarily a need.
Yeah, I desire, but I can live without it.
Right.
All right. I desire to have walks in the park. I love walks in the park. Maybe it's mushy to some people. I love it. I don't mind holding hands. And granted, if it's too hot, it's like, have hands, a little clammy.
Right.
Okay.
Get after you.
I want somebody just to enjoy the water, the beach,
the
sound with me. I want somebody just to enjoy music with me. I mean, I want them to do that. I can do it myself.
Right.
But I desire to do that with someone else.
Okay. Like, y'all better pay attention over there. I'll be over there. Right, just enjoying life together. That's true too. But you got to figure out what your enjoyment of life is, because your enjoyment of life and your partner's enjoyment of life might be two different things. So it's definitely the point of wanting to know or getting to know what your partner wants, out of life. You might be like, okay, just coming home every day, paying bills, and get a little something once a week. And that might be there. Right, they can tell that.
I need just a little more. And you push them to that. You don't have to force it, but slowly, gradually. And if they don't catch on, you communicate it.
Right.
But still, if they don't catch on, it's something else.
Absolutely. Yeah. So wants for me, I think my wants and my needs, they kind of like rub hand in hand, but at the same time, wants for me is mainly communication. It's a want, but it's definitely needed. And I want clear communication, because I could talk all day. We could talk for days on end, months on out, but if we ain't talking about nothing, what's the point in talking? We need to talk about some definitions of what we're doing and where we're going. Looking at the future. I love to sit there and talk to my mate about, okay, what we doing? I like to plan things out. What we doing in a couple of months? What we doing next week? Some people like to live day to day. I can live day to day on some wake up, go to sleep. But as far as like relationship, no, I can't do that. I need some kind of structure. I need some structure.
Another thing is what I need check-ins. Because the same way you felt about me in the beginning,
right,
to the middle, to close to
where
we're going, you got to check in, because you got to know, are we still on the same page?
Right.
Thought process change?
Hasn't, yeah. Have anything changed? Right.
We still here because, you know, I did check-ins because I was like that.
Right. Right.
I was dating somebody, and they were cool in the beginning, and then I did a check-in probably about 6 months in, 8 months in. I was like, you know, respectfully, I really like you.
I can see that too. I can see that. But it's being honest. Yeah, they call it a temperature check, a temp check. Yeah, so it's definitely important to do those. You know, she said about 6 months to 8 months, and she was like, "Look, it be like that sometimes, though. It do be like that sometimes." So yeah, but reassurance, you're absolutely right, Christian. Reassurance is important. Yeah. She's like, oh, hold up.
You know what my reassurance is? My reassurance is that if he with me, I don't care if it's a room full of beautiful women. He only see me up in that.
Right.
Okay? He see all these beautiful women, but it's not like that. And I might say, oh, look at her over there. Then you can go over here and look at a couple, you know, glance at her or whatever.
Right.
But hey. But I wanted him to see me.
Right.
See me, not everybody.
Right.
Even though it's other beautiful women out here, we know that. Like it's other attractive, handsome men.
Right. So as quick as I am to point out a female, I'll point out a male too. What's going on, Top Dog? I'll sit there and be like, you know, hey, oh look, that gentleman has on a nice outfit. He has a nice beard. You know, he's trimmed up, looking good. I'll do that. I'll go across the board. Oh yeah, she has some beautiful, huge boobs. You know what I'm saying? I'll point it out. Right. They're like, oh yeah, boobs. Exactly. So I'm like, to me, it's like, you know, you can have those conversations with, you know, the person that you're with. You can have those conversations, and you do understand that you guys are having like more of an open relationship as far as talking. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about, just as far as communication goes. So if you can sit there and you can have that with your partner, you're like, you winning, you know, you're winning. So it doesn't matter what kind of area you're in, what kind of atmosphere, you're always in it. You know what I'm saying? Thank y'all. We appreciate it. Appreciate it. But yeah, so yeah, like I think that's very important, just to make sure that your partner knows what you want and that your partner knows exactly what you're looking for. And things do change. So like you said, doing a tip check from 6 to 8 months.
So I always say that, right? So I was talking to somebody, right, trying to get to know them.
Right.
So to me, the vibe was just it could have been me, but the vibe was just going in another direction. I was like, I'm just checking in with me. Why would you check in with me? I don't do that with you checking in with me. You ain't no probation officer or something. I'm like, wow. Yeah, I never talked to him, but I'm just saying.
Right. Right. It's just like I never talked to him again. But yeah, that's definitely a no-no right there. Hey, good afternoon. Welcome in. Yeah, that's too funny. I try to not be nitpick, and I try not to go back and forth and do tit for tat. I try my best not to do that, especially in relationships, because I'm at that what they say when you get older. I'm at that age. Right. So I'm like, hey, boss hall. So I'm at that point in my life right now. I don't have time to put, because then it's just taking too much of my time trying to get back at you every time you do something. You know what I'm saying? So we call it okay, exactly. I call it the exit sign. Definitely exit sign. But yeah, if I start noticing that I feel like I have to constantly get back in, then that's definitely a go. I'm like, yeah, you out. You out. Right. It's like, you out. Thank you, appreciate it. Right. It's like, you know, we sat there, we had this great vibe, everything was going in the right place, but then all of a sudden you went to the left. Like, what's going on? You know, so so like I said, it's very important to have those discussions as far as wants and needs. Okay, let me see. Triple P is trying to get in. I know she was driving before, but she might not be now. But yeah, so I think that's very important to be able to let somebody know. And like, you know, you have to have that conversation, especially so when people are too quick to want to move in. That's my fear now. Hey, yeah, when they trying to move in, I'm like, we barely know each other, and you trying to just move in. Hold on, wait a minute. Let's have some conversations. Let's have some. Right. So sleepovers or something. Like, look, we can't just go straight into you moving in, because you moving in, you're gonna be kicked out. I'm like, you have to have a place to go. Right.
Right. Yeah. So, so give us where you at? You at work? Oh. Oh, okay. Well, happy birthday, grandson. Happy birthday, grand. Oh, look at you. Look at she too happy. Another Leo. Ain't nothing wrong with that. So, okay, give us a breakdown real quick of your wants and needs. I'm about to go to a commercial break in 1 second. Right. Right. Absolutely. Right. 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 Let me pause you for 1 second. I know you like right in the middle because I'm trying to do it at 6:30 every single time. I'm gonna play this 30-second commercial real quick. You guys are not gonna see it on this screen, but they're gonna see it over here on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. You can go ahead and push play on there. But then you don't. Yeah, just click on that.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
All right, so if you guys didn't hear that, it's ctrmedianetwork.com. Make sure you guys go check them out, especially podcasters. If you have a podcast, you're trying to promote a podcast, check out ctrmedia.com. Let them know Boss Lady sent you. Those are my peoples over there. But yeah, I'm definitely on their network. My podcast is with them, and they've helped me push that across many different platforms as far as podcasting goes. So I'm in your ear. Anything that's social media related as far as podcasting, you definitely find Broadcast with Boss Lady Star there. Yeah, we're good. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. So I'm gonna wait till Cash. Well, we could keep going because you said you're gonna give your report as far as your wants and then your needs. What are your needs? Do you have any specific things as far as needs go? I know you gotta get in with the babies. Mm-hmm. I need that attention. Yeah, that's important to me. Don't be all about your homies, your friends, or even if you just sit there, baby, come over, rub on it, let me know that I'm here. I don't mind doing that. I like the DJ. I don't need it, but do it here and there. Basically, show me that you love me. Show me that you see me. I know just, okay, well, I'm over here and you over there and everything about it. And why is you here and why am I here? Right. Yeah, that's true too.
So men don't easily talk much. That's true.
Right. So that might be an issue. That's a deal breaker. Yeah, that is true. That is a good topic. I mean, a good point to make as far as men don't talk much. And I think that if you're, I don't know, to me, you're absolutely right. And I can't say from a male's point of view, but I can say this: if you're that person's person, they're gonna talk to you. I think
it's going to take some time
right.
to dig into that.
They might not jump straight out there, but when they're comfortable with you and you built that, that comfort zone for each other, not just one-sided, but that comfort zone for each other, I think that's when most people feel comfortable enough to talk. So whether it's your mate, if that's that person for you, they're gonna open up and they're gonna share. They'll cry with you, you know what I'm saying? And then they're gonna give you, their feelings and open up and be honest with you about everything and anything because they don't have nothing to hide. Like Cash said in the beginning, you don't have nothing to hide. So yeah, instead of holding stuff back, I think it's very important to have that. Our communication is not really dialogue. tell you by our actions. That's not always good, but I mean, it happens like that sometimes. It does happen like that.
Yeah, actions do speak louder than words. You know, you got to speak louder than words. Because we ain't mind readers. You know, you might lose some weight. It might, you know, it might be one of the days. You might be weighing the cigarette. Like, but they got an attitude.
Right. Hi, Trina. How are you? Yeah, that's true.
They might be going through something you just don't know. You know, those mouths don't get fed.
Right. That's true.
You know, men are more. Some men. Let me just say this. Some men are more doers. Like he's saying, his
right.
actions and about that's the way he communicates.
Right.
That's his love language, you know.
Right.
By action, by doing. But the question is, can you deal with that?
Right.
Know? Because some women need a man that's really clingy on them and with them all the time. Like that's not me.
Right.
You
right.
Like that, you know. So can you deal with that? Because it's all facets of us, you know, men and women.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. He said talking is a sign of weakness in our minds.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I mean, that's an interesting point.
Right, very interesting. As far as I've never seen it like that, but I've never actually had somebody say that, you know, that they look at it as a sign of weakness. So that's the first time I'm hearing. And you know, there's probably a lot of people that do feel like that out there, but I've never heard or read it or, you know, heard somebody say that before. But that is interesting. It feels like whining about issues. Okay, I get that. I can understand. Right. Right. I'm
the issue with internalize, because I used to be that person. I was that person in my marriage. Internalize everything, didn't say anything, but then I got to a point and I blew.
Right.
You know, I blew.
Oh, she said I keep everything in. It's hard talking to a man. Yeah, hey, good afternoon, good afternoon. But yeah, it's she said Didi said it's hard talking to a man. Like I said, you know, communication is everything. So if you are trying to talk to, you know, you have to figure out what their love language is, so to be able to communicate with them freely and be able to talk, you know, without feeling you're holding yourself back, you know, and be able to open up. But like Cash said, she made a valid point. You can't just jump into it. You know, that's going to take some time to be able to build that up and feel comfortable enough. Both of you feel comfortable enough so that you could have that communication and talk with each, you know, one another. And be able to say, these are my needs and my wants, you know? So I think that's important if you're able to go and talk to your spouse or talk to your girlfriend or your boyfriend or whatever and say like, hey, this is what's going on. We just don't feel talking about solves anything. I guess some people do feel like that. Good afternoon. But yeah, you said it's...
You know what? It doesn't solve anything when you just talk in circles.
Right.
When there's no understanding between the two of them.
Right. Or if you're not talking at all, and then you're just trying to go with actions, and then it's like you get to this point where are you going to go from there? You know what I'm saying? It's either you have to check out or check in. And so if you're not communicating at all, then it's like, okay, what's the point? What are we doing here? You know? So it's like, what are we doing here? If you can't talk, what's the point? Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So I think that's, you know, like I said, we're all kind of pretty much saying the same thing. Communication is like really big when it comes to a need and a want on both sides.
We need that.
What about being an active listener? Absolutely, absolutely. Also depends on
communicate with us too when we had that
pause. Patrick said also depends on the tone. Oh, tone is everything, honey. Tone is everything. Or if you have to keep repeating this, you know what? So,
if I got to do it twice,
right.
The conversation is dead. I'm done.
Right.
I'm not doing it.
I've been telling my son, if I was to call him out here right now and tell him what are the things mommy does not like. She don't like no liar. She does not like repeating herself. I've been telling him since he was a young kid. Now I will repeat myself if you didn't understand me. I will repeat myself if you didn't hear me. And then I definitely who said that? Patrick said that about tone. Yes, Patrick said it about tone. I'll definitely repeat myself if the person that I'm talking to feels that I was too blunt with them or I was a little bit too forward or something. I'll make sure I explain myself and I'll say it in a different type of way or a different tone so that they're understanding that I'm not yelling at them. I'm not screaming at you. I'm actually trying to communicate with you and tell you how I'm feeling. And maybe I said it in a harsh way. So I have to take that step back and, you know, readjust and realign and say, okay, let me talk to that person a little bit differently, you know, especially if they got like sensitive skin, because I can dig in sometimes. But if they got sensitive skin, I just be like, ooh, this ain't gonna work.
You really have to have tough skin with me.
Right.
I have it. So between competition and completion.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think, Pharaoh, that a lot of women compete against their mates? Against their man?
There's a line between okay. I'm sorry, I was trying to go back and read too. It's not mind reading. We tell you by our movements, but you keep saying that like you're showing you by your actions. So I'm gonna go back to that comment real quick. You said you keep saying that you show by your movements. There's only so many moves. It's like a game, of chess. There's only so many moves you could do. If you're still not, having that conversation with that person, and you're saying, well, you guys feel like you're talking to nobody, like nobody's listening, or you feel like you can't communicate without that other person seeing your side, then you might have to try to learn how to communicate effectively, with your spouse, your person. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to just say your mate, your husband and wife, or whatever, because there's so many different people. So with your person, so if you're sitting there and you're trying to have a conversation, but you're talking in circles, that's not going to work. And if you're sitting there and you're trying to make moves, but you're not communicating, that might not work either, because you're just doing a bunch of movements, but they're not understanding exactly what you're doing because you're not communicating, So that's something,
That we all find a way to compete, and our egos can get in the way. Now,
with your spouse, your person.
Well, wait, as a woman, we have ego too. So it's no way you're gonna sit and say you don't have an ego. However, most women are more submissive to men. We don't want to be in competition with you at all. If anything, we want you to help to uplift us, and we want to uplift you too.
Right, absolutely.
Whatever you got going on. So
yeah, the challenge comes in when we learn to challenge how we learn how to behave. Oh, that's true too. That is true. That's a good point. The challenge comes in when we learn to challenge how we learned our behavior. That's true. That's a very valid point. I call it eliminating great opportunity. Okay, okay. I like that. How you broke that down. Eliminating great opportunity. Yeah, but like Cash said, you have to. I know these two people up here right now. Baby, how you say it? Baby. If you come in incorrect, it's just like, okay, just have several seats, sir, because that's not gonna work. And I'll say it nicely, but at the same time, you just have to understand where I'm coming from. So so I think differently. Yeah, that's true. So yeah. Good afternoon. So so that's good. I have to have you on the panel one day too, so you can because it's nice to read your comments, but it'd be nice if you came up and actually talked about it from a male's point of view. So I was trying to get everybody's point of view. I want to get women's point of view, not just be on here man bashing. I want men to come on here and talk about their topics too, how they feel. Going down in the conversation and reading is cool, but I want people to come up here and actually talk about it too. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Absolutely.
After you said something, it's your tone. Like my delivery, I know if I'm really upset, I'm going to pause for a second because I know I'm going to come out the wrong way.
Right.
Okay. But if I take a minute, well, not a minute, about 30, 40, 2, 3 hours.
Look, give me some time.
Talk to you more educated and calmly about what I need to discuss with you.
Right. Yeah, that comes with growth, because somebody that's like 18, 19, 20, they might not catch that right away. They're just going to go, yeah, you know what I'm saying? So, right. Right. It's like as you get older, you be like, okay, like you said, you got to take that breath. And then that's something that you know that you need. You be like, okay, I need this time. Let me get myself together.
Just like they want to step out, just don't leave the house, like I said. You can step out to your man cave, you can step out to another room, but give me a second so I can come back, because I want to be very respectful. I don't want to be disrespectful to you at all.
Oh, I like that. He said it only sounds like men bashing when men that weren't raised by men. Okay, well, we got a real one in here. But yes, absolutely right. And if you know how to adjust, I think that if you know yourself, I think that's important too. In any relationship, you have to know yourself first. People ask you straight off the rip, like, oh yeah, you might be a little bit off key. You might be a little bit, you might be a little bit out there, but you share that with your person. They might need to know that, you might need to know that, hey, I don't do this well. I don't communicate well. You know, I feel this type of way, you know, when you don't listen on XYZ. So you need to be able to communicate that to your person and let them know, like, hey, this is where I'm coming from. This is how I feel about certain things. And then, you know, a good question, especially when you're talking to your person, is to ask them, like, okay, you ask them a couple of things. One, do they understand what you're talking about? And it's not about no lecture. It's just like, okay, look, I just want to make sure we're on the same page. We're going down the same road. We're in the same book on the same page. You know, we're not just, you know, just sitting there talking and not getting through, you know. And in the same way on the opposite, you know, it has to be reciprocated from one person to the other. And the man has to feel comfortable enough to say, like, hey, you know, let's talk about this. And, you know, after you're done having a discussion, you know, do we get to a final, you know, understanding with each other? I think that's very important. Because if you don't, then it's all for none. It's like you did everything for nothing. And it's like, okay, we done sat there and talked for 45 minutes to an hour and we didn't get no resolution. Right. We're like, okay, I'm glad we talked. I'm glad we talked. And then tomorrow it's the same conversation. It's like, wait a minute. I'm wasting my time, my energy, and my breath. Right. 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 Oh my God. I dated this one person. Like I said, on here, we're not going to talk about people's names because, you know, it is being aired on different platforms and I want everybody to feel comfortable. So I was dating this one person. If it's you, hey, don't say your name. It was best that they like to read. So they had a journal, I had a journal, and then we had a joint journal. So in the joint journal, we would go in there and we'd write down, like, you know, accolades, and we'll write down appreciations, and we'll write down just certain different things. It was something nice, you know, we shared together. That was our journal. And then in your personal journal, you write whatever you want, you know. And he was like, yeah, well, you know, if you're trying to communicate something to me, if you feel like I'm not getting it when you talk to me, like, put it in our shared journal. But it made it so easy to move. Like, it was like fluid because we did talk a lot, but it was so much easier for him to read and like really digest what I was saying because he read it and he inhaled it. Like, you know, it was in him. He was like, I totally get where you're coming from. And he's like, I'm going to work on that. And like, I didn't have to go back and like, did you understand what I mean? You know, I didn't have to do all that. It was like, he got it. And then he made, you know, Top Dog was talking about movement. He made the moves. He was making the moves to like, okay, she don't like when I come home and take my drawers off and put them on the counter. She don't like that. And so she put it in the journal, you know what I'm saying? She said it to me 1,000 times and I'm not getting it, but she put it in the journal. I get it. So now I'm coming home, I'm taking my drawers off, I'm putting them in the dirty clothes where they're supposed to go. You know, not putting them on top of the counter, but that was just his way of communicating. Like he preferred to read.
Let me tell you something. I really like that. I'm sorry, but I
really
good.
Me too, girl. I'm like, dang, is it the light? Me too. I'm like, is it the light? Yeah, I was gonna put the fan on, but I was like, it'll start moving the curtain and stuff. I was like, dang, I need to drop the air or something. It's sweaty. But go ahead. I'm sorry. You say you really like that and stuff. Yeah. You said conversation heating up. Right. I was doing the same thing. I was like, goodness. Oh God. But yeah. Yeah. It was nice. And then look at you. One of my sisters that lives in Florida, she was saying when I was going through counseling with another relationship. I've had so many. but yeah, I was going through another relationship and she was saying, yeah, do words of affirmation. So we did those every morning and then you just put them in a jar. Like you did a whole bunch of them for the week. And then you just go and pull one out. And then like you could just put like little things to do and little things to say to your partner. And it didn't matter if he wrote it down or if I wrote it down, we just always added to it, but then we'd take it out and put it into another one. And so like that day, like start your day off with a kiss. And so he'll come and give me a kiss in the morning. Or, you know, if I was the first person up, I would go and give him a kiss in the morning. You know, that was our thing for the day. So we'll put it in the other one. But that was also, it was very nice to have that. So I tried it in another relationship, it just didn't work. It was like, I ain't pulling nothing from no job.
You know how people are so different, and of course, are different species too. However, you said something. You said he would come and kiss you on the forehead, whatever, and you expect that the next guy comes. You don't expect that from him, but probably something that you like, you enjoy. You want him to do the same thing. So you know, you had him do forehead kisses. I'm getting to a point because I had that, you know, my last relationship, you know, that was probably the sweetest thing he ever did, other than the person that he was.
Right.
Was every morning he kissed me on my forehead. And when I hear another man say it, I'm thinking, ooh, you know, I like that, but you don't want any comparison. That's what I'm saying.
Right. Right. Yeah. And it's hard because, you know, we are humans. And it becomes difficult when you try to separate, even like, okay, because, you know, like I always hear like, oh, you're carrying all this baggage. I was like, no, I threw out the trash. Recycle. I threw out the recycled trash and the regular trash. I threw out all the trash. Like the trash is gone. You know, I don't went to counseling. I don't went to talk to people, you know, so I feel like I've gotten everything off my chest and then, you know, like, okay, I'm ready to clean slate. And then, so what I will do, and then I'm going like in two different directions. So what I will do is I'll sit there and I'll tell like the person that I'm talking to, the new person, oh, you know, these are the things I dislike. So if you're coming at me with these things, then you could just keep moving because I've been through this. I don't want this, and I'm not going to accept this. So I will do that. Not like as soon as like, hi, my name is boss. I'm not saying hi, my name is boss, and these are the things I don't like. No, it's not like that. Yeah, it's not like as soon as I walk in, I'm like, hey, I'm bossing. Hey. No, these are my list of things I don't like. Oh, you check all those boxes, never mind, you're gone. No, just in No, definitely not that. Just in the conversation, you know, when you're starting to get to know each other, we're opening up a little bit more. And, you know, I'm like, oh, okay. Or, okay, let me say this. If I start seeing things that I didn't like from a previous relationship, I will make a mention of it. And I don't go like I said, I'm not a nitpicker. I'll sit there and let something eat away at me. And I just go, ooh, I can't stand. Like one thing that like really is a pet peeve of mine when they sit there. And two things, when they bite their fingers and they like, where'd you spit that to? In my house? Wait, what? We are not outside. We are not outside. Hey, Daddy Long Legs. Right.
First of all, I'm gonna say this. I don't speak, okay?
Me neither.
So if somebody else speaks, that's their thing. But God, if you don't spit something,
Appreciate it.
Where did that go?
Right. Absolutely. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Yes, but that's so. Whether it's food in their mouth or whether it's they biting their nails, thank you so much. I appreciate you. That just gets on my nerves because I be looking like, and like, or you know, if they do it in the car, that's the same thing. I be looking like, where did you spit that? I do not like that at all. And so I'll just be looking and I'll be like, okay. So, and then I make a mental note of everything. So I try not to, like I said, I'm not a nitpicker, but I will sit there and say, hey,
So how did you gradually get into that and not be somebody she just nagging, she don't like this, she just bringing this up. How are you gradually getting into that?
Over time, it does take time. But like I said, I'll let something eat away at me. Like it might be bothering me that somebody's doing something. I don't want to be like, stop that. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to sit there and make them feel uncomfortable. So I will eventually talk to them about it and just say like, hey, you know, I have plenty of napkins, you know, if you want, you know, I can, yeah, you know, when you biting your nails or if you have some extra food in your mouth, can you just, you know, just put it in a napkin, put it in the trash? Well, I don't really be having nothing in it. You spitting something out. Right. Oh goodness. Yeah, and Black Velvet says I just like a nail biter. It drives me crazy. Yeah, I don't like that either. That's like I just feel like, oh, okay, that's what we doing. I'm like, what you worried about? What you scared of? But yes, so I just talk about it over time. You know what I'm saying? So and then like you have to have that time in order to get there. So I'll just talk about it over time and I'll just be like, hey, you know, when you do this, and then I'll just break it down to them and let them know what it is, what's going on. Good afternoon. And that's what I'll do. I'll just have that conversation with them. My mama told me everything you touched this week. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, pretty much underneath your nails. I have some bad habits. I wish the military. So I was in the military. So I gotta do better. Okay, I mean, I was in the military too. I don't know what bad habits. Would you like to elaborate a little bit? We got 7 minutes left. Would you like to elaborate a little bit more? What was your bad habits? Yeah, I want to know what that's about. You can jump in real quick if you're able to talk, and that way you don't have to type everything up. Oh, it's a yeah. Okay. Give her 1 second, yeah. All right, she's gonna come right back, y'all. Give her 1 second. It was just having a delay. But yeah, I would definitely like to know about your bad habits that you have from the military, Fraser. That would be interesting to hear about. And like I said, you can jump in and talk about it instead of texting it or typing it if you want. You could just jump in and let us know. Yeah. But yeah. Great conversation, awesome. Bye. I'll see you another time. All right, thank you so much for coming through. We appreciate you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. You definitely have to come on the panel too. Definitely have to do that.
We go. You gotta check him out, boss. Okay. You don't follow him, you should.
I think I do follow him from my other page. I just follow him right now though. But I think I follow him from my other page from 42. But yeah, so Fraser, he might be trying to sit there and talk about all his habits right now. We got 6 minutes left. I'm not going past 7 o'clock. So I want to keep it so I can keep it for the editing purposes. It makes it easy to go for 1 hour. Then we can jump back on later, talk about whatever if you want. A little later on, I don't know. I might be stepping out. But we'll see. But yeah, so like I said, I think it's very important. And we basically we all said the same thing. It comes down to communication. So that is a want and a need for pretty much everybody. But getting to know your partner is very important, and speaking your mind, speaking freely, not having your what did she say? Bessie said your representative there 24/7. That was another thing we talked about. That was on episode 1. We were talking about getting to know your partner, and that was very important to discuss so they knew what's going on. Z, how are you? We're definitely sitting there having it where you're talking to representative at first because that's for everybody. They want to put their best foot forward. But then there's sometimes you have to put that thing away and be like, okay, this is me. This is who I am. This is what I'm looking for. This is the wants and the needs out of the relationship, and be able to have that communication freely without feeling some type of way, without having to be fake or without having to lie about stuff all the time. Like a lot of people I'll talk to, and they were like, yeah, there's no reason to lie because now you have to back up that lie with a lie and then another lie with what's the point? You're gonna just lie yourself in a circle. Then you can't even remember the first lie. You know what I'm saying? You can't even remember the first lie. So then it's just like, okay, just stay truthful and stay honest, and then just talk about whatever it is that's important. And even if it's uncomfortable, you still have to have those conversations, because if you don't, then you're going to find yourself upset or, hurting or feeling like, yeah, it just goes over. Yes. And then you go get that 20-year-old pop off. So it's like, I try so hard to maintain and just be like, you know what? Okay, I'm going to keep it peaceful, and I'm just going to keep it 100 across the board. I don't have nothing to lie about. If I say I was here, I was here. If I wasn't, I wasn't. And then that's it. There's no reason to be like, oh, let me check your phone and all that. But if you want to, there's nothing to hide. But
Pastor made another point. She said you have to continue to date each other. So we know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you definitely have to continue to date and enjoy one another.
Absolutely.
It can go stale.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. I met some couples. Oh, you said it's going to be every Saturday at 6 p.m. Eastern. I met some couples last night. I went to the lounge. They're trying to make me the lounge manager there. They're like, oh, you have such a great personality. I was like, but I'm not trying to be here all the time. But I would love to do it, but still, because I'll get to meet celebrities and stuff. So I'm like, okay, that's cool, right up my alley. However, we met couples last night. There was a comedian up there, one of my friends from long, long ago, and he was asking how many couples out there have been married, and or how many couples out there are married. And so there was like, a bunch of couples raising their hands. I was like, oh, he's like, this is nice to see. It's nice to see. And he's like, well, how long have you guys been married? So he was going around the room. These people have been married for a long time. It was like 20 years, 21 years, 32 years, 47 years. It was the longest couple that was together, 45 years. 45 years it was in there. Hey, good afternoon. And I was like, dang. And so the guy who went to him, he was like, tell us your secret. And then the husband was like, I just listen to whatever she says. And so everybody started laughing. He was like, good point, good point. And then so he said, ma'am, so what do you tell him to stay in line and make sure? And she goes, no, I listen to his heart. And I was like, it was just like the sweetest thing, you know what I'm saying, to hear them say. He was like, I listen. So he's saying that he listens to whatever she tells him, and she's like, I just listen to his heart. And am I feeling in his heart that something's going on, whether good, bad, or different? They talk about everything. And I was like, I want that kind of love. You know what I'm saying? I was like, it was so sweet to see, but you don't see that nowadays. You know, like my parents, they was married for 30 plus years and then they got divorced. But yes, I'm telling you. All right, yeah. So yeah, I'm like, look, I'm living on that. I'm like, okay, I'm looking for that 45 years. You know what I'm saying? And so but after the show, she said some other stuff, and I was just like, okay, girl. She's like, look, keep the hair going because this thing. Make sure you tighten up and don't let the go of the grip. I was like, girl, you're going over to the left, but that was like, look, now I said 45 years. Now I know. Now I know. But I was like, okay. And she's like, yeah, he keeps us spoiled. I was like, okay. I said, yeah, if you're doing everything that he wants you to do, you know, you at home and you're doing everything that he's asking of you, then of course he's gonna want to make sure you're straight too. So yeah, he's taking care of home. Yeah, okay. That's what I'm looking for. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm definitely looking for. I'll be like, look, I'll give you everything, unlimited everything. But I want that same thing in return. If I can't sit there and contact you morning, noon, and night, then don't contact me morning, noon, and night. If I can't sit there and text you and be like, hey, you know, how's your day? And you can't talk because so and so and whoever else is there. Okay, well then when I'm busy and I'm out, then. Oh yeah, definitely. No, girl, you know I'm not that type. I'm not that type. Yeah, you are. Look, you know I'm not that type. But I'm just saying, as far as like, if you could do a random text and be like, hey, just checking on you, make sure you're good. I should be able to do that too. Yeah, and it shouldn't be like 2 days and not hear from you. But anyways, it is 7:00. We about to shut it down. And then, like I said, if y'all want to come back on later on, we can, and we can chop it up about some other stuff, some TikTok or whatever. But I need to go ahead and close this down so I can go do my editing later, and then I'm gonna do my outro commercial real quick. But I appreciate you so much, Cash, for being here with me today. And yes, and we'll definitely do this again soon. Like I said, every Saturday I'm gonna have a panel. We're gonna switch it up from time to time. I had like a list of people as far as counselors, and I'm like, they was like, well, I'm not on TikTok. I'm like, yeah. They're like, let me know when you start doing it on StreamYard, because then I can join you over there. I was like, why don't you just get a TikTok? Like, just get your TikTok. But I appreciate y'all all being here. Thank you so much. And also you start out. Thank you so much again. Peace. If I can't even get out. Look at it.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
We have a great show lined up for you. I'm your host, Kim Jacobs, better known as the Balance Doctor. And all of our guests that come on, they're either people that have overcome some tremendous odds in their own lives as they balance this thing called life, or they're experts and they're here to share tips and strategies that will help you better balance and manage your life. Grab your virtual seats and let's get ready for some real relevant and relatable content on today's episode of the Kim Jacobs Show. Hello, everyone. Hello. Hope you are ready for a great Freestyle Friday. We have our experts. Hey, Athena, sunshine expert.
Hi.
Oh, you're going to bring us some sunshine today. Hey, Natasha Halliday, all the way from Canada, Toronto, Canada. How you doing?
I'm good, thanks, especially because it's not cold yet.
Yeah, we can talk about that, right? Everyone, I'm Kim Jacobs, host of The Kim Jacobs Show. And as you know, we're bringing balance to the world, one household at a time, right here on this episode. So today is our Freestyle Friday expert panel. And we have two of them. We have a lot, but we have two that's taking their time to be here with us today. Our sunshine expert, and we also have our mental health and wellness in our minds. That's important. We have to have our minds right throughout this holiday season and through every day of our lives. Natasha Halliday. So grab your virtual seats. And what I want you to do, so you know what I want you to do, is share the broadcast, tag your friends, and let them be a part of today's discussion as we talk about mental health and we talk about some being in your comfort zone, getting out of your comfort zone, and bringing some real sunshine to this winter season. All right, y'all ready for this?
We ready.
Ready. All right. All right. All right. And we have Mackenzie backstage. I like to acknowledge who's backstage helping us as well. She's a mom of two, a boy and a girl. Mackenzie, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So everybody, we have a great show lined up for you today. We're going to kick off just by starting with a commercial and one of our episode sponsors. I love acknowledging people that take the time to pour into the Kim Jacobs Show, because without them, this broadcast wouldn't even be possible. So I want to thank the episode sponsors for today, which is Attorney Charles Everidge with Hunter Everidge Law Firm. We're going to be seeing their commercial. They can be reached at 704-457-5000, 704-457-5000. And if you're dealing with a workers' compensation claim, you're dealing with some type of disability, and maybe you've even been denied, make sure you know that's an option for you to reach out. Or you're dealing with wrongful death of a loved one. You want to give them a call if you're in the Carolinas area, the Richmond, Virginia area, or the Alabama area. So let's hear from them now. We'll be right back.
My father had 4 of his fingers amputated in a workplace accident. It was the first injured individual I represented. And I knew I had to win that case. When someone walks into my office and they've been injured, I know what they're going through. If you've been injured at work with Hunter and Everidge. We've got the experience, so let us help you.
All right, everyone, we're back, and we're going to go ahead and hear from our sunshine expert with some tips for us today. And you can chime in and ask any questions you have. Let me put this link. Some people want to come on live. Now, I know if you're an audio podcast listener, you're like, we can't join in, Kim, but not at that level. But if you're watching the broadcast on any platform, you can use the link that I just put in the comment section, and it will pop you into the broadcast. You have to show your camera in order for us to let you actually come on and ask a question. But if you have questions for Athena, or you have questions for our expert, Natasha, you can cut and paste that right into your browser, and it'll bring you right into the broadcast. All right, Athena, tell us what you have for us today, sunshine expert.
Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. It is a happy Friday. First, always a pleasure to be here. I thank my sister Kim so much for just allowing this platform of joyfulness to share with everybody. And also good to see my sister Natasha this morning. I am coming to you with some great things. First, I wanted to share with you guys that I recently went on a cruise. I recently went on a cruise to the Bahamas, Nassau, Bahamas, with my parents and my younger son. And y'all, I had a ball. It was amazing. Even we ran into some trickery weather. It was some storming, but even with the rocking of the boat, it still was just a joyous moment. Different experience. Of course, this is my first time my family was traveling, so I was super excited for my babies. My babies, I'm talking about my parents and my son. I was super excited for them. The food was good. And I share all of that to say, if you have a moment to take a vacation, if you have a moment to get away from locally where you're staying, do that. Whatever that looks like for you, whether it's a cruise,
whether you're flying to see a friend or a loved one, or even if you're just get in a car and you just drive. Sometimes it's good to just drive over to the next town. You don't have to go far away, but you can just go to the next town and, take your creative imagination and make it great and make it work for you. But definitely you want to do that. And, that's just a sense of fresh air to breathe, fresh air to clear your thoughts, and it kind of like just resets you. So when you come back, you're ready to jump into the groove of things, whether it's work, or business or just personal, but you're ready because you have had a chance to get away and enjoy. So I just wanted to first share that, open that up with that first and foremost. Of course, I have to tell you guys how good God is. He is so truly amazing in my life. I'm going to speak for Athena, how amazing God is and the great things he's doing in my life. He's doing some amazing things, and starting some new journeys. And so I'm super excited. And so this is what brought me to today. When you need to rezone, you're going to rezone from your comfort zone.
Okay.
Everybody has a comfort zone. Everybody have a comfort zone. And I'm talking not only to my sisters in the panel, but also in my audience. We all have comfort zones. So I want to know, how do you guys rezone from your comfort zone? For me, I would say tip 1 is rest. Tip 2, release. Tip 3 is reset. I'm glad you asked me about all of that.
Wait. Because you going, and this is a good thing. But I want to go back for a second, if you don't mind, before you start the tips.
Go ahead.
Okay. The cruise. Let's go back for a second. Because Natasha, if you want to chime in too, feel free. Let me put us in a okay. Let's talk about the cruise for 1 second before we deep dive into the tips. Because we have a whole hour here, right?
Yes.
How many of you all do take time to travel during the holiday season or just at any point throughout your life? If you're in the studio audience, we want to hear from you. Do you take time to travel? And if so, what does it look like? What is your experience? Do you take your children? Is it you and your spouse? Is it just you and a getaway of unplugging from everything? What does your travel look like? Put it in the comment section. Natasha, if you have any thoughts on what you do when it comes to travel, share it, and I'll share mine too.
I can definitely chime in. I love to travel. So, of course, the little thing called COVID stuck a pin in that, or so it thought. So it reframed my concept of being a traveler. I live in Canada, so I live in the province of Ontario. And I didn't even I could drive for 14 hours and still be in the same province. Our provinces are much larger than your states for the most part, because we only have 10 of them in 3 territories. But I was just like, I'm going to travel within Ontario. I have one friend who I do most of my weekends away with, and we did short getaways. And we made our own charcuterie boards that we had in the hotel. We got creative, but it was just, part of it was recognizing we just want to be somewhere else, see something else, right? One of the things we didn't get to do, so we went about 2 hours west of the Toronto area, and we wanted to go hiking in this gorge, except that it was like a heat wave. And I was like, listen, I took 4 steps to get into the air conditioning grocery store and I almost passed out. I can't hike I can't hike in a gorge in this kind of weather. So we didn't get to go that part of it. We'll have to go back. But one big thing about that taught me that, for me, as much as I love traveling to big exotic places, I just like seeing something else, stepping outside of my normal routine and experiencing something else. And because I love travel, the other thing I wanted to say is I'm committed to travel. So I did research. I got a great points card, and of course I can't offer any tips to all the Americans because I live in Canada and my credit card's a Canadian one. But I have been to Ireland, England, and that was the same trip. I went from Ireland to England before I flew back home. I've been to other parts of the Caribbean and stuff like that, and didn't pay a cent on the flight. My points don't just there's some that don't cover taxes and fees. This one covers every cent. If you have enough points, it covers it. So I'm very committed to knowing which travel point card to have, how to make it work, because it made travel more accessible for me, right? I created a vacation account
So I have money taken out of my checking account twice a month. And so my goal is I return from the trip, I pay it off within a week, because the money's sitting there in an account waiting to be used for that. So because I'm paying towards my travel all year long, travel's more accessible to me.
Oh my gosh,
Right?
that is awesome. That is an awesome tip.
Yeah, and so one of our Canadian banks, which I think y'all have there, BMO, they let you name extra accounts. So my account literally says vacay. I didn't even put vacation. It literally says vacay. When I log into my thing, it says vacay. And if I have extra cash, I can throw it into, like, I'm going to Bali in September. And so like I need to start throwing, because this is not my yearly savings. This is going to cost a bit more, because I'm not flying for 20 plus hours in the lowest rate. I need to fly comfort because I'm moving onto the plane for a day. So I need to travel in comfort. But that has been something that has made travel more accessible, is being intentional to plan for it in many ways, which is having my vacation account, which is having a really good points card. And just any and everything that I can to make travel work, I'm going to do it, because I value travel that much.
I am so glad that you're sharing that tip. I hear echo, but I'm so glad that you're sharing that tip, Natasha, because people, you have to know better in order to do better. And so that's just a great strategy to designate that this is what my money is going to be used for on this particular card. And I get a chance to not have it merge in with anything else is going to happen as a result of you designating it that way. I love that tip. So y'all, you're getting some good advice. I know I have like a rewards card thing where I actually get reward points if I use my card in different regards. So that is a good way for me to use my card too, and share those kind of strategies, implement those kind of strategies. I'm excited about it. Okay. So as far as travel, let's see, any comments, Mackenzie, backstage, any comments that people said about travel, put them up, please, if you do see any, or any comments, just put some comments up. As far as what else you said too, that I love, Natasha, is that within your own city, or you can find so much to do. And we do a lot of staycations here with our family. It may be bowling, skating, whatever it is, hiking. We'll go to some of these local mountains in our area and just do a 3-mile hike. But somebody has to stay back with me. It's so funny. It's my oldest son, Frankie, Ivan, Jeremiah, and Jayla. Time we get out of the car, they have their backpacks, they have their walking sticks, and they are gone. I mean, gone. And Frankie's like, Mom, I'll stay back with you and we can talk. And it's like I'm really elderly, I understand, but it takes me a long time to get through
the point is, you're still doing it.
You're still doing it.
That's what you need to
That's the great part.
Yep. You didn't opt out because you can't necessarily move at the pace they do.
But he stays with me till the end, until we literally get to the top of the mountain, the same place that they're up there eating their sandwiches and their drinks. And we're there like maybe 45 minutes later, but I'm there at the top of the mountain with my hands raised, like I made it.
Yes.
But people never know what you went through to get to the top.
And if I can add one other thing, one thing I'm learning is to do a bit of research, because I used to, again, think I'm going way over there across the world because they've got so many great things. And then I started learning about what's around me.
Right.
So like being in Toronto, I'm not far from Niagara Falls. It's a 2-hour drive.
Yes.
When I did a bit of research some years ago, pre-pandemic, I learned that the Niagara Escarpment has like over 20 falls. So now I've gone to visit some of the smaller falls. My goal is to see all of them. But now I'm just like, Niagara Falls is amazing. I'll never stop being in awe of the breathtaking beauty of the falls.
Yeah.
But the fact that there are other falls that I can see that really help me drive back to Toronto, I'm like, I'm going to go check out more of those.
Yeah.
And I'm learning about, like, you know, when I travel, I like to see caves. I'm like, there's places to see caves here.
I love that.
Yeah.
Athena, read, if you will, the comment that came up and get you
Sure.
involved.
From Miss Cynthia Lennox, she says, travel allows us to meet wonderful people, keeps life fresh and exciting. It does. It's an ultimate pleasure. Yes. We also have a travel and entertainment account that pays everything before we go. And one thing that my sister had mentioned, Natasha, she mentioned that be intentional when traveling. You know,
That's a great tip. You want to be intentional. You want to plan. I'm pretty sure it's probably even more adventurous if you just jump up and do something. You'd be like, if you have the time, the money, and you're ready to go, and you got all of that lined up, you can be adventurous and jump up and wing it and be like, look, I'm just gonna go over here to Timbuktu and I'll be back. I gotta go see what's over there. I hear some more sunshine over there. Go for it. But definitely you want to be intentional. You want to plan. And also Cynthia, another comment she said was she already covered 51 countries and just got back from her 26th cruise through the Panama Canal. So that's amazing. She's traveling for real. So I know she got some good travel tips. I know we got some good travel tips. So we got a travel expert? There you go. Do we have a travel expert on our Freestyle Friday show?
Oh yeah, well, let me do this. You can take the comment down for a second, Mackenzie. I will tell you all that you can definitely go to, I want to put this in the comment section, Kim Jacobs IntelliTravel.com. I think that's it. I'll double check it during the commercial break. But I want to make sure you know that you can book your travel there and you can get a price match guarantee on there. So it's just like if you're booking through any of these other sites, which I usually actually use a site myself. And I was like, hey, I can get different things happening if you use this kimjacobs.intellitravel.com. So make sure you take a moment and cut and paste that and sign up and become a part of that program where you get your price match guarantees. You can book all your travel. No, I don't get a chance to see what your travel is in detail at all, but you get a chance to book it there and sign up and get the same type of prices that will be hopefully more discounted for you. All right, let me do this. I'm gonna play a quick commercial, come back and hear these tips that we are talking to our sunshine expert about, because she getting ready to drop some knowledge on us about our comfort zones. So let me play these right quick and then we'll be right back. I'll play them, Mackenzie. Give me a second if I can find them right quick. Mackenzie like, hey, I'm here. I'm in the back office and it's a beautiful thing. She's a new mom to a baby girl and I'm excited for her. All right, let me.
Who are those people? You know, the guys playing golf in the middle of the day on a Tuesday. The woman wearing $1,000 shoes at a cafe in the city. The kid in the ripped jeans driving a $200,000 sports car. What do they know that you don't? One word: leverage. Working smarter, not harder. Owning their own business, not being owned by a job. The good news? We have it. Interested?
One more. We'll be right back.
Two things are almost certain about you. Number one, you know people who travel. Of course you do. Everybody travels. It's an $8 trillion industry. It's what people dream about doing. And number two, you probably aren't making the commission. You see, every car rental, every hotel, and every resort pays commissions. They may go to a website or to a traditional travel agent, but trust us, someone is earning it. Well, what if we could show you a way to put that commission in your pocket? It doesn't hurt to take a peek. Interested?
All right. Okay. So we're back. If you're interested in learning more about just owning a piece of the travel industry, you can reach out at trueyougetaway@gmail.com. Trueyougetaway@gmail.com. Okay. Let's go back to our Freestyle Friday expert, Athena. She's talked to us already about being able to get out of our comfort zones and some tips that she's going to share with us. So let's go back.
Yes, as we rezone from your comfort zone, these tips that stuck with me while meditating on this to share with you all was rest, release, and reset. When we're stepping out of our comfort zone, in order to make a move out of your comfort zone, you got to have a plan. hopefully you have a plan. You need a plan. You need to know your next level of movement. So of course you can't do that unless you have rested well. You have had a clear mind, so you can gather and get your thoughts together as you prep and prepare to move forward. So resting is always good for the mind, body, and soul. If you can't rest during the night, I would strongly encourage you, if you can take 15 to 30-minute little naps, let me tell you, it'll change your life. If you ain't never took a nap before, I was not a napper. I would hear my bestie and some of my colleagues be like, oh, I'm just going to get a 15-minute little cat nap or 30-minute and I'll be good to go. But y'all, when I took a nap, and I didn't fall asleep for a long time, although them naps are good too. But the cat naps are kind of like give you that quick boost for energy. It was amazing. It was amazing. It felt good. I was energized and I was ready to go. So make sure you are rested. And tip 2, release. Release means let it go. Let anything that you're holding on to, let it go. Let me tell you, we are in the month of December. Goodbye, November. Hello, December. We got 31 days in before we get to 2024. Let it all go. You can look back. You can look back and be like, yep, it's just that simple. Watch this. Yep, I came a long way. Came a long way. Let's go. Okay. And that's also called reflecting. You can reflect. I didn't say get stuck. I said just do a quick turnaround. Boom. That's it. Quick turnaround. That's it, Kim. That's it. Just a quick turnaround. And you'll see how far you came. And you'll be like, oh, I let that go a month ago. Oh, I released that. I just released that yesterday. Let's talk about yesterday. It's gone. It's gone. Yesterday gone. Today is here. The future is coming, by the grace of God. He gives us breath daily. He wakes us up. The new day we look forward to, for you to put one foot in front of the other. So release, let it all go. And you know what? Ain't nobody holding it against you. If y'all don't remember, when we first started in 2023, I came on the show and I was like, we celebrating, we hitting the pavement. We are running forward. We got new things to do. We are out here about our business and we making movement that way about our business. So now we're at the end of the year. We still celebrating, but you're celebrating the victory of how far you came, the things you have accomplished, the things you had to let go in order to get to the victory. All of that. These next 31 days, you can reflect, you can regroup, and you can be ready to. It's going to lead you into tip number 3, reset. You reset. You and let it go. You rested. Now it's time to move forward. And since we're moving forward, that gives your mind a reset. You have a new outlook. You have new thoughts. You have new visions. Even your prayer life should be different. What I prayed for at the beginning of the year, my prayer life definitely looked different towards the end of the year. And I'm truly excited. I learned some new words to talk to Jesus. I'm telling you, exciting. So these are the tips for you to rezone from your comfort zone. And it's self-paced. And you don't have to compare yourself to nobody, because what is for you is for you. This is your journey. Mm-hmm. It's not about what Kim doing. It's not about what Natasha doing. It is amazing. Let me tell you how amazing it is to celebrate one another, to give flowers to one another. And we're all on the same journey, just at different pace. And so my journey does not look like Kim's journey. It does not look like Natasha's journey. But what I tell you, my journey is for Athena, and it is amazing. And I'm moving. I am moving, and I'm getting things done. That's what counts. So rezone your comfort zone. Get ready for this is December the 1st, 31 days. What that look like for you to wrap things up, to start things new, to prepare, to do away, all of that great stuff. It can be done. You can do it. Stay strong, keep the faith, and keep moving.
Y'all, listen, you know how if you do a drop the mic type of thing, it's like, pooh, y'all, drop the mic. That's that right there, a screenshot, right? Yeah, drop the mic. Athena Robertson, our sunshine expert, has dropped some tips on us on how to reset. And how can they stay connected with you, Athena?
Yes. You can stay connected with me on Facebook at Athena Robertson. I'm on Instagram, the IG at Red Honey. That's REDHONII, the number 7. I'm also the owner of Express Notary Public. I'm your mobile notary in the Mecklenburg area. So if you need a notary, you can reach me at 980-200-5740. I don't have it up here. I will have to get it. I'm on LinkedIn at Athena Robertson. You can Google Athena. You're gonna see my beautiful sunshine face.
Yes, he is our. If you Google Athena Robertson, sunshine expert on the Kim Jacobs Show, you're going to find Athena Robertson, this beautiful sunshine expert, wherever she is on social media. So thank you so much, Athena.
Thank you.
Let's see any comments come in that we need to address regarding what Athena's been sharing. Let's see. Dayron said, hey, rezone from your comfort zone. Dayron, glad to have you on. And he actually, he's the author of 101 Things That You Need to Know Regarding Jail. That's a good read right there, because all of us have somebody that we know has either been in jail, coming out of jail, or about to go to jail. You don't know what's going on, but it's stuff that's happening in life within our families and friend circle. Get his book, Dayron Swan.
Yes.
Yeah. Hello, sunshine. He over here. He like, hey, sunshine.
Hey.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait a minute, Dayron. There's some other people on this. Hey, Dayron. I'm Kim. Natasha, say something to Dayron.
Hey.
Dayron, like, no, it's sunshine. How you doing over there, sunshine expert? Let me stop being silly on this show today.
I got one comment in my feed that somebody was saying that she never used to take naps either, but but the days she works at home now, she now enjoys a solid 45 minutes sleep on her lunch break.
Woo!
Read that exclamation mark is how she finished her comment.
Yes. Is that comment somewhere in here? That's a great comment.
That one I think with my feed.
Oh, okay. You got your own thing going on over there. But listen, anything coming into your personal feeds, read it out like that, because that's helpful. As far as that person that said that, I want to tell you that naps have changed. They've been a part of my life for as long as I can remember. I don't know if God just put me to sleep, especially it's almost like if I'm dealing with some things that's stressful in my life. And you might know from a mental health perspective, it's not narcolepsy, but he literally, it could be serious. And I mean, it could be a real serious situation. And I'm like, it's like, are you kidding me? You're asleep? God just gives me rest when I need it. And that nap changes everything about how I deal with everybody else.
I'm the queen of what I call a sitcom nap. So people are like, what's a sitcom nap? You turn on the show, the opening credits start, you fall asleep, you wake up for the closing credits. I don't know how my brain knows sleep for 22 minutes, but it does.
I love it.
I'll be so mad. I'll be like, Natasha, you sleeping doing
but that's the intention. Sometimes it's the intention, sometimes it's not, but we're not going to talk about that right now. We're just talking about when I intend to do it.
So you cut it on, and that's your rock. Goodbye, babe.
That my brain's like, girl, it's time. Go.
Well, a good nap, I promise you, in the studio audience will change everything about your day, how you deal with people. It gives you just more bandwidth to be able to exist and to be able to deal with things that's coming your way. So definitely take a nap if you can, no matter how you make it happen. Okay. What other comments? Somebody want to read that? Natasha, read that.
This one is Cynthia's comment about that I think Athena talked about. Already covered 51 countries and just came back from our 26th cruise through the Panama Canal. Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's like travel like 3.0. Forget 2.0. Like, big up to Cynthia.
Yeah.
I did see a comment. My friend, Mr. Floyd, I think he chimed in and he was saying, I know Mackenzie had put the comment up there. If you fail to plan or plan to fail. So it is always good if you have a plan, So yeah.
Another female serial entrepreneur. Back to the sunshine. Like another.
We see your focus.
She's gonna bring some sunshine to your world, that's for sure.
Thank you.
Athena Robinson, you can stay connected with her right on Facebook and at Red Honey. She got that Red Honey. She used to have her hair red. That's what she's Red Honey 7 on Instagram. She's the owner of the Express Notary Public, and you can reach her at 980-200-5740. 980-200-5740. Okay, thank you so much, Athena Robertson. We're going to keep on going, and let's go. Let me see. Let's get ready to hear from, we're going to be hearing from our mental health expert very, very shortly. Natasha, again, she's helping this broadcast be international. She's all the way in Toronto, Canada, and glad to have you here with us today. You say, how's the weather?
Always such a pleasure. Sorry?
How's the weather out there?
The weather's pretty good. When it's warm enough to rain, I will not complain.
You got all the slogans. You're the best slogan.
It was actually really lovely yesterday. I couldn't even believe I drove to Women's Bible Study and I was upset that I had worked from home because I was like, I should have been out. It was gorgeous out yesterday. So it's all good. It's all good.
Awesome. I'm so glad you're here with your bright blue. And we have the sunshine expert, but you're the mental health expert. So blue kind of goes in that calming realm. I don't know if it's strategic. Is it that you have the blue on today?
I don't think it was. I just think I picked it because I like the color. This is actually one of the teal and purple are my brand colors. So,
but it's
still I sport my brand colors. I actually found this. I was at an event in the summer and I found this water bottle with my 2 brand colors, and I was like, okay, look, this. I'm just realized I'm showing my busted nails. My nails need to be done. But water bottle, I love. I'm like, those are my 2 colors right there.
Well, see, we get to learn more about you every day, every time you come on. All right, y'all, we're going to take a commercial break and we're going to come back and hear from Natasha A. Halliday. We'll be right back right after this break.
Why learn about health when you can experience it? Experience it in beautiful Florida in February 2024. Join us for 3 days of integrative and intensive health and healing education and empowerment with the expertise of the following Healthopedia author, speaker, and facilitators. The world-renowned homeopath and acupuncture physician, Dr. James Marinakis, 4-decade health coach and holistic nutritionist, Dr. Joe DeBear, and others such as Kimberly Meredith, Dame Doria Cordova, Rex Sykes, Dr. Gary Sanchez, Jamie Kerr, Serena Brown-Travis, and more. Experience daily morning walking and yoga, interactive participation, panel discussions, and more for your own epiphany of health. Get your tickets now.
All right, everyone, we are back and we are talking with Natasha A. Halliday. I put the A because that's a part of her branding. Make sure I have this right. Is that right? Natasha A. Halliday?
It's actually natashahalliday.com. I don't have the A in my website. The funny thing is I purchased it with an A afterwards and I never set it to redirect. So I need to do that. Because
I'll help you. If you don't know how to do that, I mean, you probably do because you know there are a lot of stuff mentally. But if not, then I can get you sets for that too. But here we go.
But my social media is Natasha A. Halliday.
Okay, got that right. So Natasha A. Halliday is on all social media, and then Natasha Halliday is HALLIDAY for those that are listening.com. Make sure you stay connected with our mental health expert all the way from Toronto, Canada. Talk to us and tell us what you have for us today, Natasha.
Well, you told me let's look at balancing our mental health over the holidays. And the first thing that came to mind was let's start with talking about the fact that the holidays mean different things to different people.
Yes.
Right? For some, it's a very joyous occasion. Some people have very stressful memories about the holidays. For some people, it is a time where there's a flare up of maybe sadness or grief based on having lost a loved one. So I think it's important to keep in mind, it's not a one size fits all experience for everybody. Right?
That's very important.
So there's obvious tips. don't eat too much. That affects
right with the food.
listen, because I know I've done it. And like my parents are from the Caribbean. I'm like, I do Caribbean Christmas. So like it's there's turkey and ham maybe, but it's turkey and ham and oxtail and curry goat and fish and like we just go everything. Like it's all the stuff. It's very easy to overeat. So one of the things I think it's important is, we can get really busy with the holidays, and how many people are guilty of this? You're thinking about all the stuff and not about yourself.
Yes.
And so I know my age is going to show in this, but I always say check in with yourself. And if you think about an old tuner radio where you had to turn the dial and there were the lines, if it was not right in line, there was static. So when I say check in with yourself, I want you to tune in with yourself till you get that clarity so you know what's going on with yourself. Mm-hmm. Right? So keep turning that dial. Oh, no, it's still fuzzy. Oh, no, it's still fuzzy. There's the clear sound. And then what's the clear sound telling you? Because the clear sound might tell you this is too much. This, keep going. This is great. You have capacity for more, but it's important to check in before you just run and then burn yourself out, right? Yeah. So it's really important to do that. The beautiful thing is we now live in the age of technology. So we don't have to just connect with our loved ones locally. We can check in with them through technology, right? Zoom, Teams, Google Meet. There's so many, FaceTime, WhatsApp, you name it. Connect with people virtually so that you have an opportunity to see the people that matter to you, the people that you love, right? These are really important. And when I was saying check in with yourself, I think part of what's important for that is remember your unique needs. I've seen, I've seen it in television shows. I've seen it in real life where people are like, I need this. And they're asking this of the host. And they're like, well, I remember my great grandma's auntie's cousin so-and-so used to make this kind of thing. Could you make that too? And before you know it, the person's making 4 types of potato salad. Come on now.
That's good.
I'm eating a whole meal and making 4 types of potato salad.
Let me stop for a second. Look.
Which brings us to my other point. Boundaries. Set boundaries. Learn to say no and set boundaries. And I had this thought when I was like, let's talk about boundaries. A lot of people don't know how to set boundaries. And I had a thought. Think about setting boundaries as an activity and getting to know you. The boundaries that I set tell you about who Natasha is.
That's right.
Because until I set the boundary, you might think that that's totally cool. That's totally easy for Natasha. But by me setting a boundary, I can say, no, I don't have the bandwidth, whether I don't have it ever or I don't have it right now. My boundaries give you information about me.
That's right.
So instead of feeling guilty about, oh, I don't want them to be disappointed. No, it's actually an opportunity for connection because I'm giving you more information about myself. That works. That doesn't, not right now, maybe later, whatever that might be. But set your boundaries and do it as much as you can guilt-free. We need to be, it is okay to think about ourselves. We live in an age of technology. I would never keep my phone at 2% most of the day, but we treat ourselves like a 2% phone.
That's good.
We're offering our charge, but we're not charging ourselves. So it's really important to remember that we need to, and before we can even ask of other people, why can't we pour into ourselves? Right? So it's important to remember your boundaries are part of that.
That's right.
Try to avoid overwhelm through, and I think those are the 3 tips that I gave you earlier, Kim.
Okay.
Delegate. You don't have to do it all. You just don't need to do it all. Decrease. Break things down into smaller tasks.
Mm-hmm.
I think one of the things I see about maybe cooking for the holidays is some people want to get up Christmas morning and start everything. No, child. I got things in a pan ready to go in the oven from the day before. I got, some stuff that was cooked that, maybe you can just reheat, whatever. It's just maybe it doesn't need to be all done on the holiday, right? What are some of the ways we can decrease the amount of work in that time, right? And defer. Maybe when somebody says, I want that 4th type of potato salad, you're like, you know what? I got you for Easter. I'm going to try that one on Easter when I'm not doing these 3. But I don't need to try to do it all at once. I think one of the funny things about social media is we're busy trying to create a Pinterest, Martha Stewart, like postable Christmas or Easter or whatever the holidays. We're coming up to Christmas and Kwanzaa and all that kind of stuff and Hanukkah and what you name it. And it's just like, but who are we doing it for? Is this what's important to us? Sometimes I think we get caught up in what it looks like that we're forgetting. One of the things I think that feeds our soul about the holidays is the meaning. And if we do all these things that take us away from the meaning, of course we're going to feel less than. Because our souls aren't being fed by all that extra stuff, right? And some of the stuff that seems extra could be stuff that feeds your soul. I'm one of these people, I like to do color themes. So like I've had the gold and red, and then like for a few years it was purple and silver. And that might seem like the most to some people, like that's the stuff that tickles me. That makes me, so it actually, that's good for me. Right? But for somebody who's like, I don't know, I just want to throw decorations on a tree, then throw decorations on a tree and don't try to meet a theme just because that, in 2023, that's the way people are doing it.
Right.
Because if that's the way people are doing it in 2023, you still have to say, but who am I? And there's and here get a little technical as a mental health expert. There's a type of a modality of therapy called acceptance commitment therapy. And the person who created it, one of the things he said that I love, he says, when we step outside of our values, of course, we're not going to be happy.
Period.
When we're inauthentic, we can't be happy.
That's
So if
right.
I'm trying to make the Christmas that looks good on Instagram and Facebook, and it means nothing to me, I'm not going to enjoy that Christmas.
Right.
So you
I
have
love
to
it.
do something that's authentic to you, where you hold value, because otherwise you're pulling away from self. We can't be happy when we're pulling away from ourselves. So I think these are some of the things that are really important to remember, right?
Yes.
Another thing, how much do we get stressed out about the money? Let's talk about the money. How can we show love without spending a lot of money or any money at all? What are the ways that we can still give to somebody without breaking our pocketbooks? Especially in this day and age where inflation is at an all-time high and people are struggling financially, right? One, because we don't want to be teaching our children that Christmas is about how many presents you get.
Right.
And the bigger the present, the more you love me. Right? But also, that's not where our value is. Yes, some people have gifts as a love language, but where's the value in it just being about the big gift? That's not for everybody. But keeping in line with what your means are is another way to reduce your stress.
Yes.
Right? So that's something to keep in mind, is don't create stress, because a lot of what happens is people spend more than they overextend themselves financially, and then all the dust settles from the actual holiday, and then they start to get the bills, and then they're getting the bills when we've got about 4 hours of sunshine a day. No wonder people are sad.
Right.
I saw something the other day where it was a little reel where it was like, or a meme that says, had somebody running down the beach and says, me trying to get away from my bills, and had a slew of people running after it. And beside all the people running, it said bills. And I'm like, right? Like sometimes we find we're just trying to get away, but like, how have we contributed to it unnecessarily? Unfortunately, Christmas sometimes is one of those times where we go above and beyond, and it's like, but I don't love you any less if I don't do all that stuff. So I think even being aware of, taking stock of financially what's within your bandwidth, and then making choices according to what's in your bandwidth, right?
Yeah, these are some great tips. Great tips.
I got a few more.
Go ahead. And
this when I'm starting to look at it, right?
Listen, I want everybody in the studio audience, as she's talking, put one of your top takeaways from what's been said with Athena and with Natasha, because these are some things that we can apply to our daily lives. So make sure you make note of something in that comment section so we can pop it in. Go ahead, Natasha.
So the last 3 tips I have, going back to boundaries, include that in technology boundaries. I actually saw something online that I love the way they phrase it. They said, stop the doom scrolling, right? If Christmas is a trigger for you or something like that, and maybe because somebody's not married and doesn't have children, don't go and look for all the posts where you see the pajama posts. And then you're upset that you don't get to make your own pajama post with your family, right? There's an easy way to avoid that. Come off the device. Come off that social media. Be intentional about what your goal is when you go onto social media, and then be intentional not to sabotage that by zoning in. Our brains have a way of filtering out stuff, and it can zone in on the very things that bring us pain. So maybe the more helpful thing to do is go, I'm not going to go on today because it might be upsetting to me, or we compare, or because we can fall into comparison. So being cognizant of that. Avoid overbooking yourself, packing your calendar to the brim. How many people look forward to having holidays as the time off from work, but then are exhausted from how much they do during their time off?
That's crazy.
So see it as downtime, not do everything else but work time. And actually do the downtime by taking some time to do less, right? Obviously, maybe Christmas Day might be busier, but like relax a bit, tone it down, right? And the last thing, because I am a comedian, make sure you find some ways to laugh. Laughter is so healing.
Yeah.
And I think usually when you have a family event, the family provides its own brand of comedy, because there's who doesn't have a funny family member or have funny things they observe. But be intentional to tap into your points where you can laugh.
That's good.
Take a load off. That's part of back to the release that Athena mentioned, right? Our sunshine expert mentioned. We can release through laughter. It works. There's a physiological component, but it's also just that it's just enjoyable. So take some time to laugh if you can.
Yay!
Those are my tips.
Drop the mic tips again. Listen, booyah. You can stay connected with Natasha Halliday, and I want to make sure you know how to do that. Let people know, Natasha, how they can stay
So
connected.
on IG, Facebook, all the socials, I'm at Natasha A. Halliday. So NATASHAA And my website is natashahalliday.com.
All right, let me make sure I put that up there. Here we go. NatashaHalliday.com, and on all social media, NatashaAHalliday.com. Y'all, if you have any comments or questions, let's pop them up and hear what people have to say so we can go ahead and address a few of them between our two Freestyle Friday experts. Let's see. Pop them up if you will. Oh, you know what? Mackenzie? Oh, you know what? That's funny. I'm talking to Mackenzie. She gone for a minute. So I'm like, hello, I need to pop. She like, girl, you done told me not to come in the middle of the broadcast if I drop off. So she's she's like, I'm trying not to, because it pops her right on the screen. So she's like, Lord have mercy. All right, listen, Dr. Lotus Rashay says what? Somebody read that comment for me.
Always a powerful show with phenomenal guests. Thank you so much for sharing this with the world. Dr. Lotus Rashay.
Lotus Rashay. She's from the Lotus Rashay Night Show. Global program. Make sure you all stay connected with Dr. Lotus Rashay. She's over here funny. She's co-hosting from the comment section. She said, "Hey, Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, who is over CTR Media Network, where actually the Kim Jacobs Show streams over in 100 countries, 350 million households." She said, "Dr. Tina, what has been a major takeaway for you?" She hosted from the comments. Good job.
I love it.
Tammy, what does Tammy say, Natasha? Read that if you will.
Thank you, Lord, for stopping here and listening. Great tips.
Oh, thank you, Tammy, for being one of our VIP members in the studio audience. All right, great tips, Natasha. She said, thank you so much. Lots of comments have been coming in. Let me let you all know that you can support the Kim Jacobs Show if you believe that we are bringing balance to the world, one household at a time, and you're getting benefit from this broadcast. Is through community members like yourselves that pour into the broadcast. And that is the only way that, let me put it where you can actually see it from a static image. You can actually support in Cash App, $ Kim Jacobs Inc. You can also send it through paypal.me/Kim Jacobs Inc. or through Venmo at the Kim Jacobs Show. So make sure you take a moment today and do some type of contribution so that we can keep this broadcast going Monday through Friday. Every weekday at 11 o'clock a.m. we are live and give you all the opportunity to experience wonderful guests like you see here today. Well, in this case, these are our experts, but we have guests that come on and share their backstories, and they be they may be providing a missing piece to the puzzle in your life. So make sure you take a moment to be a part of allowing us to continue to bring balance to the world, one household at a time. All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back to talk more about how we can balance our mental health, our sunshine, and even some drama in our lives. We'll be right back. All right, everyone, we are back, and we are here on this episode talking with Freestyle Friday experts, Natasha Halliday and our very own Sunshine expert. Did you want to say anything pertaining to anything that Natasha said, Athena, before we move on?
She gave some great tips. My takeaway was being intentional, and definitely taking care of me first. Me first.
Yeah, I actually was going to name a company You First, and then my father-in-law, before he passed away, he said, "No, you need to name the company Me First." I was like, "You mean like me?" He was like, "That's right, me," because it's about you first before you can take care of anybody else. And then I had his son who didn't know that he had said that. He was like, "Who came up with that crazy idea?" I said, "Oh, your dad." He came in mid-conversation. He was like, "What? Who said that crazy?" But I do agree, if you don't take care of yourself, you're no good for anybody else. So you have to infuse ways to make sure you're okay before you can ever open yourself to be anybody else's blessing. I wanted to just share a couple of tips from my books. Sometimes I don't even tell you all these things, but I'm actually an author of a book, Extreme Balance Makeover, and it's on KimJacobsShow.com. And Extreme Balance Makeover are some of the tips that I shared as the NBC expert. Each week I would come on and share tips, and then Coca-Cola sponsored where I would go out and do balance makeovers for families in their homes. And we would do kind of like a super nanny thing where we would assess the situation and come up with some solutions. And so I have some copies of Extreme Balance Makeover available, and I do have some copies on hand of Rise Up, Women Who Lead, Building Legacy. And there are 33 authors in that international best-selling book as well. And I'm also in the 2 books, This Is How I Fight My Battles Spiritually, and Women of War. And so I wanted to just share a couple of things that I think would be helpful for you all, especially if you're dealing with just some drama this holiday season. And sometimes when we're dealing with drama with family and friends, it's a few things that I think would be important to know. Want to ask yourself why? Why is this happening? Why does this consistently happen every time I guess I'll put myself over here for a minute and make these points. I don't get a chance to do that often as the host. But listen, ask yourself, when you're dealing with drama constantly with the same people over and over, why does this consistently happen with this particular person? Maybe there's something that we need to do to look at our own behavior and not necessarily focusing on what are they doing every time, but what am I doing to them that's rubbing them the wrong way, that every time we have an interaction, it's something that's a negative outcome. And it's something that's happening in that dialogue that you might be able to tweak just a little bit yourself to say, this is what I could do differently when I'm dealing with this individual. And if you definitely check out Natasha Halliday, our mental health expert, she can give you further tips. But these are tips that I make in the book, Extreme Balance Makeover. And then also you want to make sure you stick to the facts only. When you're dealing with a person and you're starting to attack their character, then they don't want to hear what you have to say. At that point, it's an argument, it's a disagreement. And they're like, whatever you have to say, keep it to yourself, because we're about to fight. And if it's escalated to that point, you don't want to start saying, well, I'm so sick of you doing this and I'm tired of you doing this and saying this. You want to stick to the facts. The fact is, something is happening in our interaction, and I want you to know that that's not my intention. So I'm going to take an approach and back off and give some space here until we figure out how to resolve this. And that may require third-party assistance, or it may require us to be able to limit our interaction. And that's okay for that to happen for the safety of everyone involved. If you're getting into sweating mode, fighting mode, you're getting into a mode that pushes you out of your comfort zone, then that means it's time to take a slight break and determine what's the best course of action. You may research it on Google. I don't know what you need to do. Go to the bathroom and figure this out, but come back out and not talk about the same subject that you're talking about because it's going in a different direction that you need it to go in. And then make sure you don't dog anybody out to other people, because people are infamous and known for, well, I'm going to paint a picture about this person the way that I want the picture to be painted about what they're doing. You don't need to do that. Keep whatever's going on, because usually you end up working it out. Now other people are looking at that person sideways when you really didn't have to have that happen. So make sure you all keep those tips in mind, and you can go to kimjacobshow.com to get a copy of this book, and I'll have it actually shipped to you. The shipping is already included and free from me, and it's called Extreme Balance Makeover. And those are just some of the tips I wanted to share with you as well today. And if you want to know more about anything that I offer, you can go to kimjacobsconsulting.com, and I offer a group training that is specific for those that want to start your own show from scratch. It's universal, so you can learn how to do it from a video, audio, and a live streaming perspective. Go to kimjacobsconsulting.com, and if you want to be a part of a group class, then I will tell you what that rate is. It's not on that page, but I have a group where you get a chance to split everything amongst you and 4 other students. So it's 5 students in a group class. All right. So those are my tips for today as well. And we want to go to any closing comments. Any closing comments you all have?
I would just say, have your holiday your way.
Have your holiday your way. Have your holiday your way. That's the slogan. Have your holiday your way. Y'all type that in the comment section. Any comment from you, Athena?
Enjoy and be safe.
Yes. And my closing comment is just have a great holiday season. Make memories. Make sure you have fun. And you can never go back and get this time back again. So enjoy it. Be in the moment. Don't worry about what the stressors are. Just have fun and enjoy your life the way that God created it to be for you. All right. Any other comments? Okay. All right. I think that's awesome. We've had a great Freestyle Friday. Y'all enjoyed yourselves?
Yes.
Had a blast, as usual.
As usual, yes.
So we'll come back together again soon and hopefully do some more intense. We're going to have a couple of intense times that we come back with our mental health expert for sure on a topic that we've agreed must be covered before the holiday season. I'm not going to reveal what it is yet, but we're going to get that date for you all. And Sunshine, we hope to see you some more before the holidays formally kick off. All right.
Thank you. Yes. Natasha, I'm coming to visit you, sis.
Yeah,
you come on down.
Kim?
Yeah, we need to just get a flight and go there together because I'm going to be there. Yeah.
Awesome.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Lotus Rashay. Thank you all in the virtual studio audience for tuning in. And I want to thank everyone that gave. Let me say this last thing. Everyone that gave for Giving Tuesday with Gabe's Heart Foundation. We raised $6,700 towards defibrillators being placed in public spaces around the country. So if you are interested in giving as well, you can go to gabesheartfoundation.org, $ Gabe's Heart, and we are placing defibrillators around the country. If you're interested in having it placed in your location, reach out to me and tell us your story. And our goal is to raise $45,000. And we have a gala coming up where we'll be giving some defibrillators out there as well. So thank you for your contribution on Giving Tuesday. We truly appreciate it. And you can go and learn more. All right. That's today's episode, everybody. Have a great day. Love you all.
Bye-bye. Thank you for tuning in to today's episode of The Kim Jacobs Show and for being in the virtual studio audience. Your presence truly does make a difference, and I look forward to you bringing your friends and family to join you in the virtual studio audience Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I look forward to seeing you.
Hey, back at it again. It's a Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast nightly check-in. What you got, T Swin?
Your boy J Bean.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hit him with the dog pound. Hey man, I miss Arsenio, man. That was a show, bro.
That long ass swing.
That's right.
Yeah, man. Let's see, man. We got somebody already checking in with us. Tapping in.
Tap.
It's the king, man. It's the king. King David, man. The King Started Day podcast. Hit the like button, fool. Like always, man. Shout out to the King Started Day podcast, which will be coming to you tonight. Make sure you tune in. Get your popcorn ready too, man. For real. Exactly. What's going down, JB?
Man. Oh, nothing, man. This is another beautiful day God blessed us with, man. I'm say it like that.
Yeah. Eddie. Yeah, man. It's another day, man. Feeling good. Shout out to Jeff Clay, man. And Wednesday Wind Down.
Always wanted that. I missed that. I wanted to be on that, man. I missed
if you was paying attention, it was once again, it was a good show. You got T Swin was on there. Make sure you check it out, man. Wind Down Wednesday with Jeff Clay. And also on Saturdays, check out the True Sessions, man, at 3 p.m. on Saturdays. Man, tune in. Tap in with your boys. Also, man, check in with CTR Media Network. Check out all the amazing podcasters that we have on there on board. Man, check them out. We got something for everybody. And today is also another thing by Wednesdays, Story Time with T. Tune into my latest episode of Story Time with T, which is available tonight, man.
Yeah.
It's there for you.
Get that tea.
Exactly. As always, man. What we sipping on tonight, JB?
I'm sipping on water like normal. I'm still trying to get over COVID, man. I'm gonna get me. I'm
turn that water and wine.
Right? Shoot, I wish I could, man. But yeah, I'm gonna start trying out some new things, man. Just I gotta get this sickness, man. So.
Yeah. Yeah, but got T Swim, man. Got the Twisted Tea, sweet tea whiskey. Get you some.
Yeah, I didn't even know they made sweet tea whiskey, man. I mean, Twisted Tea, that's crazy.
Hey, and it's good too, man.
Yeah, I know I had some. I done shared some with you.
Exactly. You don't even need ice.
Nah,
as you see,
good, man.
You know, ice. It's good.
But yeah, man, like in the world, man, the world's crazy right now, man. Got a lot of stuff going on in the world, man.
A lot of stuff going on. As you see, man, people. Back in the day, I think when stuff would pop off, people would, pay more attention to it.
Yeah.
More people gave a damn. Now, man, people so into themselves, they just keep moving. People focus on what's going on in football, basketball, and all kind of stuff in the world. They turn a blind eye to what's happening.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
It's so crazy, man. People don't understand, man. What goes on in the world affects us too, man. So you gotta pay attention to what's going on in the world.
Yeah. It's gonna hit you. It's gonna hit your doorstep in some kind of way.
Either personally or financially,
Yeah.
So you gotta pay attention, man.
Man, the king, man, said, man, I had a strong island in the casino. Hey, man, cheers to you.
Them Long Islands ain't no joke, man.
No, they ain't. Show in the casino. They show ain't. They want you to get you to spend that money.
Especially if you say top shelf. It's on the popping if you say top shelf.
But yeah, man. Man, what's going on around the world, man? Like my thing, bro. Sometimes I just don't understand why some people just can't have peace.
Yeah.
And just to let sometimes just let people be. Everybody, every country gonna have their different beliefs and that the way they handle stuff, man. And if the people comfortable with it, let them be.
Yeah, most definitely, man.
You
You
know.
can't we gotta learn how to coexist.
Yeah. Because like we were saying, man, we had Brother Clay on. He was talking about everybody's a puzzle piece. Everybody's a piece to the picture.
Yeah.
They got something that we could all use that could help us, and we got something that they could use that we could help them with. And just respect them for what they bring to the table.
Exactly.
Like agree to disagree and move forward. I don't feel like no blood should be shed.
Yeah, imagine if we all can, the whole world could get on the same page. The stuff we could cure, the hunger. People don't have to go hungry. We have
Yeah,
the
nobody
knowledge.
be
We just
hungry, homeless. Yeah, none of
we
that.
we have the knowledge. We just every country so into themselves. That they don't pay attention to what's going on to their neighbor. Man, we're all one. We're all one species. We're all Homo sapiens, right? So need to learn how to coexist and get along, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I always find it, amazing and funny. People go to a sporting event and they'll be cheering for the same team.
Yeah.
Be rooting, high-fiving each other. But as soon as the game is over, it's back to the racial slurs, it's back to the hate. You know what I'm saying?
And it really trips you out, being a black male, because most of the league is us anyway. Basketball, football, except for the quarterbacks. Baseball, not really. But still,
No.
even there
It's
though, it's a lot of
Afro-Latinos.
Exactly, but it's a lot of foreigners. Got people from Japan, Colombia, Cuba. So man, we all, we're all human. We enjoy similar things. There's gonna be things that connect us, man.
Yeah.
So why are we tripping on each other on little stupid, minute stuff?
Yeah. Yeah, my cousin, man, my husband played basketball over in Germany. Actually, Dennis Schroeder was the point guard for their team before he came over and played with Atlanta and came to the NBA. But they also talked about like how in certain parts of the world where they were playing overseas, like the locals, they've seen people throw like bananas or something like that, but they'll be cheering for you when you score a bucket.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But the home crowd is throwing stuff at you or calling you slurs. She said they experienced that overseas, and to me that's crazy though. How you gonna cheer and hate somebody at the same time?
Right. Talk about a toxic relationship. That's a love-hate relationship for real.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, man, maybe we need to come together and make another. Nah, I'm not gonna say that because they ruined the last one.
What's that?
We Are the World. You remember that last one was horrible, man. The one with White Clef.
Sheesh, man. You mess around and have too much auto-tune in that thing.
Right? Yeah, it'd be crazy right now. But we need something that's, we need to come together, man, as not just as a country, but the whole world,
As a
we
planet.
come together as a planet, man. We got bigger things to worry about. Not even say we got bigger things to worry about, but yeah, we do. Like the climate, man. Think about it, man. If the planet dies and the soil dies, we pollute everything. There's not gonna be no planet for our kids to be on, or your grandkids, You gotta think about stuff like that too.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I think about how much harder it's gonna be, man. My youngest is 15.
Yeah.
And I just think about, man, how crazy the world gonna be. Because it get crazy and crazy as the days go by. How crazy it's gonna be when she's an adult.
Yeah.
And it's wild.
Especially
It's
like
wild.
is it gonna be like it might be apocalyptic time when they get our age? You know what I'm saying? I hate to say it like that. The way things are going. Of course, nobody knows when the world's gonna end, depending on your belief. But like I said, it's looking pretty glim as far as like all this conflict that's going on. We got the conflict in, I'm not gonna say no names of no countries or nothing, but we got like a whole bunch of things going on right now that could turn really, really bad, like really, really bad, and may even potentially set us into a world war, and we definitely don't want that.
No, we sure don't. Yeah, man. But as me and my boy David was talking about, man, and this is true, man. War creates jobs.
Oh yeah.
It puts money in certain people's pockets. The old saying is, when there's blood on the street, buy the property, buy up the property.
Oh yeah.
Throughout history, we've been shown that they'll use propaganda. They will do certain things to get people riled up, to make you think that somebody is the villain.
Yeah.
You know, so you can support their cause or what they believe the cause or what you think is the cause of whatever's going on.
Yeah.
And you just had to pay attention, man. Keep your eyes open and do your research.
Yeah.
It's a lot of stuff that be going on behind the scenes. Just do your research. Don't just take what they give you. And I'll tell you, man. I remember one time, when they had the embassy thing, the Benghazi embassy thing. I worked at a chemical plant, and I worked with a bunch of rednecks at the time. And they were showing on TV. They had some people, some Middle Eastern people that were speaking in Arabic, and they were holding up signs. And the people that I was working with in the control room, they was getting upset, and they was getting mad. They was like, "We ought to just bomb them. We ought to just push the button on them right now." And I'm like, "Man, can any of y'all read Arabic? Can y'all understand it? Do you even know what those people are saying?"
Yeah.
And it's like, "No." I say, "So why are you getting upset?" I said, "They could be showing you something just so they can get you riled up to support their cause." And then they show, I say, "Man, okay, so they keep showing us a building in the dark on fire. We can't even make out what the building is because it's darkness. It's nighttime."
Yeah.
I said, "This has been happening for days. They ain't got no daytime footage."
Yeah.
They all start thinking. Then all of a sudden, man, mysteriously, there is a daytime shot, but it's not of the building. It's of the ground. And there's a little American flag laying in the sand. It looked like somebody took it and just threw it there and kicked some dirt on it real quick and put the camera on it.
Yeah.
"Man, look at that. Man, look at that." And I'm like, I said, "Dude, man, y'all falling for the okie doke."
Yeah.
And then one of the guys, man, he was a Sunday school teacher. I said, "Bro, don't you teach Sunday school?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "But you talking about blowing people up?" I said, "What's Christian about that?"
Nothing, man. Nothing at all.
And they all got quiet. They couldn't wait for me to walk out the room. I just tried to make them think.
Yeah.
For a second. Because like I say, I've seen certain things. I've seen where we've been doing certain exercises out in the ocean, and we were told one thing and the rest of the crew was told another, but we really knew what was going on.
Yeah.
Shoot, I've been underway, and we got to go special places to pick up Navy SEALs in the middle of the night. Where they coming from?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? There's always something going on around the world.
Yeah. They filter what they want to let out and what they don't want to let out, basically.
Mm-hmm. There's always moves being made. Yeah. People being put in position. People being taken from position.
Oh, yeah.
They don't be making these TV shows for no reason. POI, person of interest.
Yeah.
Sheesh. They can make any one of us a person of interest if they want to.
Yeah.
They can assassinate your character in less than a day.
And then have you killed too. Well, we're not gonna say that. We're revealing too much. All right. Oh, the next
one. Have you removed from the premises?
Yeah. There we go. We're gonna say that. But yeah, man. But still, man. Just saying, man. Pay attention to what's going on in the world, man.
Man.
And just make sure that
they need to get it right, bro.
Yeah, make sure you have your family straight or right to be able to, get your finances right. So if you have to make a move, you can, because unfortunately, money makes things happen. So make sure you have all your ducks in a row.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Make sure you pay attention, man, to what's really going on. Pay attention to the signs. There's a book called The Alchemist, man. It talks about paying attention to the omens.
Yeah.
If you haven't read The Alchemist, man, check it out. It's a very good book.
Yeah.
Man, once again, man, check out the King Start of the Day podcast. It'll be going live tonight. Make sure you check out, man, all the CTR Media podcasters, man. They're all amazing. Check them out. We got something for everybody, man. Tap into CTRMediaNetwork.com. Make sure you check out Storytime with T. And as always, man, make sure you check out the Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast, man, with your boy T Swin.
And your boy J Bean. But hey, tune in Sunday, man. I think Sunday we're gonna have another new show coming out, man. So make sure you tune in Sunday.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Revive. Sunday. Fun day.
Make
sure you tune in, man.
Yeah.
Let's see, man. Should I hit him with something?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Let's see what I got up in here. Let's see what we got. What we got, man. Let's see. Damn, man, for the money. that's 7 deuce right there. All right, man. You know what, man? We just gonna take it out on this, man. I'm gonna play the theme song, man. Y'all make sure y'all keep in touch with your boys, man. Stay in. Check us out, man, on YouTube. Check us out on Spotify, iHeart, Pandora, Audible, Amazon, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, man. We say, man, we everywhere. Everywhere. Check us out, man. Peace, love, health, happiness, and abundance.
Yeah, everybody be blessed tonight. Have a good night.
The time is now. The time is here. Round up the soldiers and lend me your ear. Peace, y'all.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
The time is now, the time is here. Round up the soldiers and lend me your ear. Pick your head up, stick your chest out, be strong, listen closely, cause men can't always be wrong. The time is now, the time is here. Round up the soldiers and lend me your ear. Pick your head up, stick your chest out, be strong, listen closely, cause men can't always be wrong. Men can't always be. Men can't always be. Men can't always be wrong. Men can't always be. Men can't always be. Men can't always be. Men can't always be wrong. Men can't always be.
Hey, it's me again, your guy T Swin with Storytime with T. You can listen to Storytime with T on Spotify, Amazon Music, Audible, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, iHeartRadio, Overcast, Pocket Cast, and Radio Public. Support the show. Listen on the go anywhere. While you work out at the job, it's your guy T Swin, Storytime with T. Check it out, y'all. Support. Peace.
With the Michael Finkley Show.
And I'm Nicole with Conversations with Nicole. You can join me Wednesdays at 9 a.m. on all of my streaming platforms.
Well, Nikki, don't forget about the Michael Finkley Show, Mondays, 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the CTR Media Network.
Join us.
What's up, everybody? It's your girl, Mila, lead singer of 702, and you are watching the Michael Finkley Show. Where my girls at?
Hey, don't violate me.
On the next Michael Finkley, from the Yin Yang Twins, D-Rock is here. Talk us about his brand new album, America's Most Wanted, and join us for our signature series, Community Spotlight, Monday.
There's a new familiar face this time. Say hello to the new daytime. See it everywhere you go, doing the greatest show. It's no other than the Michael Finkley Show. There is no other. He's like no other. I'm so glad that someone resonates with me. To
y'all doing? Today is the day that I take over. Hey, this is my interview. If you don't know who I am, I'm just D-Rocking.
D-Rocking. That's what he does. Look, that's what he does, Big Fan. Welcome back, y'all, to the Michael Finkley Show. Y'all see who my guest is. I'm telling you, he is one half of the Yin Yang Twins, native hip-hop group, D-Rock. What's up, bro?
Hey, man, word, and word. That's what they call it.
That's what they call it. But you've been doing
they call it word.
But you've been doing
it
it
around. Oh yeah, but around here they call it brick town. So that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to brick town. I'm stacking bricks. You see what I'm saying? I got artists on artists after me. Yeah. So when I say too lit mean we too lit. We like the road runner. Pew. We just move too fast.
But that means you never stop.
Hey, you can't stop. Can't stop, won't stop.
There you go.
Yeah.
Man, see, I was telling him before, y'all, that growing up, first of all, I wasn't allowed to listen to hip hop and rap growing up. I had to sneak off and do it. And do it, bro. But I'm telling you, it's like you all contributed to so much to hip hop in this era, in this time frame. Where did the inspiration come from?
Kane had music embedded in him since he was little. But me, my inspiration came from Crisscross. They was from Atlanta, and at the time we were the same age, and it was like, wow. And then my mama got me a ticket to the Crisscross concert at the Fox Theater. And after we left the concert, I asked her, can I rap? And that's how my career started. My first song was called Humpty Dumpty. That's how young I was. I wasn't nothing but 11.
Wow.
Yeah.
So when did it started blowing up for you though? You found the inspiration, in Atlanta, the sound is developing there in Atlanta for Southern hip hop. When did you find your avenue to get into this genre of music?
When I was 15, I did Bankhead Bounce. That would be, I even had Michael Jackson Bankhead bouncing. You dig? And then my favorite group was on the tour with Michael Jackson, Crisscross. Come on. So, that's what brought me to the generation of music, of me making music in my generation. But it's like when I started it, I didn't know what lane I was in. I was just making music. Like I said, my first song was Humpty Dumpty. Then my next one was the Bankhead Bounce, because everybody was Bankhead bouncing all that school. So I just went to the studio, made a song, boom, boom, boom. That it blew up. Then after that, years later, I met Kane. Once I met Kane, Yin Yang been thriving ever since.
I'm saying
Say less.
Listen, because when you hear Yin Yang Twins, you hear Wait the Whisper Song, you hear Salt Shaker, you hear Shake, you hear Bad, like all the list continues to go on.
Well, so while you twerk, you can't forget about what started it. What's the why you twerk it? What started it? And we used to grind and hustle at that time. That was the beginning. Yeah.
Like I can't explain it enough. Like you're contributing to this genre. We're celebrating 50 years of hip hop. What does that mean to you?
50 years of hip hop mean I contributed to hip hop because you understand that I was here. And I was here. And we just got an award last night. So I'm blessed. I can't complain.
Sid, did you know? Did you know when you started that it was gonna be this big thing when you met Kane and formed?
When I started rapping and actually said I wanted to start rapping, yes. Though my every time I go to sleep and dream me being on the big stage, like what I'm doing now.
Like that.
I fall asleep to that thought. You know, I brought it there. I wanted it. And I want to keep it. It ain't going nowhere.
Well, it's not going anywhere.
Hey, hip hop is not going nowhere.
No.
No, it's hip hop here. I'm here.
Yeah, that part. That part right there. So the success you saw with the Yin Yang Twins, right? Again, we named all the songs earlier. You know, we still bounce to them today. Did you even know? I'm going to read the question. Did you know how big it was going to be? Did it like surprise you at what point? It's like, dang, everybody vibing to our songs.
We didn't know because we had to grow.
Yeah.
Like we are when we first signed with Colin Paul, it was like patience. Patience. And it was like, all right, my patience is growing thin. You know, when we gonna do something. So, but that was teaching us when it started, it ain't gonna stop. It ain't gonna be patience. It's gonna be like, all right, you better humble yourself. Cause you gotta calm down. You do so much, then you get tired, you get agitated, you get aggravated. So you gotta teach yourself patience.
Wow. Do you think that's missing in music today?
Always. Cause everybody on the fast train.
Yeah. Yeah. You see a lot of overnight sensations, a lot of social media fame, right? TikTok fame, right? And they don't know the craft of the hard work truly behind what you all did for so many years, well, doing currently. So I feel that it's a lost art. Sometimes I feel like it's a lost art sometimes.
Kind of, but not. I can't say that because you know you still got a lot of artists out here who put in footwork still.
True.
So I ain't gonna count them out. But yeah, the fact that everybody don't want to sit back and put in footwork, yeah, you know. But what is that? That mean that is social media done took over. That's what that is. Look how we doing this interview right now. We ain't face to face. We on the internet.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Exactly. So as long as you have the internet, man, these young kids ain't doing nothing wrong. The old folks turned them on. They the one taught them how to do it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now I gotta ask this question. You and Kane vibe so well. Many people still think y'all related, like blood related. Why do y'all vibe so well? What is the secret?
I'm gonna say, you know, that's my best friends. How can I, you know, like we ride or die.
I got you.
Like it's self-explanatory because that's what we do. You know, we can argue and fight, and then we'll get on stage and act like ain't nothing happened. Like literally.
I got you.
True stories. And you see, I said that with an S. True stories. I ain't said with a Y, like true story. True stories.
A lot of them.
Yeah, you know, that's my brother. And what family do? Family fight. But what they do, get up, brush out, try it again. You know, you don't cry over spilled milk. You wipe it up.
I like that.
And if you real family, you're gonna wipe it up.
We're gonna do it together.
Yeah, exactly.
Definitely gonna do it together. But you also not only share music in common, but you also share something else in common as well. Both of you have a disability, and you've talked about it for so long over these years. At one point, did you get comfortable in just saying, "This is what I have, yeah, and this is what it's gonna sit with me," and like you got to deal with it? What point did you get comfortable talking about it?
Because they don't give me no disability check.
They don't.
That's all I got to say. Hell no, I'm not disabled. And if I tried to get one, they damn sure ain't gonna give me one. I'm one of the yin yang twins.
Yeah, no, not for you, sir. Not for you.
Yeah, nah. I wish I could. I damn sure go tell them to give me one.
When is the next tour?
Down the fast lane. Hey y'all, I'm artist Billy Stonecipher, and you're watching the Michael Finkley Show. Like a freight train down the fast lane, we're coming.
The next Michael Finkley, writer, director, producer of the film Atlanta 10.0. Ryan Gibbons stops by to talk about his passion project. Join us for our signature segment, Community Spotlight Series. All new Finkley, Monday.
Education. Stay in school. That's what I'm on. If you want to get rich, work for it. Ain't nobody gonna give it to you. And don't nothing come to a sleeper but a dream. So wake up.
You said it one more time. Say that. Right, say that one more time.
I said, don't nothing come to a sleeper but a dream. So wake up.
Wake up.
Hello everybody, it's Finkley from the Finkley Experience. We're an educational consulting firm that specializes in first-generation education. So we assist students with their college and career endeavors. We train school administrators on the state of first-generation students. And also, we partner with colleges and universities to assist with their first-generation population for easy transition from high school to college. So if you're looking for a presenter or speaker that presents on these topics and so much more, visit our website at thefinkleyexperience.com and learn about all that we do. We're looking forward to working with you.
Looking for some of the best soul food right here in Mullen, South Carolina? I promise you. Come on down to Garden Alley.
Our grape salad fabulous, our water ganger potato salad, our chicken is fresh, macaroni and cheese is salted to perfection. I haven't found anything that's not great. Best ever.
Banana pudding, cakes, pies. Yeah. Selection is huge. Garden Alley is an awesome place to eat. I really love it.
Come by and see the amazing staff at Garden Alley, downtown Mullins.
You're still living in your dream too, because you have this solo album coming out, America's Most Wanted.
No, it's already out. It's already out right now.
So
yeah.
Tell us about it.
Hey, I'm gonna say like this right here. Let me talk to you like your old uncle. Hey, I'm gonna tell you like this right here. Hey, it's out on all platforms. All platforms. You can get it right now. Right now, I'm telling you. Hey, but you can go on my website too. ToolEntertainment.com. Right now. Get the album. Hey, it's out on all platforms. Again, I say, you can get it today. America's Most Wanted, D-Rock Ying. I
I like that. I like that, man. I was able to listen to some of it too, and I was just like, this brother, he ain't lose it because he ain't gonna never lose it. That's number one. Still got it, bro. Still got
Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it.
Definitely. Yes, sir. So what's next? What's next with you? And then what's next with the Yin Yang twins?
Hey, Dead or Alive.
Man.
That's my next project that's coming off my other album. I'm just doing 2 albums. I'm doing America's Most Wanted and Dead or Alive. And after that, just on all my artists. But before my Dead or Alive come out, I got Duffy. I got Krispy Kreme. Birthday Boy, my little brother dropping the album. Well, my little brother dropping a single. He said he don't want to do an album. He just want to do a single just to show his face. And he gonna be like, we're gonna be like Baby, and you see how you don't even know his name like that? Cause that's how my little brother gonna be. Yeah. Baby all over Cash Money. But you don't know Slim.
Oh.
So that's how we doing it. Hey, I got a game plan and I ain't stopping.
I got you.
And I'm trying to do a trilogy. It's gonna be the Ying movie. That's my life. Yang movie. That's Kane life. Twins. That's how we became the Yin Yang twin.
Dang, is it already in the works?
Nah, I'm working on it.
Okay, I got you. Okay, staying busy.
Mm-hmm. Got to. Hey, teamwork make the dream work. That's what we're doing.
Always. What is that thing that you're still trying to accomplish? Like, this is on my bucket list. I still want to do this.
What I'm doing right now, basically, bossing up, stepping up, standing out. Sometimes you got to think about yourself to get to make your business grow. So when I think about myself, when I say that, it's like, I'm doing my yin yang, but that's just yin yang.
Right.
Now I want to bring other people in. Like, I got my kids. Like, I got my son, ATL Denzo. I got my Bachi, my niece, Soul Snatchers. Like, it's a family affair. All this going in. So I just want to expand and bring everybody else. And the streets ain't safe no more. Period. You got kids killing kids every day.
Every day.
Every day. So what I'm trying to do is make sure my family's straight. Stay out these streets. I was born in the streets, but they weren't born in the streets. So if you weren't born in the street, why you in the streets? Or even trying to represent the streets? No, come on over here.
Yeah.
Knowledge is power. The more you know, the more you grow.
Definitely. And
the more you lead, the more you succeed. Period.
See, now you hitting us with these jewels for real. Like, for real. Like, that goes deep. It really does. We need to hear that in 2023. Because like you said, so much is happening.
Yeah. But we not teaching each other. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
We hold the information back.
Yeah.
Like, and that's what I'm trying to do different. Other than holding information back, man, teach everybody how to be the boss.
Yeah.
I want you to be your own boss.
Are you doing this out of experience? Have you been done wrong in the past? This is why you kind of paying it forward in the positive?
Yeah. And you not signed to me directly, like you got to be exclusive. No, if somebody else give you another deal, take it. But I'm giving you 80-20 off top. I'm making you your own boss off top.
That's rare. That's rare. That is rare. Like for real, for real. Wow. I like that. I like that.
That's why we too lit.
Man, I'm loving this, bro. I'm loving this. When is the next tour?
We on the road right now, but at the beginning of the year we're gonna starting our own tour. The Yin Yang Twins headlining the tour. That's never been heard of, but it is going down. It is going down.
Okay.
And the tour is what Crunk lives. Cause we never died.
That's what's up. Who else is gonna be on the tour with you?
We ain't got everybody who on the tour in yet.
Okay.
But I know we headlining.
Of course. Of course. Who do you want?
Me and Kane. Hey, anybody else? We're gonna shut it down anyway, so just me and Kane.
Of course. Wow.
Now, if I put anybody that personally that I want there, it'd be my artists. Get them a couple of exclusives,
Right.
But personally, me and Kane.
I got you. Well, y'all by themselves, you will sell out in an arena, so ain't no worries there.
We're gonna try. That's why I'm D-Rocking.
D-Rocking.
Yeah, D-Rock-ing. Say, wait. Hey, what you doing? I'm just D-Rocking.
It's D-Rocking. That's what I do.
Yeah.
Just D-Rock.
Yeah, D-Rock-ing, the album look like.
Hey, all streaming platforms, right?
Yep.
There you go. Think fam. You can't miss it. Right there in your face. Go check it out, y'all. Go check it out.
And I'm just D-Rocking.
Please make a shirt. Please make a shirt.
It is. Go on the website. Go on the website right now. Go to shop. You can get you one right now.
See, you can't make this stuff out, big fan. You can't make this stuff out. That's what I'm
You can get you one
about.
right now. Go to the website.
Go to the website, y'all.
Go on and hit shop. Got the t-shirt. Got this one. Got this one. And the Dead or Alive. Yeah, we already ready.
Got you covered. Oh man, D-Rock, we appreciate you, bro. We appreciate you.
Hey, appreciate you too.
Yes, sir.
What's going on, beautiful people? My name is Prince Hordworm, and I play Jacob in Fatal Seduction, and you guys are watching the Michael Finkley Show.
It's the Black Tie Masquerade happening Saturday, October 21st Orangeburg, South Carolina. Order your tickets at TammyMediaGroupLLC.com.
Hello, Finxium. My name is Miko, and I'm so excited to take you on a tour of Pick 42 Foundation. Come on in. People's House, we like to call it. And so I'm going to go ahead and introduce you to, this is our staff, where the Pick 42 staff works. That's kind of like in the front half of our building. You see Virginia. Virginia is with the Food Policy Council, and coordinator for Juneteenth Mullins. And we have our pharma ambassador sitting in the back, Miss Davon. And if you look around, we have various artwork that's all throughout the building. Our artwork was painted by high school students at Mullins High with assistance from their instructor. And we have all of this artwork. The big pieces are on loan from Mullins High School. And up above where you see the African drums, those are also on loan. So, you know, people bring artwork to us to display. And so the one thing we wanted to do is we wanted to have a space where whenever we invited the community, it was welcoming, right? We want you to get information. So let's come over here and look at our information desk. At any point, when folks come in to see us, we always ask them if they're registered to vote. There's a bus in Marion County now. So we have the bus schedule that's up here. So if you need to try to figure out how, and it's free. And we're working with PDRTA to get Pick 42 Foundation as a bus stop. So hopefully that happens. Let's come on back. So the next thing we're going to take a look at is we have a studio. So our studio over here, whenever you see us online or live, this is where we do it from, our little makeshift studio here. Let's go ahead and take a look. This is the Pick 42 Foundation studio, right? You know, and we do, a matter of fact, just yesterday, Mr. Bill and Terry, they did a demonstration on food that we harvested from the garden. So this is our studio. This is our conference room table. And then this is our wall of heroes. So on our wall of heroes, we are so excited. Pardon me, we were vacuuming. So these are all of the wonderful organizations that donate $250 or more to us. And so they're on our wall of heroes. Also, we have our 2003 patrons, our 2023 patrons. They all donate a minimum of $10 or more a month to help us to keep the lights on. We always have our swag wall going on. So with the swag, if it's Pick 42 Foundation swag, that is, our t-shirts cost $20. If it's Black Voters Matter swag, here you go. Black Voters Matter swag is free as long as you send a text message to Black Voters Matter, and we'll help you do that. But now we have some t-shirts available. Sometimes we have t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, all kinds of fun stuff. But yeah, so this is our swag wall. And then over here, this is our internet cafe. So let's say if you need to pay a bill, or a child needs to come and do some homework, or you need to use the internet we have here for free at any point, you could come, we get you signed in, and you get set up at our internet cafe, and you can use the internet for free. I'm gonna give you a sneak peek into our food hub, right? So we got our commercial freezer in the back. And then this is where, when the food comes in, we would have it. Now this right now, it's a little bit in between because we don't have anything scheduled yet. You are all welcome. Anytime, whether you're local to this community or not, whenever you happen to be in Marion County, come give us a visit. Come to 158 South Main Street in Mullins and just pop in. Between 9 and 5, there's somebody always here.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
The next Michael Finkley, writer, director, producer of the film Atlanta 10.0. Ryan Gibbons stops by to talk about his passion project. Join us for our signature segment, Community Spotlight Series. All new Finkley, Monday.
Join the She Trucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, She Trucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
Welcome to the Enjoying Life podcast. We are with the She Trucking Foundation, and I cannot wait for you to hear our guests today. We have so many great things to cover. Today, I'm going to put a broker in the hot seat. So I'm looking forward to that. You know, the market is tough right now, and drivers and carriers are struggling a lot. And I really think it's a great opportunity for us to hear from a broker and get some information about the best ways to succeed, and she can have some great tips for us. So if you have questions, be sure to pop those into the comments. Share this out so people can join us and hear our discussion. I also love that she's a carrier, so she's got experience on both sides of the table, and it's going to be a fabulous conversation. You know, my show is Enjoying Life OTR, and I care a lot about work-life balance. And I've been saying this a lot these last few months. You know, this year in trucking has been rough, especially for owner-operators. But even those of you that are carriers, you know, we're having some stress about maybe not getting enough miles. And we really just got to work smart these days. You know, trucking is very cyclical, you know, so we have our up times and we have times where, you know, we're all rolling in the money. And then there's times where we're really having to buckle down and be careful. And it feels a little bit more you know, the industry feels a little bit more insecure. And I think we're kind of in one of those times now. So I wanted just to make that opportunity to talk to somebody who's on the broker side and ask her some questions about maybe there's some ways that we can do things better as carriers and build those relationships, and just take the opportunity to learn from somebody with experience on both sides of the table. So I have the honor of welcoming my guest today. Her name is Elizabeth Long. She is a broker, like I said, at a carrier, and I've run freight for them in their brokerage. It's Patriot Star, and she is somebody that I consider to be a real trusted resource in the industry. She and her husband both have been acted like mentors to me, really. And anytime I have a question about the industry or how things are going or something that's happening with my paperwork and contracts or something that's just feeling a little bit uncomfortable to me, I know that I can go to her and ask her as a trusted resource, and she's going to give me factual information. So I'm really honored to have her on the show. So if you could join me welcoming Elizabeth Long.
Thank you for having me on today, Cindy.
Elizabeth, you know I'm a big fan of yours. I love the work that you do. You're one of my favorite brokers. I tell you that all the time, and I really have enjoyed working with you professionally. But even as a friend, I think you have a lot to offer. You know, at She Trucking, we care a lot about equipping, empowering women to thrive in this industry and to make the most of the opportunities that are presented to us in freight. So I've been looking forward to sharing them with you with them and getting them to meet you and hear from your perspective. Can you start out and just share us a little about your career and how you started in the industry and then what's your role in the industry today?
Absolutely. And I do want to tell you too, the feeling is mutual. I love working with you. You are one of my favorite carriers to work with for so many reasons, what we'll probably get into later. Um, so the way I got started in the industry, to be honest, I never thought I would be in transportation, trucking, logistics. I never in my wildest dreams thought I'd be a part of this. But I met my husband, Kenny Long, and we got married, and he had a CDL and owned a truck, and he'd been driving for probably about 15 years when we'd met. And he taught me how to drive. And I'd ridden in the truck with him for a little bit before he taught me how to drive. And then I went and got my CDL, and was fortunate to do that before you had to go to school, and was able to just get on the job training with him. And
let me hop in there real quick. What did you do before this? Like what?
So yeah, that's a great question. So I did a lot of sales. I did car sales. I worked in a bank. But actually I spent a lot of my younger years, I mean, maybe 10 to 15 years in the restaurant business. And, the restaurant business is another job where it's customer service oriented, and you've got to think on your feet and you're on the go, so I don't know. I think restaurant business is really good training for any career, to be honest.
I agree.
So I enjoyed that, but I love what I do now. So Kenny taught me how to drive, and we actually teamed for quite a few years, just the two of us. And we had the opportunity to see all 50 states now. Unfortunately, we didn't see Hawaii and Alaska in the truck, but we've seen all 50 states now. And the good part of that is due to trucking. So I guess I've had my CDL since 2012, and I don't know how many miles I have, but accident free, which is fantastic. And
congratulations. Well done.
Thank you. And I've had a great time traveling with Kenny. So.
Well, we're going to talk about your team driving with Kenny toward the end of the show, but I kind of want to pick your brain about what your primary role in the industry is right now. Can you tell our audience about switching?
Yeah, absolutely. So we started our carrier in 2012, and that's when Kenny and I were driving together. And then over the years, we had started to accrue some of our own customers. And these were customers that we had met through friends, family members who might have referred us, or even just, someone sees us, locally, and they wanted to work with us. And so we had started to accrue. Oh, and actually one of our biggest customers came to us through another truck driver who was working with a customer, and they needed help in the Central Florida area. And she said, you should give Elizabeth a call. So we started to accrue these customers, and it got to the point that there was other shipments then in places that we couldn't handle, that we didn't have our trucks in. And so Kenny and I talked about it in 2017. We decided to make the leap, and we started our freight brokerage. So that was
I don't want to pass this up, because I think you made you put a point there. I think it is so important, because I hear a lot of people go, I should get my brokerage. For one, a couple of things. You're taking direct freight as a carrier with a customer without a brokerage.
Yes.
Many people owner-operators don't realize that they could do that. Could you talk a little bit about that? So me, I just got one, and I do have direct shippers, but can you tell a carrier that's just maybe got one truck or a small fleet how they can go about working directly with the customer?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I mean, it is really important as a carrier, as any business owner, we should always be marketing our business. No matter who we're talking to, everyone we come across should know what we do. And it really helps, because someday someone's going to need something moved, or they're going to have a neighbor that needs something moved, or a boss. And so they can then think of you and reach out to you when they need that shipment moved. So I think that there's a lot of ways that carriers can be marketing themselves. And, it's just as simple as, joining things like chambers of commerce, and, even the old fashioned way of going door to door. And there really is a perk when you are a carrier and the actual driver going in to meet a shipper or receiver, and you're talking to them about offering them service, because you are really 100% going to be that service provider, and they're going to have a face with the name of who actually is going to be dealing with their freight. And so you might not have an easy of a time getting into a place like Walmart or Costco, something like that, where they're doing these huge volume shipments. But those smaller mom and pop or smaller, more specialized freight, they're going to look at you and they're going to see the value there. So there's definitely opportunities.
You know, I'm in a lot of Facebook groups, a lot of social media, and they'll say, well, you can't get direct shippers if you've only got one truck. What would you say to that, Elizabeth?
That's baloney. That's total baloney. You can definitely, Kenny and I only had one truck, and sometimes it comes down to just being in the right place at the right time. But to be in the right place at the right time, you've got to be visible, and you've got to make sure that people know that you're available to do work. So.
Okay, I love some things you said. I love telling everybody that I'm a trucker. Everybody I meet knows a trucker.
Yes.
I run a trucking company, so don't miss that, people. That's a great tip right there. It's so valuable. You just run into people, give you referrals that just wouldn't have even thought to give a referral. That I didn't even know you'd interested in a new, additional customers. My brother has a warehouse over there, so talk it up. Love that. Great advice. I have another question about really practically, how does it, when I started, I had been booking all my freight through brokers, which many new carriers do that. And then I started venturing out thinking, I think I'm going to just go ahead and get my own direct shippers. And I do have some, but, I had a process about that. But one of the things that made me most nervous is like checking their credit. Like, what's that procedure like? With brokers, I just run it through my factoring company, and it's real easy for me to check a credit of a broker. And, how would I go about doing that as with a direct customer? What would
that really is a challenge. And I don't know that I have all of the answers on that, unfortunately, especially in this economy right now, because there's a lot of businesses that are struggling, maybe even behind the scenes.
Yeah.
So I think that the wisest thing that you can do, when you're getting set up with a new customer, is start off small and set your payment terms. Don't be afraid to ask for payment up front or COD. Meaning cash on demand. Don't be afraid to ask for payment immediately or upfront, because there's a lot of small shippers and receivers that will offer that to you. And if nothing else, maybe set the terms at 15 days, and that can help you get a better handle on, if they are getting behind, sooner. So I think that's
the thing I think people don't realize is that, on the shipper side, they're used to people asking for their credit.
Yes.
That you're going to spend a lot of money on fuel. You're going to have to pay your driver. And so they're expecting, that's a very normal part of their, business, whether they're signing up for a new brokerage to run their freight or they're signing up with the carrier directly. It's a very common practice to ask to see, a credit history and ask for referrals of, so I always say, just ask them you can do a credit check. And,
There are some resources with that, and it's slipping my mind right now, but there is a big resource where you can check credit on basically any business. I don't know that it's always free, but you can also check on things like Google. And, sometimes factoring companies will have these shippers in there if someone else has factored their freight. But really just do a little bit of research, and, if you are actually showing up there at the shipper or receiver, keep an eye out on things. How do things look like they're going? Are the employees looking relaxed, or are they stressed? You'll hear things if you're in and out. So
yes. And Google, even just a Google search in itself, because people are going to write reviews.
Yes. If they're not getting paid 100%, you're going to see reviews there on Google. So
that's great. Okay, so now tell me, you said you transitioned into the brokerage because you were getting more customers basically than your own carrier could handle. So tell us about transferring into that, and when did you move from the truck to really focusing full time on the brokerage? Could you tell us a little bit about that transition?
Sure. So in 2017, we started the brokerage, and I guess if we can backtrack just slightly, in 2015, Kenny and I had started to bring on our first owner operators, meaning that we brought on some other drivers who had their own truck, but we did this the right way. We added them onto our insurance policy, our auto liability and our cargo insurance. Our company name was on the door. We were responsible for safety. They were part of our drug consortium. So we added on these owner operators. And so I would say Kenny and I were still driving in the truck 2017, but it was probably 2019, 2020 when we started to get out of the truck more completely. So even in 2017, even though we'd started the brokerage, it was very slow. It might be 1 or 2 loads a month, to be honest. It was definitely a challenge in the beginning, starting the brokerage. I remember, we decided not to factor from the get-go with our brokerage. And I remember there were so many times that, I would find the right carrier for the load, I thought, and they would say, well, my factoring company is not going to approve you. And, you need to be able to have money set aside then to either do like a 50% upfront and 50% on delivery, or some other sort of payment arrangement. I remember one time though, in the beginning where I had this small load, I think it was like a short little partial going just across town. And I don't know what it was. It was a couple $100. And I said to the carrier, I said, listen, I said, I'd like to work with you on this. I will pay you up front. I said, just show up there to the shipper. I will pay you. I'll give you an EFS check. And then, I trust that you're going to pick up the load and handle the load for me, and they decided, no, I'm not going to do it. I said, I don't know what to do. So there was definitely, that was probably the first 2 years of the brokerage. There was a lot of struggles with that. And I had to work very diligently to make sure that I paid my carriers on time. So it was a lot of really being on top of things to make sure we build our credit in the beginning. And fortunately, when we started out,
that's the biggest challenge. I'm sorry to interrupt. Would you say that that's the biggest challenge in starting a brokerage because you don't have established credit, and so the carriers don't? I mean, I know I wouldn't run with the new brokerage that didn't have established credit because I'm like, I'm gonna spend all that money on fuel, and I'm gonna spend all that time, and then you might pay me, you might not, or when. Would you say that not having established credit is the biggest challenge of starting a new brokerage, or something else?
That's a good question. I think not having established credit, and then also cash flow can be a big issue that small brokerages might have when they're starting up. Both of those, I think in the market that we're in now, a brokerage starting up might have a little bit more of an advantage because there's less loads than there have been in the past. But when the tables flip, which they will, again, it'll definitely be more in the carrier's favor, and a newer brokerage is going to have a heck of a time trying to get someone to take their shipments. So
yeah. I think that's the other thing. I hear a lot of people going, I'm just going to start a brokerage, and all I got to do is buy my bond, and the bond is actually not that expensive.
No, it's not.
You have to have $75,000, and depending on your credit, that you have your personal credit, it's really not that expensive to do it.
No,
so do that. Get your website. Get a TMS system set up, and everybody thinks that's it. I could start. Booking my own freight. So what I love about your journey and the way you did, I think it's so smart, is you had more customers than your own personal trucks could handle. And that was the time where you started to make that transition, because you weren't starting the brokerage with needing to go for customers.
Correct.
You were already having customer relationships started. And I think that's so smart. And I think many people don't do it that way. So I've heard Kenny say that before. When do I know it's time to start a brokerage? And he'll say, well, when you have more freight than your own trucks can handle, that's the time where you want to branch out. And that's it, like getting new customers, Elizabeth. Everybody acts like that's
well, it's not as easy as most of us, as most people might think. And that's probably the reason most carriers don't have a lot of their own direct freight. It takes a lot of calls. Kenny and I actually at one point had hired someone that we had known. He worked with a different brokerage, and we hired him on salary just to do outbound calls to try and bring in new customers. And we paid him for an entire year, and he did not bring in anyone at all. Yeah. So I don't know if it was his methodology that, just wasn't working, but it's really not that easy. It comes to acquire someone who wants you to handle their shipping. It really comes to being at the right place at the right time, and you have something that solves their problem, and a lot of times, as business owners, unless there is an issue, unless they're not happy with what's happening, with their current service provider, they don't want to have to switch.
Right.
They're comfortable with the status quo, and unless they're unhappy with the price or the service, or something major has happened. So sometimes it means following up for a couple years until someone might be ready to switch.
Okay, listen, everybody. Did you hear what she just said? The time that it takes of so much wooing and wooing and wooing, trying to really build that relationship and keep putting your name and your face in front of that customer. It takes so many times of calling and building those in. And then the market is so fragile right now. The rates are so competitive that shippers, their phones are blowing up all day with people saying, I could beat their rate. Give me a shot. Just give me loads. And, they're trying to just get the freight as what they can. And, carriers, we're feeling that, we are. You're feeling it too, carrier side. So, but when the market is so competitive like this, then it's just, how low can we go? And, then try to provide good service, provide a good carrier when the rates are, skinny. That's a good.
And to be honest, I don't think, when you're looking for shippers that you want to work with, if the shipper tells you that really price is the only thing that matters to them, sometimes you have to listen to that. I actually met someone the other day. Kenny and I were at an event, and we were actually at an event for one of our other customers. We were making a delivery and a pickup for them. And I got to talking to someone else, and he was telling me about how he can ship a pallet anywhere in Florida, one pallet for $165. And I said, wow, that's pretty awesome. I'm not going to be able to beat that for sure. And he let me know, that, really the only thing that matters to him is price. And I said, well, listen, I'm going to give you my card anyway. I'm not going to be able to beat or match that rate for one pallet to go to Miami from Tampa. That's just, I'm not going to be able to do that. But if you have something that goes wrong, or you need something last minute, or you need a full truckload, let me know. I'll be happy to help you, because even though you might not be able to meet their needs at that moment, you might be able to in the future. People's business models change. So
again, another great point. I love what you did there. And I even do this as a carrier when I'm talking to a broker, and I will start talking about a load. I do the exact same thing. This is gold right here, Elizabeth. I love what you said right there. So you're getting a no, and and they know this is not going to work right now, but you continued to talk about opportunities for the future. And I'll even do that where I'm like, well, this load obviously is not a good fit for me, and I'll do a very similar thing as a carrier, and I'll say, if something else comes up, keep me in mind. I'm not going to do that rate. I'm not going to, I have no desire to be the bottom of the barrel.
Yes, right.
But you're right that things do change. And then also when I'm talking to a broker, I will also say, I know they have multiple customers, so this one customer, they're running all this cheap freight, but they do have some more specialized things. And I'll even take that opportunity, and I'll say, this one's not a good fit for me, but I'm a great carrier. I mean, my goal is to be your favorite carrier. Every load I do, that's my goal. So, and they love that, and they're having a conversation with me. So even hearing you say that on the broker side, I think that's just a great way to network. And every no that you get doesn't mean it's a never.
That's right. That's absolutely right. Yes.
Great tip there, Elizabeth. You have so much wisdom. I knew you were going to be sharing some gold with us. Okay.
I really think it benefited me a lot to start as a carrier before I became a broker, because when Kenny and I were in the truck, we had our own authority. Both he and I would book loads. We were both on the load boards. We were both negotiating loads. And so I really had a lot of background in exactly what I needed to do to dispatch our trucks and stay profitable. And that really helped me a lot as I started the brokerage. I did not do any specialized brokerage training. I don't think you necessarily need to do any specialized brokerage training, to be perfectly honest. If you have that background as a carrier, you know what it takes to get the job done. You know the questions that are going to come up. You know the pain points you've had as a driver of, someone sends you in there and the appointment time, they said the appointment time was X, but it's actually Y. And, now you're sitting there for, you've missed your appointment or something, so yeah, I think that there's a lot of benefit to starting off as a carrier first.
Well, and you all day you're talking to your competition, and I mean, as a carrier what things that they're not even asking the right questions sometimes.
Yes, yeah.
And so you know that that's happening for the shipper as well, and you get a really a good idea how you can improve on that.
Yes, yeah.
One of my favorite things, I've told you this story before, but Elizabeth and I she called and offered me a load for my truck, and it was in Texas, but I was a little bit far. And I loved this conversation I had with her. I thought, I wish every broker could talk just this frankly and honestly. You offered me this load and I gave you my rate. I had a big Ted head. So the rate was just out of the market, and I even told you, I'm like, I know this rate's not going to, but this is what I would need to do it. And you said to me, and I just loved your honesty, and you just said, you paused for a minute, and I was like, and I was sitting there, she's like, you're crazy, girl, I ain't paying you that. But, I didn't know what you're going to say, because, you get blasted sometimes. So
yes,
like, what is she going to say? She said to me just so respectfully, and she said, Cindy, I know why you gave that rate. I understand that. But honestly, I could cover this load cheaper than that with another carrier that's closer by, and the market's competitive right now. So I think we'll just pass on this one for now. And, it was just straight up. And I was like, I loved it. I was like, I love this woman. I'm like, why can't we all just talk honestly? You weren't going, I don't have that much in it. That which
right.
About. It's like, you're just like, just honestly, I could cover it cheaper. And if somebody that was closer, and I was like, we could just talk that honestly instead of all this, crazy lines we feed each other.
Yes. Well, I respect you so much, because I've called you so many times on loads. We've done so many loads together. And, if I asked you what you need for this, you're not afraid to give me the rate that you actually need. You're not afraid to give me an offer. Yeah. And that doesn't necessarily mean that we'll match up on it, right. But you're not afraid to quote something. Yeah. And I can't tell you how many carriers I've talked to, and they just won't give me a number. Tell me
about that. What is happening when they don't give you a number? What do you think is
that's a really good question. So I can't answer that, because I've been on the carrier side as well of that. And I know that I've called different freight brokers before, especially some of the bigger ones where they have young people that are answering the phones and are disrespectful, and they will yell at you if you give them a number that they don't like. And I find that to be ridiculous, because really, this is still business, and if you tell me you need $1,000 on this, and because of X, Y, and Z, then that's what you need. And hopefully we can work together and work something out on that. But if we can't, then you're just not the right truck for this particular load. And that's okay too. And I think sometimes when carriers get put on the spot and ask for a number, they just freeze. They're not used to actually quoting something. They're so used to brokers just telling them, this is what the rate is, and they're going to say yes or no. And they don't realize that there is a negotiation involved. It doesn't always mean that you're going to get 100% your way in the negotiation, but there's definitely different aspects that you can discuss. And this is one of the benefits for an actual driver, like a one truck owner operator like yourself, and like a lot of drivers out there. It's so important for them to be negotiating their own rates and not relying on dispatchers to be the ones calling and booking the loads. I will 100% give a little extra money to a one truck owner operator driver who is booking their own load over some dispatcher who has called in. They don't know the details of the truck. I've had dispatchers before book the truck, and I call the carrier, on the number on FMCSA, and that carrier says, I'm not going to do that, so that they waste my time. So when there's people like you that call and do that, it's fantastic. And I feel like I went off on a tangent there.
No, it's good information. Okay. Cause I think a lot of people will say, I think there's some really great dispatchers out there. I personally never worked with one. I've always self-dispatched my own truck. I also have a background like you do. So that to me, I was like, I'm not going to do that. Nobody's going to represent my company. Nobody's going
Yes.
to come hard and say, wait, you can count on me. I know you're concerned. I know the timeline. This is where I'm at. I mean, I'm going to give that spiel. I'm going to run hard, and I'm going to ask for all the money, and I'm going to ask for, what I need. And this is what you need. I hear you. You're talking to the driver. So I'm going to be there. So I see how that works. I know how that benefits me personally. So I wouldn't do that. But so you've had problems. Like, what if you have, you're driving? What would you say? Carriers are driving and they're losing time because they can't be constantly looking for loads where they're driving. What would you say to that reason for that person that's never self-dispatched their truck? What would you say to, you're a carrier, you knew how to do it. So
I think if you're going to be dispatching yourself, I think it's important to work on pre-planning your week, and don't just deliver a load and then look for your next load. It's a great idea to pre-plan and be looking ahead, and make sure you're establishing relationships with brokerages. Some of the smaller ones like myself, but also some of the bigger ones like C.H. Robinson or Coyote or Landstar or even TQL. When you start to have a rep at one of those and someone that knows you, they can also be looking for stuff that might go well on your truck even when you are driving, and they can offer things to you. So that's a good tip. But also just kind of plan your week and plan your day. When you're getting loaded and unloaded, you normally have a little bit of downtime there where you can take a look at the load board and see what's out there. On your 30-minute break, check that out. And I think some place where carriers fall short often is posting their truck. And in this market, especially 100%, you need to have your truck posted all of the time. As soon as you book your next load and you know where you're going to be available next, post your truck. They're in this market.
Say that. Tell us why you say that.
Yes. Yeah. Well, there's a couple reasons, and I'll give an example that you were a part of, actually.
This story.
So, in this market where freight brokers are not struggling to find trucks as much, it is super important for them to be able to go onto DAT load board or whatever load board you're using, and be able to see, okay, well, this carrier has a posted truck there. They can look up your MC number, see your safety score, see you don't have any freight guard reports, and say, okay, I'm going to call them. Instead of having to post their load and deal with the hundreds of incoming phone calls that they can hardly even catch their breath in between, it's so much nicer to be able to pick and choose who you're going to call and try and work something out with. It also puts a little bit more control in your hand as the carrier, though, as well, because you know that the broker has hand selected you, picked you out, and said, I'd like to work with this carrier. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So they've already kind of looked you up a little bit, most likely, before they've called you. So you do have a little bit of an advantage there, so don't be afraid to, even if you can't, let's say you're driving when someone calls you, don't be afraid to say, hey, I see your number that came in. Let me get your extension. Let me look this up, and I'll call you back in just a few minutes with a number. And, it's not terrible to do that, so.
I love that what you're saying so much, because I find when a broker calls me and they've seen my posted truck,
yes,
the conversation is so slow. Well, for one, they're super respectful.
Yes.
It is a whole different thing. They're like, hey, I saw you posted your truck, and how are you doing today? And I'm like,
yeah,
I'm doing great. How are you doing? And it's this slow, casual pouring out of the details. And let me tell you what I've got and why I want you to look at this. And I see you're ready to go into this area. And that the conversation is so less aggressive.
Yes.
It's
such a yes. Oh, you hit the nail on the head. And I'm really glad you said that, because it's a totally different energy.
Yeah.
If you and I were even in that position, because if I post my load, I'm stressed. I'm getting a lot of phone calls, and a lot of those phone calls are unfortunately double broker guys who are trying to take my load and trick me into giving them the shipment, and then so they can steal my freight. So it's very stressful for me to try and weed through everyone. And, I have seconds to get through a phone call to determine, is this someone I even want to work with, versus someone calls you and they can actually have a conversation with you. And it's so important. And the example I wanted to give was that one time this past summer in Chicago, and I had a truck driver, I don't know how this happened, but he lost his key, and he called me at 4:00 in the morning, and he said, I'm not going to make the 8:00 pickup. And I said, oh my goodness. So, we had an 8:00 pickup in Chicago or something like that. And, I had just a couple hours, and it's the middle of the night, 4:00 in the morning. So how am I going to find a truck? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I looked on DAT, and I could not believe, I looked for available trucks. I could not believe it. Here is Cindy with Achieve Trucking is posted there. And I've said, this can't be right. This can't be Cindy up there. That's not normally her area.
Right.
And I looked, and it was Cindy. And I thought, oh my goodness. I'm like, this is going to be amazing if she's available. And I probably waited an hour because I didn't want to wake you up at 4:00 in the morning. Yeah. And I called you, and, you helped me out with the shipment, and I paid you more than I was going to pay the other carrier. I think I paid you excellent for that market. And, but I was so happy to see a carrier that I knew and trusted that I could rely on to get the job done right. And I think most brokers probably feel like that when they're looking for something more than just the cheapest truck, which we are oftentimes. It's not always just the money, really.
Yeah. Okay, I have a lot I want to talk to you about. We're going to take a little commercial break, but you shared some fantastic information, and I still have a list of questions that I want to go through because you're so much information that you have in that beautiful brain of yours, and I'm so grateful. So we're going to cut to commercial, but we're going to be right back. If y'all have any questions, we got a broker in the hot seat here. So if there's anything you wanted to know about the other side, this is the time to ask. And she's an experienced carrier with the fleet of 10 trucks. So she's run all kinds of freight. And so if you guys have questions, pop those in. We're going to go to commercial. We'll be right back. Well, Elizabeth, okay, you have my brain going in a million different directions. I want to talk a little bit about double brokering. Okay, I know for me as a carrier, I noticed that they're really being careful when they book a load with me. There's a lot of things that are happening. Can you tell us a little bit? Maybe there's a new owner operator out there, or maybe somebody even thinking about becoming an owner operator in the future, or maybe even open a brokerage. Can you tell what's happening in the market today about double brokering and how that impacts all of us? And then what you as a broker are doing to prevent that fraud, basically. Can you give us a little summary if somebody's not really familiar with that side of the...
Yeah, absolutely. So what we're seeing happen now is there are a lot of shell carriers. And what I mean by shell carriers is it's someone who has opened up a carrier, and maybe they have one truck on their policy, and then they are accepting freight from a legitimate broker. And then with their shell carrier, they get the load information, they have the rate confirmation, and they have that load secured. They then hand that load off to maybe a sister brokerage company of theirs, which is a scam brokerage company. They do have a legitimate MC number, but usually they're set up that they don't care to pay any carriers, so that brokerage then will post the load or call trucks and get that load moved with another legitimate carrier who doesn't realize that this has been double brokered. Did that explain that part of it?
Very helpful.
Right? Okay.
Very helpful.
So
what are you as a broker doing to prevent that from happening? So we as carriers can understand how to overcome,
what we're looking for.
Yeah.
So one of the first things that I do now is when I am booking a new load, and if I'm having to take incoming phone calls, or if I am looking to work with someone new, I have Carrier 411 up, and I use that every single day. I'm checking every new carrier in there. I'm checking to see if they have any freight guard reports, meaning that someone might have reported them for double brokering. I think there is an unfortunate thing with Carrier 411 that sometimes they've gotten a bad rap because brokers will threaten to file a freight guard report for this or that. And it's, a lot of times it's something that, it stinks, something went wrong, but, it's not the end of the world. And there are brokerages like me that will look past some things like that. I mean, if I ask you about it and you have a good explanation, and it wasn't, yesterday, a lot of times we can move past it and we can still work together. I'm not against that. But if you've been reported for double brokering, we're not working together. So,
right.
So that's probably my first check. We have a couple other resources that we use. One of the other things that I'm always doing is calling the number that's listed on FMCSA for that carrier to confirm that I'm booking the load with who I think I'm booking it with. A little side note with that, there is something that had happened with FMCSA was allowing carriers to be able to change their address and their phone number by sending in a copy of their driver's license. And what was happening with that is some carriers were actually having their identity stolen and their phone number and address was changed by sending in a picture of their driver's license to one of these scam brokerages. So I would really hesitate to send a copy of your driver's license, your CDL, to anybody at this point.
Okay, everybody get that? It's to prevent someone else from impersonating your company and your MC. So
yes,
it's a big scam out there. So
there's other ways that you can still verify who you are, and maybe that means, having your insurance agent vouch for you, and so, there's just different things you can do. I would always be ready to send pictures of your truck, your company name.
Tell us why they're asking that. Just in case they're not put together. Can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, even beyond just the double brokering, there are a lot of companies out there who might only insure 1 or 2 trucks, and then they hire on what they call owner operators. And these owner operators are not on their insurance policy. They're not on their cargo. They're not on their liability insurance, and they're sending them in to pick up freight. And it really opens myself as a broker and my customer up to a lot of risk because that truck might not be properly insured. I haven't vetted them. And so as a brokerage, I want to see the actual truck that you're going to be sending in there to the shipper to pick up the load. If there's going to be any changes in the company name, I need to know, from the get-go. If you're dispatching for someone else, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that, but you need to give me the DOT number of the truck that's going to actually be doing the shipment. And that's who I need the insurance for. That's who I need to be able to check out.
Okay, and tell me another, explain to carriers this, because I know that there's new owner operators that are hearing you don't have any inspections on your truck. Why is a broker saying that to a carrier, and what is that proving if I have an inspection? What is exactly are they looking for when you say you want to see a inspection on there?
That's a really good question. So the reason that brokers are looking for that is they're making it, and especially because the market is so lean for carriers right now, it's just a black and white way for brokers to filter out carriers that don't have any actual trucks. And so it filters them out, but it also does filter out some of the good carriers that are newer that just don't have any inspections yet. And so that's unfortunate. There are ways to overcome that. And that really comes into, I think, when you are calling on a load and you're going to be dispatching yourself, if you really represent that this is your company.
Yeah.
And a lot of times you can talk to a freight broker and be able to explain to them what the situation is. And through other documentation, such as showing pictures of the truck, it might even require like a FaceTime call. I worked with a carrier recently that, I just really wasn't sure, and he didn't have any inspections, but he seemed like a good guy. And so I said, listen, we're going to do a FaceTime call. I need you to do a walk around the truck with me. I want to see the company name on the side. And so, it really, there are brokers out there that are willing to go that extra effort, if you sell yourself, if you, help them understand that, where you're at, you're trying to make a living here, you're trying to get your business established, and you're a good carrier and you're going to take good care of their freight, we will go above and beyond.
Okay, I want to park here just for a minute because I don't want everybody to miss this. So the reason that they need to see inspection is because the brokers are trying to rule out that you're not one of those shell carriers that's going to send their freight off. They want to make sure you're a real trucking company that's not going to double broker their freight. So that's the main thing. And then also I loved what you shared as a way to overcome. It's an objection, in sales, there's an objection and you overcome that objection, so understanding why you're asking is teaching the carriers how to respond to that quest. They're really just needing to be verified that you are an actual broker, you're an actual carrier with a legitimate truck. Double brokering is a real scam out there that's costing the industry thousands and thousands of dollars. So if we can just sit back instead of getting frustrated and say, they needed, I just hung up. They said I needed an inspection, but you kept talking. And that's for whatever the objection is. We need to keep doing that. Well, why do you need that? What can I do to overcome that? And again, another feature and a benefit of being the actual one calling, because you're saying, this is my company. I'm brand new. I'm not brand new, but when I was doing all this, and it wasn't even a big a deal as it is now. But I was saying, I'm going to do a great job for you. I know you're nervous. I know I don't have a proven record, but I want to grow my business, and I'm going to work harder than anybody else you're going to put on this load. And, so I was just going at it hard. I was saying, give me a shot, put me in there. But understanding why they're asking for that inspection. How else can I prove it to you? Let me go on FaceTime. Let's take a picture of my truck. What can I do to overcome that concern? Because I want to work with you. I want to build a relationship. So, coming back over those things. So I love it that you shared that. That was very helpful information. Anything you want to add about double brokering?
There's two other points I want to make about this. I think that carriers can also do a better job of really taking a close look at the paperwork that they're given and, catching some of this stuff before they deliver the freight. So whenever you're given a bill of lading, it's really your responsibility as a carrier, number one, to make sure everything matches, make sure, the date matches, make sure the shipper and the receiver matches what was on your rate confirmation, make sure, this is super important, make sure the quantity of the freight that they put on your truck matches what you actually have. Heaven forbid you get there to the receiver and they say, well, it says that they loaded 4 pallets on here and you only have 2. What are you going to do? You signed for that you received for. Check the name on, the third party bill to information there. Sometimes that can be a clue. And I've talked to a lot of newer carriers who were picking up and delivering freight to places that did not match the bill of lading and did not match the rate confirmation. And I'm finding this out after the fact because these are carriers that I've been trying to mentor a little bit as we work together a few times, and I want to see them succeed. And they haven't gotten paid for this. And as I look back through their paperwork then, and we can take a look at that, and things don't match. So when things don't match, you need to stop and you need to take another look at it. And it might even mean that you need to ask the shipper, and say, what's going on with this here? Is this the freight brokerage that you're working with? And I just want to make sure that this is the location it's supposed to go to. Now, obviously, if it's a blind shipment, that might not be feasible, but take a moment to really look into things. Don't be so fast to just sign the paperwork and run. And the other point I want to make about double brokering is there's a lot of carriers that think that it's just a broker problem, and it's not. One of the big factors that is driving down rates, especially if it's in the case that the shipper might still be paying the same rate, but the broker's rate seems to have dropped to the carrier, it's because so many brokers have ended up double paying for loads, meaning they paid the scam carrier and they've paid the legitimate carrier that actually did the load. And so if you think about that, like let's say you paid $1,000 for this load, but you had to pay it twice now. I guarantee the broker did not have $2,000 in that load to begin with. Yeah. So they're at a deficit. And so they're a little bit more hesitant, I'm sure, in some cases, about throwing out bigger numbers because they might have to double pay if things don't check out. So.
Yeah. Okay, Elizabeth, I want to first jump on here, talk a little bit about She Trucking. One of the things I love about the She Trucking Foundation is we are bringing on quality people like Elizabeth Long, who's dropping all of this valuable information to help empower and equip you to do the things that you want to do. Our goal is to help you to thrive in the industry and bringing on great guests. So if you are not a part of the Tree Trekking Foundation, I encourage you to join and is to sign up so you don't miss out on all these opportunities. She Trekking has a Facebook group, and Joy in Life OTR also has a Facebook group. So join in both of these communities so you can get exposure and get to learn and thrive in the industry from people like Elizabeth. So Elizabeth, I want to thank you for sharing all those things. So I think you dropped so much great information. One of the things too I want to share, my show is Enjoy in Life OTR, so I can't have you take off on me and not tell me a little bit about what it was like team driving with your husband. So tell me a little bit about that. And I know you guys really took advantage of the opportunity to travel, and many of us don't ever get out of the truck. I mean, I do. I care a lot about that. But yes, you've done some great adventures. We have just a few more minutes before we have to shut up the show. But could you just tell us a little bit about how you and Kenny team drive, how you made it take advantage of the opportunity to travel while you guys were out there?
Oh, definitely. Kenny and I had such a great time going over the road together. And I think really, because I came into this as I'd never been a company driver, so I'd never had that experience. But I thought, man, I mean, I always loved to travel. And I thought, this is a way for us to get paid to travel and see the country.
Right.
And so, we started doing that in 2012. And when we started out, I think we had inflatable stand-up paddle boards on the truck with us and bicycles. And so we were like well equipped to go do, anything, any kind of adventure. I had hammocks in on the top bunk, and, we were set. So, a couple of the things that we've done that have just been spectacular is, we've been to Niagara Falls, and I found a casino that we could park that was close to the falls. We could park at the casino, and we walked to the falls and went exploring there. We went to downtown St. Louis one time, and, we've never been afraid to just get out and go and walk. And so I found this little truck stop. It was kind of close to downtown, but I think it was, 5 miles from downtown. And we said, all right, well, we're going to walk it. We did it. And so we walked into downtown and explored all day. And I think we did 15 miles that day, but we had a great time. We went to this, the City Museum, which was this jungle gym type thing for adults, and played all day there. We had, I guess, one of our longest trips that we did, which was really neat, is we went out to the state of Oregon. We were kind of near Portland. I don't remember exactly which truck stop it was. I think it was TA Portland South, probably. And so it wasn't anything special. But I looked at the hotels in the area, and all the hotels were about $200 a night. And I said, that's kind of expensive. We have a perfectly good truck right here. And so we slept in the truck, and we showered at the truck stop every day. And then we spent our money on a rental car and went exploring and had great dinners out. And I think we were honestly there for about a week, maybe even 10 days. But we did a lot of hiking up there, and just, really enjoyed some downtime after we delivered our load up there. And, it's pretty awesome that we can have everything we need in the truck with us. We have all of our clothes, we have food, we can cook, it's comfortable. And so as long as you're there at a truck stop and you can take a shower, you could stay there indefinitely and kind of go explore. And I don't know, there's so many neat opportunities. And to think it would have cost us, $1,400 a night, or $1,400 for that week, if we were there in hotels, and we got to just stay there for free. So that was pretty neat. We've gone and seen the Grand Canyon, which I don't know that this was entirely okay for us to do, but we were going. So I don't necessarily recommend this. You could do this at your own risk. But we were going past the Grand Canyon at night, and I said, well, when are we going to be out here again? We were ahead of schedule on our load because we'd already done some team driving, and this was a solo load. And I said, all right, well, I'm going to pull into where the tour buses were. There was no one there to stop me. And I said, I'm going to park there. And we watched the sun come up over the Grand Canyon in the morning. And it was really neat. It was so cool. So
I love that what you said too, that you were team driving, but you would take a load that was booked for they had the time frame of a solo
Yes.
driver, and y'all took it as a team load, and then you freed up some time to have a little extra cushion because you guys were driving around the clock to get it, so you freed up some time in the weekend or whenever you were.
Yeah, that was definitely something that we worked on doing. It's just, hey, let's team where we can so that way, we can have some downtime where we want it. And that was also, it was a slightly different market there in 2012. But I also really enjoyed, I'd look at the load board and I'd see, well, where do we want to go? And sometimes book loads to take us to areas that we'd never been to before.
Yes.
And so sometimes, it might not be the best paying load, but maybe it takes you to some place that you've never been before. And if you think about, well, I could buy a plane ticket and rent a hotel and do all these other things, or maybe I take a load there and take a couple of days off and explore and, I have my fuel covered and have a place to stay. So
great. I think that's even great for company drivers to do that. Team, the company driver just runs them around the clock, and it's understandable. But I think even a way that they could work with their dispatcher and go, okay, we need to have a little downtime. Just book a load that's a single load. We're going to run it fast, so we have free up a little bit of time, so we could, have some beach time. So communicating those desires to, and Grant, you're not going to do that every time. Team drivers, they're going to company driver, they're going to run them. They want to keep those wheels going. So anyway, that's great. I appreciate you, Elizabeth. I want to take just a minute before we wrap up, and I want to thank our sponsors because we have so many great sponsors in She Trucking, and they allow us to be able to do the things that we do. They're supporting the things that we passionate about and equipping, empowering people to come into the industry and really thrive in the freight transportation industry. So GLCS, this is a fabulous company that helps trucking and logistics companies achieve their growth by taking their overcoming their technology challenges. So doing so much for the industry. So if you're a trucking or logistics company, please check them out. So many great resources available and really helping companies to thrive. Another one is True TMS, My Guardian Doc. I really love both of these companies. The True TMS is a transportation management system that's actually designed from the ground up with the small carrier in mind. So if you have a small fleet, 1 or 2 trucks or a handful of trucks, this is a great company for you to check out. They have a free trial that you can check out. So that's a great opportunity to give them out just to play around and see all the tools that they provide. But they are designed for the smaller fleet. The other sponsor I want to mention is My Guardian Doc. For drivers, we're on the road and, I've been sick this last couple of weeks and I thought, I can't get to my doctor, but My Guardian Doc, they have a small monthly subscription and you're able to have a virtual counselor with a doctor. They're able to diagnose and write prescriptions for you while you're on the road, or maybe you're a broker or dispatcher and you're in an office and you don't have time to get into the doctor. So this is a great opportunity for somebody at a very low monthly cost to be able to get medical care while we're on the road. It really fits the lifestyle of a trucker. I mean, it's so brilliant, really. So grateful for these sponsors that help us to continue to do the things that we do. Legal Shields is another one of our sponsors I really like. Sometimes in trucking, we come up against challenges and, we wish we had an attorney. They offer a small monthly fee and then you have access to a legal attorney that can look at contracts or help you fight a ticket that you got on your CDL. And I mean, so much more. So even if you want to do a will or, they have so many resources. So check them out too. Legal Shield is a wonderful sponsor offering great products that are really helpful for our community. So I want to give them a shout out. And Elizabeth, I just have to say thank you so much. I could have you on again. I think I could talk with you for another hour because you have so much wisdom. And maybe next time we'll get Kenny on here too, because you guys just have just so much that we could take away and learn. I thank you for taking the time to do this because
absolutely. I really enjoyed it, and I do hope you have me back on here. I would love to do that.
Yeah, so grateful for you, and you guys check it out. You guys be sharing this out with other people, and because Elizabeth dropped some great gems here. Whether you're carrier, a company driver, or you're thinking about starting a brokerage. So she's got some great information, and we're so grateful that you came on. Well, thanks everybody for tuning in. Our show is Enjoying Life OTR, so we always want to hear about the ways that you are enjoying life on the road, and I think that comes with work-life balance. So you've given us some great information that'll help us continue to thrive in our business. And I love your stories about how y'all travel and take advantage of the opportunities. So thanks so much for coming on. Elizabeth, and your link is on the show, patriotstartrucks.com. Is that the brokerage website?
That's actually for both. But you can find us on there. We're also on Facebook, Patriot Star, and feel free to reach out. And I always love to connect with great carriers and build relationships. And, I hope that, when I work with carriers, I want to see them grow their business with me so that way we can both continue to be successful and make money together. So
yeah, I love that you're into partnerships, and you're such a blessing. And I'm just so grateful to have met you and get to work with you and Kenny regularly. So it's so great. You guys be sure to check out all of the ways that you can find Chic Trucking and Enjoying Life OTR. We're all over social media. We're on LinkedIn, we're at YouTube, Facebook groups, Facebook Lives all the time. We're on Instagram. So many ways for you to connect with us, and we look forward to seeing y'all next time. Thanks again, Elizabeth. I sure appreciate you. Thanks for coming on the show.
Thank you, Cindy.
Have a good evening.
Hello, everyone. I am trying to work out a few technical things here, but I think I'm good. I hope that everybody is doing great. Welcome to Thought for Thursday. I hope you've had a great week. I'm trying to see if I'm on Instagram. Looks like I am. Awesome. I'm glad to be here with you guys today. It has been a great short week. I'm happy to say it's Friday Eve, isn't it? All right. So we're getting ready for the weekend. But before we do, I wanted to talk to you guys about, so should your passion be your profession? How many of us have thought about it? I know that once you get a certain age, you start to evaluate things, and that's definitely what we do around about this age. We're starting to figure out, well, is there something that I really wanted to do? And I've been doing something else for a long time, but is it really what I'm passionate about? I know I'm not the only one who has thought about that. I know how it is to kind of have some things that you've really desired to do and perhaps really haven't had an opportunity to do them for one reason or another. So have you really thought about it? Have you thought about what it might look like if you were actually to go and pursue some things that have really been your passion, but you've put off for whatever reason? Yeah. So what are some of you guys passionate about? I know for a fact that some of you are great cooks out there. I know that some of you are authors. I know that some of you are wonderful, absolutely wonderful at arranging events, putting events together. I know that some of you are great at orchestrating programs and leading different tasks and pulling programs together. So what does that look like for you? Are you doing that kind of thing in your job right now? Yeah, no, maybe so. Kind of hard to tell. Well, what would it look like if you were able to turn one of your passions or some of your passions into your profession? What do you think that would be like? What would it feel like? Well, I can tell you it would feel like a few things for starters. It would lead to a more fulfilling and purpose-driven life. A lot of us are passionate about things that are really in line with what we know our purpose is or what we feel our purpose is. It could allow us to do, more of what we love. That's pretty obvious. If we did something as a profession that was actually something that we're passionate about. It could also allow us to make a positive impact, and, possibly achieve financial independence. It could be all of those things because many times, if you're working in something that you're passionate about, it may lead to something that would require you to branch out on your own, move away from where you currently are. So let's take a look at it by going in this direction. So why is it a good idea, rather, for us to perhaps make something that we're passionate about? Why is it a good idea to perhaps turn that into something that we can do as a profession? So let's take a look at it. I have some ticklers up here that's going to definitely show me, it's going to help me to remember what to tell you guys. So what is the first thing? Why is it a good idea, for example, if you have a passion for fitness and wellness? Why would it be a good idea to go ahead and perhaps look at that and make it into something that would be a profession for you? Well, sharing your knowledge and promoting a healthy lifestyle can definitely be, incredibly rewarding, right? Something that you really do enjoy. And it aligns with personal wellness, okay? And you're helping others to become well. It really aligns with personal well-being. And it helps, to lead others in the direction of doing a more healthy life. So if you're passionate about something like that, how is it that perhaps you can get started? Well, one thing that you can do is consider becoming a certified fitness coach. That's definitely one avenue to pursue if you were thinking of trying to make that your profession, or even talking to some people who are professional fitness coaches to find out, exactly what would that entail if I were to pursue something like that? Forgive me for just a second, I had to adjust the camera. If I were to pursue something like that, okay? So what else? What are some other things? How if you have a love for art and creativity? Now that's one that definitely is a calling for me. Love the arts, love creating things with my hands. And it's good to perhaps pursue something like this as a profession because it can be so therapeutic. Yes, doing things with your hands can be therapeutic. You can have a job that's therapeutic for you, that's therapeutic for others, and it allows for a strong sense of self-expression. So it would allow you to express yourself in ways that you may not have ever even thought of expressing yourself. And that makes you feel good, makes you happy in what you do, right? If you're in something where you can express yourself freely. And of course, there is an incredible market for handmade things, for example, anything from earrings, something that my mom and I do, to quilts, to Afghans, to household items, you name it. People tend to really gravitate towards items that are handmade for many reasons. It shows love. It shows probably just a little more care and concern was put into something, and that. So how would you get started in something like that? Start putting your things online. Open up a Shopify site or Etsy. Etsy is like the end all and be all for those who are entrepreneurial and they're making things, craft things. Etsy, you can find just about anything. So that's someplace you may want to start. You may want to do something where you're, putting your creations in a local job fair, not a local job fair, a local arts fair. Someplace where you can display what it is that you're good at with your hands. So what else? How if you have a culinary passion? Now, this is something that, my family is well known for. We have a number of good cooks in my family. And yeah, they love to cook and they love to share what it is that they cook. That is their form of spreading love. What better job to have than to be able to do something like that? Be able to feed people, provide people with a nice environment, provide people with a meal that they don't have to cook themselves. Hello? Provide them with a service that's going to make their lives better. Everybody likes to eat, right? And everybody loves good food. So that's definitely not a bad idea if that is something that you're passionate about. Now, how would you get started with something like that? Experiment with different recipes, perhaps. Take something that you may have found online, make it your own, make it your signature dish. Create something from scratch that is now your signature dish and begin to share it. Many people, as you know, food trucks, people get brick and mortar places where they actually do the selling. You may want to start smaller to ensure that you definitely narrow down the price points and the profits that you need to have in order to sustain yourself in an actual building. So that's something else that you could definitely think of. What else is there? Writing and storytelling. Yeah. I always say, and you know how I feel about this, we all have a story to tell. If it's not our story, we may have stories of things that we've been able to do and to succeed in, and we may have an instructional story that we need to share or an instructional book that we need to share. Perhaps it's memoirs of, perhaps it's stories of people from our past. Storytelling and writing are definitely awesome professions to move into if you have a passion for that kind of thing. So, how is it that you may want to branch into that? Well, it is so easy these days to find yourself a publisher who's going to be willing to work with you to go ahead and publish that book. If you need some support around that, if you need some questions answered in that, please reach out to me. I am definitely a resource for something like that. As you know, I've done anthologies and a number of other things. And my company, my family just started the publishing consultant piece of our business. So definitely, I would love to speak to you about something like that. You can do blogs. Perhaps you're not ready to do a book and publish a book. Start with a blog. Start with things where you get together in groups and perhaps you can write short articles for someone else. There's so many different things that you can do if you have a passion for writing, and you really want to explore perhaps making that your profession. Education and mentorship. We can already attest to how people who have had a real passion for educating others and working with youth or women or men, you name it, are already making inroads in the field of education and mentorship because it was a passion of theirs. And they pursued whatever licensing they needed to get, whatever training they needed to get in order to be able to go ahead and work in something that they are passionate about. How do you get started with something like that? Well, I just talked about it. Go in and make sure that you get the training that you need, that you do the educational things that you need to do, that you sit with perhaps some others who are doing these things in the field, who are mentoring, who are coaching, who are training, who are teachers, to find out what that experience is really like in the professional world. How is it that you make that your profession? What else? Environmental conservation. So many of us are really in tune and committed to preserving and bettering our world. environmentally. And many of us are really passionate about that. So that, of course, is helping ourselves and everyone else around us if we are really focused in on ensuring that we are doing the best things for our environment. With that, of course, you can start small. You can start perhaps by organizing things within your community, organizing conservation groups, starting campaigns, finding out what it's like to perhaps work for some organizations that are advocates for that. How do you do that? You interview people in these organizations. You ask if you could sit with them for a day, if you could perhaps attend some of their functions. There are various ways that you can get savvy and get knowledge around these things and find out, kind of test the waters to see, is this really something that I would want to make my profession? Now, we're talking about all these things, and I'm telling you ways to find out more about the things that you're passionate about to determine if indeed it's something that you want to do. But there's much more to consider rather than just finding out what it's like. You need to make sure that it's getting into an income or it's going to bring you the income that you want. You have to make sure that it's going to agree with, everything that touches your life. And that's all a part of making sure that something that you're passionate about can really kind of work as a profession for you. What else? I've got one more thing I want to tell you about, and that is travel and adventure. Now, if you're like me, you know a lot of people who have gotten into this. Why? Because they love to travel. I love to travel. Who doesn't love to travel to beautiful, exotic, warm places? Okay, I don't want to get off topic here, but who doesn't like to travel? Everybody likes to get away and have that free time where you can do whatever you want and have fun, whether it be by yourself, with your family, with your friends. People enjoy that. So you can get together with other travel enthusiasts and you can turn that, passion into a profession by being a travel blogger even, or a tour guide. Many people, particularly in this area, in the nation's capital, lots of people I know are tour guides. I know lots of people are tour guides back where I'm from in South Carolina. They are very familiar, of course, with the history of Gullah and the history of Charleston and so many different pieces or places in South Carolina. And they enjoy taking people out on tours to enlighten them about such a beautiful culture. So again, you can start with that by doing a travel blog, following people on social media. Find out if you can hang around with some people who actually do, are tour guides, people who actually are travel agents. So do your investigating with all of these things and then figure out, how would that fit in my life at this point? Where am I at this point? Do I want to switch careers? Can I do that? Is this something that I can incorporate in what I'm already doing, in the work that I'm already doing, on the job that I have right now? There are so many different things. Perhaps there's something that you're passionate about that you can even bring to the company that they may not be aware of. And you can do a proposal to show them how adding this extra function will actually benefit the business. And that's a win-win. You're bettering the company and you're further developing and expanding what it is that you do so that you will enjoy what you do even more because you're being able to incorporate something that you're passionate about. Now, I make it sound so easy, and you know that none of this is necessarily an easy thing to do. The research has to be done. The journey could be very challenging, but the rewards are so worth it. Who does not want to be passionate about what they do? Who doesn't want to be passionate about how they make a living? All right. So if you find yourself in a position where you're not really working in something that you're passionate about, for example, a huge piece of why I got into human resources is because I'm passionate about working with people. If you are not really doing something that really makes your heart sing, then identify what it is that makes your heart sing, and then do some real soul searching. What is it that you can do to pull more of that into your life? Does that need to be your profession, or perhaps there's something that you can do in the volunteer, or perhaps, like I said, in the writing capacity? Find out where it is you can pull in more of what you're passionate about, so that you can have a more fulfilling, and you can feel, you can live a life, as I always say, in which you're thriving and not just surviving. All right. So should you make your passion your profession, do some research and find out. All right. And I just gave you a number of things and told you a number of reasons why it could work. That's it, guys. Listen, go have a great rest of the evening. Thanks for listening in. I appreciate you so, so much. And I want to definitely share with you that we have Reinvented to Rise 3 on the horizon. Yes, we have a speaker call that is up next week for Reinvented to Rise 3. Speaking of telling your story, if you have a story that particularly tells of your triumph over physical, mental challenges, we want to hear from you. Go ahead and sign up at the link there, and I'll also share with you the code. If you just scan that code, it will lead you to where you need to register to go ahead and join me next Wednesday when I tell you all of the deets on being a part of Reinvented to Rise, Volume 3, all right? Not just the anthology, but the documentary too. So we're doing both again. Such a rewarding experience. And it is something where you elevate your story to a level unlike any that you really even fathomed you could do. There's so many of us that have a story to tell. And I always say it's not just for us, but it's for those that we can help as well. It's an obligation for us to help others by showing them how and how you can triumph, and showing them what it is they need to do to come through in the way that you were able to come through. All right. So either scan that code or go ahead and write down the link that's there. I would love to see you next week. Come on and let me tell you some more details about Reinvented to Rise Volume 3, the project, the anthology, and the documentary. All right. So that's it. You guys go and have a great rest of the day. Have a great weekend coming up. Make sure you rest, reinvigorate, and restore. Take care of yourself. Go be you, confident and bold in who you are, and touch something with that imprint that only you have. Only you can make the difference. And in a world such as the one that we're living right now, we need difference makers. We need people who are going to make good impact. So go out and touch something and do just that. All right. You guys have a great one. And the code, as I said, for you, it would be in your upper left-hand corner, I believe. Just look at the top up there. There's a code somewhere. You'll find it. Have a great one.
What up, everybody, man? It's your guy T Swin, man. This is the Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast, brought to you by CTR Media Network. And alongside me is my co-host, Mr. J Bean. And we got a special guest tonight, man. Mr. Keep Trucking himself. Keep Trucking Transportation. Mr. Michael Nims. What's up, man?
How you doing, sir?
Oh, good, bro. It's good to have you on the show, man.
Good to be here.
So, yeah, appreciate your time.
Yeah. Man, so let's get right into it, man. Introduce yourself to the people, to the audience out there.
How you doing? I'm Mike Nims, CEO of Keep Trucking Transportation. I'm a father first and foremost. a Howard University graduate who specialized in leasing on both owners as well as owner operators.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Now, man, could you share a bit, man, of your personal journey and what inspired you to enter the transportation industry?
Oh man, transportation is rough, man. My personal journey, Howard graduate from Buffalo, New York. I started dabbling in, becoming an entrepreneur about 16 years ago.
Yeah.
Maybe 17 years ago. Pretty much, I started off, I had a medical firm. I had a medical collections team as well. So we kind of dabbled in like accounts receivables, third-party collections as well. And then I just kind of took that transition into trucking because it has so many layers to it, man. So many multiple streams that you can create and get creative in trucking. So I kind of just focused all my energy on trucking, and 9 years later, almost 10 years later, here we are.
Man, who put your focus on the trucking? Like, did you have somebody in your family? So how did you know that what you were doing, like to translate it or crossed over into that?
I didn't know anybody that was in trucking actually. I started off with box trucks and just kind of worked my way all the way up to semis, from dry vans to reefers, step decks, flatbeds, and just kind of started taking things to the next level. I just have, I'm a businessman. I just kind of, I can get into companies and I can just kind of figure out how do you squeeze that dollar, right? How do you create multiple streams in any business that I've been in? And so trucking is just one of those industries that I realize, you can make money so many different ways. Right now, could name a few, I guess later on, but like we established like 18, 19 different ways that we figured out how to make money in trucking. So we just play with it. Every few months we come up with a new idea and just see if we can make it work. Just even if it's just buying, fuel, even if it's just providing fuel cards and getting a percentage off your fuel. Just really mimic the models of like a lot of larger companies, how they do their contracts, what's in their contracts, different ways that they make money in trucking outside the actual truck. And we just emulate it and just kind of put our spin on it for the most part.
Yes, sir. Man, now touching back, man, you mentioned Howard University.
Yeah.
Being from New York, man, what made you want to go to Howard?
You know what, man, honestly, I wanted to stay home and go to school, hang out with my friends still. My older brother, he was a little more street savvy than me. At that time, I believe he was incarcerated, on his way to being incarcerated to get a case. And he was like, man, you can't stay here. You can't stay in the town. It's what we call Buffalo. And my girlfriend at the time, she was actually applying to go to Howard. So I knew nothing about, even where DC was. I had never stepped foot, in soil other than Buffalo and Ohio. So she kind of, helped me with my application, and it just kind of took off from there, and so that's really how I ended up at Howard. I knew nothing about Howard. It was just one of those things where she was going there and I knew that she would be making the right decision. She later on became a doctor. And she just kind of dragged me to Howard, but that was probably one of the greatest things that ever happened.
Yeah, man. Like,
so you think
by
by going?
Go ahead, JB.
I think I was going to ask you more about Howard. You think by going to Howard, how's that shaped you as a businessman? Being around the DC community.
You know what? I didn't go to school for business. I went to school for psychology and administration of justice. I think Atlanta really kind of shaped me as far as being an entrepreneur. I was one when I was a youngster, when I was delivering newspapers. I was elected for different streets and I had to employ people. I was 12, right? Like my daughter's age now. And I had to like hire people to actually deliver the papers to some of the other streets because I couldn't do it all. And so I think it just kind of was in me since then. And I never picked up on it until I got older and realized like this is, I always wanted my time back. I never really wanted to work for somebody, right? So the only way is just to get creative and
most definitely
find that that you're good at, which was to me business. And I was like, man, I can do this. So and to me, every business is the same. You run it the same, the structure is the same. If you got that foundation, it'll be successful. And so I just learned how to just kind of pivot from, like I say, from medical collections, accounts receivable, those type businesses, and I just used some of those tools and implemented it into trucking. So it's a little easier for me at that point. You put this many years in, you've seen it all. And so we just build from experience.
Yes, sir. Now, man, do you come from a family with an entrepreneurial spirit, or are you the first one?
You know what? I didn't realize my mother. She's been doing hair our entire life. Even had her, salon, little makeshift salon that we did out the basement. But I think, and not realizing it, that people always ask me that question. I'm like, nah, we didn't come from a family of entrepreneurs, but the reality is we did. Watching my mother being able to work from home, home, when we went to school, being home when we got back, right, being able to spend all that time with us, and I didn't realize that that's something that I always wanted to do, and so it just kind of came about as I got older.
Yes, sir. Let's see, man.
My question is, like from box trucking to the actually driving 18 wheelers, what's the pros and cons from being in a box truck to being in a semi?
Yeah,
man, you know what? I think more so box truck is pretty cool because a lot of people do local work with box trucks, so you home a lot. And then you got some regional, some OTR with box trucks. To me, and I did both. I scaled up to 12 box trucks when I first started. Of course, I didn't have the knowledge, then that I do now. But with semis, I like semis because they definitely pay more. Now, don't get me wrong, some great box truck drivers, but when you're dealing with semi drivers, it seems like they take it a step further. At least when it's considered to have a class B, class A CDL, class A for semis. But really just the reason why I like the semis is because there's so many different trailer types. So you can pretty much adapt and pivot with the market as it swings and just change your trailer. Like there's been a time where dry vans making a lot of money. Well, it's not the case now. So you take to the next level, which would be either reefer or flatbed, step deck, or RGN. So with the trailers, the trailer type, you can kind of switch your freight. You can switch, who you can haul for. Different trailers are for different seasons. So I think that's why I really like, semis.
Gotcha. Man, so I seen, man, you posted the other day that you're looking for some drivers for flatbed right now.
Absolutely.
Is that still true?
Absolutely. Because we do a lease on program with Keep Trucking, we always have trucks. And sometimes we may lease on 4 or 5 trucks in a week. Sometimes we may lease on a few trucks in a month. But when it comes, it comes. And so you'll see me post every now and then on social media on flatbed drivers. And the reason why I do it on specifically my Instagram is because I want to give my followers a job first. And then if I don't find somebody within a few days, and I'll post on Indeed, and just kind of open it up to everybody. But you hear me preach. We're just one big team, one big trucking community. So why try to employ people that's already following us, on social media platforms and seeing what we're doing, for the trucking community.
Man, you also have a lot of people that feel like when they want to get into transportation that they got to go get their own MC, they got to go get their own DOT number. How do you feel about that? What's the pros and cons of being an owner operator, running your own thing, or running up under somebody else's?
I just taught a 3-day workshop, which actually just ended last night. And so one of the things that we spoke about is exactly that, the fact that a lot of people just want to hurry up and they want to be their own boss and they want to go get an MC DOT. The problem I see with that is that I've been in trucking, like I said, almost 10 years, and I'm still learning stuff. It is so much to learn.
Yeah.
So much to implement when you first start in your MC, your authority. One, your authority is new, so a lot of brokers, they're not going to want to let you haul their freight. Some 60 days, 30 days. I've even seen up to 180 days. You got your TQLs of the world. TQL, they'll hire anybody. But of course, those rates are going to reflect that, right? Those rates
exactly
is going to be a lot lower than rates on a load that somebody who really is looking for a seasoned MC, an aged MC. So, one, your MC is not aged. 2, your insurance is a lot higher when you get your own authority at first. Another issue is, if you have an MC that's 2 months old, how do you try to hire a driver that has a CDL for 5 or 10 years? Those drivers already know this is a new business. They're probably not established and structured correctly because they are new. They are so new. You got to learn these things through experience, and they just don't have that experience. So sometimes it's even harder if you're not an owner operator. You're an investor like myself who buy trucks and put drivers in the trucks. Sometimes it's hard to manage that driver when they know that they have more knowledge and experience than you do. So it's just the learning curve. I tell people all the time, when you lease on, you automatically adapt the resources that person with that aged MC has. If it's cheaper insurance, if it's they may have some maintenance plus, cheaper tires, different fuel card programs. So to me, it just makes sense trucking isn't going anywhere. You know, it's approaching $1 trillion business, and it's going to be around forever. So there's no rush to go out there and make the mistakes that we made, those costly mistakes, those $5,000, $10,000, $20,000 mistakes. Knowing how to handle an insurance claim, knowing how to handle a reefer download if you have a claim with a reefer unit. These things you need to just, you can't learn it in the class. And we teach classes, and they're great classes, but there's no way to teach trucking in a 3-day class, a 2-month class. This thing takes years to learn and understand. And as you're understanding it, you're constantly losing money. Right. So I always say lease on, learn the game, establish those resources, maybe get some direct shippers as connections before you go ahead and you want to start your own authority.
Copy.
Yeah.
Nah.
My question, I'm sorry to cut you off, T-Squin. Besides having a CDL, what's the minimum requirements you need to get started in the industry, like as far as box trucking?
It's into the trucking industry at all. Box trucks, well, obviously you don't need a CDL. Yeah. There's really no minimum requirements. I mean, 18, you got to stay in the state. 21, you can leave the state if you're trying to go over road. But I mean, there's no other requirements other than just having a regular driver's license. Even if you have a SAT program, if you're in the SAT program, you can still drive box trucks. Once you complete that program. So there's really nothing holding you back from getting into the box truck business. That's why a lot of people, when they get into trucking, it's the easier route. I mean, obviously the cheapest and the easiest route to get into the industry to me would be dispatching. But as far as driving a truck, there's no minimum requirements for a box truck driver. And I think that's why a lot of people get into it. But understanding that dealing with box trucks, you're gonna the breakdowns are the same. The only difference is you have a trailer, right? Those breakdowns are still costly. Those DOT violations are still costly. That first year audit, when you first get your authority, that's another thing that people need to do. They need to learn by leasing on so that you can even pass your audit once you get into the trucking industry, and it is quite extensive. So it's just those things. I always look at it like this: when you lease onto a company, you automatically have a big brother, big sister, a mentor, right? So that helps you to be able to be successful in this industry. It's forever changing, so you attach yourself to something. You got to establish some type of team, somebody you can run ideas through.
Yeah, and they already got the network and the connection.
Right.
So just tap in and hey, you might let them handle all the overhead and all that kind of stuff, and you might not have to worry about the insurance, or you might get a discount on insurance if you got your own equipment.
Absolutely.
You kind of went toward it. Do you have a CDL yourself?
I don't.
Nope. In this game, do you have to know how to drive a truck to be a part of transportation?
Absolutely not. I've been in it 10 years. Like I said, almost 10 years. I approach it from a business perspective. Even when you consider buying trailers and renting trailers out, like mobile real estate, these are just different that we've tapped into. Roadside assistance program, we had it as well. So no, you don't have to have a CDL, and in fact, you don't even have to touch a truck. You don't even have to buy a truck to get into the trucking industry. That's why I tell people, man, it's it's a great industry. You got people that released from prison. They got a lot of prison programs out in trucking. People, even in some prisons, you can actually obtain your CDL before you get out of prison. So I think trucking industry is one of those things that it's easy to tap into it depending on how you do it, right? But if you want to get to that next level and scale and diversify your portfolio, it's always best to just attach yourself with somebody who's been there. But this is a great industry to do it in. It definitely is.
Now you got a lot of people. It's been on social media lately. A lot of people have been talking about the transportation industry has been going up and down, and right now it's in the down period. You got a lot of people talking about they getting out, man, ain't no money, the race is garbage. I'm selling my equipment, all this kind of stuff. How have you been able to? How has Keep Trucking Transportation been able to sustain during this period of time? And have you seen something similar to this in the past?
Right. Yeah, definitely. First of all, I always laugh when I hear people say there's no money in trucking. I always say, when they say it, I say, it's money in trucking. You just don't know how to find it, right? You just don't know how to get it. You hear people say it's no money in trucking. It's dead. And then you ask them what type of equipment they have, and they have older equipment, and it's not under warranty. And some of them are still trying to make money doing power only. This is not a get rich quick scheme. This is not a fly by night industry, right? So when people say, man, ain't making no money in trucking. Trucking is dead. I always ask them, like, have you pivoted? Have you tried something different? Yeah, you're not going to make money if you have a 2015 Freightliner Cascadia and it's breaking down every few days, every other week, 2-3 times a month, and you don't have a trailer, that means that you haven't invested properly in this industry. You have to have money to sustain in this industry. People who are going out spending their lives and they don't have any working capital, of course it's going to be difficult for them. You know, if you have a truck with no trailer right now, of course it's going to be difficult for you. So I always ask them, have you tried a different trailer? We know that, you know, it's easy to make 32,000 a month with the flatbed in this industry. Of course, with equipment that's going to get you there, right? You don't see Walmart driving 2015 Freightliners stuck on the side of the road, right? You just don't see it. So, so when I see somebody who say that, I always try to look at their situation and why isn't it working for them? But it works. I mean, I can name a lot of different ways to make money in truck without even owning the truck, right? So, so when people say it's dead, it's because of what they're doing. And again, 9 times out of 10, those are people who haven't paid for a consultation, they haven't paid for mentorship, they haven't leased on, they you know, they haven't invested money back into their business. You know, the trucking was booming not long ago, and I always ask them, what did you do to invest? If you already had a truck and you was in the industry 2 years ago, did you buy more equipment? Did you buy trailers? Did you have more than one trailer? You know, I look at those things. What type of contracts do you have? Is there a reason why your drivers keep leaving your company? You got to look inside first. Say $1 trillion industry.
Yeah, we got a comment, man. I'll put this on the screen, man. Let's see. We got a comment from man Jim Clay the one. How do you deal with women that attach themselves to you because you are a trucker and you are making good money? Oh man, we got to jump back in, Mike. We have technical difficulty.
Yeah.
Let's see. We're gonna get Mike back in. But that's a good question, man.
That's a real good question, man. You know, whenever you make money, man, you know, certain people come out, not just women, but family members and other things.
Family members too, yeah.
Yeah, come with it.
Oh man. While running Swinton Transport, man, I had family members coming out the woodworks, people I know with horrible work ethics, asking me could they drive for me. And I'm like, hell no. Because I'm gonna have to, you're gonna disappear and I'm gonna have to try to find where my equipment at.
Exactly.
You know, you've been quit every job, or you've been let go from every job, or you go to jail more than you go to work. So
yeah, people understand, man. Yeah, people understand. Even though we're family, man, I still need somebody dependable and trustworthy. If you're not dependable and trustworthy, why would I trust you with my equipment? You know?
Yeah, exactly, man. But a lot of people know that. Some people know in these days and time, man. There's some people that know that, you know, truck drivers in certain trades. Oh man, Brother Clay. Hell no. Yeah. It's people that some people know that these certain trades and these certain fields pay a lot of money, or they pay good money, or we consider good money. You know, and some people prey on them people. They know. Yeah. So you say your job title.
But yeah,
man. Go ahead.
Also, man, you gotta think like this. You gotta think like this too, man. Like just because people are bringing in a lot of money don't mean they got a lot of money. Cause think about it. If you make $1 million and your bill's 900,000, you ain't got no money. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta make sure you make sure you up on your finances the way you should be. You know, kind of be a minimalist. You know.
Yeah. Man, just don't try to keep up with the Joneses. But
definitely.
Yeah, man. In the military, and I yeah, let's see. He said they're doing something with the feed.
Yeah.
It's always something, man.
Yeah, this is a new issue we've been having recently.
You got some virtual haters.
Virtual haters.
But and I'll give an example, man, of people preying on you because they know what kind of money you make. When I was in the military, me and my buddy went out one time.
Yeah.
And he was dating this girl. She lived in the projects. So he said, hey man, she got a friend. She asked me, can I bring somebody with me? And he said, Twin, you want to come with me? I said, yeah, I'll go with you, man. I ain't had nothing to do. I just want to get off the boat. So I ride with him, man. We go head to the projects, we hanging out. So we just chilling. We having a couple of drinks, and the one girl, she asked me what my rank was. I told her my rank. She said, oh, so you make this much a month. I said, dang, she know it down to the penny. And then I say, man, how you know that? Well, my last dude, he was this, and this how much he made.
Yeah.
And I was like, dang. And then she had asked me what my boy was, and she knew exactly what he made. I said, hey, bro, we need to get up out of here. These girls got the pay chart memorized. I said, man, we're in the wrong spot, man. These ain't who you want to be talking to.
Yeah. No, most definitely not, man. They after them that money, man. They're gonna trap you.
Yeah.
But, you know.
But man, if we can't get Mr. Mike Mills back in, we're gonna have to continue this on a later date and time. But he got some good information for y'all, man. And we said we're gonna put his information across the screen. Because if you want to reach out to Keep Trucking Transportation, man, you can reach him at keeptruckingtransportation.com. All right. Keeptruckingtransportation.com, KTT. And let's see. Yeah, man. Let me get to it. So we got a comment, man, Brother Clay. He said they were waiting on y'all.
Yeah.
Had
that fishing pole out.
Yeah.
Had that fishing pole out.
Yeah. Yeah, they knew this. Shoot. Oh, girl, the one that was talking to me, she didn't want to talk no more because she already knew how much I made. I said, well, let's go, bro. Let's go. But also, too, man, if you want to get in contact with Mr. Michael Nims, he can be reached on IG at Maddie Daddy Time. His daughter's name Maddie, so his IG handle is Maddie Daddy Time. And Keep Trucking Transportation. You can reach him on Instagram at that. And also keeptruckingtransportation.com. But it like we having technical difficulties with Mr. Mike Nims. We're going to get him back on a later date. But as always, man, the boy JB and T Swim will keep the show going. Hey, we from H-Town, man.
Yes, sir.
Freestyle Kings.
Well, we get it in.
Yeah.
We're gonna make it work.
Exactly.
Man, it was good. He getting us some gems though, man.
Some
gems for real.
Yeah. And you got a lot of, like you said, you got a lot of people complaining about transportation right now. He said they just don't know how to pivot. Do they have the right equipment? And a lot of times what it come down to, and a lot of times too, it come down to ego. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
People don't want to hear nothing from nobody else, especially if they think that you're a peer and they think you're on the same level as them. They don't want to hear nothing.
Yeah, because like what they say, man, you gotta adapt or die, man. You gotta be able to adapt to what's going on now. You know, things don't stay the same. Things are gonna constantly change.
Yeah, and especially in the transportation, man, it's changing. It's changing like every day, every month. Rules and laws are changing. Let's see, man. Let's go say I gotta have one of those T-shirts.
Oh yeah.
Yes, sir. MCABW, man, Can't Always Be Wrong podcast. Yes, sir. We got you covered. And so, but yeah, man, you just gotta know how to pivot and pay attention, man. And sometimes, man, you can't always be the leader. Sometimes you got to play a position and be just a part of the team. As he talked in about, that you don't necessarily need your MC or a DOT. You can sign on with a bigger company. These bigger companies are already established. They got the connections and the network already in place. They don't worry about the headache. You make your money. Sometimes everybody don't want to be a boss.
Yeah, man, like
it's a lot of responsibility coming with that.
Not only that, man. Not only that, some people don't have the intelligence to be the boss. You know what I'm saying?
That's true too.
So sometimes, man, you get that person who got the intelligence and that drive. Sometimes you gotta take a back seat and just make that money. You ain't gotta be in the person leading it to make money. You can be the third, fourth, fifth guy and still make good money off of it, So you always gotta be the head, the big fish. If a person's more talented and more skilled at it, then sometimes sit back and let him do his thing and go along for the ride.
Learn from him.
Learn from him. Oh, you never know, man. That might lead to something else. That's how you fall into things sometimes. You just move with the right people. You fall into stuff.
Yeah, because you're not gonna always be the best. It's gonna always be somebody better than you, stronger than you, faster than you, smarter than you, quick with it, something. Grind harder than you. So, man, take a page out their book.
But that's the thing, though. Yeah. Sometimes just being in the room is gonna get you paid.
Yeah.
You know, just being
So
in the
man,
room
you gotta
with the
put
right
yourself
people.
around the people. You gotta put yourself around the people that's in them rooms or the people that's gonna get you in them rooms. But be authentic. Be yourself,
Exactly.
though.
Yeah.
Be yourself.
And make sure you whatever it is you choose to do, that you love to do it, because then it don't feel like work.
Yeah, exactly. Man, if y'all didn't know, man, your boy T Swin, I did the theme song for Mr. Michael Nims. He had an amazing rooftop mixer. And I provided a theme song for him, man, the Keep Trucking Transportation song, man. It is available now. It's streaming. It's on the Transportation and Music album. So if you liked it, man, stream and support, reach out. Also, man, we're going to have to bring him back because he has information on funding, business funding. If you're wanting to get into the trucking game, hit up Mr. Michael Nims, man. He can point you in the right direction. He can get you guys funded so you can start your own business. You know? And like they say, there's more than one way to get in the game.
Most
As
definitely.
Brother Jeff Clay say, hey, there's more than one highway into the city. Yeah. All the time. More than one way to skin a cat.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, let's see. Man.
But yeah, man.
Go ahead, JB.
Oh, no, I just said I was just agreeing with you, man. There's always more than one road to anything, you know?
Yeah.
Anything, man. It's like, so just keep plugging at whatever your dream and goal is. Keep plugging at it, man.
Yeah. Like we said, man, we're going to get Mr. Michael Nims back on. We're going to bring him on a later date. We were having technical difficulties getting started.
Yeah.
Man, but we're going to get it back because the information is important. Some people out there, especially people that follow T Swin, my page, this information is very important to them, you know, and it can help them out a lot.
Yeah.
So make sure y'all stay in tune and tap in, and when we get this thing back on again. Let's see. Mr. Clay, man, authenticity carries a frequency. Carries a frequency to love. Yeah. And just be yourself, man. Sometimes you can burn your own bridge or close the door opportunity trying to be somebody else. Make sure you're you at all times. Carries a higher frequency. Authenticity carries a higher frequency than love. Yeah. Yes, sir. And then too, man, you won't drive yourself crazy trying to conform to something that you're not.
Yeah.
Don't let nobody get you out of character. Be you at all times, man. Don't be afraid to be you when you walk around. Understand what kind of rooms you're in. You know what I'm saying? But be you. But don't try to play somebody else. Try to play as somebody else. It'll show in the end. If not immediately, it'll show in the end. And so, man, with that said, me and JB, we about to get up out of here, man. Make sure you gotta tap back in with us, though.
Yeah, man. We're gonna try to run this episode back, man. Like I said, that man has a wealth of knowledge. You know, very intelligent man, very knowledgeable man. Show you how to, as he said, pivot in the industry, man. You gotta know how to pivot. Yeah, you gotta know how to pivot in any industry. So you got somebody who has the expertise and the knowledge, man. You definitely want to link up with him.
Okay, man, we got him back in the building.
Bro,
let's bring him back on.
Technical difficulties,
man. Hey, we can edit all this, bro. We can edit,
good.
So yeah,
that's perfect.
So,
okay, so you said you had a question in the chat.
Yeah, somebody, Brother Clay came and said, how do you deal with women that attach themselves to you because you're a trucker and you're making good money?
Listen, man, he said, how do you deal with it? You mean that's a funny question. I ain't never had that asked on the podcast, man.
Yeah.
You know, listen, they're not adding no value to what you got going on, man. You better just keep trucking. You better just keep trucking. No pun intended. No pun intended, man. You know, it's a blessing or it could be a distraction. Right now, I'm not with any distractions. You know, we got a lot of goals in mind, a lot of projects that we have coming up in 2024. What we're trying to end and how strong we want to end in 23. Right now, you just got to stay laser sharp focused. You know that, and that's just not women. There's, you know, staying out the club. Change some of your bad habits, man. You know, when you really want to get to that next level, man, you cannot deal with any type of distractions. Friends, families, don't even matter. You just got to focus on, you know, what you want to achieve, man. And we all know that the opposite sex could be a little distracting sometimes, man.
Yeah.
Especially when you start to get a little bit successful. But then again, sometimes you do attract the right people. So just, you know, just vet it. Make sure that it's, you know, it's all for whatever you focused on. And if not, you know, just ignore them DMs, man. Ignore them text messages, man.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna ask you a question. You talking about the right circle, man. In this industry, in this business, did you start off with a certain team and then you had to change and remove people, add people, take people out? You know what I'm saying?
I didn't start off with a team. You know, unfortunately, I started off by myself, which is obviously that's not the way to jump into this industry. At least you gotta have, you know, yourself aligned with other people. But you know, as far as, you know, letting drivers go, unfortunately, some staff members, you know, dispatchers, it happens, right? It happens. But we're building a team now outside of Keep Trucking, which is something that we're doing for the first time this year. And it seems to be working so far. So, you know, we'll see how far, you know, it takes us.
All right. What are some of the things you got coming up that you can let the people know about now?
You know what? Funding. We're doing a lot of funding now. It started with the first rooftop mixer. And then, you know, we continued with the second rooftop mixer where we funded millions live, you know, at those events. But since then, we've kind of put that number to shame. You know, funding the people in our funding classes that we have. Like I say, we just had a 3-day workshop that ended yesterday. That's pretty big. And, you know, changing the game. You know, I talked about old equipment, you know, people with no trailers. So what we've noticed is that, you know, you may have companies, smaller companies like myself, 20 trucks or less, and they just don't have those resources, right? So we kind of developed a blueprint where it's, you know, get the funding, buy your truck and trailer, of course, flatbed or better, right? Staying away from the drive-ins, the reefers, just kind of tapping more into the specialized freight. Having the rest of the money for your working capital, make sure your truck is under warranty. So that program was really kind of spearheaded and started with the initial getting everybody funded, and then just following that program all the way through, making sure that we have weekly classes for the people who are getting funded and leasing on. So really just kind of changing the game that way. The people that unfortunately, you know, can't sustain in this industry are the ones with older equipment, no working capital. If you're in the semi game, no trailer or driving, right? So we're creating that position to where people can kind of, you know, get the funding, get the right equipment, they still have that working capital to stay afloat. So that's one that we are doing pretty big and right now. That's what we're focusing on. We're doing a lot of marketing. A lot of behind the scenes marketing, right? Using ad spends to kind of reach more people than what's just on our social media platforms. And it's a lot of time, it's a lot of money, it's a lot of energy, but it's something that the industry definitely needs. Every day I'm getting calls. I just got a call before this podcast where I spoke to a gentleman a year ago. I gave him the blueprint. He didn't follow it. So here we are a year later. He's like, man, you know, I think I'm just going to have to lease on now or sell my equipment. So so we're seeing the results already from people who are taking trucking into a different type of approach. So that's one big thing. Of course, we're going to do another rooftop mixer in March. But right now we're just focusing on these classes. So yeah, that's what we're working on.
Now, when it comes to the funding, it might be some people out there that they don't even know that they're available,
right,
or qualify for funding. What would you say to them? And what's the basic requirements to be qualified for this?
Well, for the 0% interest cards, right, 12 months, some of them up to 24 months, you have to have at least a 700 FICO score. And your business could be new. Your LLC or EIN could be new. That's not what the banks are looking for. They're really focusing more on that FICO score. Then they have a CFI program, which for people who don't have that 700 FICO score, and that's fine. You know, you just have to have a really solid business plan. And so we use tools like ChatGPT to kind of help, you know, AI to kind of help put together those business plans, since we know mostly what the banks are looking for. And that's the business team. Our business funding coach, you know, deals more directly with the funding process. I'm more so just focused on, you know, the leasing on process after they get funded. But there's a lot of things, you know, you have grants. Of course, they're smaller in value, but you do have a lot of grants that you can seek. And, you know, obviously you don't have to pay grants back, especially if you're using it, you know, the right way, of course. But really just kind of educating people on the proper way to do trucking, which is to get that funding. I've seen a lot of people pay cash for the trucks, you know, 15, 16, Freightliner, 50,000 cash, but then they can't afford the insurance or they can't afford the second breakdown that they have, right? So it's really been counterproductive. So it's important that you take advantage of the initial funding. So for example, if a truck is 100,000 and we get you approved for 100,000, you don't spend that entire bag on that truck. You spend that deposit, which is about 20 to 30,000. You take another 10,000 and use that for your deposit for your trailer, right? So now you got 60, 70,000 that you can use for working capital to keep that your equipment afloat, or expand in other areas in trucking.
Now, how can people get in contact with you? They want to get more information about the funding.
Oh man, at Matty Daddy Time, you can DM me. You can go to keeptruckingtransportation.com website, and you can fill out the little job form. Someone will get back in touch with you. We go live a lot, and a lot of the game that we give, pretty much people say, man, just watching your lives, 2-3 lives, that's a training class for free, and that's why we do it. That's why we do it. Like I said, we just had another training class, a 3-day, where we go over things like AI, how to use AI to push your business. Of course, all things trucking, all things business funding. But yeah, Matty Daddy Time. You can follow me there at MADDYDADDYTIME. Or you can just like I said, go to keeptruckingtransportation.com and you can fill out your information on the job form.
All right, we got keeptruckingtransportation.com going across the bottom of the screen. Make sure y'all tap in, write that down, save it, man, save it in your favorites so you can go look it up later. Also, like you said, it's Instagrams. This is how you can get in contact with them at Matty Daddy Time and at Keep Trucking Transportation on IG.
Absolutely.
Tap into those lives, man. They're very informative. I vouch for it, bro. You get a lot of game.
I appreciate it.
You give you a lot of game. Some of these people won't give you.
Right.
You finna get the knowledge that's gonna help you to be able to sustain in this industry. Well, other people, you got a bunch of people out there claiming to be gurus, and they in and out. They in and out. They disappear. Right. They disappear. When it get going good again, then they show up again.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because they're trying to get you.
Right. People say all the time, man, first of all, I'm not an influencer. I'm not a guru. I'm not a self-proclaimed guru. We just like to give every ounce of what we've been through, in the last 9-10 years when we do these lives, when we do these classes. That's why we don't really charge that much for the classes. $97 for general admission, $197 for VIP, but we give thousands and thousands of dollars worth of game on these training classes. It's important that you learn from people who have experience. It's one thing for you to take a class and then go and teach it a week or a month later. But when you're dealing with people that have like real experience, that have been through everything you can think of in the trucking industry, and just really want to regurgitate it so that you don't have to experience those same hurdles that we had to overcome. The difference between us is, we don't hold nothing back. We just giving the game away. The game don't got to be sold all the time, right? So,
Exactly.
So, it's different when you tap in with us, compared. And then it's the access to be able to sit down and really have access with the people that's teaching the classes or the owner of the company, right? That access is important. When you take these classes, you want to be able to follow up with some questions that you may or may not have or may not thought about during that actual class. So, it's important that you got that access, that continued education.
Yes, sir. Man, y'all getting some good game, man. Make sure y'all hit the like button.
I want to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
I want to ask you a question about the future of trucking. What do you think about these self-driving vehicles? And you think they're going to get advanced enough to where they're actually going to be able to move loads back and forth? How do you think it's going to influence the trucking industry?
I think any technology that works is good, right? You just got to learn how to benefit from it. Now, I don't think within the next, 4 or 5 years, it's going to be so many that it's going to put a lot of trucking businesses, a lot of trucking companies out of business at some point, 20, 30 years down the line. It may be, but that's why you hear me say all the time, you got to pivot before you force to pivot. When you see certain things happening, you have to tap into other lanes in trucking. Don't get so bogged down with that one lane you've been in for, 5, 6, 7, 10 years.
Yeah.
In any type of business, my motto is this: you master that lane until you're able to teach it, and then you move on to another lane while still, seeking the profits from the initial lane. You just got to be able to pivot. The people that stuck with one way to make money in a $1 trillion industry, I always wonder why. Like what makes them just stay stagnant? So there's a lot of people that's scared. Oh man, you got these autonomous trucks coming. What are we gonna do? You better learn how to get money another way in trucking, just in case it gets to the point where you can't get money with that old truck that you got. You got to change the game. And you hear me say it a lot, because to hear that an industry that's approaching $1 trillion is dead, to me, I laugh at it. You just can't stay a dinosaur. You got to do other things.
Mm-hmm. I just look at it with like almost anything else. When a certain
adapt or die, as they say, right?
Yeah. When a certain group of people start making money, the rules start changing.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
you just gotta learn how to adapt and move with it. And they keep moving the goalposts, but you just gotta learn how to keep playing the game.
Absolutely, and that's what you see even with different laws that's coming out. Even with dispatching, wanting to make sure that most dispatchers, if they're not doing it the correct way, you need to go get a broker's license. It's always going to be something. What I don't like to see is people just ride the wave, and then not thinking that wave is going to end at some point. That's why they say ride the wave, right? So you ride it. But then you get people that stuck there, and then those are the same ones that's bad mouthing the industry that runs the country, which just makes no sense to me.
Gotcha. Now, man, you got the saying, trucking paid for it.
Absolutely.
Now, what has trucking done for you outside of the business and like help you like achieve certain goals or start other businesses outside of transportation?
Well, one, achieve certain goals. Everybody know my daughter is she's that catalyst for me. She goes to the best school in Georgia. I mean, this is one of those most top elite schools. And if it wasn't for trucking, I wouldn't be able to afford that $3,200 a month, right? So when I say trucking pay for it, it's not just it's not the flights and the vacations. It's the things that can really leave a legacy for you, right? Create paths that's so much easier for my daughter to achieve than it was when I did it. And so to me, that's more important than even opening another business. When I say truck and pay for it, I really mean, the lifestyle that my kid lives, right? The place she lives in, the school she goes to, the events that she's able to attend, going to Emory for a week out the summer. These are things that we would never be able to have access to when I was growing up. Not because, mama didn't love us, just because she couldn't afford to send us to those places. So that's what I mean by trucking paid for. Trucking is leaving a legacy behind, so that that last name means something. As far as other businesses, obviously going from box trucks to semis, learning how to rent trailers out, buy trailers and rent them out. That $1,200 to $1,400 a month residual. It's a business within itself. Opening a roadside service, it's a business within itself. Being able to pay for fuel up front to be able to get that percentage on the back end. That's another stream of income within itself. So we didn't just stop at trucks. We didn't just stop at box trucks. We didn't stop at getting a semi with no trailer. We just always wanted to tap into different things, even consultations, buying trucks from now officially a brand ambassador at Aero Truck Sales. That was pretty dope to get that news recently, because we've been buying a lot of trucks from there, and they wanted to partner with us, having them sponsor events. That's when I say truck and pay for it. Yeah, the actual truck has allowed these different doors to be open, right? Being in rooms that your name spoken in rooms that you don't even walk in. That's the beauty of what trucking was able to do, and then what we can do with that type of energy is amazing. So yeah, when I say truck and paid for, the trips is dope. I'm not gonna lie, the lifestyle is pretty cool. but when I look at the school she go to, it's like a little college. Like it's actually, her school looks better than Howard. Like it looks like a real college. To be able to attend something like that at the age of 12, 11 is pretty dope. I'm going on her second year, so that I can't wait to see what trucking, the imprint that it has on my daughter's life, right? Just to, she's so spoiled and don't even realize it. To see her parent being able to work from home, I think that's what trucking paid for, to get my time back so I can spend all day with my kid. Yesterday we was everywhere. We was tearing Atlanta up, and I don't got to get up at 8 o'clock in the morning unless I want to, right? So that's what trucking pays for, man. It's different. I didn't have a relationship with my dad growing up, even though he was in the house. He barely was, right? So for her to be able to, have Halloween parties, right, and have the option to not want to get gifts for Christmas, right? Like these are things that that trucking pay for. Employing people fresh out of prison, giving them an opportunity, getting drivers that come home from prison doing 10 years. Next thing you know, they're a company driver, and now they got their own truck, and they got their own sense of freedom. They don't have to be told what to do, right? You spend that much time in prison, you get so used to being told what to do, and then for us to be able to help him get his own truck and trailer, and talk to his mom on the phone and see her reaction, to see his son doing something that even he didn't think was possible. That's what trucking pays for. So that I like that phrase, because you can go a lot of different places with it.
Yeah, man. So for the listeners out there, man, who are aspiring to be entrepreneurs or leaders, what advice would you offer for achieving success in this competitive world of transportation and logistics?
Oh man, one, if you're getting into the trucking industry and that's what your aspiration is, I would always say take a dispatch training class. And I say this because it prepares you for the actual part of, like, if you're really taking a class from someone who's teaching it from an owner perspective, it prepares you for what's really going to happen. What happens at those shippers, receivers, how do you communicate with your broker? How do you get direct customers? Man, what's federal filings? How do you hire the right driver? What's the right truck and trailer you need? These are things you can learn in a dispatch training class and or a mentor. So to invest $150,000 for your truck and trailer in this industry, if it's decent equipment, but you don't invest $300-400 on a training class or $400 or $500 on a mentor, to me, is hustling backwards. It's foolish.
Yeah.
This industry ain't nothing to play with. It's not a t-shirt brand. This is not a hair salon, right? This is big boy business. Like, you really got to know this stuff before you buy your first anything. You just have to. So, if you're going to get in this industry, the very first thing you need to do is just get you a mentor. Just pay for their time, and it may not even be for you. This trucking is all day, every day. You see, I'm trying to hurry into a podcast and move around and handle things at the same time. It's a constant hustle. It's a constant grind. There is no days off. There is no holidays. There's no birthdays. If you really want to do this trucking for real, that first year, you got to know what it means to bear down. Like, that's what I mean by bear down. You can't have any distractions or it's going to eat you up. A simple mistake can cost you $10,000-$20,000, right? So you got to know what you're doing in this game. It's not to sell mentorship. You don't have to use me as a mentor, but you definitely need to get one. You definitely need to get somebody who's been doing this. And not to say you got to pay for their time. A simple conversation will go a long way in this industry. That's the first thing. You got to educate yourself. Education's the only equalizer. Don't spend no money out here because your boy told you it was going to be a good industry. Or this is sweet lick. It don't work like that. It don't work like that. This is federally regulated for a reason.
Yeah.
So
they will come see you.
Yeah, they gonna come knock right at your front door. Like, they gonna come find you. They gonna come see you. They not playing. These citations are serious. They have to be paid. Like, you gotta have the money right before you can tap into trucking. I think the people that are really successful in it are people who come from other backgrounds, people who already had a business and they understand how to run a business the proper way, and then you tap into trucking and it makes it a lot easier. But don't do like I did. Don't just jump. I'm gonna jump off the porch. All right, you're gonna jump your behind right back on that porch. I promise you that. So ain't no jumping off the porch and trucking. Ain't no easy way to do it either.
Yeah. Yeah, it takes a certain type of person, man, to
just
deal
a
with
little
that,
bit
man.
about.
Go ahead, JB.
I was gonna say this a little bit. I hear you talk a lot about dispatching. What exactly does a dispatcher do in trucking?
Oh man, really, it's they're pretty much like that liaison between the carrier, the driver, and the broker. Of course, the customer gets the loads to the broker gets them to the dispatcher then gets them to the carrier. And so that's what they do. They pretty much negotiate the rates and terms and conditions on that load by on behalf of that carrier. So it's an important job. I mean, they talk to the brokers, the customers, shippers, receivers, the drivers, the owner operators, insurance. Dispatchers talk to pretty much everybody, permits, DOT if you get pulled over. So it's a lot of things that a dispatcher handles. And that's why it's important, because it's the only part in trucking that deals with everybody and everything. So that's why it's important to know that role.
Copy. Man, one thing I experienced while I was on the road is people trying to dispatch. They didn't know anything about the equipment. They trying to give you a load and it can't even fit, or it's not. They don't know anything. They're just trying to get a quick dollar.
Right. The box trucks, I ran one in like 9 years, but some 97-inch clearance, some 110, 101, 26 pallets. If you double stacking them, how much weight can hold? 10,000 pounds. And I kind of still know a little bit about box trucks, but it's crazy. When you're doing this dispatching, is again, you got to run it from an owner perspective. How much drive time do they have? They're a nighttime driver, daytime driver, right?
Yeah.
How much more time is on their clock, so you know if they can pick that next load and drop it on time. How do you get your lumpers? It's so much that you got to learn with this dispatching. But number one is the communication with the driver.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are selling dispatch training courses.
Yep.
You know, but they just, to me, I just think a lot of information wasn't given. You know, you take a dispatch training class and don't know how to solicit a carrier, that mean that class is worthless, right? So,
Exactly.
but that dispatcher is an important position. It's really like the quarterback. If you're thinking of a football perspective, you know, the drivers out of the wide receivers and the running backs, right? You know, you got your blockers. That's, you know, that shit. You know, your blockers are probably like your compliance team, and then you got the defense, DOT, breakdown. You know what I'm saying? Insurance payment, payroll.
The
Defense,
opposition.
everything that's it's gonna stop you. It's the op. It's gonna stop you from getting that load drop, tire blowout. The load ain't ready, right? So, but trucking is dope, man. It's really a good industry. If you think, you know, you're out there and you're listening, you're thinking about getting into trucking, just make sure, you know, you take a couple classes first before you spend and invest any of your money.
Yeah, man. If ain't no drivers in the seat, man, the wheels ain't turning.
Wheels ain't turning.
Dispatchers, you got to take care of your drivers, and man, respect them. They're not just a little dot on the screen, just moving from city to city.
Right.
They're actual human beings. They got families. They got lives.
Absolutely.
ZB, you got one more?
Yeah, man. I was just wondering, man. I heard you like really into like buying trailers, right? Is that like a whole nother lane, a whole nother like way to make money in the trucking industry? Just running trailers by themselves, like owning trailers.
Absolutely. Like I was saying before, I look at buying trailers like mobile real estate. There's really no difference. You know, either you're gonna buy them, put a little money into them, you know, fix them up, flip them, and sell them, just like real estate, or you're gonna buy them, fix them up a little bit, or maybe not even have to fix them up and rent them out. You know, there's so many different ways to make money with the trucking industry. Trailer is, to me, it's that residual. You know, if you got the right contract in place, which we do, you know, you're not responsible for the maintenance or the insurance. So at this point, you're just giving that box away, and you're just, you know, 6 month, 12-month contracts. That $1,200, $1,400 a month, depending on the trailer you're making model. That's just residual. And you do that 10 times a month. That's $14,000 a month. Most people bills don't accumulate to $14,000 a month. So you can essentially, with 10 box trucks, retire yourself. As you know, box trucks gonna last a lot longer than the actual truck. So it's a pretty solid investment. And I would suggest every 5 years, just go ahead and sell the box truck. Go ahead and get you, you know, with that money, go ahead and buy another box truck or two. You know, we've seen the industry prices on this equipment go skyrocket, which at that time, just like stocks, it's time to sell, right? So, you know, if you spend $30,000 on a trailer and now it's worth 45, go ahead and sell that trailer, profit that 15, invest that 30 back, and just run the play all over again. So that's why I love this trucking industry. When people say it's dead, I just gave you a $14,000 play, and it don't take long to do it. They really don't. So, you know, it's just getting with the right people, aligning yourself with people who've been in this industry long enough to learn how to turn $1 or $2. That don't mind giving you the resources and the tools to be successful. That's what you need to look into when you consider leasing on with the company. What value do they have outside of whatever position that you came to them in, right? That's how you scale. You know, if you come to me with one truck and no trailer, well, first, we're not going to lease you on with no trailer. We're not doing that, right? It's not going to work for you. So it's just but, you know, you come with, you know, one truck and one trailer. The goal is to help you learn from our mistakes, you know, and learn from what we've learned in the industry, which is how to reinvest. And hopefully you leave us, you'll leave with 3 trucks, 4 trucks, 5 trailers. So, that's always the goal.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you help people how to scale, show people how to scale, and help them scale up.
Yep.
A lot of people just don't know. A lot of people just don't know.
Yep.
They don't know they might need somebody else. Some people want to do everything by themselves. They don't feel like hiring anybody else on. They don't trust nobody.
Right.
Nope. A
And
mentor
why
can
you in
help you with
business?
that.
I said, well, why you in business? If you can't build your team and you can't establish trust in other people, then how do you expect your business to be successful? Right? You have to be able to align yourself with people in order for you to grow, for you to get out that rut. You know, these older trucks, they're breaking down. That money, you know, the money that week, now you got to pay for repairs. Your driver's tired of sitting at the hotel, and all because you didn't invest the money properly. Take that same money you pay cash for a truck and go and get you a note with a warranty. It alleviates a lot of issues.
Now, man, I was at the barbershop the other day, and the person cutting my hair said they drove truck for 2 years. They got out. They said they were working for an owner operator, And then I say, man, so how would y'all make y'all money? Were y'all living off the load board? And that person said, yeah, we was living off the load board. I'd be stuck somewhere sitting in the city in the parking lot, waiting on them, try to find a load. And they said it wasn't for me. They said, so they went to barber school after that.
Okay.
What would you say to people that's trying to live off the load board?
You know what? Obviously, when you first start your MC, we talked about the difference between having your motor carrier number and leasing on. That's one of the issues, that you have to live off that load board. It's easy. You gotta really create those relationships with those brokers. To me, when you get to that point where you can just pick up your phone, you can type a state in or type a city, and a broker pops up in your number, and you've already had, back and forth, I don't know how many times via text message. That's when you establish that relationship with that broker. You should be able to just pick up your phone, put what city they're going to. Broker should pop up with that city information in there, with the load, what the rate normally paid, where it picked, where it dropped, and you should be able to text that broker. That's how good you should be. Living off that load board, you got to understand the load board is the scraps. That's where all the loads go that they couldn't get off, right? That they didn't have a relationship with the broker I'm speaking on. So those loads are not what you want to live off of. But I'm pretty sure if that truck was sitting, they probably didn't have any specialized freight. They probably were dealing with drive-ins, which is oversaturated, which is always going to be a saturated entity of trucking. But when you start dealing with specialized freight, your reefers, your flatbeds, your step decks, your RGNs, you're going to not only have loads available, because there's not a lot of truck drivers with those trailers, RGNs, step decks. So it's easy to find freight. And then it's easy to build relationships with those brokers, because you don't have you got a million drive-ins.
Yeah, you're not wrestling with everybody for the same.
Right, 100,000 flatbed loads. And so the brokers that have your specialized freight, it's easier to build those relationships with them, because they're not dealing with as many customers as somebody with a drive-in would. It makes sense, right? So, so that's why, if you change your trailer type and you build those relationships with those specific brokers, you really shouldn't just be living off a load board. But that's the point of what I'm saying. When you're a new person, you have a new MC, that's why your truck is probably sitting, right? And that's why you're getting those lower rates. Brokers, when they first thing what a broker asks you when you're booking a load, what's your MC, right? They don't even care about your MC. Right now, they just, at that point, they sizing you up. They want to know what type of freight you got, what type of trucks you got, what type of freight, how many pieces of equipment do you have, how long have you been in business? And so and that's why his truck was probably sitting. He didn't establish those relationships. But when you lease on, you go with an aged MC, somebody who's been in the business, 9 times out of 10, you're not gonna find yourself sitting like that.
Yeah. For those that don't know, your MC is kind of like your social security number.
Absolutely.
All your information pop up. They got a report card on you.
Absolutely.
They know whether you do good business or bad business.
Absolutely.
They know if you got insurance or not.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I've seen some people, man, they couldn't even get a load. They got called for the load, but they couldn't take because they couldn't produce the insurance.
Yeah, right. How you don't have a COI on deck? That should be in your favor.
Exactly.
Right. For those that don't know, the COI is certificate of insurance. If you can't produce it, that means you don't have none. Because
exactly.
It's like saying you can't driver's license, man. You got to be able to produce that.
Exactly. Now, for people that's driving, what kind of certifications would you require them to have? Like a TWIC card, hazmat endorsement, triples, doubles? What?
On our team, we're not running triples and doubles. CDL, at least 2 years experience, clean MVR. If it's flatbed, same thing, at least 2 years experience, clean MVR. Those are pretty much, no SAP program right now. We did used to hire SAP, but right now we kind of staying away from it. But those are requirements. If you got your CDL 5 years and you've been in 6-7 jobs, we definitely not gonna hire you. Consistency. People that's looking to grow with the company. Those are requirements. As far as owner operators, new equipment, definitely have to have a trailer. It doesn't have to be a flatbed, although we prefer a flatbed. But those are pretty much the requirements there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I've seen some good paying jobs on the flatbed.
Absolutely.
I got a partner, I got a buddy here in Houston, man. He just do 3 jobs a day. He made $1,500 a day, 500 each load. He done by noontime. He got 5 trucks. None of his trucks even leave the city.
I love it. I love it.
He loving life. His whole life has changed. I remember when he was in a little 1-bedroom apartment, little bitty car. Now he got him some land, boat, everything, bikes, everything good.
Trucking paid for it. I love it.
Exactly, man.
It's a lifestyle.
Well, man, we appreciate you coming on and sharing the knowledge with us, man. And like we said, man, if y'all want to tap in, make sure y'all go to keeptruckingtransportation.com. It's on the bottom of the screen. Y'all get this knowledge, man. Get a consultation with Mr. Michael Nims. Tap in with him, man. And also, too, make sure you go to that link. And also, you want to tap into him on IG. You can go to Matty Daddy Time, at Matty Daddy Time on IG, or at Keep Trucking Transportation.
I appreciate it.
Yes, sir, man. We appreciate you, bro.
Man, thanks for having me, man. Thanks for having me. I got to come back on the show, too.
Thank you so much.
Oh, hell yeah.
Good meeting you, brother.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yes, sir. And we're going to...
Me too.
We're going to take it out of here on the theme music, man.
Yeah, play my song, man.
Yes, sir. Let's get it.
Play my song.
Get it.
If you really want to win, my friend, then keep trucking. This is not a game, the name is keep trucking. If you really want to win, my friend, then keep trucking. Tell them this is not a game, the name is keep. You wanna be like Mike and join the winning team. You gotta have the mind, grind, drive, and the dream. You love to negotiate and elevate from your chit chat. Get paid to talk on the phone, learn how to dispatch, increase your clientele. We show you how to scale. Get it off the boat, off the plane, off the rail. And if you need a driver, got a truck, you wanna list it on trailer rental, mentorship. Homie, we can put you on. Learn about the business, how to get into the transportation. Follow Matty Daddy Time. Book a consultation while you wait. Don't you want to know what's really happening? Hit a Matty Daddy right now for all your factories. Start tapping in to this higher power. Come and get your blessing. Need a way to take care of the fam. Come and get your lesson. Looking for a change. I know you prayed for it. When they ask you how you did it, tell them trucking paid for it. Keep trucking. If you really want to win, my friend, then keep trucking.
Man, we appreciate you, man. Thanks for coming on with us. Man, keep trucking, man. It's available on Spotify, all music streaming platforms, man. Show your support. Make sure you go to the actual website, Keep Trucking Transportation, man, and tap in on Mr. Michael Nims, man. The fresh OG.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, easy.
Get that lesson. As the song said, get the lesson.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Appreciate y'all for having me.
Yes, sir. Please, thank you, bro. Yeah, man. That was Mr. Michael Nims, man. Keep Trucking Transportation, man. We appreciate him coming on the show, man. If you want to get this info again, make sure you tune in and rewatch the episode if you missed anything, man. Or go to his IG, go to the website, man, and tap in and get that information. If you're looking into getting transportation and you want somebody with knowledge and experience to help you, go to him. We all need mentors, and like even mentors have mentors. You know, it's easy in life, man. You got somebody who already got the knowledge in the game instead of bumping your head and and learning from being hard-headed.
Yeah, definitely cut your time down, man. Your time is the most important thing you have, man. So go ahead and get somebody already done went through all the hard stuff and already had the knowledge for you. So most definitely tap in.
Yes, sir, man. Well, this has been another amazing episode. I'm talking about extraordinary episode of the Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast. You know what I'm saying? Thank y'all for tapping in. Those that stay tuned in. Thank you. We appreciate you, man. We're gonna get this episode, right back up. Man, y'all tap into us, man. Stay tuned, man. We got more to come, more special guests. Next month we'll be celebrating our 1 year anniversary.
1 year.
Going strong. You know what I'm saying? There's been some bumps in the road.
Yeah, we 38 episodes in. 38 episodes in. So
as always, man, make sure you hit the like button, man. Subscribe, comment, share. Man, go to mcabwpodcast@gmail, man. Tap in with your boys, man. Go to CTRMediaNetwork.com. Hit the icon with the Men Can All Be Wrong on there. Fill out a registration form if you'd like to come on the show. Tap in with us if you like to advertise with us, man. Shout out to the King's Thought of the Day podcast. Shout out to Mr. Jeff Clay, the one, and his Wind Down Wednesdays and his True Sessions on Saturdays. Tap in, man. A shout out to Fran Fomai. Shout out to CTR Media Network, making it all possible. Shout out to Miss She Trucking for hooking me and Mr. Michael Nims or Mr. Keep Trucking together. She put us in the same room. I was able to make a song for him, man. And, we did business. And it all worked out lovely. Tap in, man. Tap in, man. You get on with us, man. You become part of an amazing network. And you'd be surprised what kind of doors it can open up for you.
Exactly.
So.
And you'd be surprised on who had your eye on you, too, because we're all in all kind of different countries, man. So.
Yeah, man. The men can't always be wrong. CTR Media itself is in 350 million listeners in over 70 plus countries. The men can't always be wrong themselves. We're a part of that, but we also have our own 50-something countries that we in. Get your business, your voice, your ideas in front of the people. Tap in with you guys, man. It's your guy T Swin.
And your boy J Bean.
And we up out of here.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
The time is now, the time is here. Round up the soldiers and lend me your ear. Pick your head up, stick your chest out. Be strong, listen closely, cause men can't always be wrong. The time is now, the time is here. Round up the soldiers and lend me your ear. Pick your head up, stick your chest out. Be strong, listen closely, cause men can't always be wrong. Men can't always be. Men can't always be. Men can't always be wrong. Men can't always be. Men can't always be. Men can't always be. Men can't always be wrong. Men can't always be.
What up, everybody? It's your guy T Swin. As you know, I was recently featured in Trucking Magazine's March issue for my transportation music. Well, the wait is finally over. The transportation music is here now. Man, you can play it, stream it, download it, buy it, man. Spread the word. Good, clean music that jams. Be a part of history in the making, man. The first ever all transportation music album ever. Our own genre, transportation music. Ride what you got, T Swin. Let's get it.
Yes, let me show you how to pick it up and move it. Homie, this is transportation music. Something that ease your mind while you cruising. Homie, this is transportation music. What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are. The media network, just the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par. Never lasting. Motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health and health. We got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network. Start the show.
Hello, everybody. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, the host of the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast. And we're all about motivating you, sharing knowledge, having upbuilding conversations centered around business, wellness, education, and life. We introduce you to some of the most amazing standout entrepreneurs and influencers who are truly making a positive impact in the world. And today's guest is like she is just simply amazing. When you think of the words energetic, intuitive, resilient, she's also an author. How about that? And despite her early challenges, in 2022, she went through an internal breakthrough where she began to peel the layers of her life and the mental layers in such a way that it unveiled a profound self-discovery. Do you want to know that self-discovery? I know I do. So let's bring on to the show the amazing, the epic Tammy Renee. Hello, welcome to the show.
Hello. Thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here.
Listen, I am ecstatic to be here because when I look at everything that you're doing, it's just like when people say a beacon of hope, a beacon of inspiration. And so we're going to talk about a topic that many people are confused about when in regards to mentorship and coaching. Many believe that it's one and the same, but is it really? So you call yourself a mentor and not a coach. So what's the difference?
Okay, so I have my own definition, and the reason why I call myself a mentor is because I do more life with you. And I take the things that I've learned, I experience, and I show you that way. And I do research on the things that I don't know. So it's more personal. Whereas I feel like a coach, I just don't want to call myself a coach for somewhere. I feel like it's more structured. So you have formulas that shows you the way on what you should accomplish, whereas I take your dreams and we bring that together with your personal values and your values of what you want to accomplish and bring those together to create your desire. It's not a certain formula that I use. I use my intuition to guide me through my sessions when I'm working with you. So I pull out things that you need specifically just for you. There's no one shoe fits all. So everybody I talk to, somebody may never get the tool that I gave you because it was meant for you. And I don't go through the certifications of that they require for coaching because I let God guide me. God is my certification. So that's why I call myself more of a mentor. I teach from experience, knowledge, and research.
I get it. But you know what? A coach can do that similarly. But I get why you say that you mentor, because mentorship and coaching, depending upon how it is, you're right, can be a little bit more structured and for a general audience, okay, specifically. And so the fact that you're getting into the how we say when life be lifing, you get into the meat and potatoes of that particular individual. That's why you don't have a one size fit all kind of guideline. It's pretty based on you being guided with God telling you, okay, this person needs A, B, C. And
Right.
So I get it why you call it mentorship. And in my case, I like to have a mentor. And I do like to have coaches, because mentors, in my opinion, give you something that coaches in general do not give. And it's real personal.
Yes.
It's on not that coaching is not, because I am a coach, but mentorship goes to a different level of intimacy between that mentor and that client or student, however you want to call it, that is going to cross over their business and personal life. It's going to help you balance the both worlds, whereas mentorship may just be about business. Coaching.
Yeah.
So I see. I like your definition. We might need to coin that.
Yeah. And I think mentoring is a complement to coaching.
Yes.
So they are complements to each other, because you may have coaching and you're working on something with your coach, but maybe there's something personally blocking you from achieving what your coach wants you to achieve. And then that's where I will come in to help that personal block so that you can achieve what you're trying to achieve.
Oh, I love that. And that's a good way to to share perspective on that. Mentorship can help you through those personal. I like that, because it is sometimes there are some situations where you can't break through because of something that happened to you or something that's personal that don't allow you to be able to make it to that next step in your business. So I really see how mentorship is very valuable, and they kind of can work together. And so Tim and Renee, let me just think about this right here for a moment. When I think about you, and I read a little bit of your bio, and you also share a little bit about your background in regards to you being biracial and really embracing the heritage of being a biracial child. How did it shape your perspective on life, and what lessons did you draw from, if you had any adversities, and if you did, how did you face them based upon what you went through?
I would say as a child, it was hard to find where I fit in. So I didn't feel like I fit in with the Black culture. I didn't feel like I fit in with the white culture. So I never found a place. So then I just started accepting everybody. I just was like, everybody is, we just people. And that's how I started looking at, like, we just people. And I think as I grew up and I started to travel, and people started accepting me from their countries, I really began to just not even see color. But it wasn't until, and then as a child, real quick, I was not, the family home that I was in, I wasn't exposed a lot to the Black culture and the education. So I didn't feel like I even could relate to Black people. But I had a lot of racism in my family, so I didn't want to relate with the white people. So there was a lot of confusion, and that's why I just like, we just people. Then I went to South Africa. And once I went to South Africa, oh my God, a whole new world started opening up. I started learning about the histories. I felt at home. And that's when I really started identifying more so as an African American, because I could understand more. You know, before it's like I was just on the whim. I would be anywhere. I'm wherever you are, that's when I am. Because I didn't feel like I fit in anywhere. So it's been a journey. And I still embrace all cultures. I do love to learn about different cultures. I love to learn the history about cultures. So I think being biracial and being in that situation where I didn't fit in has opened me up culturally.
I will agree with you because you mentioned how you was raised in a household with mostly Caucasian background. And so you never had the chance to really explore your African-American side, or if you want to say African-American or Black, you never was able to see that side of culture until you actually went outside of your comfort zone and start traveling and went to South Africa. And then you felt that piece of you. You felt that piece of you. And so it shows how crucial it is for you to put yourself in an environment that's conducive to what you want to learn about, because that's something that, even though you can watch it on television, but it's totally different when you're there.
Yes.
When you're there. And so the fact that you being totally honest and transparent with how you felt at the time, and now seeing everything that you're doing, and all the things that you're just discovering is just so wonderful. And we're going to get a little bit more into your path to your self-discovery and everything of that nature. But before we do, we have to take a commercial break. So all of you guys that need to go get you a little snack, a little beverage, go ahead, get it. And then we'll come back and we're going to learn more about this self-discovery, because I feel that this will help you, whether you're biracial or not, because all of us really on the path of self-discovery to try to figure out who we are and why we need to do this or that. So come on back after this commercial break. We'll be back in a moment. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today on Amazon.com by simply searching the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy from Amazon today. Join the She Trucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, She Trucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights. And just like that, we are back. And I come along with a friend whom you may ask, the amazing Tammy Renee. Welcome back.
Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so before the break, we was talking about mentorship and the difference between mentorship and coaching. And now we start talking about your heritage and how you felt being biracial and how for a moment you had to discover who you were. And it was that trip to South Africa that really attached you, or I should say you started embracing the African-American side of your culture, because prior to that, you wasn't able to fully embrace it because you wasn't exposed to that side of your family, or I should say that side of your heritage. So right now, let's double back about, you have so many pivotal moments in your life. I mean, literally like boom, 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 boom. So what forced you to like question everything and ultimately lead you to start this journey of self-discovery? Because you just don't start it just because wake up on the whim and say, I'm gonna start self-discovery today. It had to be something that motivated you to do it.
Yes. I would say my pivotal moment was when I was almost 30. And what had happened was when I was 14, I had told my mom I liked girls. And she said she would disown me. So I literally closed that part of my life. And I ended up marrying a guy she picked for me at 17. And so I got married. I stayed married for 10 years. But it was at age about 27, because we were married for 10 years. Something woke up inside of me and reminded me of that moment. And I remember telling my husband at the time about that moment and sitting down and talking to him and bringing all of that back up. And I was scared to tell my mom. So I started saying, oh, maybe I'm just bisexual or something like that, but I'm not going to leave this marriage because this is where I'm supposed to be. But it didn't work out that way. The truth started coming out, and then my mom found out, and she was not happy. It was when I stood up to my mom and said, this is my life and I need to live it. I need to be who I'm going to be. And I stepped out. Prior to that, I didn't graduate high school because I just did like I was supposed to do, get married, have babies. So it was at that time, once I stood up to my mom or living in the dreams of someone else, I was able to begin to live my own dreams.
Wow, that is a pivotal moment. The fact that you allowed your and parents can have a strong effect on our children, whether positive or negative, because that's just the power of what parents have. But the fact that you totally immerse yourself into the dream that she had for you, and at the young age of 17, married and start having children, and then 10 years later, every 10 years they say that you become a new person every 10 years. So it's ironic that you say 10 years at 27, that was your light bulb aha moment. Wait a minute. Something came alive in you. You was like, wait, this is not the life that I had for myself. And so you realize that the source of why you was in this life that you wanted, that you currently had, was because of you didn't want to displease your mom, because that's basically what it all boils down to. And so at that moment, you started your self-discovery, your self-reflection with reclaiming your power.
Yes. Otherwise, I was just giving and giving away my power to please others, but still maintain a lifestyle that was, I would say, pleasing to their eyes.
Yeah. And so being that you made that breakthrough, that self-discovery journey for yourself, and you came to this aha moment at 27, after you made that decision that I'm going to live my life the way that it makes me feel better about myself, did things change for you? Did things start getting better?
Oh my gosh. It was like I was a kid in the candy store. Like literally, that's how I felt. I was having new experiences, and this was the first time I had left my town too, really, to go live outside of my small town, which, little town in Ohio, Lorraine, Ohio. And it was the first time I moved out of it to actually go live by myself without my husband or my family or whatever. So I actually went back, got my GED. I got real encouraging. I just was like, I want to accomplish this. I went back to college. It was the first time I traveled international. So by age of 32, I had a college degree. I traveled international. I had my GED. I divorced my husband. So within 3 years of standing up to my mom and starting to live my life, I had accomplished all of that takes people normally 10 years to accomplish.
Yeah, to say the least. And so the fact that at 27, that was your breakthrough. And then at 30, you went back to school, you got your GED. And then from there, you went to college and got your college degree. That's a lot to accomplish in 3 years. And you ended the relationship that you did not want to be in and start living the life that you wanted to live. And so I could see how you making that decision to stand within your own power, to come basically to be who you are, it allowed you to be like a butterfly that was once a caterpillar, and you kind of blossom out. And then you was like, wait a minute, I don't have any shackles, I don't have anything restraints holding me back. I'm gonna be Tammy Renee, and I'm gonna do all of these things that I've been holding back from doing. And you just simply kept making milestones after milestones in a relatively short time. So, but with all that being said, in 2023, even though you had all of this positivity and different stuff that's happening, in 2023, a little bit shifted a little bit in your life in regards to your family. So what happened in 2023 that, despite of now you're your own woman, hear me roar, then you get to 2023 and then something pivotal happened in 2023. So could you share that with us?
So in 2023 or 2022? 2022 maybe?
Around that period, 2022, 2023.
So even though I had this wake-up call and I had spent all these years exploring life, learning about life, I still had parts of me that I was still living to please others, because it just doesn't happen overnight. But I wasn't aware of it because I was experiencing so much I wanted to experience. So I remember being at a retreat. This might be the moment we're talking about, when we were asked to write our dreams. And when I was writing my dreams, I wrote down what I had been telling myself for years. Then I looked at it and I said, what about this dream makes it my dream? And I was told, that's not your dream. That's your spouse's dream. So I moved from pleasing my mom, even though I gained this independence, into a relationships where I would please my spouses. And once that happened, just a whole new world started opening up. My eyes started opening up, and I started to revisit the pain that I had hid because I was living life, because I was out there having fun. I wasn't letting that stuff come up. And with that, I sat down and wrote a book. And this book kind of came out of nowhere. I never would read prior to that. I never would write. I would never spell because I wasn't comfortable because I didn't graduate high school.
Yeah.
So when I started peeling back those deep feelings, those real deep ones that we forget about, I end up writing introspective poetry. And I didn't even know it was going to be a book at the time. But then after I got it all written out, all these poems written out, that's when I was told to turn it into a book.
Wow. So that was like, those poems was like therapeutic, because even though you was living your life and you was the happiest you ever been, you still had some pieces of you that needed to be healed, that needed to have a breakthrough. And I think that's riveting in the fact that even though you had all of this in this area with your mom, but if you are a people pleaser, speaking from experience, but I'm recovered. I done got out of that phase in my life. So I can identify with what you're saying. You're right. You go from one relationship to the next. It doesn't matter if it's romantic or if it's not romantic. You kind of do it with friendships. You do it with partnerships. You do it in all the relationships. And the fact that you came with that self-reflection, saying, hey, even though I solved it with my mom, I'm still doing it with my spouse. I need to break these layers. And so for any of you that are watching the show today and you're really trying to gravel with how, or try to grab yourself on how can I be happy? All right. It's going, like Tammy Renee said, it's going to take time. And even if you do make a remarkable breakthrough in one area, remember, you are not just one dimensional. You have a lot of different layers that over time you need to break through. And so this particular breakthrough, when she realized this realization, she wrote an introspective poem. And poems, that's a poem that actually became a book. So for those of you curious, this is her book that you can go on Amazon and get, called Food for Thought, Feed Your Soul, Introspective Poetry by Tammy Renee. So go pick it up. Go pick it up from Amazon. Okay, so with all that being said, wow, your story is so like multi-layered, multifaceted. So what we're gonna do before we go a little deeper, we have to take another commercial break, and you guys make sure to come back because we're gonna dig a little deeper in this, because from this episode, I really want you guys to take this information, start doing what you need to do now, so that you can be better in 2024. Make the steps now. And you need mentorship, reach out to Tammy. Reach out to Tammy Renee. We'll be back in a moment, you guys.
Listen, if anybody's interested in getting into podcasting, grab this book. Go on Amazon, grab this book. It goes with me almost everywhere. This book has like a workbook. It has places you can fill it in. It tells you how to monetize your podcast. It tells you how to set it up. It tells you about sponsorships. Listen, go on Amazon, get this book. And this is the Bible for podcasters. Listen, it was ranked #1 in podcasting books. Look right here. Best new podcasting book by Book Authority. Right there. Boom. And a little secret. Y'all, when you grab this book, I think it's page 43. There is a code on there. Listen, you can get access to her class, her course
get her course. It's worth hundreds of dollars. But this book it's less than $50. Grab this book on Amazon. I'm telling you, I carry it everywhere. She is the best. Grab this book on Amazon.
And just like that, we are back, and I come along with a friend who might you might ask. Tammy Renee. And we're back. Okay, so go to Amazon and pick up Tammy Renee book of poetry and my book, The Power of Podcasting. Now we're gonna get on back to it because we would think that Tammy Renee is finished with all the self-discovery. We would think that she has reached the pivotal moment, the milestone that she stopped. But then there comes a wave. But then there come a wave. So Tammy, tell us about this wave because you didn't stop.
No, and I am not finished either. So The Wave is a podcast that has pushed me so that I can start sharing my voice through my stories through this podcast. That there it is, the Wave philosophy, and it stands for wisdom, awareness, vision, and energy. The wisdom that we carry within us. Basically, I do things to kind of help you trust that wisdom. I tell you things to help you trust that wisdom. Awareness, all of us need to be aware, not just self-aware, awareness around us, which we're the culture and the travel and learning things all the time, grows your awareness. And then the vision, that's the visualization of seeing your future, seeing your life, visualizing the things that you want. Some people call it manifestation. So it's visualizing the things that you want. And then the energy, we are all energy. So I am a natural energy healer. And that's something I'm starting to share more and more. You're hearing it here, right here today. So that we are naturally energy. So, you can step in a room and feel the energy of a room. You can also step in a room and change the energy of a room. And you can kind of protect your own energy from other people having you feel a certain way. So we dig deep into all that. I share my stories on how that stuff plays a role in my life so that you can use the tools that I give and help it with your life.
I love it. I love it. I love it. So you guys, let me give it to you one more time. You can go and get your book from Amazon, Food for Thought, Feed Your Soul, Introspective Poetry by Tammy Renee. You can also go listen to our podcast on all places that podcasts are streaming. Make sure that you subscribe and listen to that to get that help that you need, as well as you can get in contact with her because I'm going to give you the information if you want to get her mentorship. And we didn't talk about it, but a little birdie told me that she has a notebook. So go and get Word Matters notebook. So if you're looking for a notebook that you can really write your thoughts, and be, get your thoughts out in something different. Sometimes you need different inspiration in order to have and move you into a different mindset. And so having a notebook that's specifically for whatever you want to have a breakthrough with, it will be creating that new perspective, that new life, that new walk, that new purpose that you're trying to fulfill for yourself, that a standard red, yellow, or green notebook that we get doing back to school won't do. So you just need to go. So this is a notebook that you can do to write all those thoughts. It can be your special place, like your diary, your journal, whatever. I'm aging myself talking about some diary, but I just write in a diary. We didn't call it journal. We call it my diary.
Right.
In a day. But anyway, make sure to go check out all of that. And so right now, Tim Renee, I'm gonna let them know where they can actually tune in. All of you can actually find her, like I said, on podcast. You can go to tinyurl/Tammy Renee links.
and you will be able to see all the links that will take you to all these different places that I'm telling you about now. Of course, you can follow her on social media as well. For those of you who are a little curious, because you know I'm visual, honey. I am visual. So here, you're going to go to her landing and you'll be able to see and be able to easily connect with her author's page to purchase her books. You can book your mentor call. You can follow her on LinkedIn, the TikTok, if you like to do the TikTok, YouTube, a podcast, and you can have that personal discovery, transformation, mentoring meeting. And then you can also register to be a guest on her show. You can also register to be a guest on her show. So go check it out. And let me stop sharing it quick and show you that it is tinyurl.com/Tammy Renee links. So Tammy,
yes,
Renee, is there anything else you would like to share with us on this beautiful day and leave with our guests?
What I would like to share with you, a quote that I use a lot nowadays is, if you want to be the leader of your dreams, you need to know what your dreams are.
Simple, but yet complex at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
because we will live in the dreams of others. Mm-hmm. But if you know what your dreams are, you can create your dreams and be the leader.
Wow, that is powerful. So Tammy, thank you so much for being a featured guest on our show and sharing everything about Tammy Renee.
And thank you for having me. This has been exciting.
Oh,
thank you.
Oh, it's truly been my pleasure. And keep on doing the great things. And, you know, you guys, in the future, you may be able to book Tammy Renee for a speaking engagement because she do travel. You heard she do traveling now. So you need some motivation, some inspiration. Then go ahead over there and check out Tammy Renee because she's energetic, she's intuitive, and she is resilient. All the things that we need in order to motivate us to walk into our best life because we need all the help we can get.
And then some.
Yes. So thank you so much for being a featured guest on our show, Tammy Renee. And so you can hold back in the backstage and I'll be with you in a moment, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, you guys, wasn't that amazing? Make sure to check out today's featured guest, Tammy Renee, on all social media platforms, including checking her out on her podcast. And if you're a person in need of mentorship, make sure to check her out as well. As always, I want to let you guys know that if no one told you today that you are worthy, that you are special, that you are valued, I want you to know that I love you. And I'm telling you that you are worthy and that you are valued. So what do I want you to do until next time you see us on the Tina Ram Show? I want you to do what? I want you to keep smiling. We'll see you next week, same time, same place, 7:30 p.m. EST, because guess what? It's time for you to come share, shine, and grow. What? On the Tina Ram Show. Have a great night, you guys. See you next week.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Good evening, and welcome to Sweet Blessings, the Anna L. Brothers Show and Podcast, where we come to you every Wednesday, and we try to inspire, encourage, and empower you to live a healthier lifestyle. So the purpose of this podcast is basically to make you more aware or to provide you with knowledge to make your life live better. And the whole being of the life. So we provide speakers and workshops and just presentations on things that we feel that are prevalent in helping you become a better and live a healthier lifestyle. So good evening. My name is Anna. I am a retired school teacher, an author. I'm an entrepreneur. I am a jewelry consultant. I'm a health consultant. I am a certified cake instructor. And I host a podcast show. And I started this podcast to make people be more aware, like I said, of everyday things that are going on that we just don't know everything. I don't know everything. And I just found out when my mother was sick, that was so, I was limited in so much that I just decided this fell into my lap. And I just decided that this was a platform that I could use to help other people. And so I'm always looking for ordinary people doing extra ordinary things. So before we get started this evening, I am going to talk to you a little bit about entrepreneurship this evening, and that's very important. When I was doing my research, however, I didn't realize that there were so many avenues of entrepreneurship. And so in some of my businesses, I've been thinking about doing LLC and, sole priority, whatever, all of those things. And so I felt like I needed to maybe understand the ramifications of entrepreneurship. So I decided to look into that, especially after Small Business Saturday, which just passed. And so that is what my concentration will be on this evening. I want to thank you all for joining me for that. I always start with a few housekeeping things, and I tell you why, because the girl is old. And by the end of the presentation, I have forgotten some of the things that I'm really supposed to, it's important that I convey to you all. And so I'm going to start here with Facebook. I just want to let you know that you can you can support me by sending stars. Stars help me earn money to make more content, and better helps me in providing ways for me to do research as well. So that is just one way to that you can support me. You can also support me by maybe sponsoring an episode, or maybe advertising on my podcast, because everything that I guess now that is free. So that's the only way that I have things coming in. So you can always support me that way. And I do have a website. You can go to that website. I'm going to show you that website just right here. This is my website, and it's a bit. So this is my website. It is a bit. I need to write it down myself because I need to put it someplace else. And I always have to I always have to look it up. You know what I'm saying? All right. So this is my bit. You can go there. That's my website. You can, if you want to be a sponsor, if you want to be a guest, you can go there. But you can also contact me at my email. And this is my email at the bottom. That's going down there. So you can contact me there. You might have questions and stuff like that. But I always tell people that I'm always looking for ordinary people doing extraordinary things. And God has blessed me in many ways this year, that I have had some very, really, really, really excellent and nice guests to come on my show to shed some light on that. And I'm always looking for more people. I do want to make you all aware that I do go live on on Facebook and on Instagram with my jury. I do that 3 times a week, on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday morning. So if you like, you can check me out. I am on Facebook. This is my Facebook page. It's a public, so you can go there and check out my jury and stuff like that. And then on Thursdays, I'm on Instagram. I'm on both of them on Thursdays there as well. My live show is being streamed to YouTube, and I'm asking everyone that comes on to please go and subscribe to my YouTube channel. All right, I believe that is it, y'all, for my housekeeping. And we're going to take a brief commercial break. And then we'll be back, and I'm going to start on our presentation. Hold on.
Join the She Trucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, She Trucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
All righty. Excuse me. I am still kind of fighting with this, whatever it was. I don't know what it was, a little virus or whatever. I'm still fighting with it just a tiny bit. But yes, she trucking, y'all. It's very, if you're into trucking, I have learned so much from She Trucking, the owner of She Trucking. So she has helped me out a great deal, and I'm very much appreciative. But we're going to go ahead and get started because I can give a testimony another time. So what I want to do is to, here we go. I want to talk about navigating entrepreneurial landscapes, challenges and opportunities across diverse ventures. So as I was doing this research, I found out that there were many, many different types of entrepreneurship. Yeah, I'm going to be, let me see, I'm going to change this and change it a little bit more. No, I need it another way. I'm going to go back to this. Okay. What I found out was that there were numerous types of entrepreneurships. Every time I do something, I learn something as I do the research. And so this evening, I'm going to kind of go over, I got to move that picture, go over the different forms of entrepreneurship. I want to do that. I still have that on the bottom of the screen so that you can subscribe to my YouTube channel. I am going to remove it now. All right. I need to be a different. Okay. I took me out because I didn't want to be on the writing. So we're going to talk about the forms of entrepreneurship. This past Saturday was Small Business Saturday. And most of the time when you think of a business, you think of either a small business or you think of a store that you go to. So I'm going to kind of briefly go over the different forms of the entrepreneurship. And small business is one of them, but it is not the only one. So small business entrepreneur, it involves starting and managing a small business. So a lot of us, we start off, I'm telling you why I'm going. Let me tell you why I'm doing this, because I believe in entrepreneurship. And I believe that if people are more aware of the different types of entrepreneurship, they might seek out. I believe in people having their own businesses and thriving. Is it easy? No, it's not. But I just believe that is possible. So a small business entrepreneurship involves starting and managing small businesses. And not only am I going to talk about the different forms, but I'm also going to talk about the challenges that you might have in each one of these, and the value and the opportunities that are available in each one of these forms of entrepreneurship. Now, the next one is called scalable startup entrepreneurship. And what it does is it focuses on increasing high growth startup and potential for rapid growth. Now, also, you all, at the very end of this presentation, I am going to give you an example of each one of these, at least 2 examples of each one of these entrepreneurships. So the next one is social entrepreneurship. And that one aims to address social or environmental issues while generating revenue. Corporate entrepreneurship or ship. It involves innovation and creativity with an existing large organization. So as I go on these, see if you can think of businesses that might fall under these categories here. Then we have the serial entrepreneurship, which those are individuals who start and lead multiple businesses over their career. The techno pership centers around technology-based ventures. We also have the lifestyle entrepreneurship. It prioritizes a work-life balance and often involves businesses that support a desired income. And then we have the innovative entrepreneurship. That one focuses on introducing new products, services, or processes to the market. Now, these are the different forms of entrepreneurship. We're going to take a brief break. And then when I come back, I'm going to talk about the value of each of these entrepreneurships. The value. What value do we place on them?
Well, you have any closing remarks before we head out?
Y'all, please support the movement of CTR Media Network. I'm telling you, being a part of this amazing media family, I can't go wrong, right? They have the support. They support us in all that we do. We have questions. They take the time out to advise and mentor. So definitely check out the different plethora of shows that are on the network. I promise you, and I'm not saying this because I'm part of the family, but I promise you, you will be uplifted, inspired, educated, motivated, all the good stuff that we all need to carry ourselves out through the day. So definitely go check it out, y'all.
Awesome. I definitely appreciate it.
All right, we are back now. I want to talk about the value of each of those entrepreneurships. What do they contribute to and to society, and all of those things like that? So I want to talk about that. We're going to start first with the small business entrepreneurship. And what it does is it contributes to the local economics. It creates job opportunities, and it fosters community development. Now that says a lot, really. The next one, scalable startup entrepreneurship. It drives innovation. It creates high growth companies that can impact industries and attract investments. Social entrepreneurship. It addresses the social and environmental issues. It creates positive impact along financial sustainability and attracts social conscious consumers. Wow. Corporate entrepreneurship. And then they have intrapreneurship. And the value of that one is that it encourages innovation within large organizations. It fosters a culture of creativity, and it helps companies stay competitive in evolving markets. Serial entrepreneurship. The value that is placed on that is that it contributes to the economic development through multiple ventures, leverage diverse experiences, and can lead to success over time. Let's continue because the technopreneurship, that's hard for me to say that one. What it does is it drives technological advancements, creates solutions to complex problems, and contributes to the growth of the technology sector. The lifestyle entrepreneurship emphasizes work-life balance. It allows individuals to align work with personal interests and supports a flexible lifestyle. Innovative entrepreneurship introduces new products, services, or process to the market. It fosters competition and drives economic growth through innovation. So as you can see, there are many, many levels of forms of entrepreneurship, as well as many levels or many values that are put on the form. So I wanted to come back, hold on, here because we're going to move on. I am going to do another commercial break, but I just wanted to say that each type of entrepreneurship contributes to the overall entrepreneurial ecosystem, providing unique value propositions and playing a role in shaping the economics and industries. The value can range from economic impact and job creations to social and environmental contributions. Okay, so now we are going to take another brief commercial. And then we will be right back, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the challenges and opportunities that faces each one of these entrepreneurships. Hold on.
Are you ready to skyrocket your podcasting journey? Look no further than The Power of Podcasting by Dr. Tina J. Ramsey. This book is not just any ordinary guide. It's a game changer that offers insider strategies, captivating content creation tips, proven techniques, and monetization secrets. But that's not all. When you purchase The Power of Podcasting, you also receive a complimentary bonus. Dr. Ramsey's sought-after podcast 30-video course valued at $999, absolutely free. It's no wonder this book is a #1 bestseller on Amazon and has been rated one of the top 10 best new podcasting books to read by Book Authority. Dr. Ramsey's expertise and practical advice have earned her acclaim in the industry. So, what are you waiting for? Take the leap and unlock your podcasting success today. Grab your copy of The Power of Podcasting, Unlocking Tips and Strategies for Podcast Success by Dr. Tina J. Ramsey on Amazon, or visit their website at CTRmedianetwork.com. A link will be provided in this episode's description. Your podcasting journey starts here.
All right, I am back, and we are now going to talk about the challenges and opportunities. I don't know why this computer always does some crazy stuff. We're going to talk about the challenges and the opportunities that come with entrepreneurship. Oh my God. Hello. Thank you so much. Kim Jacob says great points. Then she says she is so proud of me. Thank you so much for those kind words, those kind words. Also, I want to talk about each one. I'm going to talk about the challenges first, and then I'm going to also talk about the opportunities that each one provides. So let's start with the very first one, which was the small business entrepreneurship. And the challenges for this is it has limited resources, intense competition, regulatory hurdles. Now, the opportunities, however, is a niche market, personalized customer service, and you also have community engagement. The scalable startup entrepreneurship challenges high initial risk, fierce competition, scaling operations, opportunities, rapid growth, disruptive innovation, attracting venture capital. Social entrepreneurship, the challenges are you're going to be balancing social impact with financial substantiability, measuring impact. The opportunities, however, are you're addressing social issues, gaining support from socially conscious consumers, and there is a potential there for partnership. Corporate entrepreneurship, intrapreneurship. I have problems with that word. Challenges, overcoming resistance to change, navigating corporate bureaucracy. Ooh. I'm sure most of us have been in that type of situation as well. The opportunities, however, is to access to resources. You have access to resources, innovation within an established brand, staying competitive. Now, there is more. Hold on. There is more. Let's look at the serial entrepreneurship. Okay. What it does is the challenges are you are managing multiple ventures. Risk, if is burnout. You learn from your failure. Those are all challenges. However, the opportunities are leveraging experiences, diversifying investments, identifying new market opportunities. Techno pre-ship. The challenges are rapid technology changes, high initial investment in research and development. Opportunities are the technological innovation market, leadership in emerging sectors. Now, lifestyle entrepreneurship challenges are you're balancing your work and your personal life, scalability, limitations, and opportunities are flexible. You have flexibility, you're pursuing a passion, you're achieving your work-life harmony. Innovative entrepreneurship, it challenges are you research and develop costs, market acceptance of new ideas. Will the market accept it? Will the public accept the new ideas? The opportunities, creating and dominating new markets, staying ahead of competition, and fostering a culture of innovation. So these are all what you might call challenges and opportunities that occur with these forms of entrepreneurship. Isn't that something? Isn't that, I mean, that is really, really something. If I must say so myself. So understanding, let me come back on, get back over here. Understanding, my notes here. Understanding and addressing these challenges while leveraging the opportunity is crucial for entrepreneurs in each category to navigate their respective landscapes successfully. Adaptability and strategic decision-making are key in the dynamic world of entrepreneurship. Now, I know y'all didn't know it was this detailed because I really didn't know it was that detailed as well. But as we move on, I'm going to take another brief commercial break, y'all, and then we'll be right back. And I'm going to show you, because I comprised a list of the type of businesses that you will find in each one of those categories. So I want to kind of go over that list with you. Some of them you'll be surprised, and some of them you won't. Some of them I have never heard of myself, if I must say so, myself. But I do want to share it with you because the new year is starting, and sometimes people want to, do some New Year's resolutions. They've been putting it off for a long time and starting a business, and so I told you why I did it, because I have several businesses, and I have been looking into what type of entrepreneurship am I, so I thought I would research it, but I was shocked. I'm still just as confused as I was before. All right, let me go. Let me go to this commercial, y'all.
Oh my goodness, the mailman came. I hope my sweet little thing cookie's in here. I just hope it's in here. Let me see. Let me open this up. That's it. That's it. Sweet little thing cookies. That sweet little thing cookies. Oh, I'ma have me a ball now. Let me just get this right here. Little thing cookies. That sweet little thing cookies. Oh yeah. I finally got my cookies. The sweet little thing cookies. Oh yeah. I'ma have fun. This package kind of big though. Man, it got a lot of cookies.
I love that commercial. That's my best commercial. You better get you some of those sweet little cookies. Just wanted to say that. All right, we're back, and I want to go over examples of some of the businesses that I'm gonna make this bigger so you can kind of see it. My logo is up there in the corner. It's messing it up. But anyway, I'm gonna tell you. Now, for small business entrepreneurship, it's like the local coffee shop or an independent bookstore, someone selling jewelry. Those are small businesses, people that there's many small businesses. So those are some examples. For the scalable startup entrepreneurship, which I was not familiar with at all, but it said tech-based SaaS, SaaS company, and an e-commerce platform for that. Ooh. I'm telling you, y'all, I'm learning something every day. Kim says that the commercial was I can't even talk, y'all. Was cute. I love that commercial, Kim. I love it. I really do. I thank you so much for that. All righty, let me go back to do what I'm supposed to be doing, y'all. Let's for the social entrepreneurship, the types of, I guess, entrepreneurs will be a fair trade clothing brand. So any Banana Republic, I guess that would be a something that would be a clothing brand. Any that has a renewable energy nonprofit. And I thought about that and I said to myself, I wonder if that's what they are selling with the energy companies. You know, you all of a sudden these gas and electric companies people, come up with different, you can branch out and use somebody else. So I was just wondering, I'm thinking that's what that is. Don't hold me to it, yeah. Then the next one is corporate entrepreneurship. I just cannot talk today. Entrepreneurship. And that's Google X, Google, Alphabet Moonshot Factory. And also Amazon Web Service, AWS. That is a service that is within a company or a corporate things. I told you some of these will be surprising to you. The serial entrepreneurship, Elon Musk Ventures, Tesla, SpaceX, Neuralink. Okay. Also, Richard Branson. Both of these people, I believe they're either millionaires or billionaires. Ventures. He has the Virgin Group, the Virgin Galactic, and also I believe that he went up in space or something, very, very similar. I believe. Don't let me know. So the technopreneurship, you have the SpaceX, which is a space exploration technology corporation. Palantir Technologies, that's a place where they do data analysis as well. So it's really interesting the type of jobs or entrepreneurship that you will find up under these categories. I would never have thought of that. Lifestyle entrepreneurship, up under the lifestyle entrepreneurship, you have freelance graphic design business, personal fitness coach or service, I guess a health coach, a life coach. All of those, I think, would probably fall up under the lifestyle entrepreneurship as well. Innovative entrepreneurship, Apple Inc., known for innovative in consumer electronics. I cannot talk today. Airbnb. Now they are doing some innovative or taking an innovative approach to accommodations and also travel. Now, these examples showcase the diversity of businesses within each entrepreneurial category, highlighting the wide range of ventures that entrepreneurs can pursue based upon their interests and goals. All right, I just want to come back and I want to say thank you. I'm going to go here. I want to say thank you all for attending and my live broadcast. There are some other housekeeping things that I'm going to do before I leave, but I do appreciate you being here. And I hope that during the course of this evening that I have kind of inspired you. I also hope that I have encouraged you, and I also hope that I have empowered you to live a healthier lifestyle. I always close my broadcast with the 3 L's because I think the 3 L's really represents life, you know. And so the first L is to live. Make sure that you live your life well. Well, it's important that you do that. Life is short, and you want to get as much out of it as you possibly can. The second thing is to laugh. Find some way or somewhere in your day to bring laughter into your space. Laughter is good for the soul. Sometimes I post laugh things to make other people laugh, but what I really love most of all is when people make me laugh. Someone sent me a little thing today. Well, they posted in my VIP group, in my jewelry group. And I mean, it just really made me laugh. And I looked at it just because I've had time today to look at my emails and it just made my day. Okay. And I just laughed because it was truly, truly funny. The third thing is to love. Love, 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 love. Mm-hmm. And love is a big word. You know what I'm saying? Love is a big word. And when I was growing up, I always tell this story, y'all. When I was growing up, I told my grandmama, I can't love everybody because that person over there. You know, when people do things to you. And my grandmother told me, she said, baby, those are the people that need your love the most. And she said, what you need to do with that person is just love them with a long wooden spoon. So I'm passing that on to you when you have those people that get on your nerves. But the most important person that you need to love is yourself. Self-love is more important than anything else. Make sure that you love yourself. And so I'm going to leave you, and I'm going to leave you with my upcoming events. I'm getting ready to show you my upcoming events. I do post that. There is some things that are happening this Friday. Let me see if I can make it bigger. Yes. And there's going to be, if you're in the Chicagoland area, I do know that this is broadcast all over the world. But if you're in the Chicagoland area, we're having a Handel's Messiah Part 1. It's a Christmas, closing with the Christmas hymn medley. It is free, y'all. It's free. It starts at 7. This guy, Christopher Robinson's production, puts on very good presentations. I highly recommend it. So if you're in the area and if you can go through it, go to it, come to it, I would, greatly appreciate it. So with that being said, I am going to leave you this evening. And I'm going to do a little recognition at the end. I always do. There are a few people that have done quite a few things or helped me out. And I want to make sure that I give them their due just.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for tuning in to Empower You Crown Up, where we know that this is where we are empowering minds so they can live empowered lives. And so today we're going to be talking about confidence. When we think about confidence and just think about yourself being in the spotlight and just understanding your worth and just who you are and whose you are, which brings us to the scripture of the day, which talked about 1 John 4:19, that talked about we are loved because Jesus, he first loved us. And just knowing that God first loved us, that's why we're able to show love. It's just so important. But it also shows that we have to take time and pride in ourselves and loving ourselves, because you can't give something that you don't have. And it has to be something that you're practicing day in and day out. And, people are always looking at you. They're looking at you, what you say, what you do, how you act. And so if you're asking or requiring something of someone, you have to know that, first of all, you got to lead by example. And if you're not leading by example, then just trust and believe. Ain't nobody listening to you unless you're leading by example. And that is just so important to know that if you want to receive more love, then you got to give more love. Whatever it is that you want, it starts with you. You got to start manifesting what you desire and what you truly want in your life, which is important. So, as you guys know, IMW, it's now transitioned to Empower You Crown Up, which I'm so excited about the transition. We just wanted to make sure everything was aligned purposefully for our audience and what we're doing. And, people ask me about this transition. I'm like, you have to move with the flow. You have to do what you got to do. And so being in this realm, mental health, which is so important, and people don't realize how important your mental health is, but now people are starting to see more than ever that it was just time to know that, your purpose. And when you know your purpose, you can operate and you can sleep at night. But for me, it was all about just helping, empowering our youth, empowering our parents and our young adults, and just letting everyone know that you're not alone. And there's times in life that we're like, wow, what do I do? How can I move forward? Because things happen. But the key is that you got to get back up. You might fall a million times, but at the end of the day, it's about you getting back up. And so my question to you is, are you getting back up? Are you staying down? Are you throwing a pity party, or are you getting back up? Okay. So if you haven't started following me, make sure you follow me on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. It's all aligned. Empower You _crown up. Okay. You can't forget that. Make sure you follow, leave a contact, whatever you need to do. Follow, like, tag, all that good stuff. Follow me. I do follow back. I have my team that does that for me. But I'm just excited today. Honestly, today is a blessed day. Yesterday was 9/11, and it just really shows that in the midst of so much, like, I don't know about you, but I will never forget what I was doing on 9/11. And, we're still alive. We are still alive, but there's so many people who are not. And I think it's just important for us to make sure that we stop and honor and cherish those who have lost their lives, and just sacrifice so much. And I think it's also important for us to just stop and remind ourselves of having an attitude and a mind of gratitude, because there's so much going on in this world, and I'm finding people are being just heartless. Just truly heartless. And I say that because there's just so much people, they don't stop checking with other people, see how people are doing. And just like we're giving our children mental health days, which I see a lot of people are starting to do that now, we got to make sure we check in and give ourselves mental health days. Make sure that we are saying, you know what, check in with yourself. If it's a day you're like, I'm not feeling it, I'm not out here, take a break. Go take you a walk, get you some fresh air. Do what you need to do for you. So that leads us to our quote of the day. Okay. This quote is by Diane von Furstenberg. Okay. It says, confidence makes us beautiful. And it comes from accepting yourself. The moment you accept yourself, it makes everything better. So again, confidence makes us beautiful, and it comes from accepting yourself. The moment you accept yourself, it makes everything better. And it's just important to know and understand that confidence is from within. But there are some things that can happen outside of our walls of well-being that can cause you to wonder, like, am I really as strong as I would like to be and as strong as I desire to be? And the question to that, or the answer to that is, are you? And so it depends on what we're looking at. Are we allowing life's challenges, things that happen in life to stop us from really truly being great? Or are we basing this based on different life experiences or things that happen in our life? What are we basing that off of? And the reality of it is we cannot allow things that are outside of our control to falter us or alter our confidence. I talk to many people on a daily basis, and they will tell me how they allow their parents or people, family, friends to, alter their thought process. And my thing is, I'm not saying don't listen, because we do need to listen. We need guidance and leadership and things of that nature. But if you're excited about something and you see the vision, the thing is, if you have a vision, go for it. So many times in life we don't do because of what someone said. At the end of the day, if you don't do it and you don't take that leap of faith, you can't look back and be down on yourself or anyone else but yourself, because you allowed yourself to not take that leap. And it could be great or it could be really bad. You could fail at it. And that's the thing. But if you fail, at least you tried and you gave it your best. And you're not sitting there like shoulda, woulda, coulda, right? And so at the end of the day, I think it's just so important for us to say, what is it that I really need? And just check in with yourself. So today, in the midst of talking about confidence and just really being in tune with yourself, in the middle of the spotlight, and just knowing that, what you desire, speak it into existence, and you can have whatever you desire to have. Life is full of many ups and downs, many trials, many tribulations. Like I say all the time, it's a roller coaster, but we got to keep pushing. We have to keep pushing through. We have to keep pushing ourselves to be the best version of ourselves. Check in with yourself. Do what you need to do. I saw the other day, one of my stories, she posted how she got out of her mind of not running because of her knee pains. And she just did it. She ran, I think it was like 2.5 miles, 3 miles, 3.5, and she did it. And I'm like, wow, that's so inspirational, because I'm like, to get back out there. And when you run, you add years to your life. And, life is hard enough. I challenge you, who can you check on today? Who can you see? Who's on your mind? Who can you check and say, hey, are you good? Because I noticed that, hey, you ain't how you usually are. Do that. Check in with yourself and just really just know that as you check in on others and others are checking on you, that things will become more of that reality piece for you to say, no, I'm not good. I need some help. Or, you know what, today I am good. And it really just depends on you. What is it that you need? What is it that you're looking for? And just understand that nobody's perfect. But also you got to be realistic on what it is that you're asking for and what you desire. A lot of times people have unrealistic expectations because they haven't experienced certain things in life. But life's experiences will get you in alignment and make you say, okay, this is what I need. This is what I desire. And so I challenge you to spend some time with yourself and check in with you to say, okay, this is what I truly, truly need. And this is what I truly, truly desire. So when we're talking about that confidence in your spotlight, I think it's important for us to understand that we have to have a positive mindset. We have to make sure that we are taking care of ourselves, make sure that you accept you, that you are letting go of everything that was and focusing on what is, and that you are checking your circle, okay? I cannot say that enough. You have to check your circle, because if your circle is not with you, alignment, pushing you to be great, on those days that you have low moments, they're gonna be like, just go ahead and, drown yourself, or whatever the case is. Because sometimes in life we feel like we're drowning, we're doing too much, or we just feel like I can barely keep my head above water. And that just means that you need to take a break and then jump back in. That don't mean you need to quit and give up. And so who you have in your circle really does matter. Having positive people in your circle is even more of a plus. Having a positive mindset is amazing, because if you want to see yourself win, if you want to see yourself go to the next level, you got to be positive, because there's enough negativity in the world. What are you adding to this world that's not already in it? What are you doing to be that change maker? You know, fighting against the grain, doing things like never before, making yourself stand out. What are you doing? What are you willing to do? And I think that's important to understand, that no matter what happens in your life, you have to push forward and you have to give your best, you know, and be realistic with yourself. You know, take a step back. If you need to take a step back, take a step back. If you need to take a break, take a break. As a mother, it gets hard. You know, parenting is hard. Going to work every day, it's hard. And just really being in tune with yourself to say, okay, in the transition from work to the transition of motherhood, you know, if you need to sit in the car and take you a breather, do it. If you need to go take you a walk or work out, do it. Do what you need for you. Many times parents deal with, you know, mommy and daddy guilt. You know, they're making money, but they're not able to really spend as much time with their children. And so I challenge you to say, okay, what can I do? What is the time I do have? And like I tell parents all the time, it might look different for you. You and your household, it might be 15, 20 minutes every night. We have family time, or we sit around and read together, or do something together. Do what works for you. And you don't owe anyone any explanations on why it is that you do what you do. And life circumstances, things, you know, life is a funny way of doing things. And it's just important to know that at the end of the day, if you know that you have tried and you've given your best, that's all you can do. And keep pushing forward. So focus on yourself, focus on being that confidence and spotlight, focus on living your best life. And guess what? Those who are meant to be in your life will stay in your life, and those who are not, they will weed themselves out. So make sure, if you haven't followed me, make sure you follow me on Empower You Crown Up. And also make sure that you are doing what you need to do, checking on someone, because you never know what people are going through. And, you know, even in your adulthood, make sure you check in with your parents. I know that can be kind of hard, you know, when you have children of your own and you're living life, trying to keep up with your own parents and your siblings and just life, especially when you have a demanding career. But always make sure that you are good with yourself. Be good with yourself. Do what you need. Be realistic. Check in with yourself. And don't forget that you matter and you have to put yourself first in order to be great. Remember to continue to love on one another. God's really given us a great example. You know, he made sacrifices and sent his only begotten son, Jesus Christ, to die on the cross for our sins. He made a great example for us to know what love is like. And for us, we just have to keep pouring out, giving what we have. But the thing is, you can't give what you don't have. So make sure that you properly dig deep and do what you need to do to make sure that you are loving yourself so you can love others and just be that spotlight of positivity. So thank you guys for tuning in to Empower You, Crown Up, live your best life, and give your very, very best.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Wisdom's Tips with Dr. Connie Green. I'm your host, Dr. Green. Thank you so much for joining another episode of Wisdom Tips, where we dive into profound transformational wisdom. And today we're going to be embarking on a journey of wisdom to recognize the tricks of the devil and to recognize his entrapments of how he likes to offend us and get us all twisted up in our mind, upset and disappointed. So thanks again for dropping in. I'm here to drop pearls of true wisdom, giving you the tools that you need to live a victorious life. I am so excited about this episode because it's a book that I had been reading years ago. And I ran across it the other day and I thought about it would be a good segment to talk about on today. And it's basically talking about wisdom, how we can get entrapped by the enemy. The name of the book, you probably have heard of it, those of you that know John Bevere. It was by John Bevere called Bait of Satan, The Bait of Satan. And it has really been a blessing to me. And over the years, I go back and I reread it when I go through things and situations with relationships and getting along with people. And it just gives you a fresh insight and uncompromising desire to want to help others. And that's why I'm trying to help you guys today, to help others recognize Satan's bait, how he can come in and try to totally destroy our life and destroy our relationships. And I want you to just come and just listen in a little bit on this evening so you can avoid the pitfalls at all costs and know exactly what the enemy is doing to us. Now, let's talk about what the Bible talks about on offense. Offense in the Bible speaks often of how we can get offended by what people say, what they do to us. And sometimes it's really an emotional thing that we're all tied up about because we have been offended by somebody that we love, somebody that we trusted. And the offense comes and we begin to be angry and resentful and all those type of things. And because it is an emotional, it really, offense really won't kill you. But sometimes you may feel like you about to die because you can't believe what they did to you, right? So if you know about anybody that has offended you lately, put it in the comment. I would like to hear from you what your thoughts are. But I want you to be careful. Be careful by getting irritated and frustrated, because when you get frustrated and irritated, sometimes it can cause worse emotions come upon you, like bitterness and grudges and anger and all of that kind of stuff. And so just allow God to have his way and don't allow the person to lead you into that direction because you're upset. Because sometimes when we allow that and we hold on to it, it causes our own devilish mindset to come in and to kick in, because we get to start thinking about what we're going to do to the person that offended us. So the word in the Bible of offense is translated in the book of Matthew, chapter 18:7, where God uses it 3 times. It says offense is a trigger or a trap on which there's a bait that is placed, and it's hidden most of the time, especially if you've ever tried to trap an animal, and even maybe a mouse that you've seen in your house, and you go get the things that they tell you to get. Sometimes they could be those little sticky things, and sometimes it can be a real trap that you put a little peanut butter on, and all of a sudden it gets trapped. So that's what offense in the Bible talks about. It talks about anybody that's ever tried to trap an animal. The first thing you do is you set the trap, and then you put it in a hiding place, and you hope that the animal trips up and get caught on the trap. So that's pretty much what the enemy does to us when we're offended. He does it easily. He's a very slyful. Before, he's not going to let you know exactly what he's doing. He's going to sneak, and he's going to do it, and he's going to trap you, or entrap you, should I say, in that offense. So if you have ever in your life seen this happen, even on TV, you've seen people trap animals and stuff like that, then sometimes you in your life that you live in, the life that I live in as well, have been trapped and has been hurt because of somebody's offense that came upon us. So beware of what Satan will do to us if we're not careful about what we do. Satan is the enemy of our soul, and he incorporates both strategies in our life. He sneaks and he hides and do it, and sometimes he'll do it in plain sight. So we want to learn the tactics and the tricks of what the enemy can do to us if we allow offense to come into our lives. So as he lays out his most deceptive things in his deadly traps, they are both hidden and they are both shown where you can see it clearly, and sometimes we'll walk right past and won't even know it. But even Satan have his co-hosts that helps him, which is the little demons I call them, that also help him, and they can do little things to cause deception, and they're very cunning and very crafty in their operation. So beware. In John's book, John Bevere's book of Satan, he reveals one of the most deceptive kinds of traps. And that deceptive kind of trap that we're talking about is that offense. Actually, offense, like I said, it's not deadly, but it hurts. But if you are ever trapped in that situation, dear hearts, don't hold on to it. Let it go, because you would allow your heart to get more and more bitterness in it. And when we do that, it's hard for us to bounce back from those offenses. Offense people produce much fruit, such as hurt, anger, outrage, jealousy, resentment, strife, bitterness, hatred, envy, and it goes on and on and on. So you don't want those spirits to start just growing up in your spirit because of offense. Some of the consequences of picking up these offenses and being assaulted or attacked, it causes us to be wounded. It causes division. It causes separation, brokenness in relationships, betrayal, and backsliding. That's how deadly that it can be in our lives. Some people get offended at church and they'll leave the church and they'll end up backsliding and going back into the world because a fellow Christian or somebody that they were close to, could have been a pastor, a minister, somebody that prayed with them, walked to the church with them, and that they knew very well that they thought that offended them. And it can cause people to backslide. But often those who are offended do not even realize that they have been trapped. Let me say that again. Many times people that are offended don't even realize that they've been trapped by the devil. They are oblivious to their condition because they are so focused on themselves. And they're focused on the wrong that was done with them. They're constantly thinking about, I can't believe they did that to me. And sometimes they are in denial because they have been trapped and don't even realize it. And you know, dear hearts, the most effective way for the enemy to blind us is to cause us to focus on ourselves. Yes, the focus on ourselves. So when we are offended, sometimes we need to stop and think about, why did that person say that to me? Why did that person betray me? Why did that person hurt me? Start thinking about what happened to that person that would cause them to do something like that, that hurt you and broke your heart. Where dear hearts, there's more, and you don't want to miss it. So I want you to come back with me. We're going to take a break, and when we return, we're going to share with you the wisdom tips for the day. There are going to be some very good wisdom tips, and you don't want to miss it because you don't want to be trapped by the enemy. You want to tell your friends, get on the computer, then share with somebody. And please, if you haven't, tap that little button so you can get the notification when I'm coming in with new content, you're going to miss some great episodes. So we don't want you to miss it, okay? Stay with us now. We'll be right back, right after the commercial, and we're going to share the wisdom tips with you today. God bless you. I'll see you after the commercial. God bless.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Welcome back, everyone. If you're just joining us, please share this broadcast with someone. We've been discussing about how to have wisdom to recognize Satan's tricks when we are offended. You want to hear this broadcast completely because we got some wonderful wisdom tips that I'm going to share with you now. It's going to really, really help you. I know I've been there, done that, got the t-shirt. I've been offended so many times it ain't even funny. But I had to learn how to not be feely and hurty and having all these emotions and crying and getting upset. I recognized that I had been trapped because I had been happening to me so much. And I found this book called The Bait of Satan by John Bevere, and I started reading it. It would really bless my soul. And I want to just bless you all this evening so you can be able to learn how to get away from the tricks of the enemy. And when they try to trap you, don't even fall for it. Even now, if somebody offend me or do something to me, I don't get mad as quick as I used to. I just let it go. So, if you're here today and you know somebody want to listen to this, please let them know we've been talking about how to recognize the tricks of the enemy when he offends us. Tips number 1, when offense comes, stop focusing on it. In other words, stop focusing on yourselves. Dry your tears. I often say we ain't got no time for tears and fears. Dry your tears, get over it, because we live in a world that's nothing but a bunch of humans, and a bunch of humans are what? Flawed. We all are flawed. So we must realize sometimes that if people offended us, you need to look back at some of the times that you have offended somebody, right? And so you was wanting someone to forgive you. So you're going to have to forgive them and forgive them immediately. And as we do this, we'll build up the spirit of love, the kind of love we can love like God, that agape love, where we can forgive people no matter what they've done for us. Many times my husband often tell people, I'll forgive, some of the worstest people he ever known. And was one man that he talked about was some Matson man that killed a whole bunch of people a long time ago. I know I didn't pronounce his name right, but he was a murderer and he killed a lot of people. He said she'll even offend that person. But it wasn't always that way. I was always wounded, always offended, always upset when somebody did something to me or offend me. So I had to start having tough skin. And it was about the grace of God that gave me the tough skin. And what he began to reveal to me when I was in those state of mind, that I've got to love and I've got to let go no matter what, because nobody is perfect. So tip number 1, when you're offended, stop focusing on yourself. when you offended, and you start focusing on yourself, then you're going to go into all different directions. So get free from offense, because it's essential for everybody, even especially as a Christian. Because if we don't, Jesus said that it's impossible to live a life and not be offended. Now, that's what the scripture says, and that's in the book of Luke chapter 17:1. Go read it in your reading time and devotion with God. Tip number 2, let all bitterness and wrath go. Let all bitterness and wrath go. The scripture said it in Ephesians chapter 4:31. Let all bitterness and wrath and anger and clamor and slander be put away from you, along with all matters. So we got to let that, because that's a heavy spirit. When you get upset and you get offended by somebody, you can get a very heavy spirit where you don't even want to talk to nobody. And sometimes you don't even want to have friends anymore, because you feel like everybody that you've had a friend with or associated with we always get hurt. So you just go in and you just shut yourself in. You like building up a wall because you don't want to be hurt again. But the Bible says, let's read that scripture again. The Bible says that offenses will come. And we might as well go ahead and live and let it go, because the Bible told us that they're going to become. It's going to be opportunities in book Luke chapter 17:1. Those of you that just coming in, it's essential that every Christian, forgive immediately and stop being offended, because Jesus said it's impossible to live this life and not have an opportunity to be offended. So you might as well get on up and dry them tears and go on with your life and have your best life, okay? Tip number 2, let all bitterness and wrath go. Let all bitterness and wrath. We read that again, but let's read it again, because there's another scripture that's right up under it. Says, let all bitterness and wrath and anger and clamor and slander be put away from you, along with all malice. We've already read that. So it also says in one of the scriptures, Matthew chapter 6:15. But if you do not forgive others their trespasses, neither will your Father forgive your trespasses. Let me read that again. But if you do not forgive their trespasses, what is there? The people that hurt you. If you don't forgive what they did to you, neither will God forgive what you have done to him. He died on the cross for you because you weren't perfect. You did all kind of stuff. So I don't know why you think you're so special that you ain't never sinned, because you have. God died for your sin because he knew you wasn't nothing. We ain't not be dirt and mud. Yeah, somebody get mad at me right now, but that's the truth. Sometimes we think too much of ourselves. We think we can't get hurt. Well, look what Jesus is. He died on the cross and died for us, and he didn't have to, but he did. So we've got to forgive. Tip number 3, it is possible. The Bible said it is possible that no offenses should come, that offenses shall come, that offenses will come. Let's see what Jesus said. Jesus made it very clear that it is impossible to live a world and not have an opportunity to be forgiven. Yeah, I read it again, because it also said in response, it leaves us vulnerable to the roots of bitterness. So when we don't forgive, it leaves us vulnerable to be bitter, to be angry. And sometimes when we are offended by saints, people, or believers, whatever you want to call them, it shocks us. It bewilders us, because we can't believe. We thought that person was saved. We thought that person knew God, that loved me and loved everything that that I was doing, and because we were best friends, and they loved the part that I prayed with them and supported them when they needed money. I was right there with them. If they needed to be encouraged, I was right there with them. But that very person wounded me, and this response left me vulnerable and bitter. When you feel like that, dear hearts, get up, go to prayer. That's what I do. When I get very, very bitter or upset or shocked or bewildered by somebody that I was very close to, I have to take that to God in prayer. I can't even handle it. So if you can't handle it, go pray like I do and say, God, you're going to have to take this heaviness off my back. And then I pray for the one that offended me, because the Bible tells us to pray for those that have offended you. So pray for them. Say, God, I know they didn't mean to hurt me, because I knew that person real good. I don't know what's going on in their life, but God, please bless them, and God will. Tip number 4, it says, have good sense and look over offense. Let me say that again. It says, have good sense in one of the scriptures in the Word of God. And before I close out, I'm pretty sure I got that scripture. I give it to you. But it said, have some good sense. In other words, it says offense has imprisoned countless Christians in his book. That's what Bavard said. It says it has offended countless people and sinners as well as saints. And it has severed relationships. And many are unable to function properly in what God has called them to do. Dear hearts, when we are offended and God has called us out of darkness into his marvelous life, he's called us to service. You may be a pastor, you may be a Sunday school teacher, you may be a minister, you may usher, you may be a drummer, you may be over the praise team. I don't know what gifts and talents that God has given you. But when you are offended, and sometimes you may be offended by your leader, hello, get over it. Sometimes leaders can preach harsh, and it may feel like they have offended you, and you may feel like they're not sensitive. But sometimes they're preaching so you will get it, and not to offend you, but to get it. And as they read the word of God, don't be offended with the word of God. That's almost been offended of the what they call the old folks. You say you're offended at me, but you're not offended at the mailman. When the mailman brings you a bill, you open up the bill and you pay it, right? So don't allow that to affect you. Don't allow it to affect the relationships, especially if you're Christians. But unfortunately, in his book, he said he's seen countless, because he traveled all over the world. Many are unable to function properly in their calling because they've been wounded, hurt, offended, they have caused trouble in their lives and marriages and in homes, even in churches. They are handicapped and hindered fulfilling their full potential, their full calling that God has given them. Most often, it is someone that they love and someone that they were close to, or is someone that's in the church. James 1:19 says, here it says, be swift to hear and slow to speak anger, because when you do that, you'll be slow to anger as well. So let me read that again. Be swift to hear, slow to speak, and slow to anger. So when you get upset, take those deep breaths that people often tell you to do. Even me, I've talked about, just pant blowing, where you just take a deep breath, count to 10, blow it out. And as you're taking those deep breaths and you breathing, ask God to help you, and he will. And that will calm that anger down. Tip number 5, what to do when a fellow believer hurts you. We've just talked a little bit about it, right? I hope you got it, but we're going to give you some scriptures. In Matthew 18:15-17, it says, moreover, if your brother sins against you, go and tell him or her their fault between you and him. And then it's another scripture said, and if they don't listen, take 2 or 3 with you and tell them again what they've done to try to reconcile. And when you do that, about 9 times out of 10, the relationship can be healed by just speaking how you feel in a nice, respectful way. All right. And because I know it hurts when somebody that you know, somebody that you love, somebody that you trust, somebody you walked in the house with God, and then all of a sudden they hurt you and they betrayed you. They talked about you. It's devastating. Because I know the higher the expectation, the greater the fall. The higher the expectation, the greater the fall. Selfishness is really rapid in this society. Men and women today look out for themselves. So you might as well get used to it. Men and women look out for themselves. And they neglect and they hurt others that are around them. The Bible is very clear that in the last days, men and women will be lovers of them own selves. I know I'm talking good tonight. 2 Timothy chapter 3:2 says that. Go and read it. Tip number 6, get free from deception of traps. The deception of traps I'm talking about is the trap of offense, getting upset about every little thing. In churches, you have saints in the churches that you would think that's happy and having a wonderful time in the glory of the Lord. But they get offended and then they walk around and they talk about the pastor, they talk about the church, they talk about the first lady, they got offended about something the pastor said. They tell them they're getting little clicks and they tell them the church what they don't like, what they do like, what they don't believe. They don't see no love. They don't see this. They don't see that. So why are they there? Because of offense, they're still there. They know they're not right, but they've been offended. Instead of going and talking to the person that they're offended to, they start cliques in the church and they start, talking about people in the church. And a lot of times the stuff is not even true, but because they've been offended, sometimes they make up stuff. So don't let the enemy do that to you. Don't let the enemy cause your mouth to go to hell, because the Bible talks to us about our mouth, keeping our mouth clean, because we can open our mouth and saying the wrong things, especially when you're talking about leadership of those in authority or people that are anointed that God is using. Dear hearts, just because you're offended, don't be mad and try to make everybody else's life miserable and try to destroy everybody else's reputation. Go to that person that offended you and talk to them, and maybe you'll get some deliverance. Oh, I'm talking good tonight. Somebody don't like it. The Bible describes those who are in quarrels or opposition and talk about folks and then offended to try to destroy other people, fall into the trap and are in prison to do that thing that the devil wants them to do. So you don't want to be in that position. The Bible says that it calls them to be unaware. Those that do that, they're unaware and they're led captive. That's in the scripture as well. Go look it up. And you don't want to be that kind of person. I know you don't, because you're here listening to me tonight trying to get some wisdom, because wisdom is a principal thing, and all that get an understanding. Tip number 7, don't be deceived. It's just like the prodigal son. When he was out there and he had spent all the money that he had, and he found himself wallowing in the pigs and eating food from the pigs and cleaning up the area. And he was a Jew, and they didn't even believe in eating pigs, but he had got that far down that he just was there. And then he had to come to himself. He had to have an awakening. Somebody needs awakening tonight and get off of that sorry for me, don't nobody love me emotional roller coaster that you're on. Okay? God wants to deliver you. Let him deliver you. Have that awakening. When a person is deceived, he doesn't even realize that he's been deceived. He don't even realize it. So that's how easy the devil can come in and cause your emotions to go in directions that they don't need to be going, because it's going to be very negative. You're going to be very upset, frustrated when you're offended and you haven't, handled it in the proper way that God will want you to handle. So tonight, I wanted to share that with you. I thought it would be a blessing, because it's been a blessing to me over the years, because that's one of the biggest tricks that the enemy has against the saints, offense. So in my closing thought, no matter what scenario it is, we can divide all offenses between two things that when people get offended. Number one, those who have been treated unjustly, or those who have believed that they have been treated unjustly. Let me say it again. It's two scenarios when people get offended. Number one, those who have been really treated unjustly. And number two is those who believe that they have been treated unjustly. It's only two scenarios. So which one are you? People in the second category believe with all their heart that they have been wronged. They believe it with all their heart now. The second category, the one that believe that they have been wronged, because they just believe. Often their conclusions are drawn in inaccurate information. Somebody has given them some inaccurate information and they have gotten offended, and they don't even know if it's true. But their conclusion is distorted. Every way they are hurt, anyway, they are hurt no matter what, because of what somebody told them, and they don't even really know. They judge by assumption and appearance and hearsay. When those people come around you that way in church, or whether it's on your job, church, home, or family member at a cookout, and it's wrong, don't listen to that garbage. Go tell them, go talk to the person that you're offended by, because they definitely need some deliverance. Well, dear hearts, that's it. That's it for this week's episode of Wisdom Tips. Thank you so much for joining me. Join me every Thursday, same time, same station, 7:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Join me on Facebook. Join me on YouTube. Join me on CTR Media Network, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, and other platforms. And be sure to like and subscribe to this channel and click the notification button so you'll know to be reminded when we upload new information. And always remember, we ain't got no time for tears or fears. Why? Because it's time to survive and thrive. Also, because wisdom is the principal thing. And all that getting, what we're going to do, we're going to get an understanding so we can live a victorious life. I'll see you next week. Love you guys. Goodbye.
Welcome to the Sheila C. Hill Show. Happy day to you. Listen, I'm so glad that you're here. At the Sheila C. Hill Show is the ultimate go-to podcast for ambitious individuals who want to live a more fulfilling and successful life, to get more valuable insights, expert tips, and inspiring stories to help you improve your lifestyle, grow your business, and enhance your emotional well-being. In every episode, you're going to gain practical tips, insightful wisdom, in the company of a supportive community, whom I call Sheila's Thrive Tribe. We're the thrivers over here. And listen, if you're new to the show, I'd like to say welcome. I am your host, Sheila Hill. And hello, hola, bonjour, como está, ni hao, howdy, and what's going on, my people? So glad that you're here. Before we get started, go ahead and hit that subscribe button, that follow button, and let us know that you're here and join our community. I tell you all the time that I bring the best guest in the land, and today is not going to disappoint. I'm so excited to have this queen here today. Listen, our guest, I'm so excited. Our guest is a mom on a mission. You hear me? A mom on a mission to empower fellow mothers to build confidence, release guilt, and break free from the mental traps that often hold them back. At this time, I'm going to welcome to the stage Miss Alicia Washington. Welcome.
Hello.
Hey, darling. So glad that you're here. Listen, I love what you're doing.
Oh, thank you.
Everything, your mission, everything that you have. But for those who do not know you, let's just tell a little about you and what you do. Let's just talk a little bit about you. We'll go into what you do later.
All right. Well, hey, I'm a mom. I've been married for, we say 20, almost 22 long years, but we still love each other. I am so excited to be here to share a little bit about my story. I've been a mom for 18 years. My oldest is 18, but it didn't start out as exciting as it's going now, because it started out with a lot of guilt and shame because I'm a mom who terminated 2 pregnancies before I was 21. And I never thought I was going to be a mom because I gave those gifts back. And when my husband and I were expecting our very first child, when I found out that there were some physical consequences of those choices that I made early on, and we lost that baby. We named her Victoria. We lost her at 19 weeks. But the gift that I was given in that was that I got to birth her at 19 weeks. And I got to hold her in my hand and to say goodbye. So that was a blessing. I know it doesn't sound that way, but it truly was a blessing. And then God blessed me with 2 boys. So I started my journey as a stay-at-home mom. Never thought I would be a stay-at-home mom. That was the furthest from my mind. I was born and raised with a single mom, my mom, and my sister and I, and Newport News, Virginia. For those who don't know, I live in Indianapolis now, but I'm from Virginia, and never thought I would have this journey. But, we never know what God has in store for us. And so now that I am on this journey as a stay-at-home mom, work from home mom, work outside the home mom, I think I've done all the things. Homeschooling mom, I've done all the mom things. And so I'm excited to kind of be here today to kind of share my journey with you guys and hopefully encourage you to share your stories as well.
Wonderful. I love that. Thank you for sharing your story thus far, Alicia. Now, with the personal stories that you're sharing, how are you taking that to lead your mission and empowering your fellow moms?
Well, I think the biggest thing is to letting other moms know that your story matters and there's growth and learning in your story. And one thing that I've discovered as a woman and as a mom is that we don't always know that we're not alone, right? Because there's so many. For example, I never knew how many women had gone through a miscarriage until I had mine, and I started to talk about it, and how many women felt relieved to have that space to talk about it, because we don't talk about these things. It's kind of, at least my generation. I think hopefully it's changing a little bit now. So I think when we give voice to our pain and we can begin to learn from it, know we're not alone in it, and learn from it and grow from it. And that's why I share the intimate details of the shame of it, some of the shame points that I've had in my life, because through that, I've been able to grow and to forgive myself and to share that forgiveness with other people, that there is forgiveness, there is light on the other side of it.
Wow, I love that. Okay, now you're being so transparent, right? You're so transparent.
I don't know how to be any other way.
But it's really hard for people to be transparent and share such intimate details on their life, and especially because of society sort of casts shame, or the thought of society casting shame. How did you become so brave to even share such intimate details of your life?
Honestly, because God told me to.
Ooh, okay.
I went to a women's conference back when my boys were little, and oh wow, I think my oldest might have been 5 or 6 when I went. And in that space, God told me to be radically obedient and that I had to tell my story. I didn't necessarily I'm going to say, you know, sometimes when God tell you something and you know it's from him, but you be like, did you really mean that? You didn't mean this story, right? Like this part?
Right.
Like I could tell this part. Like I could talk about Victoria. That's the baby that we miscarried. I could talk about her, but you want me to talk about these two? Okay.
Wow.
And so I did. I started. Now the first time I began to tell the story was through testimony. I gave my testimony at church. But even before that, I had to not necessarily ask permission, but let those involved in the story know I was going to tell the story. And that was my mom and my boyfriend at 16, whose baby I terminated. And so I shared my testimony with them first, before I went on stage to share it with my church. Okay. So, and now I kind of feel, and now I understand that that piece of the story connects to all the other pieces of my story and why I went so, I call it bottles blazing into motherhood, because one, I never thought that I deserved to be a mom after those terminations. And I had to prove to everybody that I was the good girl and I could be the good mom.
Ooh, that's deep. I know we're gonna go into that deeper later on because that's deep. Ooh. Okay. So my question is, when you did finally being obedient and story, did you get a sense of freedom or did you have a sense of shame?
I think a little bit of both, because it was a shame point for me, you know, and even though, you know, God and I had talked about this, and I know that he had forgiven me, you know, way before we even got to this point that he told me to tell the story, I still had work to do to forgive myself. And then in telling the story, I think the freedom came in, one, I was being radically obedient to what God told me to do. And then it was powerful, surprising, overwhelming, like all these different emotions and things happening after I gave the testimony. And the people that came up to me in the church that shared either that they had that experience, they know someone who had that experience. And again, I'm not alone in this. Even in the Christian community, there are women who have had this experience. And I don't think, and we don't talk about that either. That's because it is a shame point, and it's a societal shame point for many, especially in the Christian faith. And then it's a personal, because we don't know everybody's story and why they made that choice.
Right.
And that's a very intimate choice to make. And it's not an easy choice. I think some people think that that's an easy choice. And it's not. It really isn't.
No. And it takes a lot of bravery. And it takes a lot of personal development within you and confidence. So for anyone that's listening, there is a process that goes with this as well. And we'll go into that because I know you have something to offer many women who have experienced that or who are going through it now. But my question is, another question for you is, what are some common mental traps that mothers often find themselves in? And why do you think these traps are so prevalent?
Oh, wow. Okay, let me get ready.
Yeah, there we go. Stretch it out.
Get ready. All right. There are three big myths that I think go with this. And one is, and this is the unpopular opinion for many, is that kids come first. And I say that that's a myth because even in the natural order of things, Kids don't come first. Now, that doesn't mean they're not important, they're not our priority, that we don't love, and that we would not, take down everything and everybody around us for our kids. But in the order of things, they don't come first. And what happens when I say they don't come first, moms, we pour it all in to our kids, and we forget that there's some lessons that they have to learn, and that means we got to let them learn it. We can't do everything for them. They've got their own journey to make, and that's hard, even when they're little. They have to learn if they fall, to get back up and not go crying to mommy. And I have this in a presentation that I do. We have to teach them how to launch, right? And so if they think that everything, if they think that they are the sun and everything is supposed to revolve around them, then they're not going to be ready when they go out to the world. And the world is not even dude, no, that's not how we do this here. And then they're going to be mentally prepared for that. And they're not going to be mentally strong. So when they do fall, they have the resilience to get back up. So we have to make sure that we're not revolving everything around them, and that we're not teaching them that everything revolves around them. And the other thing, the other big myth is that self-care is selfish. And as moms, we struggle with that because we do love our kids, right? We do want the best for our kids. We want to pour and love and do all the things that we can to help them launch into the world as vibrant, strong, loving, all the things, right? All the things that we want to pour into our kids to go out into the world and be the best that they can be. But in that, we forget that we matter too, and that we have to take care of ourselves too. And that whole, and it's a big cliche that people, they use it as a cliche. They'll, put on your oxygen mask first. But that's so important. We have to be able to breathe, to be centered before we can help our kids. We talk about filling our cups, right? And if our cup is leaking because we haven't dealt with our own stuff, we can't take 5-10 minutes of a day just to be grounded, write in a journal, read something, just do something for you to kind of get your mind straight, to just tell everybody, shh. Even before this, my house is full today. I had 2 sick kids here and my husband's home. And it was just this was not how I planned this day, right? This was not, but, and I had to tell everybody, okay, I need everybody quiet for this time so that I can prepare for this. It's okay for us to ask for what we need as well. It's okay.
Yes, it is. I love that. I love that because, listen, woo! I often say the lady that wrote the book, What to Expect When Expecting, she only talking about having the baby. What we do after we have the baby, and when they turn teenagers, and when they be in the
Man.
there is no book to tell us what to do.
Man, can you say that again for the people in the back?
Okay.
We must do. And then to have them, and then if you have more than one kid, well, wait a minute, why is this not working for this kid?
Exactly.
You mean I have to learn a whole new person?
A whole new strategy for this other kid who needs something else. Oh my goodness, listen.
And then, hold on, then we fall into the super mom.
Oh, yeah.
Because we have to do it all and be all and show that we can handle everything at all times. Come on.
Exactly. And then we're cracking up at the seams. We're not deposited into. We're drained. We are about to lose our everlasting mind.
Absolutely.
This mom thing is tough. And listen, it's okay not to be okay. To any mom that's listening to this podcast, it's okay not to be okay, but don't stay there.
understand. Yes, don't stay there. Understand that I need some help.
Yes.
I need my cup filled because I cannot pour from an empty cup. But sometimes we're that super mom syndrome. We can do everything. We don't want people to see us crack. We don't want people to see us vulnerable. We don't want people to see us weak. And we ask questions that make us look weak. No, baby, ask the questions. Reach out for help, baby. I'll be like somebody on the street. Are you good? Can you hold my baby for a minute? Because I need a break.
I need a break.
I need a break.
And I really try to be that woman on the street when I see, especially a young mom, because you can just see in their face, especially if you got the whiny toddler who is just who probably is you're there at nap time because something else happened, but you got to get this done. So you take him, and he's just having a whole meltdown, and you want to have a meltdown too. And so even sometimes just giving that word, it's going to be all right, mama. Or, just distracting the kid. Hey, what's you fussing about? And they just kind of look at you, and then they'll either keep fussing or want to talk to you. And you can hear and see that physical.
Yes.
So we got to help each other in this because this is not easy at any age. At any age.
I was in the store just yesterday. I had my 16-year-old daughter, and she's just like a 10-year-old asking for everything in the store. And so when she said, well, Mom, could I have this? Mom, could I have that? And I was like, yeah, no, not today. And when I said that, a couple passed by me and they had little children. They laughed so hard. And they said, I've been saying that all day while I'm in this store. And I looked at her and I said, her kids was little. It doesn't get any better when they get older.
This is different.
Of the little kid. Oh
yep.
My gosh. But it is
absolutely
so rewarding. It is so rewarding, but it is a challenge.
Yeah.
And to bring that conversation open and to actually have mothers to understand they can just vent. Sometimes you just need to vent, scream, and just let it out because listen, I don't care nobody say. Them daddies don't be knowing what we going through. I mean, they have their own problems, but that's a whole episode. I'm not going to talk about it, but listen.
That part.
Because
it's almost like they can pick and choose. I said, like you said, this is a whole nother topic, but we're like entrenched. Like it's
always.
They can walk past them and come to us. Like, wait, when your daddy just sitting in there? Like, why are you coming? Why are you in here? Why are you asking me this?
Why am I out of town and you're asking me, can you have a snack or something? And your daddy's at the house in the recliner. You had to pass by his room to get to the kitchen. Why are you calling me? I am out of town. I don't care what's in the refrigerator.
See, these are these moments when we realize we are not alone in this. It's not us. It's just a universal thing that we deal with. Like, really? Are you really calling me for this? Like, what?
Exactly.
And they'd be so serious.
Yes. Like,
so serious with this stuff.
What are you doing? What? I'm at a conference. Why are you calling me? This better listen.
You better be bleeding. Something like something ain't working right. You come on.
Oh, baby. So mothers, we understand.
We get it.
See you in the store, we just need to have a universal sign when we see moms. Some sign language. Don't get better.
I need help me. Blink twice.
Exactly, girl.
But having community as a mom is so important. It is so important because we need to be able to laugh at ourselves, at our kids, at our spouses or significant others. We need to be able to cry, to pray, all the things that help fill our cups and prepare and repair the holes in our cups so that we can be full enough to give in the overflow. You know what I'm saying? That we can give to someone else and pour into somebody else. It's so important to have that community of moms that really aren't judging, aren't comparing, just loving and sharing. And you're just allowed to kind of be who you are. And I know that everyone hasn't been able, like, that's a hard thing for women too. And it's one of those, like, because I've been blessed to always have at least that, I only need one or two people and I'm good. And that has always been my prayer in terms of whenever I'm moving or transitioning to a new place, you know, help me find my person here. And God has always answered that.
And I really feel for the people who don't have it, you know, and it's good that you have, there's programs that you have that can help people who don't have that community. I am in a military town, so I see it all the time. And I always extend my hand to say, hey, you need someone local, I'm here, we can have lunch, we can meet at the library, or just different things. So people can, especially moms, can understand you're not by yourself.
You're not by yourself.
This is motherhood is something. It's a joy, and there's something else too. But anyway, we're going to take a commercial break, and we're going to come back more with Miss Alicia and all her brilliance that she's going to share with us today. So let's get ready.
Are you feeling overwhelmed with projects to build your business? Search no more. Introducing Borrow My VA, a virtual assistant service, your one-stop solution to bid farewell to stress and manage multiple tasks with very little effort. We specialize in website building, funnel creation, automations, and email marketing, all under one roof. And here's the best part. We provide all these incredible services at budget-friendly rates. Discover a hassle-free way to handle your projects. No more worries about onboarding or finding that perfect virtual assistant. Our team is all set to tackle your tasks with efficiency. Now, once you delegate the task, consider it done. Say goodbye to overwhelm. Don't miss this fantastic opportunity to elevate your business. Join our list of satisfied customers and book a free consultation today at borrowmyva.com. That's borrowmyva.com.
Thank you to borrowmyva.com for sponsoring this episode on today, where we're talking to Miss Alicia. And she's just, before the commercial, we're just recapping some things that she does for moms and helping them. First, she had to be transparent on her challenges, share her story, her testimony of being a mother, and all the challenges that come with it as well, but also showing that, hey, she took that experience to broaden her horizon and to help other mothers. And we're going to bring her back to the stage, and we're going to talk some more about the program. Miss Alicia, the program that you offer, you have a 90-day group coaching program called Bloom.
Yes.
What inspired you to create it? What can mom gain for participating? And tell us what Bloom mean. I know it's an acronym.
Yes. Oh, wow. Okay. All the things. Bloom stands for Build Confidence, Live with Intention, Operate in Your Purpose, Obtain Clarity, and Move to Your Next Level. And I created this out of my journey to get unstuck. Back in probably 2018, I would say, I really started to recognize that something was wrong. I went in, bottles blazing, being this mom, and I truly forgot about Alicia as a homeschooling mom, stay-at-home mom. We moved several times, and it became work outside the home, mom, all the things, and it became too much because I was losing who I was and how I knew that. My husband would ask me, because he's the philosopher in the family, right? And so he would ask me questions like, well, what's your dream? And I couldn't answer him. I didn't have an answer for him. And it would frustrate me because I didn't have an answer. And he kept asking, because he's like, okay, well, give me an answer. And I'm like, I don't have one. And that frustrated me because I didn't know who I was anymore. I didn't know if it wasn't about the boys, then I didn't know what Alicia wanted anymore. And as I went through this journey, kind of doing some self-exploration, and I'm really having to declare that I was stuck, out loud to folks who I knew held me accountable to getting unstuck, to really figuring out what that piece was that was keeping me there. Bloom started in the midst of that journey and my self-exploration, and I was doing a jewelry business, and this $5 business, and I wanted to get better, and I started my first coaching, right? And so when I was working with her on the business side, she began to work with me on, well, what is it that you really want? Because at that time, I wanted to use the business to really help women to feel confident and to because earrings were a big thing for me. I had stopped wearing jewelry altogether when I had the boys when they were little. And so beginning to buy jewelry for me was a big thing, and kind of reclaiming some things that I enjoyed, and kind of figuring out, what do I like now? And I wanted other women to begin to experience some of that confidence building. And as we talked, and she was working with me with that side of the business, she asked me, she didn't ask me, she's a very direct coach. She was like, why are you doing this? This is not where you need to be. This is not what you need to be doing. You have too much that you want to say and that you need to say, because other women need to hear this. This is cute, but you need to be doing some other things. And that is basically that coaching journey with her is where Bloom was born.
Wow. I like it. She said, this is cute.
She did. She was very direct.
Yes.
She just was like, no, we're not doing that. You don't need, if you want to do it, that's fine. I can help you do that, but that's not what you need to be doing.
So she saw the potential that you had. She saw everything, the fire burning in you. And I think a lot of times as moms, we don't see it. We don't see the fire. It takes someone else seeing who we are and giving us that push that we need.
Yeah. Because I was playing it safe.
Right, exactly. Playing it safe, staying in your comfort zone.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times as mom, we're covered with responsibilities, all the hats that we wear, whether it's diapers or pull-ups and different things, but we have to pull those layers back.
Yes.
Say, wait a minute, there's a person in here. There's a person that's truly great and fabulous.
Absolutely.
You got these babies, you ain't lost your mind, you are doing wonderful, but they don't define who you are.
Absolutely.
Your kids do not define you. Your spouse, your baby daddy, or whoever does not define who you are. So you have to pause, take some time, spend some time and get to know yourself.
Yes.
Put them babies to sleep and get to know yourself. Journal, do something to get it out. Listen, I'm so passionate about that because listen, I was stuck. I was a home mom.
Mm-hmm.
I homeschooled. I did all of that. I was the greatest parent, carpool.
We did it all.
I should have the crown.
Right.
But yet and still, when the kids grow up, even before they grow up, who am I?
Right.
I had to pause and said, I'm going back to school. I went back to school. I'm going to do this. And I just started dibbling and finding like my hobbies and then just went into a business and different things. But we have to understand we are worthy enough to pause and take that time for ourselves, because balance in motherhood, baby, sometimes I feel like there's not a balance. But anyway, let me go on. I'm passionate about this. But balance in motherhood with personal growth and self-care, it can be challenging. And we all agree to that. But what advice do you have for moms who struggle to find that balance?
I say keep going. Keep trying. Choose you. Because a part of that struggle to find balance is that you're not choosing you. Be intentional about choosing you. Now, that does not mean that it's all about you, right? Because we still have a family. You want to be able to do this self-discovery without sacrificing your family, but it's important to choose you. And that's what one of the things, the components of the coaching program Bloom is really helping moms to understand who they are, who they are now. Because really who we are now as a mom at however old our kids are now, it's different than before we had kids. It's just different.
Listen, it's different between one child and the next child.
Come on now.
I'm just like, what happened? Like, why is it, even if there's like a year difference, like one of my daughters, they're 6 years apart. And okay, I understand the 6, but my other 2 daughters like 21 months apart. You would think it should be the same, right? No, it's not. It's a trick. Being a mama is a trick. But listen, we're going to learn how to do this, and we're going to you have to laugh at yourself sometimes, but we're going to take this advice that you've given us and we're going to rake it in, and we're going to find ways that's going to help us. But your 90-day group coaching program, Bloom, I am so glad that you have that, because it is so inspiring, and it helps people discover themselves and empower them as well.
Yes.
So tell me, how do they get in contact with you? Well, first, how do they join Bloom?
Bloom starts actually in 2 weeks. It's a 90-day program, and right now I'm starting it at least one class a month, just to kind of get people in as they want to go, because I know this, as we go back to school, and this back to school season is a lot of, okay, now what? For a lot of moms. And so it's a great time to start investing in yourself and to really giving that space to work on you, right? They can reach me on Facebook at Bloom with Alicia. And also on there as well, you can schedule a discovery call so we can see what's the best fit for you. Is it the Bloom 90-day program, or I also have a Be You, Do You, For You course that some people like to start small, and that might be a better stepping stone for them as well. So Discover with Alicia. It's a bit.ly link, and I will post it somewhere.
And the show notes, all of your comments, show notes. But wait a minute, talk about this, the last thing you just said. What?
Be You, Do You, For You?
Yeah, what's that? Tell me about that.
Well, Be You, Do You, For You is a course, and it's actually a course that's included with when you sign up for the Bloom coaching program. And it's almost like it's kind of like that first step where moms can really begin to figure out who you is, like, who am I? Be you in terms of, well, who am I? What does that look like? What are some of the things that have formed me to this spot? What are some of the messages that keep playing in my head? What are some of the limiting beliefs that I have that have gotten me to this point, to where I'm feeling stuck? So that's the Be You. The Do You is learning how, practical steps, and learning how to do things for yourself, and to do you, to explore who this new you is. Wow. And what, and so it kind of gives you some self-exploration and some challenges to get out there and try some things. And we can figure out what those things are. And then For You is really the culmination of, this is just for you, right? Do you, be you, do you, for you. You're not doing this for anybody else. You're really, and that's a hard piece for a lot of moms. This is not about the kids. It's not about your significant other. This is really about you. And it's okay that it's about you.
Most definitely. I love it. Wow. Honey, you about to save the world, because these moms is going to love this, because even though you have to do the work, You have to even feel important enough to even just reach out to say, hey, I want to be a part of this. But it's going to be so worth it, because doing the work is what's going to help you thrive, and also not just existing, but living. And it's not going to change your responsibilities, but it's going to change the outset of how you look and how those responsibilities affect you. And, it's not going to just bog you down. Now, I was looking at some information of yours, and you had a masterclass, More Than Just a Mom.
Yes, I have a masterclass that I do twice a month, and it's a free masterclass, More Than Just a Mom.
Hold on, did you say free?
Yes, ma'am.
Woohoo! I love free. Okay.
It's a free masterclass. And actually, I have one tonight. Actually, I forgot that today was Tuesday. So it's a free masterclass where we break down the 3 myths and the 3 mistakes that moms make that sabotage our relationships and keep us stuck, and how to unmask and get our mom Joe back. How to get us back.
I love that.
Absolutely.
A theme song like My Mom Joe.
I'm gonna work on it, because I like your show theme song. I was like, I need a song. She got her a song.
I hook you up, girl. Inbox you, baby.
I'm loving it.
I love it. Thank you. I love it. I love your spirit. I love everything that you're embodying to help moms, because listen, we need it. And because we have so much that we can do. Now, before you go, is there any last things that you would like to say to our people that are listening, to our wonderful audience?
One, thank you guys. Thank you, Sheila, for having me on your platform and sharing this and all the amazing work that you do. And I just love your spirit. I just love you. You are just always so open and giving. And I just snaps, girl. I love you, girl. To those moms watching, listen, this is not an easy thing, but it is worthwhile. And I just want you to remember that you matter too. And sometimes kind of getting from the feeling stuck to the feeling alive and your best self and all the things that we hear about being authentic and all the things, all the buzzwords, is really about choosing you, being intentional about how you want to show up in the world and not letting anybody else's expectations define you.
Come on, sis. Say that. A whole nother episode right there. Like, people. It doesn't matter when they say, baby, you are you. Unapologetically.
Yes.
You, baby.
Unapologetically.
Come on.
Then don't try to be somebody else's version of you.
Come on. There's only one you, and rock it.
It's tiring. It's so tiring. It's exhausting to try to be somebody else's version, because you always moving and trying to figure out no, man, just own you.
Own you.
Own you.
I love it. Thank you, Alicia, very
Thank
much for
you.
showing up the stage with her today. Everything to contact her and to be a part of her program, her coaching program, and to get that free masterclass, everything in the contacts is in the notes, the show notes. Listen, you are so important. So I just want you to know that do the work, make the step, don't talk yourself out of it, because sometimes we just overthink so much. Do not do that, okay? Because you're worth it to move to the next step. So thank you for showing up today and listening to our episode. If you would like to be a guest, contact us at thesheilaCHillShow.com and just click the little button at the top that says Be Our Guest. Or if you have a brand that you would like to sponsor the show with your business, you can have a sponsorship. You can purchase an ad or a commercial, or I'm even doing product review. So all of that can be found on the SheilaCHillShow.com, and you can contact us with all of that information. So thank you very much. And just know, if no one's told you today, that you are loved and highly appreciated.
And listen, go and do the best thing that you can do, and that's be you. So let's get it. Let's go. Until next time on the Sheila C. Hill Show. Be blessed. Have a wonderful
Hello, everyone. My name is Tiffany Bell, and I am the host of the CEO Corner, and I'm very excited to be able to introduce our guest today. But before we get into that, as always, I got to make sure that we have a real quick conversation about affirmations for a woman on the move. And so this is our journal. It's 39 women who've come together and they've shared their favorite affirmations, their favorite scripture, their favorite power statement, just words that they've used to help them focus, right, so that they can work on accomplishing their goals. And so again, it's great. It's 76 days worth of affirmations. Whenever you have an opportunity to grab your copy and look inside, you'll see the affirmations are there for you. Just a real quick snippet about what that affirmation means to the author, and then at the bottom of every page there is a QR code for you to be able to get in contact with her, so that if you would like to, one, do business with her, just have a general conversation with her, maybe get some mentoring, all of their contacts are there for you. So, and this is available in print, or you can get the digital download at Amazon.com. But for now, again, I am excited for you all to be able to connect with our guest for the day. One of our contributing authors is Dr. Akina Finch. So Dr. Finch is a social media and technology author, coach, speaker, and training professional with over 20 years experience. She helps people to create a demand for their supply using coaching, social media, and technology. Again, Dr. Akina Finch. So Dr. Finch, to the stage. I am excited to have you with us today. Tell our guests just a little bit about yourself. Like, again, we know a little bit about your professional side, but I would love for them to get a sneak peek of what you look like outside of Dr. Finch and Associates.
Well, thank you so much, Tiffany, for having me today. A little sneak peek about me. I am an educator. Higher education is my jam. Then, of course, I am also a motivational coach. So I have a motivational company as well, Women's Empowerment to be exact. So when I was given the opportunity to be part of Affirmations for a Woman on the Move, it made perfect sense to me, because I'm always trying to empower my sisters to rise up and be all that they can be. So that's a sneak peek about me, but I know we're going to get into more of that.
Yes. So I love what you said, always encouraging people to rise up. And so tell me, where did that passion in regard to encouraging women, I'm assuming women, men, women, I'm not sure what your primary target audience is, but where did that begin? Like, how did you discover your passion for that? And then, of course, eventually I want to know, like, I know you as the technology guru. All right, I want to know, again, like, how did your story unfold? Share that with me for me, if you don't mind.
Well, where the passion came to empower people was from the fact that a lot of people empowered me when I was coming up. And because of that empowerment, I was able to reach a lot of heights at a very young age. Whereas, and especially in education, being a dean at 32 years old was not really heard of. So,
oh, wow. Now, I knew that you were a dean, but I didn't realize like the record time. That's very impressive. But, sorry to interrupt. Go ahead, finish out. I love that.
No. And then eventually, I
I got to empower a lot of people in that space. And that's when I realized I was a coach. I had a coach in nature. And my friend was like, look, we need to get you, we both need to get a certification because that's our nature. And we end up doing that. And from that passion, it was just a no-brainer to help others. Now, as far as my clientele, women gravitate to me, but I do help men.
Okay.
So it's no worries there. You know, I have a little something for everybody.
So I have to tell you all about a recent conversation that Dr. Finch and I had. So she said a second ago that coaching is just what she does naturally. So just last night, as a matter of fact, we were prepping, getting ready for today's show. Called her, expecting like a 2 or 3 minute conversation, which I think probably lasted closer to 30 minutes. But within that 30-minute time span, you really helped me, one, to be able to not just focus, or I was having difficulty making a decision, right? And so she just really helped just kind of lay it out, right? Not just say, hey, Tiffany, perhaps this is the way that you need to, this is the direction that you need to go. But she also helped me like actually frame it out like in great detail. And so, I want to make sure that I just give you your flowers now and say, thank you, thank you, thank you. And she's done that actually several times for me. So I've thoroughly enjoyed getting to know you. And like, she just really is she's a genius when it comes to technology, but behind that mind of hers is a beautiful heart. So again, I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to know you and to continue to get to know you. So you're wonderful.
Well,
Now,
thank you so much.
You
mentioned the technology. Did you want me to
that's
do
what I was say. I was like, I want to hear about the tech guru.
Yeah, so I have been in technology since I was 8 years old, when my mother gave me a Tandy and a programming book, and that was the end of that.
Tandy. What's a Tandy? I feel like I should know what a Tandy is.
It was the computer Radio Shack's computer brand. Yes, that's very, 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 that shows how old I am, right? And so, that's I was 8 at that time. So, and then as it went on, I noticed that in every job that I got, I turned it into a technology opportunity. Whether I was a parapro when I was working with K through 12, whether when I was working with the Army, I became a lot of Army people will know what this IMO, the Information Management Officer. Okay. And that was the technology person in every building. I became the IMO, and I'm running all the systems and all the things. And so I pretty much figured out that I had a good thing. But in that particular job, that's where I found out about my love for social media and technology, and then how I could teach it. I had a way of teaching it to making people be able to break it down. And so that's where I found my true calling, so to speak. And a lot of you see me in the tech arena doing those things. And I am so honored to have helped many people just with my natural gift. And, that's probably why my tech side of my company is called Technically Intuitive, because I do it intuitively. So,
okay. All right. So social media. All right. I'm smiling because I had a conversation with someone earlier today about you. It was with my friend Charmin Prince, right? Okay. And so I was telling her that the three of us have similar personalities, and that we're all three of us are introverts, right? Yes. And so when it comes to the social media thing, oh man, for people that know me and know me well, they know that I am not a big fan of social media. Right, but I do understand. It has its place in it. We're here now, right? So I definitely understand and see the value in it. But the introvert me doesn't particularly care to share much about Tiffany, right? And so when I think about going on social media, just kind of getting past the introversion side of me. Though it's kind of funny, introverts come alive in front of microphones. That's odd to me. Don't know why that happens, but knowing that you're an introvert and that you have a love for social media, kind of tell me, how do you do
get past the introverted side of you, and be willing to share, as much as you do using social media?
That was a big thing for me, because when I started social media, I was a lot like you. I didn't think people really was interested in what I had to say, or I wasn't really interested in sharing Ikena. I could share all about you or other people, but Ikena wasn't, the big thing. And then, and literally, when I started helping soldiers find jobs, I also started talking about the things that I thought about. And that is where all of a sudden the clouds parted, as they say, and all these people were interested in what I had to say, because they were like, you do it in a different way, you do it in a community type manner. And then they wanted to know, but then the thing was, my social media started growing because I was just me. One of my people described me as a little Southern Baptist preacher when I present. Okay. And they said that, just the style, they've never seen anything like it, and it's authentic and it's genuine. One thing about introverts is we don't fake the funk very well. And so when everything comes out, it just comes out
right here.
And so they love the fact that I was all of these things. And, when I first came out, it was like word vomit. It just really was. I've learned how to tone it down since then. But the one thing about it is that they like the authenticity. And they love that I wasn't trying to cut it and make it and fix it up. I do it flaws and all. I mean, I done went live in rollers, hair, bonnets.
Girl.
Yes, everything. And they were like, you are, because everybody's like, oh, we gotta fix it up. And that was part of their appeal, because at the end of the day, the message was the same. The message was the empowerment. The message was, I'm real, I'm raw, and I'm gonna get it done. And they ended up building trust. And so that's one of the things about introverts. If you ever notice their profiles, they grow because they know that they're going to be able to trust us, because we don't fake the funk.
You might be right about that. I agree with you 110%. So my reason for asking, my reason for kind of posing that question is because I feel like that kind of goes back to the journal, right? And I think it's mindset, right? The whole point of this, right? The whole point of sharing our power statements, our affirmations, because again, we really have to, shape our focus and shape our thoughts so that we can, do the things that we are uncomfortable doing. And for me, whatever is listed on my list, true list of goals, are typically is things that I'm not, I don't want to just sign up and do it just to be doing it. You know what I'm saying? It's going to pull me out of my comfort zone to a certain extent. And so again, just the importance of, saying the right things to yourself and working on believing that, so that your mind is shaped and focused. I would love for you to share, one or two of your affirmations that, with our audience. And of course, behind the affirmation, I want you to share the story and how it has affected your life.
Well, the affirmation that is in the lovely affirmation for women on the move, I'm also in the other book as well, but this particular one was fire to me. Okay. I will not be ignored or denied.
Ooh, I love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it.
Yes, and it actually says, I will no longer, and that's the major point. I will no longer be ignored or denied. Introverts tend to be ignored because we sit in the background. And so if we are not saying nothing, they take it for granted that we're not going to say nothing. We're just going to go with the pack. And so, and a lot of times we do, because, we're not going to get into a whole lot of, if it doesn't seem conducive or no ROI, we're not going to be in that part of that conversation. I mean, I'm just telling you like it is.
I don't small talk.
Right. It needs to build upon something.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and because of that, we tend to be, oh, she'll be all right. This. No. You will hear what I have to say, because what I do have to say is important. And whatever it is that I'm doing, I know my purpose here. Mm-hmm. And my purpose will no longer be denied. A lot of us sit around and let everybody else's purpose be the main thing and sit on the back burner for our own. We will no longer be ignored or denied. You will no longer be denied your purpose, your grounding, your footing, your space at the table. Your space at the table. That's right. Because a lot of us believe we don't have a space at the table. That space is for our husband, our kids, our significant others, our this, that, and other thing. No, you have a space at the table. That's first off. And I have
you bring value to every table that you sit at. That's
there it is.
And I bring value to every table that I sit at.
There it is. And see, that's the part. That's the part. Because when I became a dean, I was new to the group and I would tell them my ideas and all of that. And they would just poo-poo me off. And I tell them something else and they poo-poo me off. Well, within that 3-month time span, and I blew all of them out the water and became the top registration person in my whole district. Now you want to listen to me? So, I was all over the thing. And to the fact, within 6 months, I had raised the campus by 40% than it was when it first started a year ago. So they had two. I was the second dean, and the guy had made some nice strides. But we had a 40% raise in 6 months compared to what he did in a year and a half.
Oh, that's some value there, girl. True value to the table.
All right. But, they poo-pooed me off because I should know nothing. I will no longer be ignored or denied. And I had to break it down to them. Now, you want to sit, y'all used to seeing y'all names and lights. Now y'all have a contender.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Oh, man. Okay. So you mentioned purpose earlier, right?
Yes.
And I know I feel as if I hear the word on a regular basis, not making light of it. It's just that a lot of people are seeking and trying to understand, where to fit and how to fit and how does that fit into, just their, for them, like, what is my purpose? And I remember having the same, struggles. At the end of the day, now I understand and know that my purpose, there's 3 things that Tiffany Bell is born to do. It is connect people to people, it's connecting people to resources, and it's ultimately I'm connecting people to God, right? And the thing that changes with that, now honestly, I think that's what all of us, ultimately, that's what every person on the face of the earth should be doing. Everybody's purpose, connect people to people, people to resources, people to God, right? But what changes is that it's the tool or the method that we use to do those things from one season to another season, right? So, again, my baby boy is 19 and will be graduating high school this year. We got 2 more months, right? And so with that, I have been feeling the shift with that for, the past year, right? So I realized that, again, the purpose for me in his life, again, I'm going to connect Brandon Christopher Bell to the right people. I'm going to connect Brandon Christopher Bell to the right resources, and I'm going to continually, connect him to God by prayer, again, but I recognize that in this season, it's more by prayer than when he was a kid and taking him to, Sunday school or whatever. So I say all of that to say, in your endeavors in regard to just kind of building out your educational degree and, becoming a dean at such a early age, right? And then, now you're recognizing that you're a coach, right? Of course, you've probably been aware of that for quite some time, but, just kind of tell us a little bit about your journey in discovering your purpose. Like, what was your aha moment?
Well, being the dean for technology, my aha moment was working with the soldiers where I was serving.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Then my aha moment for coaching was when I was a dean serving my my students. And then as far as the ministry piece, I have always been in the church serving. So what are the things I'm built to do? I'm built to serve. I'm built to be technical. And I'm definitely built to teach and to coach. So it's 4 things that I'm built to do.
Okay, the common denominator in that each time you discovered your purpose or the purpose in that season really kind of came out through serving people. I love that.
Yes, I am a servant leader to the heart. And I always find a way to add service and to add technology or teaching, teaching to a job, whatever I'm doing. And I have realized that at the end of the day, if I'm not giving back, then I'm not receiving well. I can't just receive, and not give back. Because what's the fruit in that? Because if you keep getting, you're gonna get overwhelmed. The cup is going to fill up. How do you release the cup? How do you get rid of the stagnant energy? By giving away what you have already mastered so that you can empty that space for new things to come and manifest into your life. And when I realized that, the floodgates truly opened. And I started truly serving from the heart, no matter what. I turned everything into a service opportunity because, as you know, we're supposed to make disciples and we're supposed to serve his people. So that is why I do what I do. And you can find out a lot about that piece of me on Changing Minds Online. That's where I do my podcast, the Dr. Finch Experience, and that's where I talk about the mind shift, the motivation, the empowerment, how I, as the song goes, how I got over. Okay. And all the bumps and bruises in life, all of the people not believing in me, all the people thinking that I trying to deny me or ignore me, all those things. He needed me to experience all those things so that I would understand the people that come to me and be able to coach them and to serve them appropriately so that they can reach their higher heights and they'll have someone that truly understands them during the journey. And then as far as the technology stuff, I am technically intuitive. That's why the business is called that. But everything is all under the Finch and Associates umbrella because at the end of the day, I am DRAD Finch. That's where you find me on all social media handles. And that is what I do. I serve, I coach, I educate, and I empower. So thank you for that, Tiffany. It was every once in a while, it's nice to really visit what your purpose is and why you do what you do.
Love it, love it, love it. So I'd like for you to take just a couple of minutes and just talk straight to the camera to any woman that's out there, one that may need your services, but also, when you think of having to make a shift where mindset is concerned, I'd like for you to take a couple of minutes and just kind of talk to her and encourage her. And then, of course, I'd love for our viewers to know how to follow up and connect with Dr. Ikena Finch.
Well, I hope that you get the journal because in that journal, 39 women were there to pour into you. They gave you the affirmations that empower them to be their best selves. And from that, we hope that you glean a little bit of what we were trying to pour into you. And then also, journaling is therapeutic. What is it doing inside you? We need to make sure that we get it out of us. And that could be just telling your story. That could be writing a book. That could be putting it on social media and sharing with other people. Okay? Because you never know what others are going through. And while you're healing yourself, you could be helping others heal as well. And that is what always has motivated me, whatever I'm doing, whenever I'm serving, because I want others to be great. I know that there's somebody that was waiting on my gifting to be great, just like I was waiting on others' giftings to be great. So, what would have happened if they didn't show up for me? Where would I have gone? What would happen if you don't show up for them? Where would they be? So, if you're interested in talking or chatting or all the things, you can always find me on DRAD Finch on all social media handles. I'm a social media coach, so I'm everywhere at DRAD Finch. You see it right up there, right? And then if you want to work with me, by all means, come to akinafinch.com/contact, and you can get on my calendar. Let's have a conversation. Let's have a conversation, because you never know what somebody is putting your life for. So let's see what we are putting each other's lives to do. Because, I have truly been blessed by meeting Tiffany Bell and all the things that she does. And I hope that she finds me to be a blessing as well, because that's the way of reciprocity, and I would love to be a blessing for you too. So thank you so much, Tiffany.
You are a blessing to me, Dr. Finch. Hands down, you're for sure a real blessing to me. I do appreciate you. Okay, so again, thank you very much for coming and joining us today. Again, as far as just being able to follow up with Dr. Finch, if you'd like to purchase a journal, you can go to her website. And I'm assuming Dr. Finch is going to be the akinafinch.com if they would like to purchase a copy of the journal directly from you.
Believe it or not, it's on akinafinch.com. It's on Changing Minds, and it's on Technically Intuitive. They're not gonna miss that book.
Okay.
Wherever we close, we're gonna find it. Yeah. Okay. And on social media too. Okay. We let them know.
All right. So one thing we have not talked about today is I probably see Dr. Finch. She's on social media, but I see her most often on Clubhouse. So I need to tell them real quick about about your Clubhouse room. I don't want to mispronounce the room, but tell them where they can find you Saturday nights. I think it's 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. But tell them a little bit about what happens there.
Yes, so I have a room called Technically Intuitive. And what it is networking and tech tips. We call it Tech Tips Saturday. You come up and you talk about what you do and any tech tips you may need or you would like to share. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden, that conversation just blows up because, like last week, we helped somebody set up their events. We were talking about how to get publicity. So you never know what is going to be talked about. So if you've been thinking about it, definitely join us in the Technically Intuitive room on Clubhouse.
Yes. So, one more thing that happened this past Saturday. Was it this past Saturday or Saturday before last? It was this past Saturday. Okay, so one of the ideas that I got from going inside of Dr. Finch's room, which again, that's the reason why I called you last night, I think, was for me to talk about that. Well, the idea that I got going to her room is to take these affirmations and to put them on cards. Right. So imagine, this right here works good, in the morning when you or the evening, just kind of whenever you have your quiet time. That's when the journal itself works well. Right. But on the go, just being able to put those reminders. And again, I don't know how you guys function, but whenever I need, when I'm really trying to retrain my mind to think and to believe a certain way, I believe in getting little Post-its and putting it around, right? And so my little Post-its, sometimes they're in the kitchen, sometimes in the bathroom. I have put them inside of my car on my dashboard. And so my thoughts behind this is just taking these affirmations, these nuggets of truth, and putting them on cards. And you can have that card and put it in your purse and just have it, making it around it's just with you for the duration. And when you need to refocus or reset, you're intentional to take 3 to 5 minutes away out of your day at any point to pull that out and just quietly meditate on that. You have it there with you. So love that idea. And I got that by going inside Dr. Finch's clubhouse room on Saturday. So again, if you've not visited there, I highly encourage you to come in. And I love it because it's regular everyday people. We are all just trying to figure it out, right? And the cool thing is that you got other people there who, we just come in and talk and share and work together. So love it, love it, love it. So with that, though, we're going to bring today's recording to an end. Thank you again, Dr. Finch, for coming in and sharing your pearls of wisdom. And for anybody that's out there, again, she is Dr. Akina Finch on all social media platforms. Be sure to follow and connect. And I will see you here with our next episode. You guys take care. Bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Thursday, Thought for Thursday. All right. I'm so happy to be here with you today on the eve of a long weekend, huh? On the eve of Friday, huh? That starts our weekend. Anyway, I'm happy to be here today with a 3-day weekend coming up. How's that? All right. Time to rest, time to restore, time to maybe do some of those things that you've been wanting to do and you just haven't done. Yeah, it's time for all that. So hopefully you will be making the best for those of us who actually have the holiday. You'll be making the best of the time off. All right. So in case you haven't seen the post that I put up earlier this week, I talked about being sure that in the next couple of months, actually, we're going to talk about things that are going to help us to finish the year strong. It's the last quarter of the year, and I want us to be in it and be on fire about it. Be excited about it, meaning whatever didn't happen already this year, don't fret it. It's not too late, first of all. And secondly, remember that everything that happens to us, everything is a part of a greater plan for our lives. So whether we're supposed to learn something from it, build, whatever it is, we have no regrets. So however the year has gone, congratulations, y'all. We are here in the fourth quarter and we're going to end it strong so that we can start out 2024 strong. How about that? So what I told you about today in the teaser that I had up for this is, how are we going to end this year strong? And for many of us, again, we may be feeling a little like there's some stuff we didn't get done, some things we planned that we really wanted to happen, and they didn't happen for whatever reason, financial, time, illness, life. It lifes, right? Life be lifing. I hear that a lot lately. Life just happens. So who knows why we may not have actually, it could be any number of reasons why we haven't been able to do some of the things that we wanted to do. But let's commit right here, right now, to do whatever we can to make sure that we are going about the end of our year strong, determined, and believing that we can do those things that maybe we haven't been able to do thus far. But do those things that we've desired to do, knowing it's not too late. So what are some of the things that we can do to ensure that we are ending our 2024 on fire? All right. And I'm sorry, our 2023, I'm ahead of year. But ending it on fire, making sure that we're going to be able to do the things that we want to do. The first thing I want to tell you about is it's very important to prioritize self-care. We have a couple holidays coming up in this quarter, the big ones, Christmas and Thanksgiving, and not to mention all the other things in the middle. And those are the holidays where we get to be teen too much. Yeah, we do too much. And we totally forget about ourselves in the process. Make sure, not only during the holidays, But during this last quarter of the year period, that you are prioritizing taking care of you, because you only have one you, right? And if you don't take care of yourself, you won't be able to finish the year strong. You won't be able to start next year strong, and you won't be in optimal position to do the great things that you want to do. So make sure that you take care of yourself. Something else you need to do, all right? Make sure that you set realistic goals. I already talked about the fact that we may not have, accomplished the things that we thought we were going to accomplish. Make sure that any goals that you set for this quarter, that they're realistic. We always hear about the SMART goals, specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and timely, I believe, is what the acronym goes for or stands for. We want to make sure that what we are trying to do, we realize that it has to be done within a certain period of time. And that may not mean that we can do a whole bunch in these last 3 months of the year, right? But we can make a dent in something that we really want to do. And we can really get prepared to launch, say, something come January. We can get prepared to start a new program come January. We can get prepared to look for that new job. We can get prepared for just a number of things. Even if you have not been able to get them done up until this point, you still have time to get prepared so that you can kick things off in 2024. And the only way you're going to be able to do that is to set yourself up with some goals and to make sure those goals are realistic. You also need to manage your time well. I guarantee you, without even having spoken to most of you who are watching right now, I guarantee you that you could have done some things differently to ensure that you had time to hit some of the things that you wanted to hit during the year. The only way to ensure that you're actually going to be able to make some strides, to accomplish some things, to finish strong, is to make sure that you manage your time well. So what you'll need to do is make sure that you look at some effective time management techniques. There's something recently that I kind of attached to. 10 before 10. What 10 things, for example, can you get accomplished before 10 in the morning? That's kind of, different. However, you would be amazed at how it really sets your pattern for the day when by 10 a.m. you look up and say, I've already gotten all of this accomplished. There's so many different things that you can do for time management. So look into them and put them in place. The other thing is, you are only one person. We already said that. Please feel released, all right, to delegate and ask for help. So many of us think that it's a crime to actually say that we're in need, that we need somebody to help us. If we're going to finish strong, we need to be able to have all of the things in place. I talked about a tribe this week, and that's our word for the week. People who are going to support you, who are going to help you. You will probably need to tap into your tribe during this quarter. I know you will. If not for just encouragement, definitely if you're in need of some support around getting things done or need of support just to say, you know what, I'm here with you. Let's do this together. An accountability person. Your tribe means so much to you. And that's family, that's friends, that's people around you who love you and who want to ensure that you are doing your best, being your best, and that you are achieving those things that you really want to achieve. Another big one for the end of the year, financial planning. That is so, so important. Review your financial goals for the year and make any necessary adjustments that you need to make to ensure that the year is going to happen the way you want it to, at the end of the year, to ensure that you got things straight for the holidays and gifts. Perhaps you don't get as many gifts this year. Perhaps you do things differently. Make sure that whatever you do, you are ensuring that you have taken care of the obligations that you need to take care of, and you have a real good indication of what your finances look like as you go to the end of the year. You have a real good idea of what you're going to need next year, and you're going to plan for it. You're going to, if it is your first time doing it, set yourself a budget. Make sure that you have all of these things in order so that you will be able to have a real firm hold on your finances in this last quarter, and of course, going forward and always. Make sure that you stay active. That really kind of falls into prioritizing self-care. Sometimes we get really busy, and a lot of the times, I know for me in particular, I will look up and I will have been sitting at this desk for I don't know how many hours, and I have not moved. That's not healthy. That's not good. That's not good for us physically, nor is it good for us mentally. We get so much by, for example, going outside and getting some sun and some vitamin D from moving our joints, all right? And did you know that exercising and being active really does help with some of those things we deal with, you know, in these mid-years, that whole foggy brain thing, and being able to think clearly, and being able to, being able to set our goals, and being able to just do anything. Exercise really is important to making sure our entire body functions the way that it should. It's all connected. We operate the way we should. We think the way we should. We think more clearly. Emotions, the whole roller coaster of emotions that we sometimes feel, can really be controlled sometimes with exercise. That may not be the only thing, but it's definitely something that you want to prioritize because it has been proven that it is a help. Something else you may want to do. Oh my goodness, we are digital from 9 to 5, 12 to 7, 24 hours basically is what I'm trying to say. It would do us so good to do a digital detox. Now, if you're like me, the thought of not being able to get to emails and the thought of not being able to get on social media, okay, I struggle more so with being in touch and getting my phone calls and being on emails than I do with social media. Social media is how I connect with you, so I do struggle there if I can't get to it as well. But in honesty, it is not very healthy to be on there 24/7. Everything on social media isn't healthy for us, for example. Social media also takes away time from us that we really could be spending on something that's really going to elevate us, something that we really want to get done, something we want to make happen. So perhaps we do a digital detox once a month so that we can replace the time that we're spending doing all of our digital stuff with some of these things that we've really been wanting to accomplish and perhaps haven't, but we know that we definitely want to make happen by the end of the year. Something else, this is huge for me. You may have heard me say this before. A cluttered place, a place that's out of order, just does tremendous things to me mentally and how I function. I don't function well in clutter. So this is a big piece for me. It is so helpful if we can declutter and simplify things. If we do that, you would be amazed at how quickly we're able to find things, how quickly we are able to address things, and how we may even have more time to ourselves because we'll know where things are if we organize them, right? And for me, it's just a peace of mind. When I look out and I see things in total disarray, my focus is thrown off. And all I can think about, particularly working from home, all I can think about is I need to get up and put that up. Now, we can't declutter all day, all right? But we can set aside time to do so. And if you're one of those people like me who looks up and sees things that are out of order and it throws you off, then you need to be more productive, right? So what you do is you make sure that the area around you is clutter-free, that things are simplified, that you know where to find things. And in this way, it is not affecting your day. You can carry out your day, get the things done that you need to get done, and then dedicate that time that you've set aside for decluttering. Go ahead and do that during the time that you've set for decluttering. And the last thing that I want to tell you about is stay informed. Things are happening so quickly in the world right now, and I know I don't have to tell you that. Not just, current events. We want to stay informed about what the government is doing. We want to stay informed about things that affect our health. We want to stay informed about anything that could impact our family, our jobs, our livelihood. We want to stay informed, but I also want to stress what I talked about with the digital detox is the importance of making sure that you know when to gather information and when enough is enough. Now, if you are triggered by so much of the tragic incidents that are happening in the world, if anything at all really makes you uneasy, there are so many different ways that you can get your news, be able to just get it straight to the point and not have to listen to CNN 24 hours a day to find out exactly what's going on. Find a blog or a service that will just give you the information that you need in one simple email, give you a couple lines. And if you want to pursue further and find out more information, then hit CNN in the news. But it is so important to make sure, number one, it's important to stay informed about the things that impact our lives, but it is also important to protect our mental in doing so. So if you feel that staying informed about everything that's going on in the world is really putting you in a bad headspace, is really interrupting your day, messing up your total mood, and I know it definitely can, then you don't want to stay glued to the news. You don't want to stay glued to finding out what's going on in your world. Set it up so that you can get the information in the way that you need it and you can still function, be productive, and finish strong, because that's what we've been talking about, right? Finishing strong. So those are some tips I have for finishing the year strong. Gotta take care of you. Make sure you know where things are financially. Plan. Do a digital detox. Make sure that you set realistic goals and you stay active. Do all of these things just to make sure that you're good. But again, these are things that you can do to make sure that you are finishing your year strong and that you are ready to take on 2024 with a bang. All right? Now listen, I've got some things coming up and I want to hear from you. Comment on my posts. Let me know what you think. If you want to see more of something that I'm posting, say see more. If you want more details and if you think that something I'm talking about you definitely want to pursue, you definitely want to fine tune and hone in on and find out how it is that you can boss up, level up, all right? And get to the things or erase the things that you really need to take care of. Reach out to me. You can reach me via my website at joliseenterprises.com. Hit me on the contact tab. You can just write in the DM right here. I want to hear from you. I need to speak with you. And I promise I'll get back to you. And you can always send me an email at atucker@joliseenterprises.com. All right? That's it, guys. Listen, go out. Have a great weekend, like I already said. Make sure you do some things that are going to help you to level up in this last quarter of the year because we want to finish strong. It's not an option. It's a have to do. We have to come out strong because we owe it to ourselves to pursue the best things for our lives and do whatever we can to ensure that we hit them. All right? So go out as unique as you are. Be confident in who you are. Know that just who you are and what you do, what you look like, what you feel like, you are enough because you are fearfully and wonderfully made with a purpose,
with a purpose for a time and a plan to do some things. So go out and touch something with that imprint that is unique to just you. Go out and make a difference. The world needs it. You need it. Your family need it. We need your touch. Go out and be you in all of your authenticity. All right? So that's it, guys. Have a great long weekend, and we'll talk soon.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you're listening at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above all. Never lasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health and shit. We got it, reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show.
Hello, everybody. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, the host of the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast. And I want to personally invite you to be a featured guest on our show. Our show is all about motivating you, sharing knowledge, having uplifting conversations centered around business, wellness, education, and life. We introduce you to some of the most amazing standout entrepreneurs and influencers that are truly making a positive impact in the world. It is your time to shine, and we are helping you do that. So what I want you to do is just click the link in the description below so that you can be a featured guest on our show. Because guess what? It's time for you to come share, shine, and grow, but on the Tina Ramsey Show. Hello, everybody. And I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, and welcome to the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast. And we're so excited to be here with you on today because we have yet another amazing special featured guest. When you think of the words impactful, advocate, warrior, these are the words that describes today's featured guest. She is a woman that is on a mission to help businesses and entrepreneurs really get to their full potential. And let me tell you just a little bit about Dr. Liddy. Dr. Liddy is not only a trailblazer in her field, but she is shaping the landscape of corporate America in the executive realm, as also with small to medium-sized businesses. And she even have taken her message all the way to the United Nations. She has a background being a former Wall Street advisor and financial regulator. Dr. Liddy brings a wealth of knowledge and experience to the table. She also has a global influence. I really appreciate her so much, and I am so excited to have her on to the show today because we are going to be speaking to you about how you can help your business thrive and grow from now and beyond. So without further ado, let's bring on Dr. Liddy, PhD, or I should say Esquire PhD. Hello, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Tina. I love it when we get together. Can I just say that as the first priority for me to share? Because your beautiful spirit and energy just activates me to share more, do more, and make sure that everyone is well taken care of. So thank you for having me on the show. We've been planning this for a minute.
Oh, yes. So I'm so happy that finally both of our schedules align so that we can speak about this timely topic, because we see how the world is today. And I feel that what you have to say and your expertise is certainly essential and valuable right now in the now we're living in. So when I think about you, Dr. Liddy, and your wealth of knowledge, you have like 24 years of experience as a New York City business lawyer and federal regulator. I would like for you to share with our audience here at the Tina Ramsey Show about maybe about the 7 things or the seven biggest things that you see small businesses experience.
Yeah, thank you for that. There are a lot of things that small businesses experience, and I boiled it down to 7 because I find that these are the 7 that no matter how much you want to have a successful business, if you don't address them, it never really happens on the scale, right? That you would love it to happen, on the scale that there's constant money flow, on the scale that you don't feel a sense of scarcity, right? That there's not enough, on a scale that this is a family business now, right? That your children can inherit it, on the scale that people value you, not what you're selling or not what you're providing, but you as a person. So over the years, what I've sort of collected and tested as the 7 biggest, the first one is, and all of you know these things, these are not going to be surprising, it's just how we're going to apply them. And I'll share a few things as we go on with regard to the application of the answers to these questions. So the first is the lack of money, right? We know it, we feel it, we don't talk about it, right? We feel some sort of shame that we don't have enough money to really build our businesses out. And oftentimes we feel a sense of shame about that. The second one is lack of time, right? We're busy building the business, but we're not really, when you look at the math, you know, how many hours you're really spending on your business every day, every week, right? Every month. Like Dr. Tina, I have a pretty good idea of how many hours you spend on the network, right? It is a lot. And sometimes we don't recognize how much that we're not spending in terms of time on the business. The third major problem I've seen is that, and this is for me in particular, guys, so don't think I'm any better off than you guys. I am not. I'm probably the worst at this one in particular, is that we really don't have a good, solid web social media presence, right? That we may have a website, but it doesn't really draw folks. We don't know how to do that. I mean, having a podcast on CTR Media Network solves a lot of that, right? In terms of presence, you give people presence. But the bulk of folks that are not doing a podcast or not on a network like CTR Media that pushes the content out on behalf of the podcasters, no one finds us, right? People aren't looking for us. They're looking for the problems that we're solving or could solve for them. And that's not what our social media, myself included, guys, I am not by any means any better off on this than you guys. But when we look at the list, that is the list, that we're not present in the web social media platforms. Number 4 is, when you look at the numbers, most entrepreneurs, vast majority, really have less than 10 clients, 10 paying clients. We're not going to count all the freebies, right, that we love to give to folks because we love them, their family, they beg so nicely, right? But we really, really, on average, don't have more than 10 paying clients. That is not enough to really create business income. And the 5th one is, and I'm really bad at this too, guys. I am like a half a step ahead of you on these things, is asking for help. We feel oftentimes a sense of shame, right, to ask for help. And the successful businesses are asking for help all the time. But we feel we're not worthy to ask others to help us. Don't know where it comes from. That's something we need to dig down on a little bit, individually and collectively, but that's a huge thing that impacts your business. Number 6 would be, and this is big for our community, that we don't have business mentorship. There's no one that takes you by the hand and shows you how. Now, being in a community like CTR Media changes that a lot, but still mentorship is